Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Nerd Rage Gaming Charity Showdown. My name is Dan Hugar. I am here with the one and only Rahul Reddy. And, dude, we got a good event today.
Yeah, really excited. A lot of good games lined up. A lot of good players. You may have heard of a couple of them at least.
Hopefully.
A lot of fun matches. A little bit of a showcase of the new Black Bolt and White Flare format. Kind of leads up to Worlds a little bit. Kind of see where people are cooking,
Yeah,
what they're up to. You know, Worlds is just a couple of weeks away.
it
So,
is.
yeah.
And we're going to hopefully have some good content for them to prep with that because,
Yeah.
like you said, we have some of the absolute best players in the game, and we are very grateful that y'all decided to take some time out to hang with us because we're doing this all for a really, really good cause in the Trevor Project. And, Rahul, do you know much about the Trevor Project?
Not too much. Enlighten me.
I will be happy to enlighten you. So, the Trevor Project is an organization dedicated to providing crisis intervention and suicide prevention resources for LGBTQ plus youth. And really, what it means is there's hotlines, there's chat lines. There is a place for people in the queer community, if they are struggling, to go to for help. And I mean, they need a whole lot of help because of some of the barriers they're dealing with. In case y'all don't know, there's some major societal issues going on right now. So we want to try to help as best we can. And I mean, Rahul, this is a good opportunity to do some good for the world.
Absolutely. Even if you guys aren't like here to donate or anything, just come hang out, stay with us for the day. Your views, your time, we would appreciate all of that. You know, come chat with us, have a great time, and you know, we'll see what we can do, make some real difference happen today.
100%. And Nicole, Murray, Arctic, awesome to have you all here. Thank you very much for joining. Dude, it's just cool to have these guys. So we want to start off. We've got some really good Pokemon content, but we want to start with what the reason is we're doing this for. So we have a lovely little brief video from Trevor Project we're going to show if, Bryce, you don't mind kicking that off.
I was in a really lonely place.
I was struggling a lot, and I didn't know who else to turn to.
And so I called.
But the help was there. Trevor Project was there. There was somebody who was ready to listen to me.
It was amazing finding support and having a sense of community online.
The Trevor Project is us. They are allies, friends, we, you know, it is like family.
All right, so as you guys saw twice, actually, this is a really, really important organization. And there are people across the country who struggle and don't always have the support they need, whether it be like a parent, family, whoever. So we want to make sure we enable them to have someone to reach out to when they are in a dark time. So we're going to talk a lot more about that. Just for more context, we have a donation here on Twitch. You can click the lovely button in front of you and give money. Or if you know people who are not watching on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, we have a separate link. It just has my name on it, but a Trevor Project donation link through the Trevor Project directly. So feel free to donate there, and we'll be tracking both of them. And Rahul, we're already over $1,000.
Wow, that's incredible.
That is, and it is all due to you and your willingness to give and support this organization. So thank you for doing so. And now, let's get to the Pokemon. Rahul, we got a good match here.
We got a great match, you know. Caleb is kicking us off with some Goldengo action.
Yes.
Known for his Goldango prowess. He got a top 4 at regionals this season. The new Genesect EX card does make the deck, it looks like, way more consistent, way more aggressive. And I think there's a lot of potential there in that deck, so I'm excited to see what Caleb has to bring to the table.
100%. Arctic, yes, it is actually Worlds format, so Black
Yes.
Bolt and White Flare are included. And yes, Gold Dango, weirdly enough, means you don't have to play Dreepy or Dracloak anymore.
Yep.
So you open up a ton of consistency and a ton of deck slots to get to do more stuff.
Exactly, and now before you had to play like the Evo package, all this stuff to kind of actually set up, but now you can play like a ton of Gust. So like if I'm bossing up your Ralts on turn 2 and throwing 2 energies away to take care of it, who cares? I got 3 more boss. I can make it work.
And I mean, for boss Brent Tonneson, you're a monster. But anyway, Bryce, can you throw up the matchup one? So the other player on the other side is Ryan Prusak. And now Ryan's a heck of a player too. We've got top 64 EYC with the best Zubat ever and a couple other great finishes. So like you said, Caleb, insane, one of the best in the game. And Ryan will be playing Zorark. So Bryce, can you throw up Ryan's list? So Zorark EX and Zorark is a really cool archetype, Rahul.
Yeah, and Zorark has had like splashes of success here and there. This looks very similar to the Portland list that Lucas Zing and Evan Pavelski did quite well with.
Yes.
Playing the Darmanitan package, having a full combo of cards. Looks like a TM Devolution to basically just do some shenanigans here and there. No evolution, interestingly enough. And a Team Rockets Venture Bomb to just get that numbers up a little bit, because Zorark notoriously has some issues with reaching higher damage outputs. So now this can actually get you on a one-shot on a Goldango, because other than Darmanitan, you now have Ursaluna to get to that 260 number.
100%. And you have Monkey Dory, where you don't care if you flip heads or tails. You
Exactly.
can still get the damage across the board.
Free damage. And a very interesting thing that Caleb should be worried about in this matchup is Ends Darmanitan's actual first attack is Backdraft.
Yes.
Now, for those of you who don't know what that does, it does 30 times the number of energy in the opposing player's discard pile. So if Caleb ends up going a little bit too crazy with his energy discards, this Darmanitan can come in and start swinging with Backdraft, and the snipe attack won't even really matter because we're trading 2 for 1 at that point.
And it's 2 colorless energy, so there's no need for reversal or anything like that. And Arctic, we'll get to your question in a sec. And then Bryce, can we throw up the Goldango list? Because Rahul, you already mentioned this is 4 boss Goldango, and that is aggressive.
We've got a really aggressive kit here. The new Goldango is an evolved version. You can see that Caleb is also playing 1 copy of the 50 HP Gimme Ghoul. Before, playing a copy of 50 HP Gimme Ghoul felt like, I don't know, a terrible decision, because 70 HP was just better every single time. But having Call for Family now means that you can grab that Genesect preemptively. You can grab that Gimme Ghoul. And then with 4 copies of Nestball, 4 copies of Arven, and 2 copies of Genesect, you're looking at a bunch of outs to find your Goldangos on turn 2. And a really cool tech that now the Goldango players are playing, due to, I know, the Japanese players over at the national championships over there played it and piloted it, and now players are adapting it over here. Thanks, Brett, and a couple other people that played it in the Azul Invitational. Scizor. Now, this card doesn't seem crazy good at first glance, but it is a 1 prize attacker that really does a lot of damage into decks like Gardevoir, which almost every Pokemon on their board will have an ability. So when you're getting Iono'd in the middle of the game, you don't lose a tempo beat at all, because you can just boss up like a Monkey Dory. You can take a 1 prize attack. That Pheasantipity that's on the board, you only need 4 abilities in play to knock that out, and that's pretty easy because Gardevoir is almost always going to have 4 abilities in play.
100%. And that card could be really valuable into the Zorark deck, because it's a very similar thing.
Exactly.
Zorark, Ryan's going to fill his board. All right, and so, Bryce, if we can get over to the game, and as we get started, Rahul, you have a question from Arctic for the NAIC Guardy list.
So the NAIC Guardy list is super, super strong still, but I think that given Flutter Devo will definitely be good for like the Jellicent and the Mirror match like that. Definitely good for the Goldango matchup. I think if you're not playing TM Devolution, the Goldango matchup is way too difficult. But Flutter Mane seems like a pretty good answer into a lot of these decks. And also for everyone watching, the players here are going to be able to look at their prize cards so we can save some time on deck searching, prize searching, whatever.
And you beat me to a rule, exactly. So obviously, we're here for entertainment. We do not need to worry about, not to say competitive integrity, but kind of. So what we're going to have each player do at the beginning of the game is flip over their prizes and just show them to the camera and show themselves too, because we don't need anyone taking a 10-minute prize check. And also, we're just asking both players, play reasonably, pretend you don't know what they are before you do your first search, all that. So on Ryan's side, a Zora, a Darmanitan, or a Darumaka, and then on Caleb's side, a Superior and a Goldango and the Countercatcher.
So a little bit of interesting stuff here. I mean, I think the Countercatcher doesn't matter too much because Caleb doesn't actually want to get ahead in this matchup. Oh, sorry, Caleb's going to get ahead, sorry, and Ryan
Yes.
doesn't want to get ahead.
Absolutely.
But Ryan only having one Darumaka could be really impactful, and the other one's in
And
the
starting
opening.
the other one. So we are actually going to see Caleb first. We see the energy attachment, and we have, I don't think we do a lot else. Just a pass.
A pretty bland hand here. There's a Goldango to follow up on turn 2, but Ryan has a triple Serrano in hand as well as a double or a Poffin in hand. So turn 2, we're at least going to be seeing a couple of Zoraks hit the board, but this Darumaka almost certainly will be going down unless there's an Ends Castle in the hand.
And that's a huge deal because you already mentioned that first attack from Darmanitan is Ryan's primary way to knock out Goldengos.
Yeah.
And so with that Pheasantipity, Ryan will get a bunch of draw next turn, but is it going to be catastrophic if you can't get that out of the active?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit difficult, right? Because the rest of the hand is just Serranos and a boss. So next turn, like even if we do attack with the Zorak here, like what are we actually establishing? Like 170 damage at most is not going to change the scope of the game because then that Zorak can just get one shot back pretty easily by a Goldango's Make It Rain attack. Like the big thing that we have to hope for here is that Caleb doesn't really set up enough, and I think Caleb's hand looks decent enough where he's got the Goldango in hand. I think he's got an Arvin in there, a Cypher in there, an Arvin and a Cypher. So basically, he can do whatever he wants next turn, and a pass over to Caleb, which is going to not give him a lot of chance to do some damage.
Oh, and actually choosing to use the draw before, and so to me, that indicates we're going with Arvin. We're going to want to get that Buddy Poffin. We're going to want to set up the board. So the one thing I would say is that 170 damage on Goldango is very, very relevant because there is a very good snipe attack. I still refuse to call it anything other than Darmanic Cannon, where you can push that Goldango to the bench, use that snipe attack, and knock out that bench Goldango. So there is a line to take advantage of that 170 attack, but you would also rather just knock it out.
Exactly. And in these situations as well, Caleb's going to take the first prize. This one off prize is going to enable Ryan to like do his counter catcher, some of those other strategies. But Caleb already drawing into 2 energies makes this a lot easier for him because Arvin doesn't have to go necessarily towards a card that will get those energies. The board looks pretty good. Scyther also being established as a threat, saying, hey, I know you're looking to put down these 2 Zoraks and that Pheasantipity to draw cards. That's 160 damage already ready for me. Another one on the board, that means your Pheasantipity is easy pickings for me at some point in the game. Ryan drawing his 3 and doesn't look like a ton there.
No, and that Devo is not going to be super valuable right now. Could be beneficial later, but we do see Zorak being able to draw. We get Eternal Counter Catcher. We can use that Serrano, but I think we just want more Pokemon search right now.
Exactly. We need to get a Stretcher or a Super Rod. Recycle this Darumaka back into play. We see an Iono.
That is big because Caleb does have an excellent hand, and so Ryan will be able to disrupt that. However, we don't actually have an attack yet for Ryan.
Yeah, now that we have the Iono as well, we know that Caleb is holding an Air Balloon as in the hand, so we can probably just bring up one of the Gimme Ghouls, try to make it a little bit more difficult for Caleb off the Iono because we're giving him -1 card. Because Goldango's ability gives you an extra card in the active, so even though you're getting rid of one of your precious resources here, the goal for Ryan here is to survive. We need to make it through the early game. Counter-catching Scyther is interesting. Scyther has free retreat. I don't know if Ryan knew that.
I think Ryan's going for the knockout here. And I
You
think
think he's just going to take it? Yeah.
I think so. And I think it just is along what you and I were talking about. Scyther is a threat into this matchup for Ryan or against Ryan. And so, so that's a problem. We have no dark energy.
Close, but no cigar.
Right. And unfortunately, that reversal does not provide anything other than a colorless energy because Zorak EX has a rule box. So this is sketchy, man.
This is a little bit awkward now for Ryan. I think the best line is probably to just go into this Zorua or give up the Reshiram and just try to get it back with some of the recovery that Ryan is playing. But just a pass in the active saying, hey, if you knock this out, you can take your 2 prize cards. Actually, he can't even retreat. He didn't put the balloon on the active. That was my mistake. I thought he did. I mean, you could have attached a reversal, I guess, and moved out of the active.
And I think Ryan's saying that, hey, Darmanic Cannon or Flame Body Cannon is a win condition for him, so he needs to protect that resource. And now Caleb gets a Nest Ball into a Scyther and a Goldango, and holy, are we cooking on his end.
We are off to the races. This one Genesect card makes it so easy for this Goldango deck to see so many cards. Like, not only are you seeing a ton of cards from the Goldango's draw, this Genesect is also pulling out 2 cards from your deck every single turn that, unless you want them in the deck, right? The evolutions
yeah.
are coming out, and it's like these 2 cards. Oh, I've already have 3 Dango in play. Let me get that 4th one. Put it in my hand. I don't need this in play right now.
And even if you don't have Gimme Ghoul down, you get to thin it out and improve your draws later. Duffy, yes, exactly. We are raising money for the Trevor Project, which is an organization that provides crisis intervention and suicide prevention resources for LGBTQ youth. So you see the donation link. If you would like to donate, we would love to have you do so. Or if anyone else you know would like to, please share it with them.
Yeah, we have a ton of giveaways, a lot of fun stuff coming up today. So come on in and spend the day with us here.
And so what do you think about that decision to Gus the Zora?
I don't mind it actually, because I think if there was a Darumaka on the board, obviously it'd be the great decision to take. But I think Caleb doesn't want to stretch himself too thin on energies here. So I think going for the Scizor knockout puts a lot of pressure once again, because you're limiting Ryan at these 3 abilities. A 4th ability means that this Pheasantipity is going to go down. And if Ryan doesn't take the knockout on this active Scizor, it continues to be a threat, a menace. The triple Goldango is going to always come in, be able to do a ton of damage. This Darmanitan no longer has the ability to snipe and take 2 prize cards at once. It's going to have to go for this backdraft strategy. So Caleb very expertly navigating the fact that backdraft strategy is one of the few ways he can lose this game. And now Caleb is supposed to be playing with the knowledge that one of the Darumakas is prized.
Right, for sure.
Sorry, not prized. It's in the deck. So now this Artisan gives up enough knowledge that, hey, there's no Darmanitan in the deck anymore. Or Darumaka, sorry.
100%. Or Zora. And that's a big deal because Ryan's draw engine, still, seeing an extra 4 cards a turn is good, but Ryan's used to having a full board of draw. And Caleb's board right now, with that Scizor down, there are no easy prizes available.
Exactly. And it's just enables such a threat factor and like puts Caleb in check, basically. Or sorry, puts Ryan in check, saying, hey, you don't get to play the deck you want to play. And that's why the Scizor card is so good. Even if Ryan gets a knockout this turn, it is a 1-prizer, which then means Caleb can very easily close out the game by taking a 2 and a 2. And so at this point, even putting a Darumaka down won't matter because of all the bosses that are in Caleb's deck.
So Ryan will have to win this game through a couple multi-prize turns. And like you said, you can't do that without the Darumaka and the Darmanitan.
Exactly.
So then what is Ryan's best play here?
They're laughing. I think Ryan said, I missed the Dark Energy, and Caleb's like, you want this one in my hand? I got one for you, buddy.
It's very polite, I think. So then what is Ryan's best move here? Do we knock out the Scizor? Do we go and try to hit into a Goldango? What do you think?
In this best case scenario, I think we have to try to break up a Goldango and try to like smack into it if we can, but Ryan missed the attack once again. So we're another turn where we saw 7 cards, 7 brand new cards, by the way, and once again we found ourselves in a situation where we couldn't put together an attack, which is a little bit ridiculous.
Don't check if it's at the top. It was not. It was 2 or 3 cards down.
But 4 energy in the deck means that Ryan had a pretty good chance of pulling off an attack here. Caleb in a situation where he doesn't get the one-shot here on the Reshiram as it is. I believe because
he does. So it's 130 HP on the Reshiram. It just does 170
You're
damage.
correct, yeah. So the Reshiram can go down, but this 1 prize doesn't matter too much for Caleb. Obviously, ideally a boss. We see the boss in the hand.
That boss is pretty good. And so you said that early. Now, because of Dango's additional draw, consistency, and having that secondary attacker in Scizor, you can fit so much more gust in here.
Exactly. And now the deck also like plays multiple copies of Air Balloon. So if you naturally draw into these pieces, you can start moving your Goldangos around a lot easier, draw a ton more cards, kind of just put together these pretty deadly combinations, and your opponent doesn't really get to do too much about it.
And so the nice part is Caleb, if he doesn't want to, he doesn't actually need to use boss. You can use that, Iron Bundle Hyper Blower.
Yeah.
Go into one of Ryan's 2 prizers, and we have our superior Energy Search, or Energy Search Pro.
Yeah, this is it's like a rock and a hard place for Ryan because he doesn't know, does Caleb have these pieces in hand? Do I give him a Zorak, make it a little bit harder for him? Or do I just give him this Pheasantipity, which almost certainly will lead to my imminent doom. But it's like a rock and a hard place, and there's no correct decision because both of them are bad.
Okay, you lost me that. So it is tough because both are bad. But honestly, you're one of the players where you've talked about on podcasts and stuff before. There's always an optimal decision because even if you have a 2% win percentage, if you play to that 2%, you have an opportunity. And Ryan, I think, does have an opportunity, but to be honest, giving up the Pheasantipity, even if it's slightly easier to reach, I like that more because then you have more Zorarks later to try to extend the game and force Caleb to expend more resources. Because right now, Ryan can follow this up with Disruption, and Caleb taking the easier prizes on the Fez means that boss carries less value later in the game.
Exactly. And now this E-Search Pro is being used as well, so these Ionos are going to be a little bit stronger. Caleb obviously will be able to put all these energies in the discard, so superior energy retrieval will be able to fetch those a lot easier.
Yes.
But on the bright side, one of the balloons is going to be committed here. It looks like Caleb is going to burn all of his cards in hand just to make sure the deck is a little bit thinner. Sure, you'd like to draw into those cards to get rid of off of the superior energy retrieval, but the operative word here is we need to draw into the superior energy retrieval,
100%.
not these buddy poffins.
And even with the nest ball, getting that Fez down proactively, if Ryan does gust and knock out the Fez, Caleb doesn't really care because it means there's 3 Goldengos still alive,
Yeah.
which is plenty. And now we have, I believe, that's 7 energy in hand, which is more than enough to knock out this Fez.
Yeah, it looks like Caleb was just going in, taking the knockout here. Probably going to over discard just to make sure there's a couple of extra energy in the discard to work with on the superiors, even though you don't need to just to get all of these. You're just going to go for it anyway. Caleb could have discarded a couple more, but there are vessels in his deck that'll fetch him those extra energies,
Yes.
just making it so the deck is basically thinned out of these cards that you want to see out of your discard, and then the deck has pretty much all good cards left.
And that is one thing where, in general, with that Darmanitan being an attacker, there's an argument to limit the amount of energy in your discard if you can, but there's no Darumaka down. Caleb knows exactly like you said. If it's in the discard, I can access it with any of my superiors in hand or in deck.
Now Ryan's going to probably look here for a counter catcher play here, looking at the Cleffa, maybe just grabbing it to see if we can get some more cards, disrupt a little bit more, because I don't think Ryan's hand is particularly great still.
Which is problematic because he really needs to start doing some damage right about now.
Okay, decides, no, we don't want that Cleffa, put him back in the deck. We're going to do some other shenanigans here. We need to find this Darumaka. Yeah, we need to find a CC. Like, from Ryan's perspective, Darumaka needs to come down this turn.
Yes.
CC needs to happen. You don't need necessarily an attack, but just a CC this turn at the very least to stall out an attack from Caleb. We know that there are 2 medals already showing on the board, the 3rd medal in the discard. So Ryan has full knowledge of the fact that there is 3 medals available to Caleb. We can't go ahead and stall and see if that 3rd medal is prized, because that is a technique you can do as well against Goldengo. Stretch their energies a little bit thin. We're going to see the stretcher for the Fez almost certainly here to see 3 more cards. No Iono found just yet.
Yes.
We need this Iono.
We also need another Night Stretcher to get that Darumaka back.
There are all the dark energies from earlier that we're missing.
Yep, and unfortunately, the only supporter available is that Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking or Serrano, and both of those are terrible right now.
Yeah, I mean, we could stack our deck, but again, this turn we really, really needed that Darumaka down. Now we're just in a really tough spot where any attack feels like a bad attack. Serranoing for like Ursaluna or something could be pretty decent here, just a swing, but at the very least, it's just like it's not a great option, because now you're opening up the door for Caleb to draw 4 cards and thin out another card with Genesect if he wants to, and he hasn't played a superior yet. And
he has not.
the deck is probably pretty thin.
Yes. And so this is issue. Oh, so we do see the Gust knockout on the Pheasantipity, which I think is both okay and also kind of saying, you know what, Caleb,
If you
I
have
think
it, you have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going for an aggressive route here, saying I'm going to take away 3 of your cards. I need to win this game somehow. I need to play the game. There's the boss's orders on the Pheasantipity to start, and the Scizor, because there is 4 abilities in play. And that pesky 10 plus 50, that pesky 10 actually adds up to a lot of intervals in a perfect manner. Who decided that? Why can't it just be 50 times?
You know, I don't know, man. Maybe so that way you can at least do 10 and feel better about yourself if there's
Exactly.
no abilities on the board. But that was a very clean game by Caleb. Unfortunately, not great for Ryan,
Exactly.
but I don't have any fault with his decisions.
No, not at all.
The deck just didn't help him.
I think even on the turn where Ryan established that Zorua, if there was a Darumaka on the board as opposed to a Darmanitan, that would have still been bossed and taken out that turn.
True.
So we would have been left with 1 anyway. So in that situation, then Caleb could have gone for the same route where it's, hey, your Darmanitan's up and running. You took 2 prize cards, or maybe knock out the Scizor. Maybe you take 2. So you take 1 or 2, and then Caleb on the return can go for, let me gust up your Fez again. Let me gust up your Fez again.
Yeah.
So Caleb, once he goes up 2, that Darmanitan becomes a lot harder to put into effective use, because there's so many 2 prizes that Ryan has to keep on the board.
And also because that Darmanic Cannon, Flame Body Cannon, whatever, does not actually knock out a Goldengo in the active. And so it's great at a powerful attack, but he would have to knock out Genesect or something like that. And Caleb doesn't care if that goes down.
Yeah, Caleb's like, oh, cool, you got my Genesect? This guy already did his job. Like, the work is done. And even to take that out, you need to have the Defiance band.
Can we... can we do Caleb and Ryan together? Because I think it'd be good to talk about the game. Because Rahul, it was a great idea. On
Great
that.
game, great deck. We can talk to Caleb here a little bit to see where his like thought process is. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
that heavy boss is just, you guys saw it in action. It's crazy. Like, you just get to put so much pressure on. You can do whatever you want, and like at some point your deck is just all energies or all SERs and all bosses. So your
Yes.
opponent's like, I'm an Iono, and you're like, well, I'm going to see 5 cards anyway because I have all these Goldengos. And then if your opponent doesn't take the Fez out, you've got a Fez on top of that. So Caleb's setting up quite the board to say, I'm going to see at least 5 new cards next turn. How are you
Yes.
going to answer this?
And I have a lot of thoughts on Goldango and how good it is now. So let's talk with Caleb and Ryan here. Rahul, can I kick you out briefly?
Yeah, I'll be back, guys. See you in a
All
bit.
right, sweet, awesome. He's great. Does he do this professionally? 'Cause he's really good at this. Dang. So while we're getting these guys set up, go ahead and grab those 2 sets of headphones, and then you guys can just sit. I'm gonna pop over there, and you'll hear my dulcet tones from the side. I'll try to be polite here. So thank you, Bryce, for getting the name set up. So Caleb, Ryan, it was a very interesting game. It was not the most exciting game for Ryan. Hey, we had a lot to talk about. So Caleb, tell us a little bit, and Caleb can actually scooch a little to the outside.
That way.
Yeah,
little bit.
yeah.
Perfect. There we go. So, Caleb, if you don't
This
mind,
string is
Yeah, I know.
it happens. So, tell us a little bit about how Goldango feels with kind of the 4-boss Genesect build as opposed to the Dracloak build in the past.
Yeah, I think that the 4 boss is really good. I mean, especially against Zork. That game was pretty bad as like a showing of the matchup, but being able to boss up like Darmakas or Darmanitans is pretty good in that matchup. But just in general, having more boss is really good against Gardevoir because you can like consistently boss up their Gardevoir at some point during the game. It's good against Dragapult to like aggressively boss chase their Jacklooks with energy. So like having 4 boss feels pretty good, and that's like something you couldn't really do with the Dracloak version because you didn't have space in your deck to do that. So being able to consistently access the boss, 4 boss, 1 Pokegear is what I had in the list there. And it feels like pretty good and pretty smooth. Like with the Genesect, don't really need the Draclooks as draw support anymore. So I really do like the deck. I think the deck is positioned pretty good for Worlds so far.
It seems very strong. And if you guys can keep your microphone close to your face. Ryderly, number 1, thank you so much for donating. Ryderly donating $5. Really, really appreciate you supporting the Trevor Project. And so, Ryan, you mentioned, and you both mentioned, that was horrible. So tell us about that. Obviously, no access to Darumaka was a big deal. Is that your win condition into the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the big thing that keeps gives you a fighting chance. I prized the one Darumaka, started the other one, and then got knocked out, and we never saw Night Stretcher. So we
That's
just
a
didn't have any
problem.
Darumakas. Additionally, I didn't find my Dark Energies in time to start like putting on any pressure. So Caleb was just like, cool, I'm going to sit here and build the greatest board you've ever seen, and you're going to have to do something about it. And there wasn't a lot I could do about it.
Well, having a board of 3 Goldengo, Pheasantipity, and Sizor, that is like that's intimidating for any matchup, but especially where you're trying to try to snipe babies. That's not great.
Yeah, it's not great. Not awesome. The Darumaka just being, or the Darmanitan being a 1-prizer that can uptrade to Goldengo pretty easily is great. And helps in combination with Iono and stuff to try to say, you're not going to have Gust plus, 6 energy or whatever it takes to knock out a Zoroark. But we just didn't really get to that point where the matchup actually gets interesting.
No, not even a little bit. So then one last question for you guys. Personally, both. Thank you both for being here and playing.
Of course.
But Caleb, you mentioned that Goldengo could be a good pick for Worlds. What is your tentative pick for Worlds right now if it was tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't really have a pick for Worlds. I'm still kind of exploring my options. I think Goldango is the deck that I would play if Worlds was like right now, because it's the deck that I feel most comfortable playing. But I still think Dragapult's good. I think Gardevoir is good. I mean, that's kind of something you'll probably hear a lot today. But I think that all of the decks that were good at NAIC are still going to be pretty good at Worlds. Goldango is kind of scary for both of those decks, Dragapult and Gardevoir.
Yes.
So you really do have to build around that. I think Dragapult Dusknoir specifically is pretty scared of the new Goldango with a lot of boss. Being able to consistently boss up Dracloak early in the game and like get a prize lead is very, very scary. So I'm still trying to figure something out for that matchup if I want to bring Dragapult to Worlds.
And I've played a lot of Dragapult, especially recently. Dragapult's big win condition into Goldango is sticking something for a turn. And if you play 4 Air Balloon, it is really hard to stick something for a turn. All right, so then one last thing. Do you guys have anything to say to people who are considering donating, thinking about participating in our drive for the Trevor Project? And starting with you, Caleb.
Yeah, I mean, I think the cause is great. Of course, that's why I'm here playing. And so if anyone's on the fence of donating, anything would be greatly appreciated. And yeah, you can learn about it more, of course, on NRG's social medias.
Yeah, and then Ryan, anything from your end?
I just think the cause is really important, specifically right now. I don't want to get too deep into anything, but I just think now is a great time to support what they're doing. So we just wanted to put that out there. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. And thank you both very much. Really appreciate your time. I will let you guys get out of here, go chill. And by that, I mean run logistics for us.
Awesome.
And we will start to get ready for our next match.
Let's do it.
So you guys can go ahead. We'll
Yeah,
pop back in
thank
there.
you.
So as we are getting set up for our next match, I did want to clarify something here. As you saw, oh goodness, that's okay. As you saw, we have best of 1 for a lot of these matchups, but we are going to have best of 3 for a couple matchups. And one of those, you like you grab Rahul. So one of those matchups is the one we have up next. Caleb Stitches gets stitches. Okay, we're not threatening any of the players who are playing here today. That is not the loving way we want to approach this. But we are going to have best of 3s. And this next matchup, can you throw the matchup slide up, Bryce? Is Henry Chow, who, I don't know if you guys have heard of him. He had a pretty good season, versus Rafal Gladitz, who is one of the better players on our team. And he has had a lot of success, especially recently. And we're going to see Grimsnarl versus Guardy. And Rahul, which of those decks do you want to talk about?
I'll take the Guardy side. That's what I did play at NAIC, so I can like weigh in a little bit. I think
Perfect.
the matchup is a very close matchup. Henry is opting to play the Jellicent version that has been recently popularized over in Japan. It is the hot talk of the town heading into the World Championships. Is it good? Is it bad? Are these jellies worth the spot? Jellicent coming in with an incredible ability that does not let your opponent play items or tools from their hand while it's in the active, and not a too bad attack to boast as well. 80 damage for a Psychic and a Colorless, and if you have 2 more energies, that's another 80 damage, but the downside is a 3 retreat cost. Now, the better part of the package is this Frillish. This Frillish is first attack does 20 damage for a Psychic and does not let your opponent play items from their hand. The drawback is that it has 80 HP, so it's harder to search with normal means. So you have to get Artisan, Nest Ball, whatever. You can see that Henry here is going for a Klefki Devo package, specifically tailored for the Grimsnarl matchup, because the idea behind that is you can push up you can use all your Monkey Dories in one turn, push up this Klefki, and end your turn. And then the Grimsnarl player doesn't get those Frost Blast ticks, because that means there's no abilities on these Monkey Dories. Basically, the line of text that says there's an ability on the Monkey Dory disappears when the Klefki's in the active. So the damage doesn't tick. The Monkey Dory or the Grimsnarl player doesn't get those extra damage counters. And once the Klefki leaves the active spot, once again, the Gardevoir player gets a second turn of Monkey Dories. And then they can go ahead with that Devolution strategy, whatever they want to do. You can, with 2 TM Devolutions in Henry's deck, he can also go for early TM Devolutions. Notably, there's the omission of the Boss's Orders that was played at NAIC, because I think this build wants to play from behind a little bit more.
Yes.
And I want to say against Grimsnarl, you're probably going to fall behind pretty quickly.
Well, see, one issue with the big jellies, it's weak to dark.
It is
and
weak to
so
dark.
you do have such powerful disruption. Like you said, you're able to use Monkey Dories and shut off theirs. But if Grimsnarl gets a gust and just an attack, that's 2, if not 3 prizes right off the bat.
Absolutely.
And speaking of, let's jump to that Grimsnarl. Nomad, thank you for the heads up. Please, guys, let us know if our audio gets wonky here. But Grimsnarl is a very interesting deck, too. So Marnie's Grimsnarl has the ability, I don't remember the name, but you search your deck for 5 dark energy and attach it to your Marnie's Pokemon in any way you like when you evolve it. This is used in combination with the attack for 2 dark, 180. And that low attack cost is a big deal, because it means you don't need to use manual attachments on your Marnie's Pokemon at all, which is important because you rely on Frostlass, which puts damage counters on Pokemon with abilities in between turns, and Monkey Dory's Adrenabane ability to consistently spread and move additional damage across the board, not only advancing your own prize game, but you heal your Grimsnarl and you heal your Pokemon turn after turn. And dude, that's intimidating for many decks.
Absolutely. And you can see Rafal's also playing a full grip of these Monkey Dories here.
Yes.
Meaning that he's not going to have too much more difficulty finding those pieces because getting the Monkey Dories into play and finding the dark is the hardest part about the deck. You've got 3 Spike Myth. Finding those Grimmsnarl pieces is actually the easiest part, believe it or not.
Yes.
And one thing I would like to note is Rafal is playing a rescue board over the air balloon. He should probably have made that change.
That's a good move. It probably is an air balloon, but we'll see when we
Yeah,
actually
we'll
go
see
with
when
it.
they set up.
It's fine.
Just because that is actually a very important thing to note here, because one thing the Gardevoir player can do under any circumstance, if everything is going poorly, we can go for a Monkey Dory scam. We can do this
Yes.
Mind Bend attack. That means now this Grimmsnarl, this big, beefy, scary Grimmsnarl, has to flip a coin if they want to attack. And the rescue board before made it so, you would stretch the energies thin on the Grimmsnarls, make it a little bit more difficult where you can go through make the first one retreat the energy off, take care of the second one. I know your opponent low. Maybe they don't find a dark. Maybe you're in a good spot. But now with an air balloon, those energies are there to stay. It's going to be a little bit more difficult.
100%. And so we're going to jump into this game and get us started. And Trevor, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Really appreciate you donating to the Trevor Project and helping it have a really successful outcome from this event. Yes, and Tom Hollitz, thank you. Tom, it's been a while. If you're watching, thanks a ton, man, for the donation and the support. Tom is an old friend from church back when I was growing up. And we are going to get started in this game with Gardevoir going first, and we're going to show our prizes. And on Gardevoir's end, we are missing a Jelly, a Cleffa, a Guardy, a Monkey. Okay.
Yeah.
But the bigger deal is on Rafal's end. We are missing Secret Box.
Secret Box, so that Arvin is now a lot less powerful from Rafal's side. You really, really want that Secret Box in the deck for both sides, honestly. But from Rafal's side, it's a little bit better just because you can go ahead and get that Spike Myth, you can get that TM Evolution, and basically ensure that you're getting a Grimmsnarl out over 2 turns. You can see probably it's a BO3, so the coin flip was almost certainly won by Rafal because he's opting to go second. But Henry is looking to go for a Jelly strategy, trying to kind of scam the early game as much as he possibly can. Rafal's hand does not look great. I see a Research, but I see a Stretcher and a Rod and a Morgrim, so we're going to be losing a lot of really valuable resources right here. That's 3 of the 4 cards I don't think you want to ever discard in this matchup.
No.
Or any matchup, to be honest.
And so getting that recovery early, so probably. Giza, Paul Giza, thank you so much for the $5 donation. Really appreciate it, man, and good to see you. So exactly right. Losing that recovery is a big deal because we're going to be retreating. We're going to get stuff knocked out.
Yep.
We're going to have to recover all those monkeys that Henry is certainly going to be trying to close
Yeah.
out. Bryce, can we crank the mics a little bit? Guys, I'm talking as loud as I can, so please keep letting us know. But
Yeah.
we see the Buddy Poffin. We're going to be able to get a couple
third,
impotents down.
A third Impidimp.
And why not?
Well, Rafal's going to have a little bit of difficulty. We have the Evo getting out 1 Morgrim here. A little bit of a sad evolution, but it is an evolution here. Setting ourselves up for a turn, the next turn to be able to come in and be a little bit more aggressive. A Curlia hitting the board, but the rest of the hand not looking too great from Henry, and a simple Sea Shadows.
Yes, and
Putting
doing
some pressure on.
20 damage, which Frillish is, weirdly enough, a monstrous update from Badu for Gardevoir. And now from Rafal's end, getting that
The
stadium
top
is
deck
huge.
Spike Myth.
Because as bad as Rafal's discards have been and that Secret Box being prized being a problem, Henry has not done much this game.
Nothing so far. And to couple with this as well, Rafal is looking at a boss's orders in his hand. So this Curlia is not long for this game.
No.
And Henry has almost certainly a chance to maybe find like a Fez or something next turn to see a couple more cards. But even then, this 30 damage is going to already stick on the Frillish. The board is getting it set up. Rafal very expertly saying, hey, these Monkey Dories the game is probably not going to go long enough for me to use these Monkey Dories in an efficient manner. So let's just get some energies on the board so I can't get stuck behind any counter catcher shenanigans from Henry in the following turns. Let me just go ahead and boss up this Curlia, take it off the board, and put Henry in a really tough spot.
And take the Secret Box. And Daddy, yes, donation is right there above. Murray, thank you so much for pointing that out. Also, let's go Big Booty Giza. I can say that out loud, sure. And so now on Henry's end, we see the Ultra Ball come down. Like you said, we have access to Pheasantipity, so we'll start to play the game. But we don't have a Ralts yet.
Nope. And we're starting the game down 1 prize immediately. The second prize is almost in the works to be gone here. Henry definitely needs to put 2 Ralts into play here, specifically because we know that the Secret Box is in the hand. We know Rafal has another boss's orders, and Iono coming down could be quite good here, but we're going to see 3. There's the Iono. There's another Curly. I think nothing great there.
No, Iono's a big deal because it means Henry will be able to play the game, but Rafal's board is good. And this is one thing Rafal and I had talked about previously. Frostlass sometimes is a lie in this matchup.
Yep.
Because you end up taking more damage and setting up math for Gardevoir, because Gardevoir, they're never going to reach a one-shot,
Yep.
especially with this new Jellicent build. So by having that Frostlass down, you're accelerating their game far more than you are helping.
Exactly. And both players do, I think, have knowledge of each other's lists. So Rafal expertly knowing that Henry does not play a copy of Drifloon means that he has no threat of that one shot ever coming in. If there was a threat of a Drifloon, then you actually want to set up a Frostlass. Just because even though you're accelerating the game, if you don't have a Frostlass up and running and a Drifloon comes up and swings at you for, I don't know, 110 damage in your face and there's a Shaman on the board, you're losing that game.
100%. Bryce, do you mind answering Nicole's question in the chat about the donation and sub? Because to be honest, I don't know the answer to that. So then I will leave it to you to Google and figure that out. Nicole, Bryce will figure that out and get you an answer just briefly.
Oh, we've got big dice coming in.
Oh, yes, thank you. I forgot to mention that. But yes, so we have the item lock now on the Grimmsnarl. 20 damage there, 20 damage on the Impidimp. We have a Ralts down, and we have an Arvin that really just gets us a tool card at this point.
Now, this is actually like really good for Henry that Rafal ended up missing the boss's orders this turn. We did know that one went to the bottom of the deck. But on the bright side, yeah, it is an air balloon. We were correct on that.
Okay, perfect.
On the bright side for Rafal, he doesn't actually have a lot of pressure that he's facing this turn. Putting the 30 on the Pheasantipity this turn is also perfectly fine. However, Rafal is going to be stretched to find a Candy plus Grimmsnarl combination at some point, because as of now, he doesn't have any more Grims to work with. He has a stretcher left, but ideally, just putting this Monkey Dark down this turn is quite good, because now he can move this 20 onto the Ralts, put some pressure on, and we're just going to... I think we're not going for the 50
thank you
there.
for using the big die. And so that's actually my question. Is it better to put 30 on the Fez? And yes, and I think it is, honestly.
I think so too. Just because now the boss's orders opened up to take out this Fez, and if you don't take the damage off the... Because now with the Monkey as well, like realistically, this you know that your Grimmsnarl is not getting knocked out this turn, so you have a lot of opportunity. Henry can't even really go for a great Devo play here just yet, just because there's no damage on the board. If Henry was able to put together an attack of some sort, then the Devo play would actually be quite crippling for Rafal, just because he'd be forced to find a rare candy on the upcoming turns. So if Henry can put some meaningful damage together this turn with a Candy Gardevoir and a play, Arvin is supporter of turn, so he knows that Iono won't come down. So boss would be almost the end of the game here. Just because Rafal would get too far ahead.
100%, especially because, if, like you said, if this does not become a Kirlia or a Gardevoir, Rafal's going to take 3 prizes. And typically, you don't always want to go that far ahead or take a huge prize lead, but if you can do it with removing their engine, their primary outs to attackers, you don't really care because you have so much time to follow that. And for those in the chat, yes, I would love to say I'm a Twitch expert, but there's some weird stuff between mobile and desktop with this donation thing, so thank you for the patience. And if you get stuck, Bryce, could you put the direct donation thing in the chat? Bryce is going to put the direct donation link in the Twitch chat, as well as it's already a pinned comment in YouTube. So you should be able to find it there. And also, thank you all for joining us.
Yeah, welcome on in. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday, just chilling today, everyone, you know. Weather's probably okay. It's a little bit rainy outside here. So
yeah, it's pretty gross, unfortunately.
Yeah, the heat is pretty bad this summer, but happens. Hopefully it's better for Worlds if you guys are attending that. California is known, South California, for good
pretty
weather.
decent.
Yeah,
pretty
decent
decent
weather. Yeah, I can't wait. You know, beach weather.
100%. And so, we are so sorry. Getting back to the
yeah,
we got
back
distracted. We're seeing the manual attachment to the Monkey Dory. This is maybe a dumb question. How are we moving? Oh, we did get a rare candy out, so we are going to be able to evolve.
Yeah, so we have all our pieces to get this Gardevoir up and running. But I think Henry's game plan this turn is saying, hey, I'm going to go ahead and confuse you, and you're going to have to procure another Candy Grimmsnarl. I'm going to bump your stadium, put you to a lower hand size. Rafal showing that he didn't play a supporter last turn besides the Arvin. Not grabbing like a secret box or something, which I think maybe he should have grabbed. Or just going back into this Frillish here. Look to the retreat.
And honestly, I love that decision because Henry knows Rafal has Secret Box in hand. It's what he got with Arvin. So Rafal does have an out to get that candy play if he decides to. But Henry's saying, all right, man, I'm going to item lock you, and I'm going to set up for that Devo play down the road. Now, the downside to that is Rafal also has Monkey Dory out. So it's going to be very hard for Henry to aggressively get out that damage.
Yeah, this turn, if Rafal was able to get a boss's orders, like we said, the game would have been pretty much over. But Rafal's actually in a really scary spot now because there's no playable cards in his hand.
Right.
Not a single one of those cards. Like, you can put that Monkey Dory down, but that's the only thing that changes. Every other card in that hand is an item card. So Henry expertly navigating the situation and saying, hey, I'm going to put you in this clock where now next turn, if I can make another Monkey Dark, then I can go ahead and set up for a Devo Klefki play, or I can go into like another Frillish for one more turn, buy another turn, Iono you down to 3 cards, and then I can Devo you when I'm down to 2 prize. When you're down to 2 prize cards, putting the Grimmsnarl back in the hand, but saying I'm going to Iono you to 2. You got to find a candy, and you got to go from there. But he's also
Yes.
conceding the fact that if Rafal finds a dark for the Monkey Dory this turn, it'd be pretty unfortunate for him. But I think he's expertly analyzed that there are 6 darks completely showing, 5 on the board, 1 in the discard from the earlier
Yep.
retreat, a Stretcher gone, and a Rod gone. And Grimmsnarl typically only plays 7 to 8, and he has full list knowledge of Rafal's deck, so he knows that in this situation, the darks are stretched very, very thin here. So
Yes.
Henry knows he can get that monkey advantage this game specifically, even with 1 prize. There's a second monkey hitting the board.
And that's a big deal now, because now Henry will be able to get ahead of those damage threats. And Daddy Ringo, thank you so much for the donations. A Puerto Rican Alex, thank you also. That is just more money going directly to the Trevor Project and their resources. So thank you all. And Daddy Ringo, thank you again. I appreciate you sending those in. We really appreciate it here.
You're awesome, awesome, awesome.
And so, Rahul, we do see that Iono to 3, exactly like you had said, and then the Fez to follow. So what is Henry's plan? What are we attacking with this turn?
If I'm Henry this turn, what I'm thinking about is I need to buy another turn. Right now, the 60 damage movement doesn't really do enough because Morcom has 100 HP, which means that we really can't move too far up. So I think if we move all 60 to the active, establish ourselves with a Frillish this turn, and then go into that, we can put ourselves in a spot where both of our monkeys are protected because we can't get really sniped down.
Yes.
We can get this Frillish up and running, item lock for another turn, put Rafal in a spot where now we can Devo him on the following turn with the double monkey, and maybe we can do some real damage from that point onwards.
100%. And Nicole, Tristan, thank you both so much for donating to our direct link here. Vincent, Chico, we did not mention before, and Helen, thank you all so much for the donations. We are at, Bryce, how much are we at Twitch? We are at over $1,200 already donated to the Trevor Project.
That's
Daddy Ringo,
crazy.
thank you for sending in a bunch of those. That is fantastic. All right, and so now we do see the energy go onto the Gardevoir. Are we going to see another Frillish?
I think so. I think Henry is debating, do I go for the Frillish or do I go for a Mind Bend this turn, making it a little bit tougher for you to take a prize card. But I think the decision, because the Frillish is giving up another prize as well, putting Rafal down to 2. So a very easy way to get checkmated here, especially if this Gardevoir gets brought up on the following turn. But you have to trust that your Iono to 3 is going to work here. At the very least, you knew that Rafal didn't have it prior to the Iono, like the boss's orders. So those 3 new cards are 3 cards that Rafal got closer to seeing a boss's orders.
Yes.
And we're going to see the maybe a CC this turn. Maybe he's looking to CC up something and stall for a turn as well. I think that might be what Henry is deciding on. But
Well, I actually love the item lock here because that does fix the math now where Rafal will not be able to, well, Rafal's hand is terrible, but
yeah.
Rafal will also not be able to undo enough math on this active Grimmsnarl where he would be able to either protect it from a Devo play or close out the game or something.
Exactly. Hippo in the chat, the Henry does play 2 TM devolutions here, so that is a key part of the strategy. Going in, like, you don't even need the Klefki in this situation. You can just push up like a Gardevoir, the Monkey Dory or something. Probably like a Monkey Dory and like go for the TM devolution here. Henry obviously still in a pretty bad spot, but if he can stop Rafal from getting another Grimmsnarl up and running or put enough pressure on the board to where we can take a Devo and like maybe another Impidimp off the board, leave Rafal with 1 Impidimp, maybe it's fine. Still a very scary situation for Henry.
100%. Because even though Henry is working back the game plan, he is fixing the math, falls down to 2 prizes, which means we are a Gust Grimmsnarl away from winning this game no matter what Henry tries to set up here. And Rafal putting 3 Impidimp down, it will be very, very tough for Henry to clear Rafal's board of attackers.
Exactly.
So there's still opportunity for Rafal. Now, this is one issue I have with Grimmsnarl. And I know we're on Henry's turn, but I'm going to go back to that in a second. But Grimmsnarl does not play Pheasantipity. We do not play a way to draw cards from our board, which, as we've seen, Henry has gotten so much value out of his Pheasantipity, including hitting a Screen Tail and a Research off that. And like Rahul, Henry's hitting just whatever he needs or wants.
Now, we know as the casters, and I think the players as well here know that Henry's third Monkey Dory is prized, which is kind of an issue. Look at that hand. Look at that research. No Iono. There is the Devo. We do need to hit the Devo this turn to play. If there was a third Monkey Dory, I think Henry would be sitting quite pretty here because he had the resources to make a third one
Yes.
pretty easily, but we do know that one is prized. The odds are pretty high of that happening. With three Monkey Dory, I think Henry would have been in a really good spot to be able to just go ahead and Devo up the board. Ideally, Klefki here is like a pretty good way to do it, just because if you go into the Klefki, you can prevent any Monkey Dory shenanigans for one more turn out of Rafal.
Yes.
Um,
And also, you have to assume that if Rafal does have, or excuse me, if Henry pulls off the Devo play, it would be very hard for Rafal to both gust and also pull off a Grimmsnarl like evolution and attack. So being able to go into that Klefki to slow down Rafal, taking the slow comeback or slow, I guess, aggression with that Monkey Dory, that could be really good for Henry. And we have the Klefki Devo in hand.
and a CC as well, we can bring up something like the Shaman. We can like make it a little bit harder for Rafal to move the active. We know that the one air balloon is on the active. We have 6 darks showing.
Yes.
So we're stretching Rafal quite thin on energies. The rod is gone. The stretcher is gone.
Yes.
The name of the game is resources. However, Henry doesn't have a lot he's working with left as well due to that
Right.
CC. So Henry has to kind of, I think, try to wipe all the impotemps using Monkey Dory damage, if that, and kind of saying that if I start attacking, you have to have no impotence left for yourself to work with. And I think Rafal, if the board does get wiped, I think Rafal will be in a very difficult situation because he only has one stretcher left,
Yes.
which means that he really can't make another Grimmsnarl if the whole board gets wiped here.
And that is the big issue. So with a single attachment down on each impidimp, Rafal would only need a single energy in order to evolve those, and I believe he did not have any energy prize. So he does have 1 to 2 energy remaining in deck, but we also need some way to retreat the Shaman, and that is terrifying. Oh.
Interesting. Looks like Henry is just saying, I'm going to leave this Gardevoir on the active. I don't think you're going to be able to move. Well, I think Rafal can't actually move his active. We're just going to take we're going to put 30 on the, yep, and then we're going to just take the Devo.
100%. So that's 1 prize for Henry because the Pokemon knockdown is Morgrim, not to the Grimmsnarl. And now Rafal will be able to play items. We have a Pokegear in hand, but and we have a stadium.
Well, now Rafal has to find a lot of pieces. He has to find rare candy. He has to hope that both darks aren't prized. Then he has to find the dark on top of that. So we need a lot of pieces. Secret Box would put him in a pretty good spot to get all of those.
Well, actually, Secret Box, and with that Arven, that may actually win the game because Henry left the Gardevoir in the active. And Rafal needs 2 prizes only, so we don't need to gust alongside this. All we need is 2 energy available. We have a Night Stretcher. We have 2 energy
There
available.
it is.
So Rafal is, I think we have a line.
We can go Arven for Secret Box for Candy, but we need to find a way to move the Shaman, which is a big thing. But I think it's also just find a Candy into Grimmsnarl this turn, and like leave yourself in a position to find this over the course of 2 turns, because I don't think Henry has any good way to deal with their second Grimmsnarl.
And I would tend to agree. And you're right, because we will be able to get the candy, but we need some kind of search out for the energy.
There is an E-Search in the deck, and we can get that eventually. But right now, I think the thing we need to like basically get is just get the Secret Box, thin out all these bad cards in our hand,
Yes.
guarantee a supporter for the following turn, and put ourselves in a spot. I think Rafal is eyeing up the candy, but I think, yeah, the Secret Box is better. Just, thin out these cards. Rafal can thin more. The Evo should be on the board, I think. Just get rid of that one there. Or, I mean, I can just play the Poffin out of hand as well, just in a way to, like, thin out as many cards as possible.
Yes.
Both of Henry's Devos are gone, so you know that threat is no longer there. Whatever Grimmsnarl you procure, you just win the game on if he gets to attack even once. You have Boss's Orders remaining. I would just probably grab, yeah, this is fine. Just research the following turn.
And I would agree because basically, regardless of what Henry pulls up, you will have an opportunity to try to fix some prizes, like attack whatever Henry goes with, because Henry will have to attack with a single prizer to avoid just automatically losing the game. And I believe Henry's second Devo is down.
Yeah, 2 Devos. Yeah, I think the Scream Tail is gone too. I think
Yes.
that research was brutal from Henry's side. I think not finding an Iono there was very, very unfortunate for Henry because there was, I think, 2 left in the deck. We're going to go ahead and candy out here this turn.
And no tool off of that, just the item, supporter, and stadium. But research is great here because now Rafal will be able to aggressively go after whatever he needs next turn, which really is just that energy.
Exactly. I think if Rafal had just held the air balloon earlier, the game would just be over, like we saw here.
Yes.
But, we live and we learn. We go next.
Exactly, and I can't blame him for getting that down preemptively because if Jellison had ever come into the active,
Yep.
that balloon could not be attached. Now, granted, still don't do that. Save the balloon, but I
Yeah.
understand the logic.
Yeah.
All right, so Rahul, on Henry's side, what does he do to give himself a chance to win this game? Because, not gonna lie, with that Grimsnarl coming down, things are looking real sketchy for him.
Yeah. Well, Henry now has to go into like basically one prizers and kind of, to the best of his ability, hope that Rafal can't gust up this Guardian, kill it. So, and Henry has very limited resources remaining as well, which is like the scariest part, I think.
Yes.
Because he doesn't have a lot of attackers left. He has a couple of Ionos remaining, but he has a lot of prize cards left. So, which means each of these Ionos is still drawing a lot of cards
Yes.
on his own end. So
Oh.
what he can do is like try to maybe go for a Mind Bend proactively here. But I think you want to keep the Shaman stuck here as long as possible because you know Rafal is spread thin.
Well, actually, and I was going to go the opposite route. I agree with the Mind Bend. I think Henry's best play actually is to gust up that Grimsnarl and used Mind Bend because, again, you know how tight the resources are. And Henry just double checking his prizes, which we're playing a friendly game. That's fine. We're not
Yeah.
worried about it. And saying, crap, I may not have the Iono I need. I don't have a Night Stretcher.
I think the stretcher is a more important one that he
Yeah.
needed this turn, just because if he gets the stretcher up and running, he can actually make another jelly here and kind of put Rafal on the ropes a little bit because you can keep frilishing the active while moving 60 to the Grimsnarl over and over again.
Yes.
And eventually you can gust that Grimsnarl up and pop it maybe and put yourself in a spot that's pretty decent. But we can see here he's spread pretty thin.
Kenneth, you made the absolute right choice to skip Water Tower to come here and join. I appreciate it. And Kenneth and everyone else watching, number one, we love that you're here. And thank you for being a part of this. And number two, please, please either donate, share this with people who want to donate. We are here not just because we love Pokemon, but we do, but we are here to try to do some good for a group of people that really need it. So we would love any help you can give. And now on Rafal's end, we have research. We got 2 research. We got another monkey. I mean, do we just burn it?
Yeah, we're just sending it. We're taking it here. And if you're Rafal, also you should be smart, I think, and wait till you have both the pieces of research and dark to go for it. Boss and dark. But it's like very difficult to wait, right? Like even if you attach retreat here, you still have a stretcher remaining, which I think is fine for Rafal as well. Like I think burn the e-search, put the dark on the board, go for take the 1 prize here, put a lot of pressure on, and put yourself on dark to win the game.
Is there ever a world, Rahul, where we actually go in and attack and put that damage on Monkey Dory?
I think it's fine here, just because Rafal is accelerating the game, and we know he has 1 stretcher remaining. So, and it's not into the hand, most importantly.
Yes.
So we know that now you no longer need a boss's orders to win, unless Henry can always shove up this Fez, but having 1 monkey, it means that Henry can always Rafal can always move that 30 back and
Yes.
be in a fine spot here.
And I think this is the aggressive route, but I actually don't mind it because if Henry knocks out this Grimsnarl, all Rafal needs is Night Stretcher, Morgrim, attack. So there is
Yep.
still a line for him to win the game on a single prizer without getting a Grimsnarl out. Now, if Rafal had not taken this knockout and given Henry an opportunity to disrupt him again, that line may not have been available later.
Yep. And now, I mean, Henry having this 3rd monkey prize is actually like probably the what is causing him the most issues in the situation because the damage
Yes.
indicators and the numbers are just so much harder for him.
Well, we actually have the 3rd monkey.
Oh, it's there.
We do have the 3rd monkey.
But now it's the stretcher.
We have had a lack of dark energy to go along
That's
with
true.
the 3rd monkey.
We had to research them all the way.
And I think we're just failing a search and throwing something back in the deck.
Yeah. It was a vessel. Henry got the.
And that's totally fine. Like I said, we're playing for fun here. We see 3 of the 4 cards come into hand, including Clefairy, including Iono. Clefairy's not a bad attacker here.
Well, actually, in this instance, Clefairy, I believe, gets him the 1-shot with 200 damage and 6 damage counters moved.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
And now Rafal is actually needing 2 pieces. Well, he still has the Grimsnarl in deck, right?
Yes.
Because we got devoted earlier. So now we need Candy, Grimsnarl, and Stretcher to get the dark because there's only no dark stuff in the deck. There's no dark stuff in the deck. There's no pieces. The Spike Myth will always get you what you need there, but Henry's basically just saying, you are not finding the perfect pieces to do this.
Yes. Now, here's something we really need to stress to you guys. Henry still have 5 prizes remaining. And, that is good, and that is big that he's taking this big swing here. He still has to take 3 knockouts on Rafal's board, and we are running very, very low on available resources. So Rafal has an opportunity here to take his time. We're not in a rush. Now, we have to protect that Impidimp. There are a lot of ways Henry could lock up the game, but he's not going to win for a couple turns.
Yeah.
And Shores, I appreciate that. Henry's pretty good at Pokemon, so we're glad to have him here.
If I'm Rafal here, I'm just probably shoving like either a Shaman or a Monkey Dory and just like trying to buy a turn. See, that Nest Ball would be a Fez in every other deck, but in this deck, it's not.
And I will tell you honestly, Rahul, I don't know why. I do not understand why not to have some board-based draw in this deck. So can you please educate me?
But mostly in this deck, it's like your board gets kind of cluttered pretty quickly, as we saw in this game as well. And like a lot of matchups outside of Guardy, you do want to get those Frostlasses in play. So at some point, you're looking at your board looking like double Frostlass, maybe even one Frostlass, double Monkey, and a couple of Impidimps, maybe a Shaman, something like that. And at that point, the board gets really cluttered. So putting this Fez into play gets a lot tougher.
100%. And that makes sense.
And putting a 2-prizer into play, too, that is easily knockoutable, I feel like is a little bit of a detriment to Grimmsnarl as well. Just because your deck is so reliant on playing this, like, control-oriented strategy that it just doesn't actually get where it needs to be consistently if you have to keep putting these 1-prizers into play.
And that makes sense.
2-prizers.
And Rafal gets the Iona, which is cool, but we need a whole lot more resources than that.
Henry showing checkmate in 1. There's Rafal with the Iona hoping to see a miracle.
He needs a candy. And Rafal scoops up game 1. Henry able to make the comeback with Gardevoir. And, I mean, Rafal Grimmsnarl able to make the early aggression there. But, dude, Henry way to find the line. Rahul, how the heck did that happen?
What a crazy. I mean, I think Henry expertly recognized early on that Rafal, the first research actually was what I think did Rafal in. Discarding both the Rod and the Stretcher was just so detrimental for Rafal because Henry knew from that point onwards all the Dark Energies, all those important cards, those are all limited.
And I agree. And so, because we have a break in between games, we are going to do the first of our giveaways. Like as we said, we are at over $1,200 donated right now. So y'all are crushing it. And thank you so much for the donations. So we are going to go to our first giveaway. And Bryce, can you show the giveaway on screen 2? I believe we have it on screen 2, right, Ryan? Beautiful. And the first giveaway is we have our North American International Championship mat. And, dude, these were hard to find. Because I don't know about your experience with Pokemon Centers, Rahul, but they shut down quick.
Yeah, I ended up actually getting into the one at EUIC on Championship Sunday. And I walked around a little bit. They didn't really have any of the exclusive stuff left. I think I picked up, I got a Psyduck hoodie for my sister, but it was in 4X. So fortunately for me, she likes to wear oversized clothing. So it worked out well. But she was like, "Can you get me this one hoodie?" And I was like, "Well, I can't really do much for you, but
you did.
I did my best."
All right. So for the giveaway, Bryce, how does this work? So Bryce is going to set it up. So essentially, Bryce is going to give you the word to say. So it's just exclamation mark, the word. We're going to run that in here, and then you guys are going to have an opportunity to get this mat. So you don't have to have donated, although we really would like you to. All you have to do is just enter the giveaway for a chance to win this mat. And yes, Fizzle, it is the word. Yes, Arctic, that is, you guys are not very helpful, even though I love it. Thank you all very much. So, Bryce, what do we want to do for this one? We're going to do playmat. You know what, actually, Bryce, do the word. Just do the word. We're just going to do that. Everyone has convinced me. We're going to do the word, but you're going to have to type it in again after Bryce punches this in. All right, so ready, set, there we go. Quentin, thank you so much. That is fantastic. I really appreciate the donation. Fantastic. And for everyone, if you just got a sub donation from Quentin, please pay that forward. If you can give that straight back to the Trevor Project charity, that would be amazing. And Bryce, do we have it go? Sorry, it's capital T. Capital T, the word. For all of you, just typed it in. Pound. It is pound. What, Bryce? You need to tell me this early, Bryce. All right.
Hashtag the word with a capital T.
Thank you. Hashtag the word capital T.
Yeah, we are definitely making you guys
all right.
for this one.
Listen, I'm working out your keyboards here, guys. Thank you. Hashtag the word capital T to enter the giveaway. To be clear, hashtag. Hashtag.
Octothorpe.
Octothorpe. Sure. Yes. Is that what it is?
That's what it's called, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I learned something new today. So hashtag.
I was a nerd in school.
Or hashtag or Octothorpe, the word with a capital T. We will have that come in for a little bit, and then we will get this given away. And so while they're doing this, Ryan, would you guys mind getting the next giveaway up there? Okay, fantastic. Ryan is currently messaging me on my phone. It is the stamp set, not sticker. It's the stamps. So we have another really cool giveaway for you if you guys are fans of Evolutions, which I don't know if anyone is. But we are giving away an Eevee plushie and an exclusive Eevee stamp kit that I will tell you all, my wife in Japan, when we were looking for stuff to give away, she said, this is adorable, and we have to give it away.
Of course.
It is.
Everyone
It
loves
is.
Eevees.
And also, getting your partner involved in the Pokemon game, it's wonderful.
Absolutely. They don't have to know what's really going on all the time, but if they support you and love you, that's all that matters.
100%. And my wife, I love her dearly. Hopefully she has a stream on right now. Thank you, Kate. You're amazing. All right. And so Eevee's kind of mid, Alex. What is this blasphemy? All right.
A little ridiculous there.
I know. It's a little ridiculous. So, Rahul, going into this game, too,
Yeah.
while we get this set up, what are you expecting to see from Henry's end?
I think Henry's going to go for the similar strategy. I think he made it pretty clear that that item lock early on is what he wants to go for, kind of get Rafal to kind of spread his resources a little bit thin. We saw towards the end of the game how big Rafal's deck still was compared to Henry's, which was like a 10-card deck at the end of the game.
Yes.
So Henry was able to kind of piece together whatever he wanted towards the end, but Rafal was spread pretty thin on resources. Looking for that Devo play once again, I think maybe trying to get ahead on monkeys. Now, Rafal basically just stretched his darks a little bit too thin and could have made more monkeys if he had items, but obviously he did not have those. So I think the biggest thing is going to be getting the items up and running. And once that all feels, like once Henry feels like he's got a comfortable board state established, he can basically go for that Devo play, try to take multiple Grimmsnarls off the board, multiple Impidimps off the board. I think Rafal did a great job of establishing the 3 like we saw in game 1, and he's going to go for that again, I think.
100%. And like you said, Frostlass is not helpful in the matchup, so prioritizing those Impidimps is a big deal. And so we're going to get into our... Bryce, you just want to cut it? Oh, beautiful. Congratulations, Tashung. Very happy for you. Congratulations on this lovely mat. And so we're going to get the next giveaway set up, which, Ryan, is just whatever we said on the sheet. All right, and so we have a lovely Eevee stamp collection from the Pokemon Center, which, again, this is all exclusive stuff, guys.
Yep.
And this is going to be, honestly, it's just adorable. So
Yeah.
if you have a friend, you love adorable things, you have a partner who loves adorable things, guys, come join. And you know what, for Bryce, for this one, what do we want to do? You know what? Great. So go hashtag capital T, the word, with a number 2 at the end. So Bryce will punch that in right now. Ryan, can you please model the stamps for everyone?
Oh, yeah, sure.
And then you want to punch in what you want. So we are going to get this up, the word 2 with a capital T exactly. We'll give you guys a couple minutes on that. And then, there you go, Ryan. Thank you for modeling that. Ooh, and thank you for showing the stats on the back. Lovely. All right, so Bryce, at this point, we can jump over to our next game while you guys do the giveaway. And so, Henry, Rafal, if you can hear us, we can get going. Thank you, Bryce, for yelling at them. All right, so we are going to get started. Game 2 of this matchup, Grimmsnarl against Frostlass. Oh, not Frostlass. Frillish Gardevoir.
Oh, those are some rough prize cards for Henry. 2 of his 3 darks.
That is a big deal. And Fez, which Fez put in so much work last game.
I think Henry's strategy, being able to use that single Frillish over and over and over again, meant that he would get 3 extra cards at every given turn.
Yes. And so we now have on Rafal's end getting the Diva, which isn't a huge deal. We have the secret box in
opening.
hand, which is so important. And so, I mean, Rafal's hand was terrible outside of that, but Rahul, we just need that one card.
Yeah, the card gets you 4 cards. So now,
Literally, yes.
now we're getting Poffin if we want it. We're getting that Evo up and running. We're getting basically, like, we have Stadium in hand as well, so we can go get, like, Nestball or Poffin here. We saw double Poffin fries from Rafal, actually, so we can't get Poffin. I'm lying to you.
Which is a little problematic here, honestly.
Yeah, but we do a Stadium. We get the Stadium plus the Nestball, so it's kind of like a budget Poffin. We're just one Pokemon short of, like, where we want to be. And I think one of the more annoying things for Rafal is that he can't establish an energy onto the Monkey Dory this turn. It's going to almost certainly have to go onto this Impidimp. Because we're looking to Evo, right? Like, we're looking to Evo up. We're looking to get the ball rolling. Getting the Artisan to put it to the bottom of the deck. I think we want to put the Spike Myth into play.
I agree with that completely because we do not want to help Henry, especially if he has a bit of a slow start here. But Rafal having Spike with
Double Nesball.
you know, we have double Buddy Poffin at home.
Yeah, we got double Nestball. We've got Spike Myth. Like, we've got everything we kind of need here. Grabbing ourselves Almost certainly just another, like I would grab myself, if you have double Morgrim, which we do, I think, I'm down to just grab both Impidimps here so we can just Evo up to double Morgrim, making it a little bit,
Wait. Oh, with Spike Move, we were getting the Morgrim.
okay, we're
Okay.
spiking the Morgrim out.
And actually, that is a fantastic decision. If we are only going for one Impidimp, Rafal is going to Iono that Morgrim to the
Yep.
bottom of the deck to guarantee that it's in deck. And dude, I love that play.
I like that quite a bit. We guarantee that we're not going to whiff it. Super reasonable here. I think this is just very smart from Rafal, a very heads-up play. We don't really need to get triple Impidimp out this turn. We just need to guarantee that we get a Morgrim up and running. We see a Balloon in the hand as well, which is quite good for Rafal, meaning those energies can get preserved, especially
Yes.
when we go into this Grimmsnarl. We see 2 Darks in the hand as well, meaning this Monkey Dory is going to come online a little bit faster. Henry knowing that even though his Frillo strategy worked so well last game, that every single time he tries it again, he doesn't have 3 free cards he's going to be getting.
Right,
from defensive
exactly.
Deputy.
All right, and so for Rafal's end, like you said, beautiful setup. On Henry's end, we do get the Utarzon down. We do have a Gardevoir EX, Monkey Dory, Night Stretcher in hand. Those are all good cards. Not right now.
Yeah, just don't see a supporter, which is a little bit unfortunate for Henry here. He might just be grabbing a couple of pieces, just getting other Ralts onto the board just in case there is shenanigans. Just opting for the Frillish, saying, hey,
Okay.
these Gardevoirs aren't that important for me immediately. Like, if something goes down, I can figure it out.
And we see Henry kind of stuck, I think, debating whether or not another Ralts is needed here. And we just see the item lock for 20 damage.
Oh, there's the boss's orders from
Ooh.
Rafal as well. Rafal having what could only be described as the perfect hand in this situation. Monkey, probably grabbing another Monkey Dory here. If I'm Rafal, just setting up so your board is really good, making it effectively Devo proof for the time being because we're up on monkeys.
And so on that note, here's my question about the air balloon, because you
Yep.
mentioned it before. Having that air balloon available last game would have saved Rafal the game. Do we keep the air balloon in hand right now?
I think so, just because, look, with a heads-up play Rafal made by attaching an extra energy to the Impidimp, I think he's saying, hey, I'm going to use this balloon at some point in the game to just get myself out of a pickle, get myself out of a situation that got stuck in. And I think last game also Rafal didn't need to bench stuff like the Shaman, and this game I think Rafal is making a mental note of that and not overbenching here as well. Like that
Yes.
extra Impidimp, that extra stuff that can get stuck. Now we're in a situation where we're going to go keep getting the monkey advantage. And if I'm Rafal, if Henry had attached the monkey, I would have actually probably chased the Monkey Dory over the Ralts, just because that Ralts will eventually become a Curlia, which you don't mind that much. And then the Monkey Dory's advantage is actually way more important, especially when you know that Henry is playing for this TM devolution strategy so transparently with his list. Like
So, and I would agree with him. My only thing is actually I would have left the Ralts alive. And for
Cool.
2 reasons. One, because you saved the boss, and 2, that Ralts would have become 2 prizes.
Yep.
And if you're Rafal, you really don't want to have to take 6 knockouts to win this game. So if you leave an easy knockout 2 prizer on board that, even if it's a key piece of Henry's strategy, it doesn't actually draw him cards. It doesn't actually let him play the game. I think that may have bought you a little more time. Oh, we see the monkey.
CC up on the monkey. Henry kind of hoping that Rafal doesn't find anything, but we know that Rafal has the dark and the balloon. I would be down to put both onto the board here, not bench anything else, kind of just put yourself in a spot where now the board is just basically like impenetrable. Rafal should not get anything off this search here just because his board is pretty much perfect.
The only thing I would debate is another Impidimp, but yeah, I mean, things are pretty good.
Grabbing another Monkey Dory here, opening up the window for Henry to go for another CC play, showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energies now gone as well.
Yes.
So Rafal giving himself a chance to get stuck. Obviously, with double Monkey Dory, you're not really getting stuck because even if the Frillish is hitting into you, you're much further ahead on being able to do attachments, basically like move the damage back over.
Yes. And on this play, though, I do also agree. I think leave the monkey in deck. I get that he's trying to like maximize his draw, and I do not want to see that Shaman put down. Rafal wisely choosing just to research, and I mean, Rafal's cooking here.
Yeah, the board is as perfect as you could ask for as the Grimmsnarl player. He drew into another Dark as well. Spike Myth to replace the Artisan, taking away Henry's free searches each turn. The Morgrim in the deck as well, putting a Morgrim into play now.
And that's so good because now that Devo play is way less valuable, especially if Rafal can get down another Grimmsnarl. Because now Henry would have to get 100 damage on each Grimmsnarl in order to undo or cause any major problems for Rafal.
Exactly. I don't know how you're doing that through 2 monkeys, and it's about to be a 3, so I don't know how we're doing
Right.
that through all of this. Rafal choosing to move just 1 to the Ralts here, putting pressure. Keeping that damage is actually very important because now that 1 extra damage counter could tick up to an interval that could be important. Especially because if we see that Henry's been going for this item lock strategy, if he goes back in for item lock again, now we have 3 full damage counters to move as opposed to the 2 we've been moving every single turn. Given we have 2 Monkey Dories to work with as well.
100%. And also, it prevents kind of a useless damage counter from going over there because whether it's 4 or 5 on that Ralts, it doesn't change anything. If
Yep.
we're sniping with Grimsnarl, we have the knockout regardless. And if it was 5 and it evolves to Curlia, we don't have the knockout regardless. So like you said, save that damage. Now, for Henry's turn, what do we do?
Well, he tapped the research, so we can actually get to play the game. We're putting in the big jelly here, and there is the research.
We do
Looking
see
for
research.
a CC almost certainly, and kind of hoping, I think, for the best.
Well,
And a Candy Guardy, I think.
That's a big deal, but do we want to Candy Guardy this turn?
I think Henry was thinking about going Candy Guardy, bringing up the monkey on the bench, and kind of trying to stall for a couple turns that the energies were pretty spread out again, but he missed the Guardy. This Nest Ball once again showing that this Fez would have been...
Well, he actually has Candy Guardy.
Oh, he has Guardian Nest?
We have Candy Guardy, but I think the
Okay.
question is, do I do it? And that's... I don't see a downside if you're going to go into Jellison anyway, because you already have 2 2-prizers down. Grimsnarl's going to be able to take a 1-shot. I mean, what's the downside?
It might be worth it here as well to just go into Monkey Dory and try to Mind Bend.
Yes.
Because we know that Rafal's Balloon is showing. We know that there is a lot of darks that have already been expended once again in this game. So maybe there's a line where we can go ahead and force Rafal to retreat into this new Morgrim, make it into another Grimsnarl. Maybe Rafal prize the second Grimsnarl. Anything could happen, right? Or like force Rafal to flip through it. Obviously, if he does flip through it, then he's in a really good spot. But it looks like Henry is playing for a little bit of a safer route, saying I need more cards to work with.
What do you think about that decision?
I think Henry is just playing a losing game at this point because I think Rafal has too many resources that he's still working with.
Yes.
And I don't think we're getting our hand size low enough that it's gonna matter. Like I don't think there's like enough of a combination of cards we're gonna be able to see that can change the tide of this game, especially giving Rafal another attack here. Getting another dark onto the board, more specifically onto this Monkey Dory, makes it a little bit tougher for the game to advance. And now if Rafal has a boss this turn, that's pretty much lights out, I think, just because we're going down to 1 prize card and the board is like perfect.
Especially if, like you said, we get this dark down on the Monkey Dory. Like that is about game over. And I love going for the Grimsnarl EX here just to turn that Devo play into nearly impossible. Except for there's no Grimsnarl in deck. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, never mind.
It isn't the prize cards, but Rafal is going to be able to thin out his deck pretty efficiently here. I think slamming the research, all those cards in the hand, those Ionos, whatever, completely irrelevant for the scope of the game. If we just go ahead and slam the dark onto the bench one.
Irish said double and give to next. Is that an option? Can we do that? Sure. All right. Nicole, if you could just make sure Irish sends that to us, because not that I don't trust you, but I also don't want to steal his nice Eevee stamp collection or their nice Eevee stamp collection. All right. So for Rafal, like you said, research is probably the move here. I think Rafal is in pain that he does not have a boss because this is a turn when he would love to take 3 prizes.
Yeah. Well, right now, I think the biggest thing is he's debating whether or not this research is, or sorry, this stretcher is important.
Tossdown, 100%. Please just go ahead and say claim, and then absolutely we can keep it here for you. Irish, I'm glad you got it. And thank you, Nicole, for not randomly crushing things here. All right, so then, like you said, do we see the research or just the knockout? We just see the knockout. And then now Henry has an opportunity to go into Jellison if he wants. Can put more damage on the Irish. Well, you know what? Thank you for having us in the background while you're cleaning. You are being much more productive than I am today, and I give you credit. So then, Rahul, what does Henry go into here?
Well, I think Henry, and the board is really scary, right? But you do know Rafal is short a Grimsnarl, so maybe you can look for a play where now you're looking to say, hey, I'm gonna have to maybe go for the confusion, maybe make you flip through it, and if you get there, you get there. If you don't, you don't. Go for a little bit of an item lock strategy here, maybe another frillish, like a little bit of a poke. See what you can do off the back of that. But Henry's options are dwindling quite quickly. And then Arvin here doesn't bode well either because now Rafal gets to keep this massive hand that he just researched away into. I believe he researched.
He did. He did. And so, well, first off, let me ask you or say again, Curtis, thank you so much for the $40. I really appreciate that. Leo, thank you so much for the $25. And Layla, thank you so much for the $20 donation. We are at, Bryce, how much are we on Twitch? We are at, if I can do math, $1,300 right now donated. So thank you all so much for the donations. Please keep it coming for this incredible organization. And Rahul, I got way too excited. Keep telling us about this turn.
No, it's really exciting stuff to be, excited about. It's awesome. Thank you guys all for, supporting. It's phenomenal. But it looks like Henry is struggling with Arvin for a vessel, trying to get some energies. You need to get this dark out up and running here. We know, and I guess Henry knows as well, that 2 of his darks are no longer in the deck. So
Yes.
finding this last dark is a little bit of a crucial point for Henry. And I think we're gonna have to go for a confusion play. I think it's just so difficult to try to win this game in an honest manner. Maybe he's going for a Scream Tail. Yeah, it looks like maybe Scream Tail, take out one of the monkeys, take the damage off the board, which is fine.
And we are going for that. We are going for the Scream Tail. And unfortunately, though, if Rafal has Gust in hand, that's just game.
Well, he can move 30 off the Monkey Dory, so he'll be a little bit outside of range of this.
True.
But taking out the Guardy is pretty good to just put yourself in a spot to just like get really far ahead. So we're gonna move the 30 off this monkey, just kind of put it onto the Morgrim, and take off the Morgrim, and then we're gonna go for like a confusion play almost certainly next turn. Don't think we can look for a Devo play. I think it's a little bit too difficult right now. But I think Henry is setting up for the best confusion play he could possibly make. A gear in Rafal's hand. One boss is down. I think there's another boss at least in the deck.
Yes.
So if we can look to just thin this out. No Iono happened last turn. So we can Spike Myth out a card as well. I don't think there's anything left in the deck, to be fair, though.
Bugcatcher, Leo, that is fantastic. We will be very, very excited to see you back and hope it was a fun vacation. Kevin agreed. 1,300 is insane. And Nicole, thank you so much for being here. We also love this community because, man, we're coming out to support the people that need support, which is fantastic. All right, and so for Rahul, this is still a good position for Rafal, but we're kind of running into the same thing last game. It is difficult to close out the game because Henry has done such a good job kind of delaying, keeping himself in with an opportunity.
This is the turn that it all comes down to. These 7 cards. Will there be a boss's orders? A boss's orders would almost certainly mean wraps. There it is. It doesn't end the game on the spot, right? But the Gardevoir is going to go down, which is going to make any possible play from Henry's side a little bit more difficult on the following turn. And going down to 1 prize now means that even if Henry wants to go in with this confusion, try to make a play there, it's going to be a lot easier for Rafal to be like, hey, I'm going to try to flip through this and try to get there. And Rafal should be benching this Impotent here just because we have this
100%. Marvel Gamer, how much do you have to donate for a 2v2 Go Fish? I will tell you right now, if you guys get it to $4,000, and you don't have to give yourself Marvel, but if we get to 4K, we will have whoever we need to play 2v2 on Go Fish. I am all for that. Do you have a concern with that, Rahul?
Seems fine. I mean, I'm not a big Go Fish player, but I'm sure there are some aficionados out here.
We'll find some gamers. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
And Irish, I will let you ask Henry because I don't know if he's doing shipments right now. We are, all right, let's go here. So we do see the Gust. We see the knockout on the Gardevoir. So where does this damage go?
You just want to overload the monkey, I think. Just put it in a place where Henry can't move damage off of this monkey, and then puts it in a spot where if Henry has to leave damage on the board for Rafal, now like even this confusion play gets significantly worse because now Rafal can just go move 60 off the guy and the game ends there too. Like right, like if you go for the confusion play, now double monkey means that 60 goes onto the Monkey Dory, game is over. 60 goes onto the Scream Tail, game is over. So this one Rafal being at 1 prize, I think almost certainly means Henry is checkmated, given that he can't make a second Monkey Dory. Looks like he's looking for a Klefki play.
So real quick, agreed. So for Stellar Wish Gaming, we do have a direct link, so I would try that in case you can't do it through Twitch. And if you do want to donate and are able to, send me a direct message either on Facebook or Twitter, and I will try to figure out something so we can make that work, because we want to have this be as successful as we can for Trevor Project. We do see the Iono now for Henry. Gust up the Impidimp, and are we going to see this Impidimp knocked out? I can't possibly be
I don't
the
think
case.
so. I think we're just trying to stall for as long as possible with this, just because I think Henry's going to try to match the monkeys. Move 60 here. Oh, we're just going to the Klefki and passing. Oh,
okay.
So we're looking to remove everything off the board next turn with a Devo. The Spike Myth coming through here again, just to shuffle up the deck. Rafal knowing what's left in his deck. No energies. More importantly, the Stretcher went to the bottom, though, so that energy needed to come back this turn. Henry looking for the Devo play. next turn saying, hey, you're not going to have this candy play.
We have a research off the Iono to 1, and all we need is an energy to win this game. Do we hit it? We hit the ninth
There's the
stretcher. That is game. We have a 1-to-1 match here, ladies and gentlemen.
Going to game 3, I think Rafal would have been able to close this game out a lot cleaner had that Grimsnarl not been his exact last prize card.
Right, exactly.
But Henry expertly navigating this and saying, hey, I'm going to put this on you to have this these pieces where you need them.
Yes.
The Fez being prized for Henry was obviously very, very difficult in those situations just because he didn't get those free cards. Every time he went for that further strategy, he didn't get those 3 free cards. And we saw how detrimental that was. When he couldn't dig through his deck, he couldn't find those cards. He couldn't actually establish board. And he had a lot of cards in deck. The last game, he had 5 cards in deck by the end of turn 4 or 5.
And I would say that's one big thing for me for Gardevoir where I was wrong, I'll admit it. I was fully expecting Gardy to drop off more because you lost so much onboard draw, where now Gardevoir itself is incredibly powerful. Monkey's fixed damage, but you don't have anything to actually draw you cards if you are disrupted, except that Pheasantipity now.
Yeah, and the Mew is pretty good too, but Henry's opting to not play because something's got to go for these Jellicent pieces. There's so many jellies and so many spots that are eating up in this deck that at some point you got to make space for all these cards.
So we're going to do another giveaway after the next one just because, man, we want to see a full set here. And so one thing we did say, we are having these untimed, we don't need to go based on prize advantage. We're here to see some good Pokemon. So we're going to see Henry and Rafal play this game 3 to completion. And Bryce, do you know, I think I've missed some comments, but Arctic, 4 Monkey, 4 Dark, I think makes any matchup more manageable. Nicole, thank you so much for donating for Stellar Wish Gaming. Really appreciate that. And like I said, Stellar Wish, if you do want to donate, send me a message. We will figure something out. I am happy to facilitate that.
Most importantly, this game, Henry finally gets to go second. Until now, Rafal has been able to go second both games, which means that he has had the edge to get the first Evo up and running, the first Pokemon up and running. Now Henry gets a chance to get the Gardevoir up and running, get the item block up and running before Rafal actually gets to play the game. We see a Candy from one side and just a Ralts from the other. So nothing too impactful. Both players knowing that they have a lot of their primary resources in the deck to work with. Henry knowing there's, I think, 2 supporters in there, so maybe not a haphazard research that he wants to slam down. Rafal starting the game with a Monkey Dark and a pass.
Which, to be honest, is about all Rafal could hope for. We get a Monkey down. We have opportunities to get more impotence next turn, especially because Budu is so powerful because you do not need an attachment to use it. But for Frillish, you need to attach a Psychic to use the attack. So with this Monkey Dory in the active, Henry actually doesn't have a way to item lock this turn.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Henry's hand, I think he's faced with the decision of, I don't really want to research, but do I want to Arven for Secret Box? And if I do a Secret Box, what do I get rid of? But the rest of the hand is all supporters.
It is.
You're getting rid of a couple Ionos, you're getting rid of a couple of researches, and then that also adds to the fact that later in the game, Henry might have more difficulty just finding pieces. But this way, he also can almost certainly guarantee the TM evolution if he wants it this turn. But I think more importantly, he's going to just look for getting some pieces on the board with Candy Guardy.
Which is a big deal. And that's actually going to be my question. Do you hold this hand? Do you Secret Box?
For sure.
Oh, I guess, we already are. God, we're really on our game today. Sorry. But yes, so we Secret Box. We're going to get the Ralts down. Is this with the item? So we actually we can get a Ralts out with Artisan, but it's just going to be 1. Do you think that's the right move here?
I think what Henry's going to go for here is just grab this Curlia and get it up and running. Oh, no, not even the Curlia. He's going to get Devo instead of the Evo. So we're just going to get a Ralts because he's got the Candy Guardy in hand already. I think just establishing the fact that we want to get this Dark on the board, or just getting Psychics in the discard as well is quite important. So this is what the Guardy deck kind of struggles with here, because outside of your Vessels, outside of your Researches, outside of your Ultra Balls, you're not really finding great ways to put energy into the discard. And in this situation, Rafal deciding, can I...
Well, I mean, Rafal's hand is both incredible and horrible, because we have all the pieces we need, but this is going to require getting rid of a lot of those pieces. And so with the Secret Box, we can get a Gust.
Yeah.
But if we do get the Gust, do we keep the Iono? I guess... Rahul, what is the line to play this out for Rafal?
I'm down as Rafal to just keep the Iono, go for a complete, I think get rid of the Rescue Stretcher here, and just kind of go for the no Gust this turn, or maybe just grab a Research, go Candy Research.
And I actually love that. I think Candy Research is so strong here because you're already going to burn these resources down. You can use that Night Stretcher in your hand still to get the manual attachment onto Monkey Dory. And the only thing Rafal needs is an out to another Impidimp, which he will get with this. I always forget it. What is the stadium name?
Spike Move.
Spike Move. Yes, thank you. Again, guys, I stress we're crushing it. But so we're going to have an almost perfect board here.
Yeah, it looks like Rafal is opting for an Iono over the research just to preserve this stretcher, which I think is fine. I think he's a little bit spooked from game one after basically losing the game on the back of that. Getting an Impidimp here as well, establishing that the rest of the hand is pretty good from his own standards. A turn 2 Candy Grimmsnarl. Rafal having a pretty good start all 3 games. Something that is not the most common for Grimmsnarl decks.
That is very true.
Going 2-1 here.
Well, and also, I love the Iono because Rafal, Arctic, I don't actually know why we didn't go for the Evo, because even though we do have Candy Guardy in hand, it kind of opens up for a need for more resources later. So for Rafal's end, though, he noticed Henry got rid of 2 supporters,
Yep.
a TM Evo,
Yep.
and
The Arvin's
just a
gone as
Ralt.
well, and we know that there is a lot of pieces that we don't stretch this turn, I don't think. Or I guess we can get a dark back, but we could just discard the stretcher.
It's fine. Either way, it's a net. But I like this because Rafal has to know Henry probably has so many resources in hand to draw with, which makes sense because he saw none of them off of that Iono. And now knockout 30 onto Ralts. Rafal
Yep.
takes 1 prize, and now Henry. We have Ultra Ball for Fez, but otherwise this hand is not great, Rahul.
These 3 cards have to be incredible from Henry, or this game is going to end very, very quickly here. Has to get this Fez. No other option. This Fez, a lifesaver for this Carnivore deck. We saw how inefficient the deck looked after it was prized last game.
Yes.
But here we're going to go ahead and go see these 3 cards. We had to shuffle the deck anyway. I mean, the Spike Myth was there to shuffle the deck. Two supporters to the bottom of the deck. So many resources already gone. Seeing 3 new cards. Candy, Frillish, nothing.
And I mean, those are good cards in general, but right now they are not. Because also, do we have an energy to retreat this Ralts?
I don't believe we do, Dan. I think we are currently stuck where this Ralts is going to go. We have a dark, okay? I see
We have
it.
a dark, and I mean, I think we have to retreat this Ralts,
Yeah,
right?
I think we have to make the move. I think we have to survive here. Rafal looking at his hand, nothing too crazy either, but maybe a CC from Henry to like stall here.
Kenneth, I don't think if Jellicent is the problem in these rounds, to be honest. It's been Grimmsnarl just popping off, and Henry is one of the absolute best players in the game, and I hate to say it, Rahul, I think that misplay last turn is going to cost him.
I think so. I think an Evo would have been a little bit better. I think just setting up your board, because this turn would be a little bit easier to get a Gardevoir up and running. Obviously, seeing the cards that we're seeing doesn't really change too much. We know
For
that,
sure.
like we know that these cards are like pretty abysmal across the board. He does find an Devo. So with the 1 candy that Rafal did go for, we can actually like punish this a little bit if we had a better start. But looks like just a pass, saying I don't want to attach this energy. I think it's just not worth my time. Giving up this Ralts seems fine.
Kenneth, it's a good point. Henry is not a fraud. Guardy is not a fraud, but maybe it does come down to Jelly. And so Rahul, for Rafal, is this as simple as just thin your hand, knock out Curlia, or knock out Ralts?
I'm down to balloon the active, attach the dark to the Morgrim, and just slam a research here. Just because I think the rest of the cards in the hand suck. Like, you do not need these Frost Lasses. You do not need this candy anymore. If you get Devo, you have the other Morgrim already on board, which is fine. I think he's playing a little bit safer and not researching, but I think you're just looking for a boss's orders, probably in the next turn or two. Just because if you can put the 30 on the Fez here and look for a boss next turn.
And getting the Pokegear off the prizes to do so. And there we go. We see an Iono for Henry. So Henry now, we're going to be able to play the game a little more.
Yeah, we can go for a little bit of item lock. We can go for some strategy. Going for the Jellicent and attach here. Just saying, hey, I'm in a really tough spot. We're going to Devo this Grimmsnarl, take away one of your candy outs. But Henry is conceding the prize card here because that is going to go back to the hand, right? It's going to go straight back to the hand, meaning that this Morgrim can come right back up. And Henry has to say, your Spike Myth can't produce another Morgrim. If that happens, I'm in a really tough spot. Rafal already flashed the Dark Energy, so Henry knows that there is another Dark Energy, at least in the deck. The Iono still has to happen. You can't really not Iono here.
Right.
Rafal has so many cards. He kept that hand for some reason. I would have slammed the research if I was Rafal.
I feel you. I think I would have slammed it too, if not Pokegearing for boss to start. But this is a good hand for Rafal.
Yeah, it's perfectly okay here. This Jellicent being in play means that 2 prizes are always going to be there. The Morgrim going back to the hand as well as the TM Devo. No candy available this upcoming turn, but we can get into the Morgrim in the active and just punch the active if we want to. Looks like Rafal is just going for the bench one. going for the Spike Myth, getting another Morgrim if there is in the deck.
Which I think there is, because we did not see one prized. I could be wrong. I could be a liar.
There
No, it
is.
is in the deck. So then, my question, Rahul, do we hit this jelly?
So the risk is if you do hit this jelly, if Henry produces a Candy Gardevoir and a Dark Energy onto this Monkey Dory, then the response is actually pretty crippling. But I think we have no reason to do it. I think we're completely comfortable just Ionoing this turn, putting Henry down to a lower hand size. We can't play any of our item cards. We can put this Impidimp down as well. I don't think there's too much of a risk in doing so. But I think just retreating, I probably would have personally retreated into the Monkey Dory and just sacked it because we're already up a Monkey Dory.
I would agree completely, because retreating one energy off Monkey is fine.
Yeah,
it is
I agree.
not a big deal.
But this Morgrim going down now means that Henry has an easier route to just win the game because there is only two. We can't make another Morgrim, right? Like if Henry goes back into that item lock strategy that he did earlier, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for that to happen. But there's no Candy Guardy this turn. And Rafal is basically just saying, I have a guaranteed Spike Myth this next turn. Henry's shaking his head. He knows that he's in a lot of trouble.
Yes. And
Here's the
also,
current star.
I do think going into the Morgrim has the advantage of, it would have been difficult for Henry to reach knockout, because we would have had to get 3 Psychic Energy onto that, which would have required Candy Guardy. And in doing so, it would have just put a lot of resources in play. And then Rafal would have an opportunity to respond. Now, granted, maybe we didn't actually need to be that aggressive. Like, maybe going to the Monkey would have just been fine. But this way also, Rafal protects that Dark Energy if something happened. And dude, we saw the first 2 rounds, Rafal just got stuck over and over.
Yeah.
So protecting that energy may be really important.
And Rafal expertly also not using the Iono in his hand, recognizing that Henry didn't do anything last turn. Henry's options are now quite limited. A boss's orders will close out the game. But Henry has to go for the Gardevoir. He has to put it into play. You can't not put it into play from this position.
100%. And even now, Rafal playing ahead very well. Even if there's a Monkey Dory Confusion play, there's 3 energy on the active Grimmsnarl. So we can retreat and be 1 attachment away from attacking again if another Confusion play or something happens.
I think Henry drew his 3 cards, and I don't think he drew anything of substance. I saw a Vessel. I saw a Frillish. Looking for an Iono, almost certainly looking for a way to put those Psychics in the discard.
Yes.
Getting the board set up in a way where maybe you can CC, maybe you can put some damage on this board, maybe you can Klefki, maybe you can put some pressure on, but I don't see a great line for us to get out of this situation. An attachment to the Curlia, no supporter in the hand. How are we getting out of this situation?
I have no idea, honestly, because this is very, very tough. Rafal's board is so strong, and even though Henry has a ton of comeback potential, like, the lines are getting smaller and smaller, because how do you disrupt Rafal? Rafal's going to be able to attack next turn, at least take 1 prize, and then he has so many opportunities available to follow up still. And we're going to retreat and go into Clefairy here.
Basically saying I need to buy 1 more turn. If you have the boss's orders, I lose the game.
And
show me the boss, and we'll pack it up. I see a gear in the hand. No boss as of now, but Rafal can. I mean, if I'm Rafal, I'm not putting extra Pokemon on the bench for sure. You probably shouldn't. But the Spike Myth looking. We see the boss. There's like 2 boss very close to the bottom. So very good that he was able to, shuffle that deck around here.
And to be honest, maybe that was part of his rationale for not researching last turn if there was a boss in hand. I didn't see one, but
No.
Okay, there wasn't one.
There wasn't, no.
Never mind. Then you were just right, Rahul. That's fine. So putting down the Shaman, Rahul, I have a question. Have we learned no lessons from the previous games?
I think it's fine in this exact situation just because we are gearing for potentially game. And Henry's board looks quite poor, so I think this is an exception to the rule.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. And we
There's the
do
boss.
see the boss. Rafal Gladitz takes down Henry Chow, some no-name player from somewhere. And just kidding. But that was an excellent series to show how Grimmsnarl can go into the matchup and how Guardy, it has a chance every game still.
Yeah, if you want to like guard, this is an excellent display from both sides of what to do and what not to do. Like we
Yes.
talked about in extent where Rafal basically lost game 1. And then we saw how Henry basically expertly clawed his way back into this game 1 that felt lost. Game 2, which shouldn't have been as close as it was also pretty close.
Yeah.
Due to like a little bit of missteps on both sides. So even though Grimmsnarl seems pretty easy to play, pretty easy to navigate, you can see where the faults are coming in and
Right.
like making small plays where you're like overbenching overstretching on resources, holding some cards that you shouldn't hold, especially against these decks like Gardevoir, which on paper are really, really favored for you, can lose you some games.
And that is one of the reasons why we want to show this off as a best of 3, because these are such skill-intensive decks.
Exactly, and like you're not playing against a Henry Chow every single game. Like
No.
when you're playing Gardevoir. So like when
Absolutely
you're playing
not.
Grimmsnarl, you might get some of those easier wins against some of your local players, some people who don't know how to navigate those lines expertly. But we saw in all 3 games how important Fez was on one side and how important bench management and energy management was on the other side.
100%. And I will criticize both of them now. So do you mind, Rahul, if I kick you
Yeah,
off
yeah.
for a little bit? And so we're going to, Bryce, if you guys want to have a seat, Henry and Rafal, we're going to chat with you guys. Oh, sorry. All right, so apologies. We're doing some logistics here, too, because we have actually Eliza, relatively pokey fan. You go ahead and put those on. So we have Eliza, relatively pokey famous person, leader of Team Artemis, joining us in a little bit to talk about Trevor Project. But first, Henry, Rafal, we got to talk to you guys because that was a heck of a series. And so, Henry, if you don't mind, I want to start with you. Gardevoir should not win this matchup, and yet I know it's actually pretty close, but how do you play this matchup, knowing that Grimmsnarl can one-shot anything, anytime, and manipulate damage counters in the same way?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think the matchup's pretty close. I mean, well, this Gardevoir Jellicent deck doesn't seem very good, but you can kind of, well, we'll see about that. But I mean, the
Appreciate the
Klefki
honesty.
is really, really good. I mean, you kind of saw it in the first game how if I can just freeze their ability to use Monkey Dories for 1 turn, I'm able to like push for a Devo play pretty aggressively. So I think because of the Klefki, the matchup is pretty close. This is my first time like playing with the Klefki, and I definitely see why the Japanese player is included it in the list. It seems pretty useful in the matchup, and that's probably the saving grace here because it's really hard to actually like knock out their Monkey Dories, especially because they play Shaman. So you just kind of have to use this Klefki in order to have a chance to cheat the damage. Yeah.
And that makes sense. And Rafal, on your end into the matchup, you and I had talked about it a little bit, but I noticed that you did not put any water Pokemon in play at any
Yes.
point. And so why is that? Because that's typically a big part of the deck strength.
Yeah, it's just like, because obviously the Frost is good because it gives you damage to work with, but in a Monkey Dory kind of mirror match like this, it's more important to not give them damage to work with than it is to kind of give yourself damage to work with. Because if I'm letting him kind of start building up Monkey Dory damage, then I'm allowing him to do bigger plays and do better plays. So part of that is just like, I'm going to be one-shotting you. I'm going to be doing clean knockouts. I'm going to make you hit me and give me damage, and I'm going to try my best to like not give you damage to work with. And there was certain point. There was one game where I was like, almost like, if he's just going to like stall it out, like you can accelerate the pace of the game. But Grimmsnarl is just like so effective against a lot of Guardians attackers that just like going straight with Grimmsnarl, and also like your bench needs to be as Monkey Dory filled as possible. So there's also just not a ton of room for like Frostlass.
That makes sense. So one of the questions, because I want to talk through a couple plays here that we saw. So Rafal, starting with you, game 1, obviously in a very dominant position. What happened there? Was it overbenching? Did we not like use the balloon correctly? Like what kind of got us out of the game there?
Yeah, well, yeah, because the Shaman got stuck, and then I do think I like mismanagement energy a little bit. That turn 1 research kind of sucked because I had to discard it was a Morgrim and an energy and a Super Rod. So like it was just a lot tougher to like come back from that. Because even though I was able to get a pretty like powerful board, I kind of ran low on energy, and I had like it was like a stretcher in the deck, to late game. So once I was getting Ionoed super low, it was just really tough. And then the Devo along with that meant I needed to like get an energy to retreat, but then also get an energy to put onto the Grimmsnarl, and then also get the candy. So then once I got Ionoed out of that combo, I was just kind of stuck. So I think part of that was just like not being able to kind of protect myself against the Devo play. I don't think it was necessarily like the Shaman getting stuck, because like a lot of stuff can get stuck against counter catcher, but like the Devo play into that was just really difficult to come back from, because this is a matchup where if you know they're playing Devo, you want to evolve, like you want as many like fully like not rare candied Grimmsnarls on the board as possible. You even saw like that game 3, I just straight up was like, I'm just gonna evolve 2 Grimmsnarl, because like you don't want a situation where like they Devo 1, knock out the Morgrim, and then and then your Morgrim turns into a little guy, and then Jellicent's item locking you, and you're like, oh wow, I just kind of like just lost the game. So it's making yourself as Devo proof as possible, and losing the Super Rod and Morgrim really made that really difficult.
And so that was the other thing I was going to go to with Henry, because difficult describes your hands the first 2 games. They were brutal, and you still made a way to kind of win the game. You had win cons in both games.
Yeah, game 2 is close, yeah.
Game 2 is honestly, both were very close. You just kind of stole game 1, which I love to see. For game 3, you made up for that by having every support in your deck in your hand turn 1. So the question I had is you chose to get rid of the Devo and keep the Candy Guardian in hand.
Yeah, that was bad.
Okay, so that
was yeah.
I was going to ask exactly about that. What was your mindset? Was that the right way to go about it?
Yeah, I just kind of like messed up. I was definitely supposed to just Evo into Curlia and discard the Candy. I don't really know
Okay.
why I didn't do that. Yeah, I like noticed it right after my turn. I was like, what did I just do? And then like it only mattered if I got Iono'd, but then of course I got Iono'd, which like,
Right.
it's not that surprising. Yeah.
And so that was the thing I was thinking is that the Iono probably had to be coming because you secret boxed away 2 research. So whatever was in that hand was wonderful, and you were able to draw and play the game. So was that kind of your thought, Rafal, when you saw that?
Yeah, once I saw him get the Devo, and then I think he discarded, like, he secret boxed away 2 research, and then I think there was like also 2 Arvin in the discard. So I was like, if whatever he secret box, because secret box gives you what you want, and you're holding it, and you're hoping you don't lose it. So I was like, well, the odds that he just gets everything back right away after like burning all the supporters is pretty unlikely. So I really intentionally Iono'd there.
And that makes sense. So, Henry, was there anything else you saw in any of the games where either you made a misplay or thought that, hey, this is a really important play to note for someone picking up Guardy?
Well, yeah, I don't know. This Jellicent deck is really weird. I'm like not that sure how to play it. I mean, I definitely think that like chaining the Frillishes is really important in certain spots, like especially in this matchup to deny the dark attachments. And yeah, trying to use counter catchers after they commit energies to their Monkey Dories, or I didn't think I did it in any of the games, but like I could counter catcher up a Monkey Dory and trying to like force them to retreat that dark off. Yeah, I'm like still trying to figure out how this deck works. It's pretty difficult, and the hands you have to work with are not so good a lot of the time. So yeah, trying to like understand when to Cleffa, yeah, that's all stuff I'm still sort of working on. So I don't really have any great advice because this deck is pretty difficult.
Well, I would say credit to you because you still played it very well and put yourself in a good position in every game, minus an Evo TM here or there. But so just to get you guys back out of here, we always want to say, what's something you want to say to people to encourage them either to donate or if they have questions about donating to the org. So Henry, starting to you, anything you'd want to say to people who are considering donating to Trevor Project?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great cause. I highly recommend donating it. And yeah, thanks to everyone tuning in and watching the games. And yeah, it should be a good time today.
Well, and we'll take a pause on that. Henry, what do you think about this versus Straight Guardy? Which is better?
I'm not sure. I mean, I can't be like fully transparent because I'm preparing for Worlds, but
understandable.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. And so, Rafal, how about for you? Anything you want to say to people who may be considering donating?
Same thing. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Everyone's just saying like it's a great organization. You should donate, and I think like it's just such a well-established organization with just such great like everyone has so many great things to say about it. It's like I don't know what I could say that would be new, but yeah, what everyone's been saying. It's a great organization. You get to help a lot of people, live better lives, help a lot of young people who are struggling. Mental health is very important. So yeah, feel free to donate, win some giveaways, get some cool stuff. Yeah, and have a good time. We're just getting started.
Awesome. Well, thank you both very much. We're going to grab Rahul and get him out here. Henry, credit to you for not leaking. I appreciate you securing that. But thank you both. We'll let you guys get out of here. And what a series. So appreciate you being a part of this.
Great. Thank you, guys.
That's fine. You can just set it down. All right. So we have something cool. Like I said, Henry may be coming back for another game later. So yes, we actually have a very, very special champ matchup to close this back out of. Well, it's going to involve 2 champions. But right now, we're actually going to jump into something to talk a little bit about this organization and its impact in the queer community. And we have Eliza Sheetpost, you saw just follow, joining us for an interview. So, Bryce, do you mind kicking her over? And, Bryce, we're going to be able to hear us while she's on there, right? All right, perfect. So we can go ahead for that. Technology is wonderful, guys. We're always working through it. But so Eliza is a part of Project Artemis. She is a huge influence for some community. You probably know her as a person walking around looking like Iono all the time. And she tends to play as ridiculous decks as I appreciate. So we are very, very grateful to have her on here. And Rahul, I know you and I came up with a couple questions.
Yeah.
And did you have anything else come up other than the ones we talked about?
Not really. We'll see how the flow goes and see what we can,
Beautiful,
keep it
beautiful.
natural.
We'll go from there. But yes, Buckcatcher, Henry will be back. And then again, while we're getting Eliza up here, I would ask you guys, please, if you are able to donate, if you are able to support the organization, or even if you know people who would be willing to, please reach out and tell them. And I mean, Rahul, we're doing basically everything we can to get people to donate.
Yeah. No, I mean, we have some great games. We have some great players who came out to support this, Thank you to everyone who came out to support. Thank you to everyone who's watching. Really appreciate everyone just being here, even if you have it on in the background. Tell a friend today. Just tell someone to jump in. Would mean a lot to all of us here that are doing this. And yeah, whether or not, just enjoy some Pokemon. We'll have a great time, and we're all doing it for a good cause.
100%. So, say it again.
Just cover me.
Okay. Rahul, I'll just let you use my microphone if we
Yeah,
need
no
to.
worries.
Got questions. All right, perfect. So we're going on now? Beautiful. So we'll see Eliza. Eliza, hello. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. Someone in the chat let us know if you can hear her. But thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. The hair looks absolutely fire today, so love to see it. So I know Wade sent you a couple questions ahead of time. I just kind of want to start. Can you introduce yourself just as like a person and then who you are in the Pokemon community?
Yeah, so my name's Eliza. I'm over on Twitter, Eliza She Posts. I am a trans person as well as a lesbian. I am married to my beautiful wife, Emily. And in terms of a person, I really just work at a card shop and just post Pokemon all the time. But in terms of Pokemon itself, I'm the owner and founder of Project Artemis. I post a lot in the community, trying to give people like fun statistics, engaging conversations and stuff like that. And then the team itself is focused on people of marginalized genders, so women, trans, non-binary, agender, that sort of thing. And kind of just putting a spotlight on those people that might not have one otherwise.
No, and I so appreciate you coming out and joining us for this because you're part of the community we are exactly trying to support. People who have basically face some societal barriers that need a little extra support specific to that. And kind of on that note, a lot of those barriers do affect mental health. So what has some of your experience been in the community with mental health, either firsthand, secondhand, people you know, whatever it may be?
Yeah, so firsthand, when I was initially early on into my transition, still kind of struggling with it, everything I had seen about trans people was just how terrifying it was, essentially. And so mentally, when I was trying to come to terms with that myself, it was just, I can't be trans. That's terrifying. I can't be trans. That's too hard. I can't be trans. What will people think and stuff? And so there's already just, in terms of being trans alone, there's a lot of mental weight with it. And then you add the layer of being a lesbian on top of that, a trans lesbian at that. It adds a lot to it. In terms of mental health, just it's a struggle. A lot of people are facing discrimination from like their parents, their friends and stuff like that, where they walk up to their parents and they're just like, this is who I am. This is how I'm happy. And then their parents just look at them and go, you're wrong. I'm not going to support this. And so there's a lot of different pressures facing all queer individuals just from all directions. And mentally, a lot of them are struggling. A lot of people struggle with the acceptance, lowers their self-esteem, the constant barrage they see online. I mean, I got stalked and harassed for like 3 months by a burner Twitter account back in like, 2023 or something. So there's a lot that just slowly chips away and wears away at the mental health of queer individuals. So it's pretty hard. Just everything piles up, and pretty much every queer person I know is struggling.
Yeah. And so I work in the mental health field. I'm a mental health counselor. And Eliza, you described really, really well one of the big reasons why we support Trevor Project is people in the queer community face barriers that people who are not in the queer community don't. So I'm a straight white dude from the burbs. Like, I do not deal with those barriers. I've still struggled with mental health. There are still things that have driven depression, anxiety for me, suicidal thoughts at times. And so when we have those, there are general supports out there. There's general organizations. There's 988 Mental Health Hotline, which is a great place to go if you're in support or in need of support. But you mentioned such important stuff that you have dealt with barriers, with pushback, with criticism, with just factors in both the community of Pokemon and in normal life that someone who is not in the queer community does not have to deal with. And I think some of the feedback we get whenever we talk about these orgs are like, well, why can't someone just use a general line? Like, why do people in the queer community need this supporting? You've already talked about it a bit, but can you just talk a little bit more about why it's so important to have specialized resources?
Yeah, it really just comes down to the nuance of the situation. Like a general mental health counselor, like yourself, since you're in the mental health field, a lot of their focus is just on the mental well-being, the situations that can cause that and stuff like that. But when you're talking with a queer individual, there are so many additional factors that can be coming into play. So many queer individuals face homelessness or substance abuse and such like that. Discrimination is rather rampant. For example, if I go to, say, a Florida regionals for Pokemon and I end up needing to go to the ER for something, I have to worry about whether or not my doctor is even okay working with me. I recently took some of my bridesmaids dress shopping because my wedding's coming up, and they're two trans individuals. So I had to call the store ahead of time and be like, hey, I'm bringing two trans individuals. While legally you're not allowed to discriminate against us, I also know some people have personal preferences. So like, I would prefer you make sure you assign us someone who's cool with this because they've never been dress shopping and I need them to feel comfortable. And it's just like, those nuanced, tiny situations or even larger ones, like sometimes me and my wife will travel and we'll get stared at while we're just holding hands. Pretty much happened all the time while we were in Japan, for example. And so there's so many nuances about being queer and the acceptance of it because of the whole being queer is a choice. So you have to face the barrier of convincing people it's not a choice, or just sucking it up and being like, oh yeah, it's a choice, but it's the choice I'm making. So just, can we be supportive because it's a choice I'm making? And just there's so much nuance when it comes to being a queer person and mental health that we need a specialized line or specialized resources for it, because you can't expect a standard mental health counselor to be able to handle all of those individual situations.
And I think part of being in mental health is recognizing what our limitations are. Like, I think I'm a pretty competent therapist, but you're right. Even just if I don't have specialized training, if I don't have understanding experience, then I'm not going to be able to interact in a way that is supportive of the person when they're in a dire crisis situation. And I think that's the big part here, is this is not normal conversation. Like you said, it's not, hey, what's going on? It's, I am in deep crisis. I am debating whether or not to even be alive, and you need to be able to speak into that in a good way. And so,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. When I was looking for my own therapist, in most health insurance providers' books, they have like descriptors for the different therapists. Like, are they a trauma specialist? Are they PTSD specialist?
Yeah.
Are they a suicide prevention specialist and stuff like that? And LGBTQ specialist is such an important tag that only recently started getting added, and it's been saving so many lives.
Yeah. And that's exactly why we're doing this. We want to make sure we have support for people in crisis. And Eliza, you already talked a little bit about the barriers, so I just want to skip to, like, what are your thoughts on the Trevor Project? Like, why is this an organization worth donating to?
Yeah, so there's plenty of different things that the Trevor Project does that are just simply incredible. I mean, in terms of just visibility, for example, my wife, she had never seen an organization that was just queer focused until she stumbled upon the Trevor Project when she was younger. And just seeing that there was a resource for queer people was enough to make her feel more confident and safe. Trevor Project is funding and is probably one of the major funders for most queer mental health research. So they're going out constantly contracting with people working on this, figuring out how to improve the lives of queer individuals. They were one of the first, if not the first, to introduce a trans-specific hotline to get crisis counseling and stuff like that. Not to mention their school programs, their food aid, housing assistance, and just the online resources they're able to give people. Just the Trevor Project has so much going on to just be more and more helpful with the queer community, and the good they do is pretty much immeasurable for individuals like myself, and they really need people's help to stay afloat.
That is a pretty good sell. So just to kind of add on to that then, for last question, what would you say to someone who's considering donating and is maybe unsure if they do want to or not right now?
Yeah, so whether or not you're queer, the Trevor Project is such an important thing in society these days. The queer community is in the forefront of most discussions these days, and it's really wearing them down. And the Trevor Project is struggling to keep up with it. They have full-time employees, they have volunteer employees, and even then their call lines alone are still getting backed up. They're doing the best they can, but it takes help from people like us to actually get them over the line. And to that end, me and my wife are committing $100 right now to the donation for your stream, because I just really appreciate what y'all are doing, and I really want it to succeed and want to help out where I can.
Dude, Eliza, thank you so much for that, for the generosity, not only with money, but also generosity with your time, for coming on, being a part of this. And I guess, do you have any last things you wanted to say, or even just any shout outs you want to make?
Yeah, so first off, massive shout out to my wife, best friend, best thing that's ever happened to me, and very supportive of me through my journey. Shout out to my team, Project Artemis, for always being there and just being a good group of people. Shout out to our sponsors, obviously, FCBC and Heavy Play. But I also want to give a shout out to Team Lethal Strike, because next week, kind of in the same vein, we're going to be doing our own charity match against them in Conquest format for the Trevor Project. So
fantastic.
Hopefully we can both raise a lot of money for them.
Dude, that would be the dream. This is a really important organization. So, Eliza, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate it. I will let you get back to Dungeons and Dragons because that's super cool. So, thank you again for joining.
And just thank you for having me. It really means a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you again. And then on our end, now that we've talked about kind of the mental health project, Rahul, we get to talk about Pokemon again, which is pretty cool. So we will keep checking in with people in the queer community, testimonials throughout the day. But right now, we're going to get to Reno and Michael Davidson's match. Say it again. Let's go straight to the match because we just took a while off the interview. So we're going to do Reno and Michael Davidson's match, then do a couple giveaways, and then we'll go from there. So, Rahul, we can throw up Michael and Reno's names here. Tell us about these players.
Well, Michael is someone who is very, normal here, local, Chicago. You guys know him quite well.
100%.
Hot shot kid coming up.
Previously on the Nerd Rage Team Gaming, Nerd Rage Gaming team, and then we were apparently the farm league for him because he moved on to bigger things.
Yeah. He has had incredible success since starting playing. I think he came in during the COVID era as an online player and transitioned to an in-person player. And as you can see, his results are phenomenal from then. He's never missed top 16 at a World Championship. He actually took me down in the asymmetric cut game at the World Championships
That's
this past year.
right.
He took down Henry Chow in the finals of Portland in a Gardevoir mirror, something that was unthinkable, handing Henry his first finals loss.
Yes.
Barely losing a finals in Louisville as well to Caleb Gedimer. No slouch to the final stage. Michael has racked up a incredible set of accomplishments in his first 2 years in Masters.
Which is insane, and just an incredible player start to finish. And going against Reno Escamilla, who has a face, but he's a local player, and he actually got top 16 in Indianapolis 2022 with my favorite deck, Arceus Corviknight VMAX. So Reno, Kevin, and I played that. Reno got 16th. Kevin got 17th. I did not make day 2. We don't need to talk about that. It's fine. But Reno's a great player, and so we'll start with Reno's side. Reno is playing a deck we haven't seen before in Miraidon. And, dude, this thing is cool. We don't have the updated deck list. It's fine. But basically, this is the list. Instead of the 1 Dynamo, 1 Electric, we are seeing a 2/2 Magneton. And so, Rahul, talk us a little bit about through what does this deck look like now?
So, I mean, it's like basically what it was before, right? You still have the generators. You're very reliant on hitting those to kind of escalate your game plan. The Magnetons ensure that you get these like late game windows, especially when you can use this new Zekrom EX card, which does 130 plus 50 for each prize card your opponent has taken. And now this Magneton can basically put your opponent on an off prize turn, also ramping up your damage. Because let's say your opponent knocks out your Iron Hands after it takes 2 prize cards. You're only doing 230 damage. But now you pop this Magneton, you go up to 280, you power up a Zekrom all in 1 turn, and bada bing, bada boom, you are off to the races, you're doing a ton of damage. One notable omission from Reno's list is no Blood Moon Ursaluna, which I think would be a great way to close out the game. No Latias either, so there's no really reliable way to move your active outside of this one switch and the one Prime Catcher. Air Balloon is a wonderful addition in the deck to pivot around pretty efficiently, but I think the lack of Ursaluna could hurt Reno towards the end of the game.
And that does make sense. And Balloon is wonderful for pivoting, does not help Iron Hands with a
No.
forward retreat. And so I am really curious to see, because one other addition is Zero Aura to this deck. With for 3 lightning energy, does 210 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon EX, which basically says it kills Pheasantipity, which is a big deal. But we're going to get over to Michael, because Michael is playing Dragapult Dusknoir. And Rahul, tell us a bit about this deck, because this looks pretty similar to some previous formats.
Yeah, this looks like pretty much what Andrew Hedrick and company played over at the North American International Championships. The deck looks pretty stock standard, with the Neo Upper taking the place of the reset stamp. Unfair stamp.
I do the same thing all the time, yes.
In the last couple of tournaments, just because the Neo Upper provides one quick way to attack with Dragapult. The biggest issue with the deck was not finding Dracloaks and not finding Luminous. And you can find your Dracloaks pretty easily with the Jacques, the addition of Jacques into the deck. And now you can see that Michael put in a copy of Hilda as well in the deck, which means that you can get that Dracloak, you can get a Luminous early on in the game to get that Monkey Dory powered up if you need to, put it on a Dracloak if you need to, put it on a Dragapult if you need to, or you can just grab that Neo Upper and effectively chain together an attack with just one supporter card, relying on the power of multiple counter catchers and multiple bosses' orders to basically just gust around, put a lot of pressure on, take those multiple prize turns once you're behind using Duskner. You have Badoo as well to put a ton of pressure on in the early game, and the Luxurious Cape could be a little bit of a problem for Reno, because if you Luxurious Cape your Badoo, you cannot amp you very much, that guy.
That is true. Pokemon Go Zapdos rotated. We are capped at 120 damage there, so we will see a tanking Badoo here, which is fantastic. And you're right. So Hilda's a big deal because this deck always suffered from gaps in energy attachments. Because if you're able to target down a Dracloak with an energy, you could almost buy yourself a turn in the past. But now that Neo Upper lets you attack, and Dragapult typically will tank a hit, and that can get you right back on track.
And especially in this matchup, like given that this Miraidon deck doesn't have a great way to knock out this Dragapult, I don't think it has one actually. You're no Clefairy, no external like fun tricks you can do with this Miraidon deck. Obviously, you want to have all your lightning energies be lightning to just basically go straight for, hitting the generators.
Well, so the one gap to that is if Michael has taken 4 prizes, Zekrom will actually one-shot Dragapult EX.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's one thing Michael's got to be really cognizant of, just because you don't want to do that early. You want to take that one attack that maybe takes 3 prize cards, maybe takes 4 prize cards all at once. So once your Dragapult does go down, this Blood Moon Ursaluna is a great way to close out the game.
Absolutely. And so, glad you're awake, Brian. Maddox, I will gladly give that feedback about the incorrect Magneton. This is good to know. Arm Press is a great attack, Murray. And Rahul, which hot dog's your favorite?
So I haven't actually had too much from Portillo's. I've had maybe it twice.
Okay.
I think S tier hot dog is for sure like a baseball game hot dog, like either a minor league or major league, whatever. Like I don't really know what they put in the water there, but it's really good.
I was gonna say the hot dogs themselves may be terrible. It doesn't matter. You're at a game.
You're at a game. But I'll probably have to give Portillo's another shot before I leave. But right now, it's probably like a slight edge for them.
That's fair. And so, getting to the game, we see prizes. Reno missing a hands, but also missing Switch and 3 energy. Michael's and missing 2 Dracloak, and that's a big deal.
That's a huge deal in the situation. Obviously, I think Michael wants to get as much up and running as quickly as possible. The Switch is pretty big for Reno now, too, because if he haphazardly benches his hands, it doesn't find those early tools.
We are good to start.
Then they're in a little bit of difficulty because the Badoo is going to basically say, hey, I'm going to get you stuck. I'm going to put you in a little bit of a difficult spot, and we're going to go from there.
Yes, indeed. And so we are starting off, Reno starting that Iron Bundle, Badoo on Michael's end. Reno going first, which Reno does not want to go first.
No, he can't play that Arbin. I don't see an Electric Generator in the hand. Nest Ball for Miraidon is almost certainly a guarantee here, getting the ball running. But because we don't, this Badoo is already there. Michael already has it. He doesn't have to go. He doesn't have to dig into the chat. He doesn't have to go into the deck. He doesn't have to find it. He can basically just already say, I'm going to start item blocking you as soon as this turn begins. Reno expertly recognizing that his hand is not good enough to play the game.
And so is there a line? Well, first off, I am 100% in favor of everyone should have the right to have their identity. And if that is something you believe strongly in, I would love to have you donate to Trevor Project, either through the direct link in YouTube or on Twitch, and pass it on to whoever you think may want to support this organization. And Rahul, question for you, though, is Squawk the move here, or is it Miraidon?
I think I'm down to Squawk, just because I think if you don't get a generator here at this turn as Reno, the game is so difficult to play, just because even if you can, let's just say Michael goes into this Badoo. You actually have a route on the following turn to find an Air Balloon, pivot into your Squawk and actually attack with that and set up your Iron Hands that way. We missed the generator here, which is completely okay because we do have the Squawk ability option. We have the Arvin coming up here. We could just discard one of the Arvins and probably a Pheasantipity, keep the energies going. Or we can keep putting energies in the discard to attack with Squawk multiple turns in a row because we know that Michael's going to need a couple of turns to actually get up and running. We get to get the first, not attack really.
Right.
But in general, we're going to just put ourselves in a position to say, hey, Michael, we're going to put a clock on you pretty quickly. We're going to get this Miraidon up on the board. And now one thing that Michael can do that could be really, really annoying for Reno is boss up this Iron Hands early on if that becomes a possibility. But Reno should probably just go Miraidon this turn. Probably only get the Magneton, and then next turn you could go for the hands. But I think Reno's opting for the attach.
And that's exactly it. I think Reno's going for the interest. H, no problem at all. I appreciate you being here and being a part of this regardless, because just you being here helps draw more attention to this stream, and hopefully we can get more people donating. Which, by the way, Bryce, what are we at on Twitch right now? And we are currently at, on the other one, 900. So we are at $1,600, $1,605. So Eliza, Brian, Maddox, Nat, Nicole, thank you so much. And $120 anonymously donated. Thank you all so much for the donations. And so now we get over to Michael's turn. Reno does the attachment. We get rid of a Halucha, which matters less in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely matters less. I think big thing to note about Reno's hand is it's just double Arvin, which, again, I think Reno is not seeing the line of the Squawk ability power up now. But Michael knows you're not going to get generators next turn. You're not going to get anything you need next turn. And Michael is very quickly thinning out his hand, thinning out his deck, getting a Treepy into play, getting a Nest Ball, moving quickly, discarding not a lot of important resources here because of the heavy copies of Night Stretcher that Michael plays.
Yes.
Having these in the discard actually is pretty beneficial to him because he can fetch these out whenever he needs. He knows these cards aren't necessarily too important. He knows that he's under no risk, no threat right now next turn. Reno's going to need at least 2 to 3 turns before he can actually get up and running, which gives Michael all the time you need. And if there's one thing you don't want to do in the Pokemon trading card game, it's give Dragon Ball time.
100%. This is deck similar to Charizard, where there's a sense of inevitability about it.
Absolutely.
If you get 2 fully loaded Dragapult up top or a bunch of energy on Dracloaks, and in this case, a couple Dusclops down or Duskull down, man, Michael can just cook some people.
Yeah.
And so we have then the research clean 7 cards off the top, and dude, Michael's deck is loving him right now.
Yeah, he is drawing like fire. There's no Dracloak in the hand, but there is an Ultra Ball. He missed the energy, but I feel like this is more than you can ask for. Getting the energy is a little bit greedy, you know. That'd be a little bit perfect.
We know we have Neo Upper available eventually. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
And so I agree. I think Reno kind of missed the fact that if he had kept that lightning energy rather than both Arvin, we could go for an air balloon here, retreat into Squawk, and set up that hands and start to apply a ton of pressure.
Exactly. And right now, Reno is in a tough spot because no 2 cards here. Like, one of them is almost certainly an air balloon or a bravery charm, and then the other card is going to be an item card that he can't use. This iron bundle is stuck in the active spot until the mercy of Michael when he chooses to just bring up an attacker with the boss's orders and wipe it off the board. Michael can even bring up the Iron Hands pretty preemptively and wipe off this Magnemite off the board if he doesn't get evolved, because right now Reno doesn't have anything.
Maddox, I am glad we went in the right direction. But you're absolutely right. We can't play that generator. We couldn't use an Earthen Vessel. There's no way to get energy down in order to start accelerating things except for through this generator. And Reno does not want to have to wait until Michael hits with Dragapult to use items or to get energy down. So is there anything else Reno would want to see here?
Off the top, I think a Magneton would be fantastic for Reno because he can actually pop that with 3 energy in the discard. This turn, he can't really do anything. This turn is pretty much over. So if he goes ahead and pops it, then he can go ahead and grab the hands attack next turn. You don't want to use the balloon yet. You don't want to commit it. Nope, Reno is committing the balloon immediately. So for everyone watching at home, the reason I say that you don't want to commit the balloon immediately is, let's say Michael has a boss's orders. He can now bring up like the Squawk ability, or he can bring up the Miraidon and basically just buy yourself a turn, because you know that the air balloon's already committed. Yes, Reno has the Arvin in hand, so maybe he's just doing this on purpose to bait that out. Michael discarding more Pokemon here. More importantly, well on his way towards a Miraidon. The top deck looks like an energy for turn, meaning he got that attachment right on pace, right where he needs to be. Reno is definitely behind pace for an aggressive deck that should be setting up much faster, should be getting off to the races much quicker. But right now, it's in a much, much more difficult situation.
And that's one of the tough parts with Miraidon. And this has been a classic issue, which Zekrom fixes to a degree, but Miraidon relies on running your opponent over rather than having like a sustained game like Dragapult, which is essentially a horrible deck until it's not.
Exactly. And we see that Michael discards another stretcher with the research, just going through his deck at light speed here, finding a Dusk Clops here.
Not even caring what the second card was, just saw the Dusclops.
No, we know from our perspective that Michael prized 2 cloaks, so him finding another one here would be a little bit difficult. So a ball card would definitely do the trick, but there's 3 Ultra Balls already in the discard, so Michael doesn't have another way to find it besides the Jacques or finding it raw. But the Magneton is like the worst top. There's an Iono from Reno, which is also fine.
I think actually that Iono is huge, because if we do find a Magneton and we are able to get an Ampy very much off, even if Michael does take a knockout with Dragapult, I mean, Reno's feeling good. Oh, but we just pass. Why do you think we went that route?
Maybe it wasn't Iono. Maybe I was missing something there, but...
So I see a Generator, Night Stretcher, Arven. I don't know.
There is the Hilda.
Yes.
The new card from the expansion. Michael is now ready to go off to the races, getting another Dracloak and a Neo Upper, saying, hey, I'm going to make another Dracloak. I'm going to choose to play it a little bit slower because your board is also a little bit slow. Michael already having a board that is well equipped to take multiple prize turns here. If he gets a Duskner into play, he can take a Duskner and a Dusclops. He can effectively win the game in 2 attacks pretty easily here. These Magnemites on the board. If he can go Dusknor, pop it onto the Squawk ability, Dusclops, pop it onto the Iron Hands, take the hands, the Squawk. He can put some damage on the Magnemite, put himself in just a spot where the game is really, really hard to lose from Michael's side. All he needs to do is chain together a couple of attacks. And the benefit is also that Reno's going to be giving you some prize cards with this Magneton.
100%. And I think that's a big deal because they're both going to be giving each other prizes back and forth. And now, Reno, we have Ultra Ball, Nest Ball, Night Stretcher. I'm not seeing an Iono.
No, it might have been just the Arven, yeah.
And it might have been even
pass.
a Nest Ball. So we see the Luxurious Cape. Not the biggest helpful card here, but I mean, Michael's getting really close to just being able to attack. And there's the Dragapult, and that may be the difference maker if we didn't have an attacker before.
I think what Michael wants to do is just make sure you have 2 attackers back to back. That's one of the big things with the Dragapult deck. If you go in with your only Dragapult, and like you don't know, like obviously he does know Reno's deck list in this situation. He knows the information's there. But if there's ever a situation where you don't know what's happening, and your opponent, you know, pulls out some of these tricks, you want to make sure you have 2 Dragapults ready to go, because if there is a situation that you can be in trouble with, then you want to make sure that you don't get stuck, you know?
100%. And so we do see the Dragapult come down. We're going to put a few damage on the Magneton, 2 damage on the Miraidon to try to... Oh, 1 damage.
We're just knocking it out.
Just knocking it out. It's only 50 HP Magneton, or Magnemite. Ugh, that is tough for Reno now.
This Iron Hands is now in a precarious situation. Even if Magneton comes out, Reno is in a scary spot, because that means that if he pops it, the game will end with just a single boss's orders, a single counter catcher, a single Dusknor. Michael expertly putting the Luxurious Cape on the Dusclops, saying, this guy's going to be really big, this guy's going to be really beefy. You have to basically commit your entire resource pool to get this guy off the board.
Yes.
And if you don't, a single Night Stretcher is all it's going to take for me to close out this game.
And this is... Kenneth, that's very fair. But yeah, so... Reno now, we know the Switch is prized. We know we have Prime Catcher available. The Prime Catcher is the only way to get this Iron Hands out of the active, because with full retreat, Reno would have to commit Air Balloon and an energy attachment, and dude, things are not looking good for him.
I think Reno's looking to Prime Catcher up this Dusclops. Try to maybe attack with Miraidon this turn. Wouldn't be too bad. Just take the 2 prizes off the Luxurious Cape. Put yourself in a situation. But if you do that, then a Dragapult attack actually doesn't close out the game, because the Miraidon has 10 extra HP here.
Yes.
But a Dusclops would close it out for him.
100%. So, and actually, if it were me, I would want to leave... Yeah, I would want to actually leave this Iron Hands in the active at the end of the turn, because, like you said, Rahul, we don't want this on the bench, because if it's on the bench, it is easy 2 prizes cleaned up for Michael. But if we're able to go knock out that Dracloak even with this Iron Hands, try to force Michael into a position where Reno could reach a knockout with Zekrom. Eli, can we yell at them to just play? Just play. Don't listen to other people talking. So we are going to Arven for the charm. And actually, that charm is a huge deal.
Looks like it's a little busy in the store right now.
Yeah, so we need to not have that happen. So we'll have a nice chat with them. We'll talk about this.
Looks like the other competitors are coming in right now. So it's getting a little distracting out there. A lot of people having fun.
Yes.
You can see Michael visibly distracted. He's like, "What are you guys up to? You know, I've got a Dragon Ball in my active. I don't have to think too much about my next turn."
Right, we're good. We did all the work. We're set. And we did see Michael Pramwa in the background there. So we'll give them a nice reminder to pay attention to the game because I can do that.
So now he can go ahead and get that rescue stretcher and get it up and running. We're going to go ahead and charm up the Iron Hands. The Magneton giving up a prize here is also pretty bad because now that Michael can go down to 4 prize cards, a Gust plus Dusclops will still close out the game. So the situation is still the same for Reno. And Arvin's already been played. Michael gets to keep this monstrous hand he's been sitting on. He's been building for like 3 turns.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And H we did, and we were going to talk about that a little bit later today, but Justin Basil, one of the main forces in the community, unfortunately passed away last night due to some intense medical concerns. So obviously hearts are with the family, friends of Justin. He was such a positive force, so he will definitely be missed. And Rahul, did you hear about him as well?
I did. Very, very tragic news this morning. I woke up to it. What can be as simple as what he thought was pneumonia could, transform into something bigger. And it's obviously very scary that this can happen to anyone in any health. So remember that if anything, you're feeling not great, whatever, get a checkup, figure it out. Don't let it sit for too long. Health is wealth.
100%. And so it is very hard to get back focused on the game when something this serious is happening. But to be honest, this is why we are doing this stream, because there are people who are in need and need support, and we're trying our best to raise some money to support them. And Reno, kind of to that note, getting to the game, only hitting 1 lightning off that generator, man, that's a big deal because we really needed to try to save that Magneton if we could.
Looking for the Zekrom play is interesting here because I think he doesn't want to use this Magneton, obviously, but powering up the Zekrom preemptively is kind of indicating that, hey, I'm going to pop this Magneton, I'm going to take 2 with the Iron Hands here, but the answer, the Dusclops, is still untouched, right? This Dusclops is still on the board. This is still a problem that
100%
we can't really deal with.
I think Reno's saying that if I didn't hit 2, I have to use Magneton anyway, so it makes sense to put the 1 on Zekrom. But if he had hit 2, we maybe could have seen the manual attachment if he had access to it. So instead, Michael goes down to 4 prizes remaining. We will see the retreat into the Iron Hands, knock out this Dracloak. Oh, and we have Mew down on the board. Draw 2. Okay.
There is an attachment for turn, which is not bad. Keeps us on tempo. Gets the Zekrom up and running. We're unfortunately here in a situation where we have to take 2. So with Michael's countercatcher, with Michael's, he's showing the stretcher, showing that he has game.
Yes, and unfortunately, Michael will be able to stretcher into Dustnoir, put it on the Squawkabilly, and Reno is not paying attention to Michael right now, focused on the game. And we'll see the hands, take 2 prizes. Michael goes in, nice stretchers for Dustnoir on the Squawk, and take 4 prizes to close out the game. And, Rahul, Miraidon was not the aggressive deck in this scenario.
No, I think Reno made the correct decision to squawk away that hand. I think that was a pretty heads-up play.
Yes.
Knowing that the hand that he currently had was pretty unplayable. Unfortunate on the flip side that he did not see a single copy of Electric Generator to kind of get the ball rolling. He had to burn his Ultra Ball to find the Miraidon, which is fine. You got the Miraidon up and running, you get the board. But I think that missing that squawk play is what really cost him the game because he had to put those Magnetons into play. He had to use those Magnetons. And then as soon as that happened, we were put in a situation where you're giving up these prizes where it's just not working and positively going.
And that makes sense. And that's the problem is when you have a hyper-aggressive deck and you get stuck, like your game plan's kind of over. For Dragapult, you're okay if things go bad for a couple turns. And in fact, they usually do, but you have that comeback potential.
You have comeback potential. You have Badoo that sits there, buys you a couple more turns. You have this Neo Upper that can, even if you're missing energy attachments, now 1 Neo Upper and you're off to the races.
100%.
You have these Dusknoirs that can kind of fix your board, fix your numbers a little bit here, and it's all a numbers game. And the longer the game goes, Dragapult has that inevitability we talked about.
100%. So Rahul, we're gonna get Michael and Reno in here. I'm actually gonna let you ask them a bunch of questions. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
All right, dude, get you practicing the interview skills and all that. So I'm gonna go grab them, Michael and Reno. If you guys want to have a seat, grab the headphones, and Rahul, I'll let you stand over to the side.
Yeah. Can we just keep this one on?
Yeah, keep that one on. Reno, I'll let you hop in. Michael, where'd Michael go? Which is the one Dan's using?
I don't know. You take a pick. I'm just gonna keep this one on. So with us we have Reno. Hey Reno, what's up? Talk to us a little bit about why you chose to play Miraidon. A little bit of an aggressive deck in this format. We haven't seen it a little bit since Joltik Box basically took over the game. So talk to us a little bit about Miraidon.
I've never played Miraidon like in person ever, so
Okay.
I'm like, this is the time to try it and get, unfortunately, you get item locked kind of at the beginning. And going first is not good against item lock, and then, just playing against, Michael's also not the best.
a little bit of a tough matchup.
Yeah.
I think I told the chat earlier, we were all watching. I think it was a pretty heads-up play when you went ahead and got the Squawk early. Pretty unfortunate on the other side that you didn't see any generators or anything like that. Did you ever, one of the plays that Dan and I were talking about is rather than attaching that energy to the hands early on, you could have maybe gone into Squawk and just started, powering it up. That way you get to save those Magnetons. But one Magneton top deck and you would have been off to the races.
Exactly. Or what I was hoping for is, like, a lot of times they play a lot of Iono.
Yep.
So I didn't want to, I kind of wanted to set myself up to be able to be aggressive. And if I put the energy on the wrong thing and I got Iono'd into whatever I needed, or into the Magneton or something, it's like, it was probably better to go into Magnemite and use that attack or the Squawk. But I also didn't want the Monkey Dory to start sending the damage back this way. So it's like, I don't know. You feel like there's not really a correct answer.
Rock and a hard place. Yeah, especially when your deck is all like geared up for like aggression and just being able to do all that, and you kind of got stuck.
I think you go second.
Yeah,
It'll
going
help.
second. Yeah, it's definitely good. We have Michael here with us too. I wait for my that's not on. Michael, congrats on the win. Kind of talk to us about the addition of the new Hilda in the Dragapult deck. It looks pretty similar to what the group / Hedrick and everyone played at NAIC. Talk to us about the Hilda. Why is it good in the deck? Kind of.
Yeah, well, I only changed like one card. I changed the rescue board for the air balloon, and I changed the Arvin for the Hilda. But I thought Hilda could grab any Pokemon and not just evolution, so it's a lot worse than I thought. I don't think it's very good, but it was okay there. It was pretty good. But I don't know. Arvin would have been pretty similar. No, grabbing the Neo was like pretty good in theory because he could have like chased my Dragapult if he drew Boss and Magneton, so I guess that was fine, but I don't think Hilda is better than Arvin anymore.
Cool, yeah, it's a perfect time to test things out, especially heading into the World Championships. Talk to me a little bit about, the matchup with Miraidon. Definitely a scary one if they can kind of get set up and get off to the races. Give us a little bit of a game plan from your side. Reno gave us his, so let's hear from you.
I just have to Budu a couple of turns and then hope that he's not like amping me and putting on pressure, and then even if he does, I always have like an Iona check with Ursaluna, or I can do like something most likely, even if it's like a really late game pull and I need him to like miss boss. Yeah, if he doesn't like play generator turn 1, or like, well, even if he could like hold Magneton in hand, that would be good too, but if he doesn't like play generator turn 1, it seems like really difficult to win. He can't like actually power up the hands in time, and then I mean, that game I got like first attack, which doesn't even seem that unreasonable to me because like the Badu's so annoying for their deck. It's not like electric like really fixes the issues either, so I don't know. I don't think Miraidon's really in a great spot right now, but I guess some people like it.
Yeah, sure. Would you guys say both that maybe Joltik Box is better than Miraidon after today's games?
Before today's games too.
I mean, it seems like it's bad against Dragapult.
Yeah, I think the problem still persists a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you guys for your time. We'll hopefully see you guys out there. Thanks for being here and supporting you guys.
Thank you.
Cool. Now we're just waiting on Dan to get back, and we'll keep the show going. Thank you guys again for all being here, for supporting, for watching. If you guys, Dan's not here, so I'll do it. If you guys want to donate, please feel free to. We would appreciate that greatly. If you don't want to, all good. Just come hang out. We appreciate the company. Dan is back in.
I am indeed back in. Hello. Hello, everyone. So thank you, Rahul, for doing that. We've had some complications. Things come up, but it's okay. We're still going. And yes, Alex, so we are doing in general best of 1. However, we're going to have a Worlds 2023 format best of 3. And also, I am going to get my butt whooped by Isaiah in a best of 3. But right now, we are actually jumping to a ton of giveaways because, guys, we've got over $1,600 donated to the Trevor Project, so we're starting off at our $600 marker with the World's 2024 Pokemon Center products. So if we could throw on that screen, that would be lovely. Yes, and because we forgot earlier and we're terrible, we actually have FCBC donating a ton of card sleeves to our giveaway today. So we are going to get a pack of FCBC sleeves sent out with every one of our giveaways to the winner. So, dude, the sleeves are awesome. Check them out. Everyone I've talked to has really liked them. So I would check them out.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, I haven't heard really too many bad things about them. Seems like a great organization. Seems like a great pack of sleeves. A lot of different colors too. A lot of
Absolutely.
options.
Apparently lavender. Everyone loves lavender.
Oh,
That's
sure,
fine.
makes sense. Yeah.
All right, Bryce, what are we doing for our word? We are doing 3.
Hashtag the word 3. The T is capital.
Just go for it, Bryce. Ship it in there.
The
We're going
T
to
is
send it in
T
there.
is capital. Keep that in mind.
It
we'll,
is
we'll let it run.
hashtag the word 3, capital T. Is it the number 3 or the word 3? The number 3. So hashtag capital T, the word 3. Sure. That's fine, guys. That's what we're going to go with. All right. So, Ryan, tell us a bit of, can you throw that screen up again? Because let's actually talk what Through These Worlds products are. So we have, because Ryan is one who brought these. So, Ryan, tell us what we got here.
Hi. Okay. Is this thing on?
Yes, it is.
Sweet. So yeah, just some selection of stuff from the Pokemon Center from the World Championships last year in Honolulu. I picked up a bunch of stuff to try to get to some like local players as well. So like I know people love the double deck boxes and stuff, so I try to get some extra stuff. I've had this stuff kicking around in my room for a little too long, but I thought it was a good little inclusion here. I really love the cute little double Pikachu plush. I think those guys are awesome. And then just some sleeves and a deck box and a water bottle as well.
Dude, I think these are fantastic. The Hawaii merch was awesome. And Rahul, you were there. Did you get in the Pokemon Center for that one?
I did. I definitely like, this was one of the few times where like, I don't normally like to buy a lot of stuff just because I'm kind of a minimalist when it comes to things.
Fair.
So like most of the time I was like, yo, local guys who didn't make it out to Worlds, what would you guys like? Kind of had a list on my like phone.
Yeah.
Went around picking up stuff for them. But I was like enamored by not the main merch line, but the secondary one with the Pikachu and the Munchlax.
Dude, it was dangerous.
That was good. I picked up that Munchlax tank top. I picked up that Squirtle diving T-shirt. The water bottle, actually, I can attest to, is very good. It keeps your like whatever drink you have in there quite cool throughout the day.
Excellent.
I've been making more of an effort to drink water, so I just fill that thing up with ice pretty much to like the half point, and I just drink. And the ice doesn't fully melt by the third bottle through too.
That's beautiful. All right, so then, Bryce, that's probably enough time because we're going to do a couple right here, so we can close that one out. And the winner is, who is the winner? Oh. I don't know who that is. Did the word 3 win? Because I don't think that's how it works.
The word 3.
The word 3.
We are currently figuring this out. I need to stress how much I love technology. It is indeed rigged. That is true. We actually pick in advance. Wait, who is it?
Someone who already won early. This person who won the first. I can't see it.
Then, okay. I am fine with having this one be a double. I will say, Taoshong, if you're okay with that, we will take you up on that, actually, if
Cool.
you guys are
Thank
okay.
you.
So just,
Cool.
Bryce, rip it again and see who comes up second, if that's the thing we can do. And then who is the winner? Taoshong, thank you so much. And H is asking Rahul, are you going to Seville this season?
I would like to. I'm going to see how it pans out. It is a special event, I believe, right? So I would probably
Alex
have to...
Cruz, congratulations, a Puerto Rican. Very excited for you. And please, Rahul, keep going.
I probably have to figure it out as I'm going. I definitely like to, like my season, I think I've talked about it pretty transparently. For me, Pokemon has transformed from being something where like I always want to win, always care about it, to kind of getting a lot of experiences because it's one of the few things where you can see the whole world in a really cool capacity and spend time with people from all walks of life, all different places. And I've made a lot of friends from a lot of different regions. Like there's like a running joke, 'cause I've been to Australia so many times for regionals, that I basically know everyone and I'm a local. So when I go to like ICs and stuff, they're like, "Oh, it's our local Australian." I'm like, "Yeah, what's up, guys?"
I love it. That's fantastic.
I can name like everyone in a day 2 of an Australian regionals now, and that's just I don't know. It's just so cool that I get to make all these friends all over the globe, and I've been kind of picking these locations that are a little bit more fun, I think, to go to, and kind of make it a little bit of a mini vacation more than all about the regionals. You know, I spammed Lugia for like 6 months this year. I didn't change a card. I went to like...
Dude, but you dominated with that Lugia list.
Absolutely. And I like, you know, shout out to Lugia. Miss you, boy. But, you know, we had a lot of really cool times where I go to like a regional in Europe and I would get in there like Thursday night, for example. Like nothing too crazy. Thursday evening, maybe. I'd have the evening to go explore. I'd have the morning on Friday to go explore. Maybe get back to the hotel room in the evening, lock in my deck, get some dinner, call it a day. And I kind of want to do that more moving forward because while Pokemon, obviously with everyone's time constraints and stuff,
For sure.
if you're going to play Pokemon the way you want to do it. But I think exploring the world, it's a great avenue to do it that you wouldn't have otherwise, I think.
100%. And so, do we want to do the next giveaway?
Yeah.
And so, Rahul, I actually agree because I think the community is the part of this that I love the most. And here, for our next giveaway, we have some exclusive Japanese Ho-Oh sleeves and deck box. And this is like hard to find stuff. So we are very excited to give this one away. And you know what? For this one, whatever. The word for. Let's just do it. And then we'll probably have to figure out something else. What's up? No, we're doing the word for. We'll do that next. Also, I'm tired of doing the word. We're just going to close it out here. So the phrase will be hashtag capital T, the word for,
Capital
the number
T, yep,
4.
Number 4 afterwards. Should be pretty easy.
Yes. And Alex, I'm glad your girlfriend's giving me hype. Rahul, was Raikou the play in Lugia?
Yeah, it was. I think I talked about it a lot during the Worlds era, so if you want to go back and catch any of those videos that I posted on my YouTube, super easy to get to. But the TLDR of it was pretty easy to power up because you had Lightning and you had Legacy, so it was just something where if you missed an attacker or only got one Archeops up and running, you had an energy efficient attacker. You had like one Lugia to kick off the game, you had a Raikou to close the mid game with a bunch of bosses, and then you had an Ursaluna to finish off the game. So you weren't as energy intensive into those Chinchinos and some of those bigger attackers. You had more options to play when your hand wasn't necessarily the most ideal.
Fair. And that makes a ton of sense. Like, it is just good to have more flexibility, especially late game when Lugia, a lot of your attackers are very resource intensive.
Exactly. And your opponents are going to be chasing down they're always chasing down those Archeopses. They're always going to be hunting down your birds. So
100%. All right, and so like we said, we will be giving away a pack of FCBC sleeves with every giveaway. So everyone enter now, hashtag the word for. Unfortunately, if you are on YouTube, I don't believe this works for the giveaway, right, Bryce? No, so unfortunately, if you are on YouTube, you are not going to be able to participate in the giveaway. But you can join Twitch, or, honestly, I just appreciate being here, and I'm sorry, I don't know how technology works, but this is what we are limited to. So we are going to go ahead. I think let's just do the 2 giveaways now, and then we'll jump into Epic Splash. Do we have time for that?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a format for you? And I don't know if any of you are fans of the Danes, but they came up with a wonderful format here called Epic Splash. And Rahul, you're going to be playing in this, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know Epic Splash?
I played a little bit because Jesper has always brings us with him no matter where he goes.
Yes.
So he's a very big fan of it. I think he's one of the guys who made it. So he always has it with him. It's a lot of fun if you're just goofing around, having a good time. If you take it seriously, it's a little bit worse. But
it is not a high competition format. We need to be clear on that.
We're flipping a lot of coins. We're looking for our Exodia pieces. We're trying to win the game.
100%. So we're going to get Rahul out there, and we have a special guest commentator who's joining us today. And I don't know if you've ever played Pokemon or watched the trading card game, but if you have, you may have heard of this person. I give you Michael Pramawat, who is one of the greatest players ever, and that is not an exaggeration, who I'm also 1-0 against, and we're just going to note that there. Michael, thank you so much for joining us, man.
Hey, it's good to be here. Yeah, this is really cool. Epic Splash, one of my favorite formats.
It is. It's a heck of a format. So have you played it very much? Because I hear you're the expert in it.
Expert is maybe a little overstatement, but I played it before. I played it a couple times. Played against Jesper.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah.
Fair enough. So, Michael, can you introduce yourself a little bit for the people here, since I don't think we have you on a slide until later?
Yeah, sure. So most recently, got 3rd at Yokohama Worlds. That was pretty cool.
That's pretty good.
And then until just recently, I had the record for the most regional wins.
That is insane.
Yeah.
And you're right. This poor man called Azul, I believe, broke that record, right?
Yeah. So he finally got 8. I was sitting at 7. Taking a little bit of a break from playing. I've been judging recently, so while I was doing that, Azul swooped in.
That's fair. So let me ask, how have you liked that transition to judging while everyone gets set up here?
Judging has been really cool. I get to see a new side of the community I didn't really interact with as much as I would have liked to.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's been a really great time. All the judges are really nice, and they really just want what's best for the game. So
that's awesome. And I think that part, speaking of the community is not just the players. Community also includes the judges and those who make these things happen. So, dude, I appreciate you doing work and being a part of that.
Yeah, of course. it's one of those things where it's like I've always wanted to kind of be in part of that aspect of the events.
Yeah.
And now I have, and it's been really great. And I'm sure all the judges appreciate when people are like, oh, the judges are like getting thanked and all that.
Yes, for sure. And also, I know from my end, I love having judges who know the game super well. And you obviously know the game pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, that's always a plus. Just be able to like decipher what's going on, because a lot of times game states can get pretty messy, and then like no one's really sure what's going on. So having someone who's a little bit of an expert is able to like kind of decipher what happened.
I don't just mean to be your hype train here, but a little bit of an expert seems like an understatement there. So no, I appreciate that greatly. So are we ready to get started? Yes, we can show the deck list. God, what a beautiful deck list. So, Michael, can you tell us a little bit about what the heck is going on here?
Yeah, so the theme of this is truly the true essence of what Pokemon is really all about. It's truly just about flipping coins. And so this deck is made for you to have maximum coin flippage. You'll see some cards that should not be in the game. They're not. I wouldn't call them standard legal.
It's very true.
But you have famously Magikarp Break.
Yes, a classic.
Classic. Also, you'll see all 5 pieces of Exodia.
Yeah, that is not Pokemon standard in any format.
But it's part of the game, and just like in Yu-Gi-Oh, if you get all 5 pieces of Exodia, if you get it here in Epic Splash, you win the game.
And so, Rufus, no, the giveaways are not just for locals. They are for anyone who is watching on Twitch, and anyone can enter. We will get it out to you and ship to basically wherever, hopefully nationally in the U.S., but we'll figure it out. What is the win condition typically here, Michael?
Typically, you just want to take 6 prizes with Magikarp's attack, Epic Splash.
And so what are the conditions of doing 30 damage with Epic Splash?
So, in the truest way of how to play Pokemon, Epic Splash, you flip 2 coins. If both are heads, you do 30 damage.
That's so 25% of the time, it works all the time.
Yes. And you'll notice that there are a lot of ways to modify and extend the game, like Fighting Fury Belt, Magikarp Break, if you'll notice, it has 40 HP.
That is a big update.
It is a big update, and then a lot of the supporters are flip coins, so...
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent. So this is going to be great. We are good to start, too, if, Bryce, you don't mind kicking it over. So we are going to start this wonderful format with fantastic sleeves provided by Ryan Prusak himself. And so one thing we should also note here, this is a 60-card mirror.
Yeah, I mean, with this format, you definitely want to have it. It's all about skill. So you want to take the deck building part out of the game, and it's really about who's better at the game of Pokemon in game.
Yes, definitely. So as you saw, that is the 3rd mulligan for Ryan, which you play 4 basic Pokemon. So this tends to happen. And do you want to go first or second into this format?
I think I like going second here. I want to be the first one to announce Epic Splash. There are pros and cons. If you go first, you'll be able to go into Magikarp Break first.
Which is good.
Which is very good. But for me, I want to take a more aggressive line and just say Epic Splash and really just get in there.
I am trying so hard to take what you're saying seriously, Michael, but unfortunately, I'm struggling a bit because this is, like you said, coin flips. And so first we have roller skates, which what does this do?
Well, you flip a coin. If heads, you draw 3 cards.
That's a good criteria.
Yeah. Famously, I played this card in my Pyro deck.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. It was when Blacksmith was around.
Oh, interesting. Wait, what format was this?
This was 2014 U.S. Nationals.
Fantastic. Which, to be fair, getting to draw 3 cards is insane.
Yeah, I mean, off an item, it's like you're averaging 1.5 cards, so it's on average a plus.
That's pretty good. And also, if you high roll just a little bit, like that is a supporter.
Oh
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's a coin flip hop.
And so what that is true. So one big thing, because this is a win condition, this deck is getting benched out. So Ryan, being able to get 3 Magikarp down here is a big deal because now it's going to be a bit of a longer game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then also you'll notice splash energy. We're going to be, I think at least on Ryan's side, we're definitely going to see a 6 magic. Like Rahul's going to have to go through 6 Magikarps.
Yes, and so that is also unique because that means 6 times at least you have to flip double heads. And I say at least because we have a Fighting Fury belt. We have lots of other damage modifiers. And Rahul's unfortunately not finding any Pokemon. So then what does he do here?
Well, we have a nice Ilma going off. We'll see if he gets heads here.
And so what does Ilma do, for those unfamiliar?
Both players flip a coin, and then if you get heads, you draw 6. If you get tails, you get 3.
I mean, 50% of the time, that's actually a really good supporter. That's Cynthia.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But 50% of the time, it's bad Hop.
Or, what would it be, 25% of the time, it's a Roxanne.
That's true, yes. And Roxanne was a pretty good card. And we see for Rahul, it is tails. For Ryan, it is also tails. But we got some playable cards.
This is actually pretty good for Rahul because he hand disrupted and then also has the fully powered beefed up Magikarp.
Yes.
And has also decided to limit how much damage Ryan's doing.
Oh, well, actually shorten, yes. And we see a knockout, a turn 1 knockout on a Magikarp. That's honestly not common.
Well, it's the power of going second. That's why
That
the first turn. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And so we have Gambler on Ryan's side. We also have Roller Skates. We get to see 3 cards. Old Computer. What does this card do?
I think it's, what is it? Flip 2 coins and then get an item? Or
I think it's a card out of your discard.
I see.
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with Old Computer, but Random Receiver, love it. It's a random card.
Seems pretty good.
Pretty good. Maybe a little too strong for this format.
That is true.
Because there, maybe what would be a good one? No, but that card's not legal in this form.
That is certainly not. I don't actually know what would be a good one because Pokegear is just kind of like a toned down random receiver to a degree. I actually don't know. Are there random supporter search cards?
I'm sure there's something.
I would have to think about it.
Yeah, I'd really have to go through the card decks and really figure it out. But here we see double Cynthia with the Ilma.
We do, and we also see no energy for Ryan. So we have a choice. Could we gamble here, but deciding not to? And so we see a couple more Magikarp for Rahul. We've got a good option here. What do you think Rahul's best move is?
Right now, it's definitely ending the turn with Epic Splash.
Yes.
However, it is not going to be a knockout, but there is a nice Field Blower in Rahul's hand. So maybe he wants to combo it off with maybe do an attack first and then play the Field Blower next turn.
Ooh, to set up the 2-prize turn?
Try to take a 2-prize turn.
We do see 1 heads, 1 tails. Ryan getting to survive a bit, and that Delinquent was a very problematic card in Standard back in the day.
Yes, and additionally now that we see Delinquent get played, Ryan was able to play Parallel City down in the opposite direction, reducing Rahul's damage.
And that's a huge deal because now Ryan can hopefully survive a couple extra turns of Epic Splashing. And so what is Ryan hoping to see off of this Ilma?
Probably we're trying to get a Field Blower here so we can get rid of potentially Rahul's Fighting Fury belt. Additionally, we actually desperately needed energy cards.
Yes.
And there's a nice despite not having any supporters in his hand, Ryan's hand's actually really good. There is a stretcher, and then there's also a Field Blower for possibly the next. Oh, but Rahul.
Or there's not, and that Delinquent is a huge deal. And we see the Field Blower and a Gambler. And we hit heads on the Gambler and draw 8 cards. Dude, this is wild.
Yeah, I mean, this is epic.
This is... Listen, just for that joke, please donate. Please, I don't know what else could earn donations outside of that. But this is a wild turn for Rahul. Ooh, what do you think about that evolution?
Rahul fundamentally not understanding how Fighting Fury belt works.
Yeah, that's very true. Oh, but actually it's coming with the Yell Horn, trying to confuse Ryan's Magikarp with energy, which is good because it's alive. And so there's an interesting consequence here with Epic Splash flips. If you flip Tails on Confusion, you do 30 damage to yourself.
Yes, however... there's additional rule with Epic Splash.
Is there?
Yes. So if you flip through Confusion and take a knockout, you take an additional prize.
I did not know that. Oh man!
So if you get 3 heads in a row, it's like you're knocking out a Magikarp EX.
That is insane. I didn't even know Magikarp EX existed. Oh, and we actually see 2 tails for Ryan on that old PC. Just a pass over to Rahul.
Ooh, so here Rahul really has everything going on for him, and this is really the power of going second. However, when we hit these stalemate type of boards, this is where Exodia gets really powerful.
It does. And so help us understand, how does Exodia work?
So once you collect all 5 pieces of Exodia, your deck really has no pathetic cards in it, and you win the game on the spot once they are all assembled in your hand.
That is insane, and what a weird win condition. And so, we see 2 supporters off the top for Ryan, and not a knockout yet.
And we're really in this stalemate. Ryan is deciding to not attack, which is interesting. I kind of like just getting all the bad coin flips out of the way.
True.
Yeah, you gotta play the law of large numbers.
That is very true. From a technical background, I do understand that joke, but I may ask you to explain for the crowd. What does that mean exactly?
So on if on average you're likely to have a certain outcome happen, and so by the way, this also does not make sense mathematically, but if you get all of your bad numbers out, you're maybe you'll get more good numbers later.
Essentially, over a controlled sample size, there's so many good, so many bad, and if all the bad come first, it means the rest have to be good. Am I hearing that right?
Yes.
Perfect. Total sense. All right, and so we are seeing a battle where Ryan did get 30 damage down. However, Magikarp Break increases HP by more than 30%, taking it to 40 HP. And we see Exodia come out.
Yes, there are 2 Exodia pieces in Ryan's hand. However, did any get discarded with those delinquent chains?
From Ryan, I think one did. Bryce, did any get discarded from Rahul? All right, so we do see Rahul, their Magikarp Break get knocked out. 2 heads for Ryan. Take a prize. Another Magikarp Break comes out. Wait, how many did we play?
That's the Splash Energy. That's why it's so good.
Yeah, so tell us about the Splash Energy. Why is it in this deck?
It's really so we can replay our best card in the deck.
Magikarp
Break. Yep. Famously has 40 HP, looking like a champion. Probably more likely to get more heads when it's a Magikarp Break.
That is absolutely true. Do you see how swole that is?
Yes.
Just so swole. And so we do see the Ilima for Ryan, hoping for that Roxanne, because I think Rahul had 3 or 4 Exodia pieces.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. Like, that's how you break stalemates when everyone is swinging and missing.
Mm-hmm.
It truly comes down to sometimes to Exodia. And right now, these Magikarps can't knock each other out. They're just not doing enough damage.
It's a 2-shot.
Yes.
It honestly is. Oh, and we see 1 Exodia piece for Ryan, another Magikarp. All right, so Ryan's not going to get benched out anymore, but we're still in a fight here.
Yeah, we're in for a full 6-prize game, most likely.
We are.
Which is really, we really love to see it. Pokemon, it truly is best when you get to see a lot of turns get played. The really fast games, they can be exciting, but like when a game goes long like this, when people get to make a lot of decisions and play a lot of turns, that's when Pokemon truly is a beautiful game, and that's why Epic Splash is such a beautiful format.
I would agree with that. And it's beautiful for a lot of other reasons too, because just look at the quality of that break card. But agreed, you get to see more decisions, more flips, just more fun. And I will say, this matchup, dude, this is a fun one to play.
Oh, for sure. Anyone who ever gets a chance to play Epic Splash definitely should take that opportunity. And also, it's not that hard to bling out your deck. Look, we have the blinged out version on the right side. We have the min rarity on the left.
That's true. I will say, it is hilarious. The price in Magikarp skyrocketed once this format became a real thing.
Yeah.
And, ooh, we see 30. Oh, no, we see 2 rockets. Oh, man. A VS Seeker goes down. A Delinquent goes down.
Yeah, so this is another alternative win condition. See, Epic Splash really is truly epic because it hits all the win conditions.
It does.
You can bench your opponent out, you can take 6 prizes, you can win through Exodia, and you can deck your opponent out.
Which is absolutely insane. And so, oh, and that is one other thing to note. If you flip a 1 and a 2 on your Epic Splash attack, you get to search your deck for a piece of Exodia.
Yes.
And so Rahul trying to stack up his hand with Exodia pieces.
Yeah, it truly is a race between who can assemble Exodia. But Rahul is going for 2 win conditions at the same time. He's going for the deck out while going for Exodia, kind of hedging all his options.
Which makes sense because in case there's a lot of randomness here. So you want to make sure you put yourself in the best position. And we see a rescue stretcher. Ooh, we see the damage modifier come down. So Ryan's going to have to flip 4 heads in order to, double heads 4 times. And we see a delinquent. So that's another one is resources are hugely important here.
Luckily for Rahul, he has 2 greedy die in his hand.
Are less important.
But, could have been very brutal, especially after, say, a gambler.
100%. And Gambler is a really fascinating card. Flip a coin. If heads, when you shuffle your hand into your deck, draw 8. If it's tails, you draw 1. Oh, and so we see Misties for Ryan.
And let's see what the result is.
That's 1.
1 card, not bad.
Okay, we see a Rocket, so we could start to go for that mill out strategy. How close are we to a win condition here, Michael?
We're getting towards the end game. Rahul is at 4 prizes here. But I think the more important thing is the deck sizes of both players.
Yes, and we see 4 come down for Rahul. That Versus Seeker is a big deal.
Oh yeah, and these parallels. The parallels are really slowing down the game to a grind. And it's just really allowing both players to kind of flex their skills.
100%. One part of the game that's not often used, though, is retreating into Epic Splash because you can move a damaged Magikarp out of the active, but... Oh! And we see Exodia for the win off the top deck! Rahul taking down Epic Splash with a fascinating win condition. Michael, tell us, what did we see there?
Well, we saw the forbidden one.
We did.
Yes. Exodia is honestly one of the best win conditions in the game. It beats everything else if you can, but that's why it's so hard to assemble.
It is, because almost every card disrupts your or your opponent's hand.
Yes.
So
also not a Pokemon card.
Correct.
So it cannot be
Very
searched
clear.
for with like Pokeball.
That is true. You can rescue Stretcher back into the deck, but not directly into your hand, I believe, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yes. So what a win condition. Rahul taking down the win. Michael, thank you very much for joining us
Of
here,
course.
my friend.
This was great.
We will get Rahul back, and I think we're going to watch you play some great Pokemon in just a minute here.
Awesome.
All right, and we do have a couple more donations that I do want to go to. So on Twitch, do we have any new donations, Bryce? All right, well, we have 2 new donations, one $20 anonymously and one Taylor Lou donating $20 onto our other link. So we are at how much on Twitch? 705. So we are at $1,645 right now donated to the Trevor Project. So to all of you who have donated, thank you so much. And to Rahul, dang, man, what a finish. We should absolutely do a giveaway. So we are going to jump over, do a giveaway while Rahul works his way over. Hi, Brian. Welcome back. Brian DeVeza, member of the team here, commentating star with me trying to talk next to him at times. And he's going to be joining when I have my round in just a little bit here. So just to go through some of what else is happening today, we obviously just had Epic Splash, which is fantastic. Next up, we will have Moe Dace and Michael Pramawat playing World's 2023 Top 4 match. And for commenting, you will have myself here, which is lovely. And we'll also have Michael Davidson, who recently won the Portland Regionals with Gardevoir. So we'll get Rahul. Brian, you mind grabbing Rahul? So we'll have Rahul here back in a sec. But we're also going to do a couple giveaways. So while we're waiting for those, please, I would ask all of you, we are hitting the middle of this push. We are trying to get as many donations as possible. If you have not donated yet, I implore you to please donate. Provide support for a group of individuals, the LGBTQ plus community that desperately needs support with crisis resources. And I will say this, I'm not saying this to get political, but it is important to say, the recent moves by the administration have defunded resources for LGBTQ plus members. And that is a huge gap then that we need to fill. And the Trevor Project is a fantastic organization to fill that gap because resources are being removed. So Like I said, not to get political, I'm just telling you the facts. The facts are there are less resources available today than there were 6 months ago. And that is a major reason why we're doing this drive to help fill that gap. And Ryan, are you joining me briefly? Sure. All right, sweet. So Ryan is joining us because we have, for this giveaway, an incredible 2-player Pokemon 151 mat and some beautiful Mew sleeves. And Ryan, this is a really cool item.
Yeah, this one is cool. I pulled this thing out of the bag and I was like, oh my god, it's huge. And then I was like, oh, it's for 2 people.
Yes.
So it's really good for like a tabletop setting, just to have. If you're, at home with your spouse or your friend or whoever, you can just have it kind of chill there for a while, and then whenever you want to play, it's already there and ready. So
I was actually going to say, let's do Mew 151. 151 is great.
Perfect.
So we're going to do hashtag 151 is the giveaway for this, because this is a 151 2-player mat, and it has all the original 151 Pokemon on there, which is awesome. And I mean, this thing is just beautiful, right?
yeah, I like it. It's got, you said it. It's got all the Pokemon on there, all the favorites, all the forgotten ones from the original Gen 1. So it's got them all.
We're talking Kingler, Weedle, Parasect, Nidoking, all the ones. So I will say, too, I love this one so much that I actually got one for myself, too.
Oh, nice. That's sweet.
And Kate did give me a look of, what are you doing, when I was buying 2 of these. But you know what? It's going to a good cause.
Yeah.
All right, so Ryan, we have had a bit of a break in donations here on the Twitch chat. So what do you think we can tell the people to help them to pull people in, get some donations coming in?
I mean, I just think it's a very important cause and something that, like, I'm a cishet white man, so like it's not exactly directly linked to me, but I have a lot of friends who are in the LGBTQ plus community who I'm so thankful are still, whether they struggled severely with mental health or not, whatever be the case, I'm just so happy that they're still in my life, that they decided to push through whatever struggles they went through to become the person that they want to be, as well as, just being the people that they want to be. Any amount of mental health resource out there that lets these people become who they want to be and the person that they either chose to be or believe that they were destined to be, whatever it may be. I just think it's really awesome.
I agree. And so I will tell you guys, I already mentioned, I'm a therapist. Like, I'm a mental health counselor. I work at a higher level of care, which means PHP, IOP, people who are struggling to the degree where they can't go to work, can't go to school. They come to program 5 days a week. And I will tell you, people coming to that level of care more often than not struggle with suicidal thoughts, with self-harm thoughts, with deep, intense struggles that they need help with, not just during business hours where they are there at programs. So organizations like the Trevor Project, and Bryce, can you throw up that slide with how to contact the Trevor Project? So the Trevor Project provides access to people via phone, via text, and via chat. And these are resources when it is the dark of night, when you are alone, when there are no people, friends, family, whatever there. This is a place to turn for people who are struggling. So I'm telling you guys, and I will tell you this over and over again, this is such a necessary resource, not only for those who can't get support, but even for those who do when they can't access that other support. And Ryan, you're right, man. We're 2 white dudes from the burbs. Like, this is not something we have personally experienced, but you said it so well. We can still understand that this is such an important need for others.
And I think some of the stuff that Eliza said earlier was really great. Even, like, obviously, they're always there for you, always one of the leaders as far as being a specifically LGBTQ plus mental health resource, but as well as the things that they do for, like, the LGBTQ plus specific mental health research and stuff. Like, they're just constantly pushing forward and trying to make sure that these things are as good as they possibly can be and as available as they possibly can be. And it's all just super great.
Totally fine. So one thing, too, I want to share this. I probably didn't send it to Bryce. That's fine. But one thing I want to share this, too, on that research note, like I said, I'm a therapist. My practice, how I work with people, is based on research done to demonstrate what is effective. And being able to understand marginalized groups that were not accounted for or were not even celebrated, but accepted in the past, there's such a gap of time where there is not research or support. And Bryce, who won this giveaway today? Say it again.
He was announcing it.
Sneaky Tom. Congratulations on winning this 2-player mat and Mew sleeves. Say it again. Sneaky Torn.
Oh.
All right, Sneaky Tom.
Sneaky Tom, Sneaky Torn, whatever it is.
Wow, that M and RN look
Yeah,
very
it actually
similar.
really does.
Fantastic. But you will get the Mew sleeves and a pack of FCBC sleeves. So thank you very much, FCBC, for donating these sleeves for us to use in these giveaways.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Good sleeves.
It is. It is. So, Bryce, can you throw up our next match here with Mo and Michael Pramawat, which... Guys, you just saw Michael Pramawat, heck of a player. And Rahul, do you want to join for a second, and then we'll get Michael in here?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So, Rahul, before we even start talking about this, congratulations on your dominant victory. You're not actually on stream. Bryce, can you put Rahul on stream so you can flex a little bit? Because we need to let Rahul flex here. This man is a champion of Epic Splash. I love it. So, what did you think of playing?
That's fun. You know, a lot of fun. A lot of like staring at each other for a little bit, but it's like fun when all the action starts happening. Because it's like Ryan was right. Like you have a lot of resource management in the game that's like a little bit more unique that I didn't really expect. But then you start flipping, and then I had a couple of good 1-2s go my way, so I was able to get some Exodia pieces. And then Ryan had a well-timed Ilma, but unfortunately that Ilma gave me 3 more pieces.
That is true. That is
so
true.
I got put into a situation where I was like, okay, I have supporters in my hand, but do I really want to play these and put them back in my deck? And I just kind of held that hand. Had a pretty good gambler in the early part of the game.
That was a very good gambler.
Get 8, and then I think that really is what put me ahead because I was able to just I had like a delinquent into gambler, which like put Ryan to 0 and me to 8. So I was just I was living good, living large.
Dude, and seeing Exodia on stream is fantastic because I will tell you that is not something you're going to get on the regional stream. I'll tell you right now. And Tom, thank you, man. Dude, I'm glad I got to meet you. I'm glad we got to have that chat. Dude, thank you very much for joining. And I'm very glad you won the giveaway. And Murray, thank you just for being here, my friend. All right, so Rahul, let's talk about this match, and then we're going to get Michael in here and give you a little bit of a break because you've been talking a lot.
I'm going to get some lunch after this, so you guys can get someone else.
Beautiful. So can we throw up this matchup here? So we have Michael Pramawat just introduced himself, finalist Worlds 2010, top 4 Worlds 2023, top 8 Worlds 2012.
Yeah.
God, this dude's good at Pokemon.
He's the granddaddy of Pokemon at this point. I think the only person who's more tenured is Ross Cawthon.
And that man is a legend unto himself.
Yeah.
And playing against him, we have Mo Dace, who has 2 top 16s recently and a couple top 32s. Mo's a great player, has recently been running with Guardy to try to take these and was a Mew VMAX fan in the past,
yeah,
too.
If you guys saw, there was a segment that the official stream did, maybe in Milwaukee, it might have been Portland, where they showed off how Mo is now the subject matter expert for Behind the Scenes. So if you guys are always like wondering how those like cool graphics and the cool things kind of get put together, Mo is a part of that team, which is like really awesome that they're bringing over some players who have some more knowledge to help out the broadcast team, put some of the talent, put some of the brains together, and you get to put together a beautiful combination.
100%. And so for the actual deck list we're playing,
I could cast it.
Oh, we have Michael. Is Michael not here?
He is not.
Okay. So so sorry, guys. We're going to do some logistics here. So Rahul, let's talk through the Guardy list because I think that's first one to start because I'm going to be honest, I want to talk through Tina. So I don't let you talk through Guardy.
So Guardy was the deck I played back in this time period. And there's a lot of like nuance to this deck. The VIP pass is the early thing. The Mirage step was a really good inclusion for the Worlds format. I think a lot of players at NAIC at that time didn't really figure that out. But once the Mirage step kind of got brought in, it made it a lot easier to actually set up because getting those Refinement Curlias into play meant that you had to get all those Ralts into play turn 1, into those Curlias into turn 2. So it was like a lot of weight on the deck. But now you're saying, hey, I can put two Ralts into play on turn 1, and that can become a whole board of Curlias by turn 2. And once that was established, you had the Zacian for late game pressure, the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, one of the best cards. I think like Gardevoir keeps getting broken cards, obviously, but the Shining Arcana was a real star for quite a long time, especially with 2 pairs of reversal. Not that impactful in this matchup because Tina's going to be the deck that's usually playing from behind.
Yes.
But the Shining Arcana Gardevoir itself can still put on a lot of pressure on the Giratina player. Gardevoir EX. There's no Monkey Dories, no shenanigans here like this, but we're looking to boss up those Giratinas before they become a threat, put a lot of pressure on. Greninja facilitating both sides to draw cards. One side can attack with it. We can't on our side, but getting this Manaphy into play is quite crucial. So the Giratina player can't go for an early 7, can't go for a blow up the board. Vacuum quite good as well to deal with the paths to the peak that are going to be coming down. A big slew of supporters as well. A lot of ball search cards in this format.
Yes.
This was a lot faster of a format because Refinement existed. You guys might have forgotten it. It's only been gone for a couple of months, but Refinement was truly an incredible card to just thin down the decks as quickly as possible. And this version of Gardevoir, found themselves with a very thin deck very quickly.
And that is a huge thing because that's one of the reasons why we thought Guardy could have dropped off after this rotation, because this was a deck that could burn through your deck so quickly with that draw. But like you said, Rahul, we have Lost Zone Giratina on the other end, and this deck is my baby. I love this deck. Bryce, can we throw up the Tina? So this deck, Lost Zone Giratina, had a couple big pieces. So one, it was built off the Comfy Flower Selecting Engine. So once during your turn with a given Comfy, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, 1 into your hand, 1 into the Lost Zone. And God, were years shaved off my life with the stress of those decisions. But this deck is built around that ability, Colress, which says look at the top 5 cards of your deck, 3 to hand, 2 to Lost Zone. And then Lost Zone Giratina V and V-Star, which did 280 damage and also could just delete something with the V-Star attack. But to be honest, Rahul, I think the star of the show in this deck was Sableye.
Yep, I agree.
Sableye was a huge problem for so many decks.
The crazy part is like 10 damage counters in any way you like is an absurd amount. Like think about right now how like small Monkey Dory movements, small things like that really impact the scope of the game. In this format, there was no way to counteract this Lost Mine. Lost Mine just put a ton of damage on the board. Pokemon were just getting nuked left and right. And the whole game was just building up till you got to that position. Once you got to that position of Sableye, it was an inevitability. The 3 Super Rods, the switch cards, you're chaining this as quickly as possible. Giratina was a facilitator to get you to Sableye. You had the Abyss Seeking, you had the Lost Impact to put the cards in there. The V-Star, great way to kind of just cover the early game. Sableye takes care of the late game.
100%. And I used Abyss Seeking far more than I even want to talk about because that is something that can keep your deck alive. Just a brick. That's incredible. Wait, what regional? Not that I obviously don't know your name from here. But Rahul, thank you so much for introducing this. Really appreciate it. We'll hand it off to whoever's joining for commentary.
Be back in a little bit, guys, and grab some lunch.
All right, and so we are going to see this matchup start. You guys can take a minute if you're I can talk through it. So, all right, sounds good. So we are actually going to have Rafal join us, the gentleman who just crushed Henry Chow in Pokemon by crushed. I mean, it was really close, but
it was very close.
We are going to see Michael with Lost Zone Giratina versus Mo. And Brian, can you tell him to start off? And we are going to get started here. So we are going to see Mo go first, and Guardy here going first. They really just want to set up the board, Rafal, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you guys have mentioned it a lot. I'm assuming you have, but
Bryce, can you tell them to check their prizes and show prizes?
You know, one of the most important things about this format is Battle VIP Pass, right?
Yes.
So, you know, we're right now we're used to decks going second, evolving, TM evoing, you know, choosing to go second, right? But back then it's like, no, you want your battle passes. Ooh, and those are good prizes. So yeah, yeah, Guardy back in this format played a lot more psychic energy because a lot of your attacks were based on stacking a ton of energy onto stuff.
Ooh.
Michael also has pretty big stuff in his prizes. I mean, I think Mo's might be more impactful just because like that's a quarter of his energy, as well as the Radiant Greninja, which is you know, it's just kind of like the engine that keeps your deck going. You know, we see. Also, the Zacian, the active. Zacian lets you search your deck for a psychic energy and put it onto one of your Pokemon, and then your turn ends. So it's a way to just kind of like get your game going. But a lot of in certain matchups, it's not a card that you necessarily want to put down turn one because you don't want to just slap a 2-prize threat onto the board.
Well, you especially don't want to start it. Now, granted, there's actually an advantage to starting it because now you can start to take prizes without putting any damage on your board, but it is an easy target for that Lost Zone Giratina. And Michael, on his end, we have Battle VIP Pass, which was the bane of my existence, but such a powerful card, Rafal.
Yeah, that card is just incredibly powerful for anyone who's kind of used to Buddy Poffin now. You know, it just obviously similar effect in that you get two Pokemon from your deck onto your bench, but only turn one, and it doesn't have to be a 70 HP basic. It can be, you know, as you see Michael here, putting down a Giratina V, just slapping it onto the board with Battle VIP Pass, or I think that was with an S-Ball, but you get the Crown Round with the Battle VIP Pass. So
yes.
Just an incredibly powerful card and very relevant for this meta. And you know, both of these decks also actually have the advantage of being able to do something with your Battle VIP Pass after turn one. Because some decks, it's just like a bricky card in your deck. Mo is going to be able to refinement it away and discard it. Michael's going to be able to Lost Zone it. So both of these players, you know, even though there's only been one Battle VIP Pass played between them, it's not necessarily like now they have like all these dead cards.
So one thing I wanted to ask too, and this is where I actually have some measure of expertise here, but Michael decided to use that jet energy with the Comfy in order to go into the other comfy. And so for me, even seeing just a couple routes on the board, no energy in the discard, I actually would have loved to see that be an escape board first, and then use that jet energy to go into Giratina for either Abyss Seek or to bank an energy. But would you have rather seen something different there?
Yeah, I mean, I think just Michael's concern is the fact that Mo, if he just attaches a psychic energy to Zacian, I believe it does 150 damage.
It does.
So that's just going to be a big slap of damage onto that Giratina, and putting it into range where it can get knocked out the next turn is something you'd rather not do, because then Mo could hypothetically, Michael could use his Giratina to knock out the Zacian, but then you're kind of you're knocking out a 2-prizer, and then Mo would probably knock out with 1-prizer. So maybe that's kind of the risk Michael doesn't want to put. He doesn't want to put a big 2-prize liability onto his active, especially since it's his only Giratina.
Well, so, and I would say, I think part of that is, ooh, and we do hit the chorus off the last comfy. So the one thing I would say is I do hear what you're saying. I think the better option, though, in that case, going into the Giratina, you get to Abyss Seek for 2 more into the Lost Zone, but you don't actually have to attack with it. And I think one of the things you want to do is go in with Sableye and try to use that to clear some worlds from the board. And though instead we decided to go in with Cram It for 110, and that I love too. I think this is great aggression that Michael is able to do because he hit the chorus off the last comfy. So Rafal, tell us about Mo's side of things. What is Mo trying to do here?
Yeah, on Mo's side of the board, it's again, it's very interesting because Guardy plays just so differently now than it did even just a few months ago, right? You no longer have these Curlias, and one of the big things is that even just a few months ago, Guardy was playing all these refinement Curlias. Mo has the Mirage Step Curlia, which rotated previously, which rotated over a year ago. So for those who just started playing in the last year and a half, the Curlia that Mo has, kind of the upper Curlia that he has, lets you search your deck for as many Curlia as you want, or I guess up to 3, which would be the rest of your Curlias, and just place them right onto your board. So, part of the way the Mo's deck works, and part of the unfortunate thing about starting a 2-prizer, is that you're fine with sacking 1 or 2 prizes in order to use that Mirage Step and just fill your board with all your refinement Curlias, and then you're just chugging through your deck after that.
100%.
And then one of the kind of underrated advantages of Mirage Step is that it then allows you to have Ralts, which can then get a rare candied into Gardevoir. So your board can be like Curlia, 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 Gardevoir, Gardevoir, Gardevoir. Like you can have all these different things.
And that's exactly what Mo's going for, is to fill the board with Curlias, so that way, and we have 2 left, plus we want to try to find a Ralts, but so that way he can have that sustained board the whole way. And as you said, as Curlias and Ralts get knocked out, you can just slap another Ralts down and not have to worry about it because your board's still full of the evolution. And I cannot overstress how important it is to, when you rely on both your primary evolution as your both draw engine and attacker, to be able to fill your board with them, not just have 4.
Yeah, and that's what we see Mo doing here now. He's level balling, he's nest balling, or sorry, he's level balling for that Ralts. I don't know if he's going to play it, but it looks like he's going to retreat probably into the Mirage Step. And I'm wondering if Mo's going to then end up getting himself 2 Curlias, or if he's going to get 1 Curlia and 1 Ralts. I don't know if maybe it's possible he has a Curlia in the hand is unable to get. Oh, never mind. He's going to go straight into Mirage Step.
Yep, and we do see the 2
Curlia.
Curlia come down. So now we have 3 Curlia with refinement. Now, on the other side, Michael was Iono'd, but that's fine because we have a Colress in hand. That is huge because we're already at 5 in the Lost Zone, 3 comfies down. We're going to be able to Mirage Gate if we want to. We could use Radiant Greninja, but I think, honestly, we're going to see another Cram hit here because we don't have room for a Sableye.
Yeah, it'll most likely be Radiant Greninja here. Or sorry, not Radiant. It will most likely not be Radiant Greninja here. Sorry, it's been a long morning. Because as we see here, Mo benched that Manaphy, which protects his bench from Radiant Greninja. Because the last thing you want is to get yourself 2 Refinement Curlias and then they just get blown up by Greninja. So
one thing I love to see here from Michael's end is I love the sequencing. So number 1, use Radiant Greninja first. Get as much information as possible before you use Colress to get the next chunk of information. Once you see that Colress and cards you need to discard, that is when you start to flower select, where you get only 1 of 2 available, and you need more data to make the right decision. So Michael decided to get rid of the Super Rod and the Nest Ball, keep the 2 energy and Mirage Gate. I mean, this hand is looking really good for Pram.
Yeah, Pram is in a really good position here, but one of the things about the Gardevoir and versus any Lost Zone deck matchup is Gardevoir wants to conserve their Iono and essentially just give away as few prizes as possible as they develop their board. Because eventually, once you get a bunch of energy in the discard, once your non-EX Gardevoirs are getting energy off of your top deck, those Gardevoirs with reversal energy can start just blowing up those Giratinas and taking 2 prizes and getting really big up trades against Michael. But so Mo is just trying to put himself in a position where Michael's going to take as few prizes as possible before his deck is up and running. Gardevoir, just like now, just like same as the day it came out, does not mind falling behind a couple prizes because it has ways to come back. And so it's up to Michael to kind of get into his as advantageous position as possible.
Well, and actually, that's one of the nice things with Lost Zone Tina. You also don't mind falling behind. It's always interesting to see 2 comeback decks playing against each other because you get to choose whether or not you want to take the aggressive line or fall back behind. And so one of the things that Michael has going for him is because Gardevoir will reach big damage by placing a ton of damage counters down, Michael can use that Sableye late game to close things out if Mo does try to reach a knockout on a Tina V-Star or something like that. But going over to Mo's turn, we do see him go into the Mirage-type Kirlia and start drawing with Refinement. So Rafal, what is Mo's goal this turn?
Yeah, so Mo has a lot of different options here. Well, I think number one most important thing is simply just bumping Path to the Peak. Because I think if you're going to draw a bunch of cards here and not be able to actually get any kind of attack off, you might just fall a little bit too far behind. Pram's only taken one prize so far, but the big thing is that he has that 110 damage sitting on that Zacian on the bench. So a Sableye later can just knock it out, take a free 2 prizes with a 1 prizer. A lot of this matchup is trying to up trade as much as you can, trying to knock out 2 prizers with your 1 prizers, knocking out multiple things at once. Guardy without Monkey Dory, like it has this format, it's not really a thing that Guardy can actually do. Back in this 2023 format, but it's something that Michael can do. He has Radiant Greninja, he has Sableye, and as we saw, that Manaphy is knocked out, and Manaphy served its purpose. It protected those Curlias for 1 turn, but now that threat is back.
And I would say it served its purpose partially. So, like we said, each of these Pokemon, they're going to have energy accelerated to them and do damage, and it's going to mandate a lot of damage counters coming down. So even though Radiant Greninja may have been turned off for a turn, there's going to be later turns in this game where he could even just Radiant Greninja hit that Zacian and knock out a Kirlia, and then clean up that Kirlia clean up that Zacian with a Sableye to follow, along with another prize, essentially having it still be 4 prizes across 2 turns.
Yeah. Yeah, so we see here Mo evolving into that Shining Arcana Gardevoir, kind of realizing that drawing into your 1 or 2 stadiums is going to be pretty difficult to guarantee, but he does have the reversal energy. So that Gardevoir, because he's down by 1 prize, will be able to just do a ton of damage and knock out this Cramorant. I don't know if Cramorant is his preferred target, but I don't think he has a boss to choose something else like hitting the Giratina or something like that, or the Radiant Greninja.
We do have a research in hand, but with Lumineon,
he does have a
boss. Now, this is not a knockout, to be clear. So we are doing a pretty significant amount of damage, but since this is not a knockout, it's tough because Michael can still take advantage. 180 goes down. We have Mirage Gates. We have Jet Energy.
Yeah, we have Switch. That Giratina is not staying on the board. I think just both of these players are kind of realizing that the only 2 prizes in play require a lot of resources to one-shot, and you'd rather set up for like an easy 2-shot.
And I think what Pramwalt may want to do here, Michael may want to do, is to me, this is a perfect turn to Radiant Greninja to knock out a Kirlia and put 90 damage onto that Zacian. Because in this format, there's no Professor Turo, there's no way to heal the damage. That once it's on the board, it stays there, minus something like a Collapsed Stadium, which I don't believe this Guardy plays Collapsed Stadium.
I actually think it does.
Does it play
I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken, but the Collapsed Stadium, if Mo plays it, this is towards 2nd place list. So Wacky Panda, this is Worlds 2023.
Yeah, so this is the year Michael Pramwalt got top 4, and this is his top 4 matchup against Tord, who was playing Gardevoir.
Yeah, so and Mo himself was at that Worlds playing Gardevoir list similar to Tord. So they're playing. It's crazy to say retro because it's only 2 years ago, but all these yellow border cards, right?
Yeah. And also Elias Photo, thank you so much for the donation. $25 Really, really appreciate that. We are just growing on this donation still. We're getting closer and closer to 2K. And guys, the more we get donated, the more cool stuff we're going to give away, and the more we're going to be able to help a really, really important organization. And so looking at Pram's turn, this I think is one of the toughest things with this deck is picking which resources and which energy you put where is so tough because you have very limited resources of both acceleration and recovery.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like, you know, you don't necessarily and here's him actually choosing not to use a jet or a switch, but actually
and
hard
I
retreating.
love this decision because now we can use Super Rod to put 3 basic energy back into the deck. And that way we save something like a jet energy. So off of a late game Iono to low, we'll still have access to jet to flower select a few times and try to find that win condition.
Yeah, I mean, I thought, and that's really, you know, you as a Giratina expert, you know, I was thinking like, obviously jet or switch is the right call here, but no, that totally makes sense. And, you know, one of the big things about Giratina, and especially in this matchup where you're expecting to get Iono loads sooner or later, you want your deck to be cards that you want to see, right?
Yes.
You want your deck to be energy for Radiant Greninja, you want it to be jets for your Comfy, to be able to dig further into your deck, but you want to get rid of all the junk. So, you know, Michael doesn't not mind playing these Mirage Gates now because those might be cards you might not want to see later. They might be cards you want to play now and get the most out of while you can, you know? So it's just a really interesting matchup, a lot of back and forth, but we do see Pram putting a ton of pressure onto Mo. So Mo's board is looking pretty awkward right now. That Curlia needs to evolve, or it's possible that he might not be ever able to get a Gardevoir EX out. But we do see Mo here super rotting. So I think this hopefully for Mo, he has an Iono here because obviously Michael's hand is like 10 or 15 cards right now. So, or like it's like 10 cards.
We're
so
only at 8. It's fine.
Okay,
it's not a biggie. But no, you're right. So getting rid of both of those Curlia with the Collapse Stadium available, I agree. I think knocking out both Curlia is the right choice. And knocking out both Curlia that don't have Ralts, I also love that decision because we're going to force Mo to have to find more resources, not be able to shove Ralts back into the deck.
Yeah, and we do see that Mo doesn't currently have access to Iono in his hand.
No, we
did
have
not
a
draw
Both,
into it.
a Curlia. We are going to Refinement for 2, but I don't know if that's an Iono there.
It's not an Iono.
It's a Battle VIP in a vacuum.
Yeah, so, you know, what Mo was really hoping to do here is get a Gardevoir EX down and then
Iono
Michael, which, yeah, he can get Gardevoir EX. Oh, he can bump the path with Lost Vector. I don't even realize Towards List played it, but that makes a lot of sense.
And so we can bump it. This will enable Mo to gust up and knock out Giratina if he wants to, but that Sableye about to come in strong, and Mo will be at 4 prizes remaining and in a very vulnerable spot.
Yeah. Now, what we do see in Mo's hand is the Lumineon, which I think until Tord was playing it in his Guardy list at this World Championship wasn't a very common card in Gardevoir lists.
Yes.
But the strength of it, you know, Tord just wanted access to a card that he could play at any point he wanted. You know what I mean? Or like have access to his supporters whenever he wanted. And you're playing so many Ultra Balls because you're just searching for these Curlias and Gardevoirs. It did make sense to include something like Lumineon. So Mo here could choose to Iono Michael low, use that Lumineon to get himself an Iono. Obviously, then you're putting a pretty big liability onto your bench.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the trade-off, right? You're playing it in order to find what you're looking for, to guarantee a strong supporter. So yeah, this is Mo right here playing the Lumineon.
And I think Iono is the right choice there. Now, one of the things I didn't know before is that Cresselia actually has a reversal glow attack that says move 2 damage counters from each of your Pokemon onto, I believe, your opponent's active Pokemon.
Onto any Pokemon.
Onto any Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
So we would not be able to take a knock-on on Radiant Greninja.
Yeah. Oh, double reversal onto this Guardy.
Interesting. So why do you think that is?
I am not sure. I don't know if I would have done this if I was Mo, but I think what Mo might be doing is trying to just have this Gardevoir available for a situation where he can just blow up a Giratina out of nowhere later. Or something like that, right? So this Gardevoir effectively has 6, 7, 8, you know, a ton of energy on it.
Yes.
But part of the reason he did that is because those reversal energy, and I think he's realizing that like there's not going to be a lot of more opportunities to get Shining Arcana Gardevoir down, so might as well just put the reversal on it anyway, right? If it gets knocked out, then the reversal is just actually a dead card. So you might as well threaten a Gardevoir that has effectively 6 energy on it, right?
100%. And so there is an opportunity for Michael to gust it up and knock it out, but not like this because I think Mo's going to knock out that Giratina V-Star.
Yeah, so as someone who played a lot of Gardevoir in this format, this is one of my favorite things to do. You Iono your opponent low, and you use that Cresselia to not only heal your board, but also pick off your opponent's bench. And then you leave your opponent with an unfavorable active Pokemon. Because we saw Michael using 2 Mirage Gates and a Super Rod last turn. We were talking about how good that is. But there's also a liability because now he's down 2 maybe an additional Mirage Gate, right? Because he used one to retreat instead of switching.
Yes.
Instead of playing Switch on the Giratina. So now he has to find a way to put together an attacker.
So now the good news for Michael is we have Iono, and typically that can be a problem if we need more cards in the Lost Zone, but we don't. Like, we're fine. We're at 10. We don't need any more. Anything at this point is just deck thinning. So we could choose to use that Iono. We can draw with Radiant Greninja if we want. And so if it were me, I agree. Play the escape rope first. And I like Mo's decision to go into Gardevoir because without a Lost Zone Giratina V-Star on the board, there's no way for Michael to knock that out.
Yeah, there's just not anything really threatening. And the thing is that even if Michael benches a Giratina here, he is still 1 prize up. So Mo's Gardevoir with double reversal will be able to just blow up a Giratina if it wants.
All right, so we do see the next. Oh, man.
Psychic and a Sableye. That's tough. That's a tough decision. The Sableye is just so important.
It is. So Michael does play 2, but Sableye, I think, is essential. And honestly, right now, this is when Michael wants to start using that Sableye to take prizes because I don't think he wants that Ralts to become a Kirlia. And it's at this point, it's a balance. You don't want to be overly aggressive, but it's so important to be able to start to take prizes. Now, the only choice is, do I bench a Giratina or do I bench a Sableye? Because you can't do both with this board.
Yeah, if I was Michael, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that because he's at 3 prizes and there's that damaged Zacian, I think there's a lot of advantages to benching that Sableye and knocking out that Ralts right now. Because 1, you prevent that from becoming a Gardevoir. You take a free 1 prize Pokemon, and you prevent, like I said, and we prevent a Gardevoir or Curly from coming into play. And then you keep Mo at a board where it's really difficult for him to remove that Zacian out of play. Because Mo would love to fill his bench to 5, play Collapse Stadium, and then discard his Zacian when his bench shrinks to 4 to just remove this really damaged 2 prize liability. And obviously, by Michael taking only 1 prize in the Ralts, he's trying to Iono-proof himself as much as possible.
So there is another option here, too. So we could, with that boss in hand, we could gust up Zacian, and we could apply enough damage to it where Mo would not be able to retreat it.
Oh, very interesting.
Instead, we are choosing 2 Iono, and I think this is the decision for Michael, is with 1 Iono, we only get to disrupt once, because I don't believe he played any Roxanne.
Ooh, the path is huge here, though.
The path is huge, and so is the switch card, because now we have a way to get into Sableye or Cram. And now, I can't see what's in Mo's hand, but we're only going to be able to draw 2 cards with that. Oh, the path comes down with that Shining Arcana. Otherwise, we have no draw on board.
Yeah, well, so he has he has the Shining Arcana, but it's kind of an awkward situation. And honestly, Michael can also choose to knock out this Cresselia, because it prevents Mo from having an option to remove damage off of his own board by knocking it out. But I think Ralt might be better because then you can then set up multiple different plays because Ralt has more than enough, only 70 HP.
Yes.
So then you get 5 more damage to kind of put where you want in the ideal places. This Gardevoir is just simply not getting knocked out. We see Michael is bench locked, Giratina is not happening, one Shining Gardevoir is just not happening. So Michael's thinking of basically how many different routes can I kind of set up on the board for myself to take a 2 prize knockout to win the game.
And I do like this decision to put all 5 on the Zacian, although I wouldn't have minded 4 on the Zacian, 1 on the Shining Arcana. Because we really just want to make sure Zacian is in range of a Lost Mine.
Oh, and there's a Stadium in Mo's hand.
Oh, and that's a big deal because now we can bounce that Zacian. And if there is a basic in deck, yeah. So this undoes a ton of work from Michael.
Yeah, it means Michael's turn was not ineffective because obviously he got that prize and he knocked out a Ralts, but everything he put into play, everything he tried to stop Mo from doing, Mo just did it, right? He got a Pokemon onto the bench, it's a Ralts, which is great, and he got that Collapse Stadium, which not only forces Michael to discard something, which it looks like he's choosing Radiant Greninja because that Path to the Peak is in play, or, well, Pat's getting removed. So, actually don't, Michael. Dan, do you think that removing that Radiant Greninja is the right call?
I actually don't. To be honest, I think I would have wanted to get rid of a Comfy because using Radiant Greninja Snipe actually could be a really good follow-up to this turn, since I believe we have at least 1 or 2 Mirage Gate left. So being able to knock out that Ralts and set up damage on something else means Michael could clean up the game with a Sableye, since at this point, it's going to be tough. He's going to have to bench 2 Giratina V if he wants to win the game by knocking out either Gardevoir or that Lumineon V.
Yeah, and we see again Mo going for that Cresselia play. You spread energy all over your board. Everything takes 20 damage. Then that Cresselia basically compacts all those 20s off of everything and pops them onto one Pokemon.
Yes.
Now, what do you think? Do you think he's just going to be targeting the Sableye?
So if it were me, I would target the Sableye. Sableye is the threat. You don't really care that, oh no, you get to Flower Select. Sableye is the threat. You are removing the primary attacker. Cram does not knock out Cresselia, which is a big deal. So Michael would have to find some kind of gust in order to take a prize. And with Michael being down to 2 prizes remaining, each of these disruptions are going to hit harder and harder and harder for Mo.
Yeah, this is just this is a matchup where both decks are able to just potentially run out of gas.
Energy in hand still, so we have Boss and Snorlax.
Oh, that's tough. I was actually going to say Snorlax is one of Michael's few outs because Snorlax can knock out the Lumineon, but having to lasso and it stinks.
That's the thing is, if you don't see both of those, Michael just wins the game. We have a Super Rod and a Psychic.
Yeah, Michael's starting to get into a bit of a funky position here. He just has, a lot of really good cards. It's kind of the pros and cons of making sure your deck is all good cards, because eventually you have to start lost zoning those good cards.
And that's a big issue with this deck is resource management is so important. And I will say this is still one of the hardest decks I think there's ever been to play effectively for its power level. And obviously Michael did incredibly well with it, but every single resource decision matters. You can lose your game turn 1 if you make an inefficient decision. But Michael's saying, hey, I've got at least 2 Psychic Energy remaining. I'm okay ditching those.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the analogy I'm thinking in my head here for Michael's deck is like it's almost like you're like driving your car and like you get like a like a low gas warning. It's like Michael's like I'm gonna put like $5 on the tank and then go a little bit further and $5 again and go a little bit further. Michael does not have a lot of resources. He's getting Ionoed so low, but he has just enough to just keep making a little bit of progress. But it's getting to the point where Mo could definitely launch a comeback.
I love this decision. Going down to 1 prize, who cares? Knock out the Ralts because now Sableye Psychic Energy wins the game for Michael. And Michael also has not put a 2-prizer down, so Mo still has to attack 3 times.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, Mo's going to be able to, Iono Michael to 1 card here, but if you knock out this Cramorant, you're going to get a lot of Comfys drawing cards, and I think we've seen Michael play 2 Colress. There's still a lot of Colress.
So there are 3 Colress down, 2 Colress played, 1 in the lost zone.
Okay.
Yeah, tracking resources is a big one here. My brain is firing on all cylinders with this deck.
So many memories coming back.
I know. So here's the issue for Mo. Mo is able to do 60 damage, but there is only 3 Psychic Energy in the discard, which means we do not have enough Psychic available to Moonglow reverse a Comfy unless we discard that 1 in hand.
So I believe Cresselia's second attack, I think, does 110.
It does.
So he can knock out this Cramorant.
But that means Cramorant wins the game.
Yeah.
Because if we do put that damage on the... we have a 3-card deck for Mo, too.
Yeah, well, so I think Mo would want to attack... Because the Cresselia already has 2 energy from last turn. So you can attach return.
Manually attach return.
Yeah, manually attach, do 110. But he's going to choose to attach that Gardevoir. I mean, you can also just attack it with your big fat Gardevoir. That is also an option.
And honestly, I think that's fine because it means the only out for Michael to win is Sableye. Now, if we do attack with Gardevoir, we're leaving all these Comfys alive, which means Michael will be able to draw cards. But I really got to stress, Michael has time. Mo has to attack 3 times to win the game. So Michael has at least 2 turns remaining to just find Sableye, Psychic Energy, get it into the active spot.
Yeah. Although the big thing we see here is, so Mo only has 2 Iono in the discard, and now they're both going into the deck with Palpad. So one of the things is like you want a situation where your opponent runs out of Ionos, and then what Michael would love is that Mo takes 2 or 3 turns to win, but during those 2 or 3 turns he can build up that combo because Mo's out of ways to disrupt him. But that's not true at all. Mo's gonna have a bunch of Iono in his deck, and Michael, if he doesn't get like a game-winning hand off of his 1-card hand, you can comfy all you want. It goes back to a 1-card hand the next turn.
100%. And so we do see Mo decide to go into Gardevoir. We're going to Psychic Embrace those 2 energy, put 4 damage on Guardy. This would put it in range of Lost Impact if there was a Giratina on the board, but there's not. So we are just going to see the knockout on Cram here. And so no, Rafal, what I want to see, it's real simple. It's a way to get to Sableye.
Yeah.
And we have the Mirage get in hand.
So there's
because we only have Psychic Energy remaining in deck.
Yeah, and so Colress and Sableye are your only actual outs to Sableye. He has no Nest Balls, he has no Ultra Ball, so he's gonna thin his deck, and yeah, I mean the next 2 turns are gonna be Michael probably just hoping that this comfy draws into Colress most likely.
And I will say and honestly, even if it's not this comfy, it is okay to get it off the next comfy and hold it on that.
Oh, but you don't want to lose that Psychic Energy.
Nope, that's an easy choice. So we'll retreat into the next comfy, Flower Select.
Boss and Colress, but does he have a way to then get the Sableye into the active?
I think that's what he's deciding right now.
Because he can get the Colress. Colress will get him really close to Sableye, but then how bad do you really want to...
So it was a Mirage game, boss.
Oh, it was a Mirage. Oh, I saw the Lost Zone graphic.
And we do boss up the Luminion. We have seen the attachment. We bench another comfy, and we just pass on over. And I love that decision. Now we do have an energy in hand.
Yeah, Mo's going to be able to do that right there. And Mo can realistically just attach return and just go back into attacking with Gardevoir, or he can. Well, no, he'd have to bench a 4th Pokemon to have enough damage from Moonglow Reverse.
Exactly. So we're probably going to have to go into Gardevoir here. And I mean, we have boss. We don't really care. But Iono again to force Michael
right back
down
to
to
Iono.
1. I guess he had 1 anyway.
Yeah, but Michael's hand was just what? It was just Psychic Energy, right? So
it was.
At this point, you don't really mind getting Iono because you didn't have the game-winning combo.
Kyurem was not in format at this time.
Yeah, it was the following year. Yeah,
Yes.
so this was 2023 Worlds, not the previous year. So yeah, Kyurem was not a thing. Oh, Sableye and Colress. Does he have a way to win here? I think he's just lassoing himself out of resources.
We do have Sableye, but we have no way to get it into the active spot. So Mo, with Gardevoir, takes game 1 just with no way to retreat or move. And Rafal, we talked about this with the resources. It is so tough.
Yep. Yeah, that was pretty rough. Now, going into the next game, one thing I do want to ask you as a Giratina player, should Michael be trying to set up a board with multiple Giratina so he can start blowing up these Gardevoir EXs? Because I think the difficult situation that Michael got put into, for better or for worse, it was a lot of one prizers trading with each other. It was Cresselia and Baby Gardevoir going into Cramorant and raiding Greninja and Sableye.
So
we didn't see Giratina just nuking a Gardevoir.
So I'm going to tell you, and it's going to be a very good answer. It depends.
Mhm.
And that is my answer with Brian's laughing at me. That is my answer with everything with this deck. Because I agree. I think having Giratina as a line to one-shot big EXs, super valuable and great. Deciding to go purely Sableye, super valuable and great. It's all going to depend on what you draw, what your resources are available. And this is actually one thing I will say, and I got a lot of flack for this when I was playing this deck. That's why I really thought 4 Nest Ball, 3 Battle VIP was better here. Because early game, filling your board is great, but you saw that with Michael. It's not like Turbo Lasso where you just flood the board and go from there. With this deck, you want the right attacker at the right time. So having more ways to get out that Sableye late, that Giratina late, is a big deal. Now, granted, did Michael do better with this than I did? Sure, yeah, whatever. He's a better player than me. It's fine. But I do think that it is okay to go either route. Did that answer your question, Rafal?
Yeah, that's understandable.
Okay, fair enough.
So what? Because Michael intentionally, I think before because he ended up kind of going for the way he started his board was like Greninja, Comfy Cramorant, then Giratina, and then just ended up flooding the board with more Comfy. Oh, did Michael choose second?
Michael did choose second, and we do get to see our prizes from Mo. Not horrible.
That's fine. That's whatever. I mean, yeah, the stadium might matter depending on how low he is when he gets past the peaked. But those prizes are fine.
They are. And Dan, I also miss Giratina. I love this deck so much. And KDN, yes, this format was fantastic, especially later formats the same year. They were such good formats.
Yeah, I think a lot of people definitely got frustrated with Battle of VIP Pass, kind of the variance of it. The actual gameplay, like unless it was games where someone just gets like double Battle VIP Pass, gets all their stuff, one person bricks and then draws into them the next turn, and it's just like clearly one person said it better than another. Obviously, that's unfortunate. But overall, the actual gameplay, if players got to play the game and play against each other and have nice back and forths, this format was really good because this is the format when Iono had just come out.
Yes.
So we went from a format where kind of like Judge was like the best disruption card to decks playing Iono.
And Iono, obviously, we've seen it even still today, is one of the best supporters ever printed. Like one of the most powerful and a well-balanced one that helps you in comebacks and also doesn't give you a ton of value late if you're ahead.
Yeah, it's just a great card, and in this matchup, it just matters so much because both players, have ways to draw out of Iono, but both players kind of depends on when you do you want to shuffle your deck. Is your important stuff at the bottom? Do you want to draw into that stuff that just got Iono? For example, like with Michael's deck, if you're playing a Lost Zone deck and all your energy gets Iono to the bottom, you're fine not shuffling your deck, right? You're not going to Artisan and then start comfying because you might draw into those energy. You'd rather comfy, get rid of some garbage, and then there's all that energy available to you at the bottom. So playing around Iono, playing around your own Iono, setting yourself up to win or lose around Iono became an important thing starting in this format.
I would agree, and that it just makes so much good counterplay. And Mo here deciding between putting down Manaphy or another Ralts, and I'll tell you, if I'm Michael, I would love to see him put down Manaphy here because that means 3 of the 6 pieces on his board are useless cards. Now, Moonglow Reverse is pretty good, but now he's also capped at 100 damage with Moonglow Reverse, or 80 damage with Moonglow Reverse, because you're only going to have 3 Psychic Pokemon on the bench.
Yeah, this is interesting because, I mean, Michael, he's not playing a Turbo Lost Zone deck. The odds that he gets a turn 1 Greninja is unlikely. But as I mentioned, Battle VIP Pass was a thing in this format. It's completely possible that he just hits all the Battle Passes, just goes rope, Jet Energy, all of a sudden, boom, you're just knocking out 2 Raltses and the game is over, right?
Yes, and so unfortunately, this is not the best hand for Michael. So we do see the Nest Ball. I agree. I think we got to get rid of the Water Energy. Oh, can someone yell at him to check his prizes? Thank you, Bryce.
True. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
All right,
we're
good.
So we do have Iono 2 Battle
Pass.
That's not great. So Stellar Wish, we're not actually doing a tournament per se. We're doing a bunch of different exhibition matches because obviously we're trying to put on a good show to encourage people to watch, to donate, to participate. So we are typically doing Worlds format, but for this specific round, we're doing Worlds 2023 because Michael Pramawat was gracious enough to come out and play, and it'd be great to show off like some of his fantastic gameplay with this deck.
Yeah, I guess you could call it. It's less of a tournament. I would say more of like a competition. It's everyone on the energy team is playing against among the best players in the world. So and we're doing our best and trying out a bunch of different games. But yeah, we had Epic Splash the round before, but I think the following game right after that will be yourself, Dan, playing against Isaiah Bradner in the upcoming Worlds format.
Yes, indeed. And so I will be playing Dragapult. Isaiah will be playing Charizard. So it'll be cool to see Charizard, and I'm going to be playing the Tortbolt, which is a little different from the Dusknoir. And to be honest, I don't know if I like it as much, but it is pretty good. All right, and so we will see the flower selecting from Michael.
Yeah, and the escape rope. Mo's thinking about the best thing to escape rope here.
No, Mo wasn't actually thinking about it. He was just yapping. So that's fine.
There is only one right option. You don't want that Manaphy to just die to Cramorant turn 1.
100%. Okay. Bryce, can you nicely yell at them to like keep the basic play moving? Because obviously we got places to be, people. So we see the Greninja and another Comfy.
2 very important cards.
You can specifically say, Mo, stop yapping so much. That is okay. So So we do see the retreat into the second comfy. We do see the flower selecting. Nest Ball, Jet, those are both really important cards, but I think the Nest Ball has to be more important here.
Yeah, you already have energy in your hand. You're going to be fine just nest balling here. What do you think he nest balls for, though? I don't think he has a way to switch into something to Abyss Seeking.
I think this is actually when you get the Giratina V. And the reason I say that is because right now that Giratina V is not at risk. And you want to be able to evolve it up into a V-Star before Mo can easily reach with either a Zacian or with a Shining Arcana Gardevoir. And so, not to say it won't still get knocked out, but in order for Mo to reach high damage knockouts, a lot of damage has to hit the board. And that's when you take advantage of that with Sableye.
Yeah. And Michael sees, Mo has one Ralts right now. Obviously, Guardy can always just do some ridiculous things. But for Guardy in this format to just blow up a Giratina turn 2, you need like Candy Guardy and like 6 or 7 energy in your discard to just put onto a Zacian and a boss, all this stuff.
100%.
It's essentially most likely impossible that Mo can actually knock out this Giratina, so you want to get it benched as soon as possible. And we see Mo going for the same play as last time, going for that Mirage step. So he's going to evolve to Kirlia, then he can search for as many other Kirlia as he wants and put him right onto the bench as just straight up, just a stage 1 directly onto your bench. Don't have to evolve the Raltses.
And what a top deck for Michael, getting the Colress off the top.
Ooh, both paths.
Honestly, that's actually a great Colress. It sucks to get rid of a Jet or a Boss, but to get Path to the Peak and be able to bounce the next one is so good. And so I probably would have gotten rid of the Boss if it were me, but that's okay. He's a better player. So we are going to see the first flower selection to follow this, though, and now Michael is in a great spot. We had a Mirage Gate and a Switch Cart.
Yeah, and he got rid of the Jet, so I don't actually know if he has. So he chooses the Switch card, but he doesn't.
He has another gate in hand.
He has another gate in hand, but the thing is, like, he lost on that his Greninja, right?
He did.
So a big 2 prize play is never going to happen. And he saw that, man, if he put down turn 1, he said, this is just not worth my time, to kind of work towards this play, especially since he wants to have Path to the Peak in play as long as possible. There's a point where, like, your own, if there's a Manaphy in play and you have your own Path in play, there's a point where your Greninja just isn't really doing anything.
Agreed. And so I think what Michael's deciding here is, and if it were me, I would throw a Water on the active and then Psychic on the Sableye, or a Psychic on the Giratina. Oh, going with both on the Giratina. Oh, I actually do not hate at all a Lost Impact on this Mirage Step Kirlia.
Oh, really? You think?
And so the reason I say that is you're going to do something really good here, not only just with the attack, but you're going to get yourself up to 9 in the Lost Zone, which means if Mo does put down a
he goes for Shred, though.
I think Shred's great, too. That's fine. But so my thought was, if Mo did go down into a Gardevoir EX, you have the boss in hand. All you need to do is find some way to get one more card in the Lost Zone. And dude, you're using your not Lost Impact, but your, I forget what the second attack is. I forget. Either way.
V-Star?
Delete. Yes.
Star
Requiem.
Star
yes.
Requiem.
All right. So we do see the evolution into Gardevoir. Do we have a stadium in hand? We do not.
Yeah, I don't see it. So Mo chooses to Iono. And so this is one of the interesting things about Gardevoir in this format is choosing when to kind of, and I mean, it's relevant now, but it's even more relevant when you have so much draw with Greninja, Kirlia, and Gardevoir, choosing when Iono is most appropriate. If you have some important cards in your hand and you just need to draw like the important 1 or 2, maybe you save that Iono for the end of the turn, right? You want to first get your combo off. Or if your hand is bad, you're going to Iono first and then build up that Iono hand. And once again, Mo gets that Lost Vacuum right on time.
To be honest, I don't think Michael minds the Lost Vacuum there. Like, this is not a high impact turn unless Mo's able to reach a knockout on this Zacian or on this Giratina, which is not easy. But if Mo does, like I said, the advantage Michael has is there's going to be a ton of damage hit the board, and there's not going to be a lot of ways for Mo to clear that off. So with that Colress in hand, Psychic in hand.
Oh, he's going to have it, yeah, because you need the reversal. Gardevoir's base damage is 60, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One more energy will make it do 240 damage and knock out the Giratina and put him in a really good position. Although, now he has a lot of damage on this Gardevoir, right? And Michael has a Colress in his hand. He will be able to get to 10 this turn, and that Sableye can just start machine gunning Mo's Pokemon down.
And I actually love this decision because there is no need to Flower Select this turn. You have what you need. You can hope to find another Ball Search card or something off of this Colress. And I agree, the Choice Belt's okay to go away. I don't mind the energy going away. And this is a turn now where you could Nest Ball out another Giratina V and then start to attach to that and get it evolved up. But Michael may decide just to attach to the Sableye and knock out this Shining Arcana.
Do you happen to remember how much HP Shining Arcana has?
140. So with that 60,
so
there
you
is
can't
8.
get a double knockout here.
No, he cannot. But even then, knocking out this Arcana and then putting damage somewhere else is still a big deal because you're setting up for follow-up plays very effectively. And so we had talked about this, where there's 2 routes. You can go in with Giratina big, or you can go in a primary Sableye out. And Michael's saying, hey, you have so many babies on your board, I'm just going to spam Sableyes for a while.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that the thing is also, like, I think when Michael checked his prizes, we saw there was Giratina in his prizes. There's, I think, 1 Grass Energy. Oh, I thought there was 2 Grass Energy in the... No, I think
there's 1 Grass Energy in
There's just 1 Grass Energy. I thought there was more, but Michael just might be realizing, just running things down with Sableye. There's enough the thing is that there's enough prizes on the board that this is a good call. Although Mo rare canning into a Gardevoir here might be something that puts Michael into a pretty difficult position.
So that is bad, but the advantage of if Mo does rare candy into Gardevoir EX, we go into Arcana. And so that keeps the game of a solo Sableye-like approach open for Michael. If it had gone into a Gardevoir EX, I think Michael's fine too, because then you just played a disruption. All right, so then for Mo, Rafal, what is the goal here? What are we trying to do?
I think he has enough Pokemon on his board now that I think he just goes for Moonglow Reverse and knocks out this Sableye. You just keep Ionoing him. You just keep trying to make his hand go lower and lower and lower and lower, and also getting damage off your board. You don't want a situation where Michael's able to get a multi-prize turn here. So you want to clear damage off of your board and start setting up your big knockouts. Because one of the cool things about the Cresselia is that the Cresselia's damage is based on the collective damage on your board. So it forces you to spread energy on your board, which sometimes doesn't feel good, especially in this format, right? You don't want like 1 energy on a Screamtail, and then it loses 20 damage. What do you do with that, right? But in this format, you have the Shining Arcana Gardevoir, which does more damage for energy on it. So if you're able to put energy on it and then heal it up, that then kind of gives it a bit of a buffer that you can then slam more energy onto your discard. Because you can only put so many with Gardevoir EX onto that Shining Arcana before it just can't take any more energy because of the damage. So,
100%.
So attaching an energy, then healing it, kind of sets you up for later turns where you can blow up something with Shining Arcana.
100%. And I see Michael deciding whether or not to put the path down here. I don't know if I would. I don't think he's wrong. I just don't know if I would because it feels like that needs to be down for a big impact turn. That is not the prize to take.
I think he's just realizing his hand is not in a good position, and Mo could, Mo did Iono himself, and his only draw now is the Shining Arcana.
True, very true. And so we're likely going to see that Shining Arcana used here, or we may go get a Curlia first. What are your thoughts on that? We're going to Super Rod first.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so I think you preferably want to keep going with the Cresselia. Cresselia is just really good into Cramorant because Cresselia can take a hit from Cramorant, and then you can then use the damage that you took from the Cramorant to then keep hitting things onto the bench. So I don't. I think Mo's pretty happy with what he has here. I think he would like to get Cresselia out and then knock out. Probably not even the Cramorant. I think you just want to knock out the Sableye because the Cramorant is it has very controlled damage. It's going to hit your active. Michael needs Boss to hit kind of what he wants with it. The Sableye can really have its way with your board.
And so I think that's the big thing too is Cresselia cannot knock out the Cramorant. Cresselia can reach and knock out the Sableye. So if you're going to knock out the Cramorant, you will have to go into Gardevoir EX or Shining Arcana, and neither of those really feel great. But did we hit a stadium? We did hit the collapsed stadium. That's huge. We trade a refinement away. We have our, for a Sealstone. I mean, Mo is just in a fantastic position now because being able to play around this is so, so strong.
Yeah, I would have definitely discarded the Mana Fee. I don't know if you realize that Rating Grid. Yeah, I think Prem is indicating that Rating Greninja is is in the lost zone, and Mo should probably not have discarded his own Greninja, but Mo seems to be committing to the play.
It's okay. Mo's locked in.
Yeah,
Mo is
very locked in. He did not realize Michael indicating that.
All right, we do see the damage come off the Shining Arcana. So like you said, that Shining Arcana now is kind of clean. And we're just going to see a hit into this Cresselia. Mo's down to 2 prizes remaining. This is where things get so sketchy for Michael.
Yeah, last game we saw Mo mounting a comeback. This time we see Mo playing from ahead and Michael struggling to put a play together. So Mo's definitely in a very dominant position here. He's going to be... if he has 2 energy, he has enough energy in the board to then, I don't know why I said if he has enough energy. We see all that energy
he
in
has
the discard.
every energy in the discard.
Yeah, so he's actually not even going to have to target this Cramorant. He's just going to be able to knock out a Comfey on the bench with this Cresselia. Cresselia gets knocked out by Cram, and then he knocks out Cram with whatever. So what do you think Michael could possibly do here to win?
Well, so I think it's going to come down to Boss, Manaphy, Sableye. Like, I think that is the win condition here, because the tough part is Mo's energy is in the discard. Like we said, it's basically all in the discard. So there's not a lot of ways for Mo to find ways to retreat the Manaphy. Getting a couple more supporters in is good, though I think Mo's going to just play a research here. And Mo deciding to burn Nest Ball, pull some stuff out of the deck. Oh, but Mo's deck is so thin right now. We can't research or we'll deck out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the plan is here. I think Mo might have been looking to research himself into only playable cards, just in case. Which
to be fair, he would.
Yeah, and this Palpad might give him just enough of a deck. But to be honest, like, you're in kind of a position where, like, what are you even afraid of being Iono'd into? You know Michael's used both of his Path to the Peaks. Obviously, you just want to play it safe. But they both know each other's decks. I think it's very unlikely here that Michael could make a comeback. But like you said, if that Manaphy gets bossed and gets stuck, Mo could be in a bad position. So he wants to make sure that he has as many research available as possible to just draw into the rest of his deck and get the energy to win if that situation is one he gets put into.
Oh, and Michael's saying, like, oh, shoot, the Cram is not knocked out. So we do have Escape Rope, which means we will be able to Flower Select. And I think this is one of the, like, easy decisions of, yeah, you just gotta.
Yeah, but Mo's just going to bring up the Gardevoir, and then Michael, what could he even draw here?
Not a lot.
Not a lot, no.
And I think that's going to just about do it. We are going to...
Oh, boy.
We're going to, fail it. There's no energy in deck. Retreat. Going to Cram, a hit, and then that is game. Gardevoir EX takes down Lost Zone Giratina. My heart is broken, unfortunately, because that is my baby. It hurts.
Yeah,
and it hurts.
Hey, I mean, Tord won that matchup. I almost said won that Worlds, but he didn't. He got second to that Worlds. But this was a rematch of top 4 in Worlds 2023 of Tord versus Michael, the exact same lists, and we see the strength of Tord's Gardevoir list, which did innovate in a lot of ways on Gardevoir at that time. It only played a couple kind of like unique cards, but the stuff like the Lumineon, stuff like the Lost Vacuum, were things that really put people were like, oh, this is how to play Gardevoir. Tord has figured 100%. Out. This is the way to go.
Yeah.
And we see the strength of it. Both games, Mo was able to get that Lost Vacuum at a very crucial time. So having just an additional path to the peak out into a deck like this, we see kind of the advantage that Mo gets out of that.
It is. And I think this is something that educated Lost Zone Tina players going forward, too, of how important path is, how many outs you need to have to that. Like, how important it is to sustain attackers throughout the game. And as we saw Roxanne make its way into the games, how important Roxanne is in these decks. So we are going to I think we should get Mo in here to talk a little bit. So Rafal, would you mind terribly talking with Mo a bit about what happened?
Yeah, go for it.
Or actually, talk to Mo. We'll get Rahul in here in a minute, and then we are going to do something real quick here. Dr. Kevin Krieger, thank you for the donation, $100. So we're going to do a quick testimonial after you talk to Mo, and then we're going to get to my round. So, Rafal, I'm going to give you a sec. I'm going to go get Mo, and we will chat a bit and then get to the testimonial.
Sounds good. Yeah, we are, well, for those who don't know, we are incredibly close to reaching our next donation goal. We are, if you combine not only the Twitch goal, because for those of you who don't know, we have the Trevor project kind of linked with our Twitch account, But if you are watching through YouTube, if you know somebody who's interested in donating who is not on Twitch, we also have a link directly on the Trevor Project's website, and we're just adding those numbers together to decide to see kind of where we are with the donation goals. We are just under $2,000, so if we get to $2,000, we get our next big giveaway. So we're well on our way, and we're having a good time. So Mo, tell us about that matchup. You played Gardevoir 4 Worlds. You played a list very similar to Towards.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
So the month before the event, I built like the same 58, but I played like a worker instead of the Luminion, and then something else instead of like Forest Sealstone. I think it was like another stadium. I played a Champions Festival, right? So I was like, okay, I have 4 path outs. I'm gonna go insane, right? And then I was like, I had that 60 built, or no, without a festival. Point being, I had the 58 built like a month before the event, and I was like, well, no one's playing it, so I'm not gonna play it because I'm not confident enough and whatever. I ended up playing a worse list and then not making day 2, but here playing the broken 60. I said I would cook him and I cooked him. I don't even care.
Yeah. How does kind of the cards that ended up being put into Towards list, how do you feel it kind of affects that matchup compared to how it had been kind of prior to that? Things like having access to Luminion, having access to Lost Vacuum, are kind of things that Tor added to the deck to kind of put it into a position to help against some of these decks.
I think the biggest one was that like a lot of people were not. We were talking over there on the floor. Really, Rahul was mentioning like Reversal Energy was just one of those cards where people were not really playing it in Japan. Some people played it, and then no one really brought it over to the West. Well, technically it stayed in Japan because Worlds was in Japan, but we never really saw people play Reversal until Tord popularized it at Worlds, getting 2nd place. And the Reversal Energy is just a free 90 damage for Gardevoir, the Shining Arcana one, which made a world of difference. Game 1, when I had double Reversal on it, it just meant that if I ever went behind on the prize trade, I had a free 180 damage in addition to the 60 base. That's a lot of damage. That's 240 for no damage on myself.
Yeah. So as someone who's been kind of playing Gardevoir, on and off basically since the card came out, if you kind of compare these different versions, like kind of this World's version with the Shining Arcana and the Cresselia to the way it is now with Monkey Dory, how do you kind of compare and contrast the ways that the decks play? And do you have a preference for how you like to personally play Gardevoir?
I just like to announce Psychic Embrace. Well, I never even announce. I just point to the card and say effect. But Psychic Embrace is so broken. Obviously the deck is named after it, but being able to use it whether you're damaging your board and advancing your board state based off of that, and then throwing damage onto your opponent's board, which is what we see in modern day, or back in the time. I mean, you just put a million psychic energies onto Zasha and V, or onto the Shining Arcana Gardevoir. I think I really just enjoy all of them. Every version of it has its perks, whether it's Refinement, whether it's Shining Arcana, or whether it's Monkey Dory. I do love Monkey Dory, though. That card's broken.
Yeah. And one card that we totally forgot about because it rotated actually prior to last year was the Mirage Step Curlia. How did it feel to play that again? The strength of that card just boom, I'm set up. Like, how did that feel to do that again?
Not gonna lie, it feels good, man. You don't even need a Ralton play. You just need one.
Yeah, and that was another innovation that Tord made to the deck. People were not playing Mirage Step, and then we see the strength of it. You got one Ralton, someone might say, like, he's in a pretty bad spot. He's going to have to Curlia and then hope to draw into more. And you're like, no, I'm actually going to Curlia and just get all my other Curlias. And, like, I'm set up. Boom.
Exactly, yeah. Like I said, it felt pretty good because you just get a bunch of cards in play and then you get the Refinement. If it was the modern Curlia where it doesn't even have an ability, it just has 90 HP and does nothing really except for Psychic, it wouldn't feel that good. But when you get to draw cards, the game's good. You get to thin your deck. Towards the end of the game, I also did where I thinned my deck of all the bad cards that I don't want to draw into, and then Palpad. I Ultra Balled away research, so I could Palpad double research in my deck to make it so that he can't Iono me to 1. I have the odds of drawing out of it, and so I definitely think I don't know, the deck's so broken. Honestly, I should have probably played it into Worlds because I had the 58 with the Mirage Step, with the double Reversal, and I just didn't play it for some reason. So
whenever you guys are done, just go in the next minute, go to the testimonial for Aaron.
For sure. Basically, if you have confidence in your deck, if you play it, have a lot of reps with it. I was playing 8 hours a day of Gardevoir, that list, and then I got off of it for some reason. Just play the deck you're confident in, play the deck you would really enjoy, and that's really just about it. Just enjoy Pokemon, play for fun. Premont and I are actually teaming up for the 3v3 tomorrow with Molar Raider, so see us tomorrow. Hopefully we
do have more. There's more gaming tomorrow. We have our 3v3 tournament tomorrow, which we'll figure out a way how to stream a 3v3. You'll probably just be one of the players of the groups,
or two
playing against each other.
The 2 wings.
Yeah, something like that. And then the following Sunday in next week, we also have our first League Cup of the season. So NRG's got a lot going on. So You know, if you're joining us for the first time for this event, please you know, check out come in tomorrow at 11, and then come in next Sunday at 11 a.m. Central, and we will have more Pokemon gameplay for you.
Exactly, and I believe we have a testimonial coming up from
Aaron McCann. Yep. Aaron McCann.
Here we go. Hi, I'm Aaron McCann. I'm a Pokemon professor, a financial advisor, a community leader for my local queer community, and also an advocate for mental health. Throughout my life, I've really struggled with my mental health and keeping everything together, and I've been brought into some really dark places. Throughout my life, I've attempted to take my life 3 times, once when I was a teenager and then twice when I was an early adult. So projects like the Trevor Project are really big to me, especially things like the Crisis Line. When I was a kid, I was homeschooled, and I always felt like as a queer person, my identity wasn't really mine to know or mine to control, and I felt like I didn't really get a choice all the time. I was in a lot of dark places growing up, and I was met with a lot of confusion, but also due to my homeschooled, I was generally pretty lonely. This led to some pretty hard struggles, especially in the early teenage years, kind of going into adulthood. I did end up using, you know, crisis lines multiple times. One time I actually did call the crisis line, and I wanted to share a story just real quick. When I did call, I spoke to a lady. I can't remember her name. Probably spoke to her about 45 minutes, and I basically was trying to get her to convince me to not take my life. And throughout our conversation, you know, I kept rebuttaling, I kept objecting, those sorts of things. Eventually, she came out to the conversation and said, "Why don't you wait till tomorrow?" And I was angry. I was mad. I was like, "What do you mean wait till tomorrow? Nothing's going to change." And she was like, "Nothing's going to get worse." You know? And everybody needs to hear something different at that moment, right? If you told somebody that and it wasn't the right thing to say, you know, it might not have been taken as well. And I definitely didn't take it as well at the moment. I was mad. I was angry. And she slowly started to convince me, you know, explain to me nothing's going to happen between the next 8 hours from now until the morning. And that's something that really stuck with me. Throughout multiple times, I've been in a crisis moment, or I've had a friend in a crisis moment, and, you know, just being able to kind of talk them down off the ledge, or talk myself off the ledge even, and just say, wait till tomorrow, you know, it really helps. So things like crisis lines, you know, like that night, it really helps me. You know, what could have been an awful night turned into just another dark little blip, but, you know, I ended up taking something out of it. So for me, the Trevor Project is so huge. It makes me feel not alone. It makes me feel like I have somewhere to go. And I know that does it for so many other people, which is why for me personally, I think the Trevor Project, what they do and their mission is just so earth-shatteringly huge and important for not only the local communities, but also the communities on a global scale. That's my experience with mental health as a queer individual. The Trevor Project is amazing. All sorts of other projects are as well. Yeah, that's about it.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. I know I listened to that beforehand, and I really, really appreciate her being willing to contribute that and to share it. And I mean, Brian, also, hi, Brian's here. Hey. We've talked about that a couple times already, about how important it is to hear from the people in this community and the needs that they have. So, Aaron, really appreciate you reaching out. And Brian, I mean, welcome in. How are you doing today, man?
Yeah, I had a long night last night, but I'm just glad to be here, you know.
I am glad you are here because you were going to be covering while I go play a game. But before I go out there, I did want to say one thing. So we're trying to encourage donations. And this round, I personally, Dan, and my lovely wife, Kate, thank you.
Yes,
but shout out to Kate. We're going to match every penny donated this round. So however much gets donated, if it's $5, I'm going to give $5. If it's $500, I'm going to give $500. Whatever comes in this round, I will match it. So if you guys are unsure about donating, you're not quite ready, you're thinking this may be a good time, bad time, donate now. Donate in this next round, and I will donate exactly as much as you all did to match this. And Brian, man, I'm hoping we get a good push here.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to. It would be cool because not only will the match really help, you know, go to the Trevor Project, but it gets everybody back home some of these cool cool prizes. And
It
stuff.
does.
Yeah.
And the next thing's up, we're at about 1,700 right now. The next thing up is the Pokemon Card Lounge exclusives. Followed by that, we're going to have a lot of really cool mats that are signed and stuff that we're going to be giving away.
Yeah, so super cool stuff here. I mean, even just hitting that 1,500, seeing that double-sided Mew mat getting given away.
Oh, yes.
That was like one of the top things for me. But like, all this other stuff from here on out is just it's really getting into the really cool territory now.
I agree completely. So, Brian, I'm going to hand this over to Michael because he's
For
going to
sure.
commentate with you, and I will let you guys start talking through the round.
Sounds good.
So, Bryce, you want to throw up the matchup?
Yeah. So I think we have Dan and Isaiah. So I'll talk about Dan here real quick. Very accomplished player. Hey, Michael. Alrighty. So, Michael, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
Yeah. How's your Worlds prep coming along?
Probably not as good as we would have hoped,
Yeah.
but I don't know. This
Yeah.
format's a little bit confusing.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys got time. It's cool though, getting prepped and stuff like that. But we got our next round here. We've got Dan and Isaiah. So I'll just go through Dan just because I'm part of the NRG team. So most recently, the top 8 San Antonio, top 16 Portland, Worlds 2022 top 64, and Players Cup global finalist. He was one of the only guys from the team to make Worlds last year as well, and he's hoping to make a push next year. And I know if you want to talk about some of Isaiah's accomplishments, Michael, I know he's a good friend of yours. So yeah.
So this year, Isaiah got his first 2 big dubs in Masters. I mean, he won Stockholm, and that was actually his first regional day 2 of the year. But then locked it up with the NAIC victory.
Yeah, for sure. So I know it's like he's a player that you definitely like test a lot with and all of that. How is it like working with him on like almost like a daily basis? I know like you and a lot of like the other people that work in that group always talk about how good of a deck builder he is and all that stuff. So what's it like kind of like working with him and the kind of testing process with him?
Yeah, I mean, I think Isaiah is probably, I mean, maybe not, if not the best, like easily one of the best deck builders in America. So not even just America, in the game in general,
for sure.
but definitely in America. And his like process for building decks and like his initial lists are always like so far ahead of like everyone else's for like almost any new deck. So it's really nice like instantly having like a really good framework of like how good or how strong we think like a new deck might be.
Yeah, for sure. So this Charizard build here, I think this is what Isaiah's playing.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes.
Dan said any money raised during his match, he will donate them.
Yeah, we already talked about that. So we're gonna hype that up going into the next round. So
I have the current numbers. So
okay, gotcha. So what are some of your thoughts of Charizard coming like into this format? Do you think it's like kind of well positioned? Do you think it's kind of fake? Like, what are some of the things you're thinking about this deck?
Yeah, I think this is one card off or maybe the same 60 that Gabriel Fernandez has been playing.
Yeah.
Even if I don't think it's the exact same list that he used, but he has like newer lists. I know the Mist Energy too. And I don't know. I don't think this deck is like super poorly positioned.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure how good the Dango matchup is. I assume it's probably pretty decent with the Chi-Yu.
Yeah.
I know some Dangos have been playing Rigid Bend, but I guess you still have Max Belt to maybe go around that. And I don't think that's like super popular either. But I don't know. I think it's like decently placed, and especially if Poltnor is going down, there's definitely like a spot in the meta for it.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Charizard EX has always historically just been a super good deck. And then the Tord Pult, I mean, there's not much to say about this one. Hyper consistent, really just a lot of really good draw power, and then it gains the Hilda from the next set. Out of the new set, what are some of those other cards besides like the Hilda that you think have had like a really big impact in like the testing and all of that?
I mean, Jellicent is like the obvious one.
Yeah.
It's definitely weird, like, or it's somewhat confusing, like what is the optimal amount of Jellicent to like put into your Guardy deck, but Jellicent has definitely been like pretty impactful in like certain spots and certain matchups, so that's definitely probably the biggest addition to the format. One notable thing about Dan's deck is that he doesn't play the Maractus that Tord does, and that's just one less option that could be kind of good. Like Maractus trapping the Pidgeot is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But otherwise, just a very like straightforward, consistent Bolt deck.
Yeah. Do you think Dragapult's still kind of positioned well into the meta going into Worlds, even with a lot of the Pult hate that's kind of been going around?
It's definitely in a more like suspicious spot than
Yeah.
it's been in. With this like new Dango deck is really threatening. jamming tower is like pretty helpful in that matchup because it lets you like jamming tower CC the Genesect, and then it's like pretty hard for them to move you because their balloon's turned off. But straight pull I think is probably a little bit too slow, maybe not
Yeah.
like aggressive enough for like the current meta.
Yeah, for sure. So we're gonna get into the game here, and they're gonna take a quick look at their prizes here. I don't think there's anything crazy here. Double Ultra Ball on Isaiah's side.
And I think two
Yeah,
Charmanders as well.
Yeah. And then Connor, yeah, MD is on the mic right now, so you're definitely gonna get some good commentary over these games. So Dan's going first here, getting the Buddy Puffin out here. Probably gonna grab some Dreepies down here. And what do you think some of the big setup things that you'd want to see in this matchup for Dan?
I mean, besides like regular pull setup, I think Monkey is probably gonna be like relatively impactful.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
they're both gonna be kind of having me swing through the active. Neither of their decks can really go around the active that much. So setting up Monkeys at some point is definitely going to be impactful, and Dan's deck does have 2 of them, so that's going to let him have some different numbers. But Connor, do you mean like the Ogre Pawn E-Switch deck, or what do you mean?
Oh, or this is like that new new Ogre
or do you
Pawn
mean like
one?
actual like previous Terra box?
Yeah, because that new Ogre Pawn box has been kind of an interesting one that's been going around on the Limitless like tournaments lately.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit better than I thought.
Yeah, he's just trolling.
Okay.
For sure. So Iono comes down. I didn't get the chance to see what's in Isaiah's hand, but he's going to play the Artisan down. Probably going to grab another Charmander or Pidgey here. The TM Evo and the Luminous Energy is super huge here, so he'll be able to get his setup kind of going in the next round here.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely happy to open that Evo. I think I saw maybe an Ultra Ball in that hand, but I know there was a couple energies, so it's probably not necessarily the strongest.
Yeah.
But looks like a Brock Scouting as well. Kind of a unfortunate spot because, well, he doesn't necessarily need one. Isaiah would like to get another Charmander down, but if he just grabs a Pidgeot here, maybe, yeah. And then just Evos in the Pidgeot, that's still pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely. You could probably just quick search into, Charizard at that point. And, I mean, there's no threat on Dan's side of any sort of knockouts or anything like that, so I think Isaiah is able to kind of safely make this play here.
It's a Worlds format.
Yes. Yeah, Worlds format, so not too many changes, I think, on each side. More so, like, Dan's playing the Hilda, and I don't remember if Isaiah's really playing anything crazy. Any new cards or anything like that. But yeah, it's been Worlds format all day, so definitely looking forward to seeing what all these other top players have been kind of cooking up for today's event. So on Dan's side here, we got the Badoo coming down here. And let's see what he's kind of thinking through here. Probably eyeing the Iono here and maybe trying to see if he can just retreat into this Badoo to start that item lock to prevent that rare candy play.
Yeah, so I think he's a little bit hesitant about playing this Iono because Isaiah has like a 3-card hand, but I think I would not be too concerned knowing that he has that Pidgeot in hand.
Yeah, definitely. It's pretty much like, it's like you can either Iono him to like have no Pidgeot, or he can just like have it either way. So
yeah,
I don't think it's too bad to play that Iono. The Nest Ball's coming down here. I mean, having 3 Dreepies down already, I don't really know if there's anything else you really want to have down, unless he wants to maybe get like the Latias down just to keep that energy in play.
Yeah, that could be the thing we see. I would be a little bit surprised if he benched Latias because it's such a liability in this matchup, but does elect to get it, and maybe that's fine.
Oh, the Artisan probably going to grab.
Yeah, Artisan. But I think he might have pressed a Dracula.
Oh, okay. Oh, Monkey Dory's coming down. Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could consider leaving the bench space open. I don't think that's a big issue getting the Monkey, but, I mean, I don't know. Artisan's not really going to get bumped. I'm not sure, like, thinning the Monkey now is, like, that much higher EV than just, like, risking drawing into it when it's, like, a fine card.
Yeah, for sure.
But, I mean, he more than likely will want to have Monkeys down in this matchup, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so we're deciding to play the Iono here as well. See what these guys will draw into here. Dan's getting another energy that he could put into play. Ultra Ball also. Wonder what Isaiah drew into here. Crazy.
Gets rid of that stretcher. I probably would have been fine ditching the pull. I don't know what his like pull
is. What not worth grabbing, Connor?
No, he's playing straight pull.
Oh yeah, he's playing. Yeah, it's the toward pull.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see Dan discard the Dragapult off that Ultra Ball, but
yeah, because you can just get this. You can just use the stretcher to get it back anyways.
yeah, and that also becomes like, let's say I zest the Iono this turn, that becomes just like another out to find the
for sure
to find the pull off an Iono from Dan. So, or sorry, off an Iono from Isaiah.
Yeah. Second Charmander comes down here.
It really did not look like there was too much going on in Isaiah's hand.
Okay.
Still, I think he might have a Luminous for the monkey, but
yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. Artisan's coming down here as well.
Don't think he plays the Tatsu, so I'm not sure there's any like super strong grabs. He would definitely like to get another Charmander in play, but with those two prize, it's not going to be great.
Yeah, I haven't really been seeing the Tatsu a lot in like the Pidgeot builds. I've been seeing it more so in like the straight just Zard Dusk Noir builds.
Yeah.
Yeah. So seeing what he wants to grab off of this Artisan here. Looks like he's just failing it. Didn't get the chance to see what else he's got in the hand here.
I mean, there's really not very many good targets. I mean, I know he's a Charizard in him, but I didn't see like any supporters or any.
Yeah.
I mean, supporters are a big one. Maybe like another Raw Evo could be good, but it's obviously pretty unlikely. Oh, not even a Luminous for the monkey. Okay, he has. Oh, sorry, he does have one.
Okay.
So, probably just hoping to draw an Evo off this Iono and then try to Evo with the monkey.
For sure. And do you think that's like the main reason to put the fire energy on the monkeys, just so to keep the extra Charmander in play?
Yeah.
Okay.
But not really hitting anything is obviously not going to be great.
Yeah, and this is good for Dan because, I mean, it gives him some time to kind of keep setting up. That's all Dragapult really wants, is to be able to just get the board set up. You want all these Dracloaks in play, get the energies kind of put down, and then start of attacking from that point on.
Yeah, and I don't know for sure how aggressive Dan is supposed to be, but it's pretty reasonable with this turn that he could hit boss for the bench Charmander and kill both.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was definitely looking at too, and he's definitely gonna start getting a little more aggressive with that by trying to see if he can draw into another Dracloak here.
But one thing to like keep in mind is that killing the double Charmander, well, I guess it's not like Duskbolt where he actually has like a really big play he can build towards. So it's probably correct to go in with more of the aggression. But I think Isaiah can totally recover, especially while Dan's bench locked. I think it's like super reasonable that like he gets like the Pidgeot in play, and then the recovery to have like a pretty solid board, especially when Dan's already taken 2. So Monkey Dory plus Max Belt will get there.
Oh, so we got the
So he does have the boss.
Yeah, he has aggressive boss play here, taking out the double Charmanders, and then going after this play. Then, what do you think Isaiah kind of needs to do to really recover here?
Well, yeah, that's what I was saying. So he just needs to have. I mean, I think his deck plays Rod. So if he can find like Rod plus some recovery and maybe Evo into those Charmanders, probably has enough to get the Pidgeot in play here too. So I think the recovery is not too bad, and then I don't even think Isaiah's in too bad of a spot. It's really difficult for this straight pull to put on a lot of aggression, but Arven's a perfect card here.
Yeah.
Already has the energy in play, so I think I saw Poffin in his hand as well, so just going to need to get that Rod off the Pidgeot, and then he can Evo into 2 Charmeleons pretty strong. And without, I mean, obviously, he has the Rod in hand already.
Yeah.
So obviously, Hawlucha wouldn't be enough for the Charmeleons, but if Isaiah were to leave Charmander in play, then Hawlucha would be enough, but Dan's obviously bench locked, so not really going to be an option. And it just becomes kind of difficult for Dan to really go forward here. I think this is where we see a big difference between what Duskbolt would be able to do in terms of pressure here and what the straight bolt decks.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah,
here's the Pidgeot.
Yeah, the Pidgeot's going to come by and then probably grab that Poffin from there.
I think he has the Poffin already.
Oh, he has the Poffin already? Is there anything else then that you think would be pretty good to get off of the quick search here? Do you think maybe like a counter catcher or something like that could possibly be good?
Yeah, I'd maybe like to see maybe a luminescent hand or maybe the A spec too. I think there's a couple options, but like the goal for Isaiah next turn is to be able to. I guess he also can like counter catch the Latias, so I guess he doesn't have to do the max belt monkey play right away. So
Yeah,
maybe
true.
that's fine. Uh, if he doesn't have a Charizard, I mean that's probably like the best thing to hold.
For
but,
sure.
Yeah, but I think this is gonna be like a super reasonable recovery here from Isaiah. Having the Luminous on the monkey could be kind of good, but if Dan just were to kill the monkey, it obviously like sacrifices the Luminous, but it definitely discourages Dan going after like a boss Pidgeot play a little more.
Yeah, and I think plays like this where you show like that kind of recovery really show like how like the top players really just play to their outs, because I feel like most players when they kind of see that board state where both of your like main attackers are kind of like, you know, knocked out already, definitely is like one of those things where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna like kind of scoop it out in this position. But I mean, he recognizes that, you know, they're still way out, and I mean, he's already got double Charmeleon here, and he'll be able to start swinging the next turn.
Yeah, and I think Isaiah can definitely recognize like the relative lack of pressure that the straight pull is actually like putting onto your board compared to like dusk pull. And this type of play where like you recover your board while super rod evoing, it's kind of similar to how Guardy might recover your board after maybe initially your Curlios are killed. But if you're able to like get a recovery and just evo again, a lot of time you can still stay right in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, even though like, you know, Dan would definitely want to hopefully kind of go after these Charmeleons, I don't think he'll be able to take quite as much of a lead as he would want to past this turn here, because even though it is like a 2-prize lead already, it doesn't feel like it's already as big of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of Isaiah's board, I don't think he's super worried. I think if we were to see maybe boss on the Pidgeot, that might be Dan's best play, because that forces Isaiah to need more than just max belt to knock out a Polt. But if we just see the knockout on the active, I think Isaiah is going to be in a really good spot to just max belt Iono Zard. He doesn't necessarily have all of those, but he just had a free quick search since we knew that Puffin was already in his hand. So definitely has at least one of the pieces and is probably working his way towards. So yeah, we're going to see the boss on the Pidgeot, but this definitely makes it a little bit more difficult for Isaiah to get through, and he obviously needs a little bit more. The 6 isn't super useful because I think it probably should be on the monkey, but I'm not sure how much it actually matters.
Yeah.
This Charizard is obviously just going to get evolved. What it does allow is for Dan to like reboss up the Pidgeot and then put more damage on the Zard once it evolves, but overall I think the damage is like probably a little bit better on the monkey, even if Dan thinks that Isaiah is going to evolve double Charizard. That's like not super easy, and that like really stretches his energies. So I think it might be an easier game plan for Dan to not put damage on like this Charizard, but it's probably fine.
Yeah, for sure. And then yeah, Alex, four boss, and then 3 counter catchers. So pretty much what Tord was running, in his NAIC build. So. Going back into Isaiah's turn here, it looks like we are going for probably that evolution into that Charizard soon, just like you were saying.
I think that maybe was an Arvin. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the max belt as well. And that would bring Isaiah's damage up to, what, I think 290?
Yeah, 290. So still a luminous short, but...
Yeah, still a little short.
I think Isaiah's energies might be like super stretched here. I'm not sure. Well, I know he just put one back, but it didn't seem like there was like too many in the deck. I don't think there was multiple prize though, so I think he can definitely at least power up his Zard, but energies are definitely a little bit tight.
Yeah, definitely. Don't
think he quite has the ability to Zard max belt Luminous, because I think he would just slam that down, but definitely an interesting spot. If he has access to the Zard, I think CCing the Latias is maybe okay.
Yeah.
But
ooh, Picnic Basket.
Yeah.
Yeah, that card's actually been getting a lot of play too, and a lot of different archetypes as well. So definitely an interesting card to see kind of start getting into play.
So yeah, we see Zard, and I think that might be a counter catcher. I can't tell for sure, but Yeah, I mean, there's not a huge with Dan's like pult setups that he already has. There's not a huge difference between the knocking out the Latias and knocking out the pult. I mean, obviously, knocking out the pult is like a little bit more damaging to his board because Dan actively doesn't care about this Latias. But overall, I think just like taking 2 prizes is the more important part.
Yeah, definitely. So that Infernal Rain ability is going to come down here. 2 energy only going into the Charizard EX that just got into play here. Yeah, that could be what you're saying, where it's like, yeah, the energies are going to be a little stretched thin here. It is different because you're playing like a bunch of different types of energies here. It's not like old Zard where you were just playing just fire energies, but now you're playing luminous, you're playing dark energy as well. So super interesting to see all these kind of come into play now. But the dark energy is also going to be able to kind of get us there with the max belt now, so that's going to be able to hit that clean 320.
Yeah.
Onto that Dragapult EX. So one of the things I was actually about to ask was your thoughts on putting of Dan putting that second Dragapult into play, and it seems to be it was probably the smart move to do.
Well, if he was like super worried about max belt dark Iono, I could see it, but even then, like having the Dracloak in play might still be stronger. So
yeah,
I think I probably would not have put the Pult in play. I don't think there's like a super great reason to, but yeah, like I think having a little bit more draw here would probably be pretty useful for Dan. I don't know like how strong his hand is. I'm sure it's probably fine, but
yeah,
he had like multiple Dracloaks last turn after the Iono, so I think he's probably okay, but I'm not really sure what his reasoning was for evolving that Pult.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so he decides to fail. I believe that is the Artisan that he was playing off of here, and I'm gonna start drawing with the Dracloak here. Okay, we got a boss and a counter catcher. Takes the boss here. Now he's trying to figure out what to do now.
Does take the boss, but even knocking out this Pidgeot is not quite enough to like get him across the line. It's gonna be almost impossible for him to close out the game, even with the boss on Pidgeot. So I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, it really just shows that even though, like, historically Charizard hasn't had the greatest matchup into Dragapult, that max belt really makes things very difficult for Dan here.
Yeah, and Dan's numbers are pretty awkward here. If you were to put 60 on the, like, hit the active and put 60 on the Pidgeot, once Isaiah Monkey Dories off the Pidgeot next turn, he's still out of range for knocking out the Pidgeot even with Hawlucha. So it's just really awkward for Dan here. This was kind of what I was saying about maybe having some more measured aggression, maybe not actively trying to boss, like making sure Pidgeot goes down and not killing the Charmanders, but I don't know. It's obviously really appealing to remove both of your opponent's attackers, but I think Isaiah is definitely a little bit more confident.
Yeah.
That jamming tower is pretty big. I'm not really if we can pull up Isaiah's list, I don't know how many counter stadiums, but maybe this jamming tower might be enough to get Dan across the line.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely huge that he was able to draw into that. But I mean, the thing is that Pidgeot can also just end up drawing him like a way to bump that jamming tower anyways. So we'll see how much that'll be able to stick. I just didn't get the chance to see if he ran any extra stadiums besides that one. Oh, he's got another Artisan in hand.
Has a second Artisan in hand, so that's really big for him.
Super huge. So this Dragapult is not going to be able to survive here, and
not only is that going to put on a lot of pressure for Dan on the price sheet, but even just to attack in general, besides Ursaluna, which almost certainly it won't be enough, and anything besides a Pult attack here seems really risky, and Isaiah is going to have rocks for that Zard, so it's pretty good, but
yeah, we're going to see more energies come back here, and then having that follow-up Zard will be huge here.
And there's just, like, with the monkey in play as well, this is going to put Dan in a really difficult position.
Yeah, because now, like, Ursaluna, like, is going to get cleaned up either way.
Yeah, it just means Ursaluna's not an out, and even Pult attacking, removing this max belt does very little. I think, if anything, he maybe has to knock out the monkey Dory next turn, but that requires finding so much, and then also not losing to just Isaiah having a boss, which I don't think he's used any, so... Yeah, definitely a difficult position from Dan. And if you had looked at the board state right after Dan knocked out those double Charmanders, I'm not sure he would have seen this. But I think from Isaiah's position, he knew that the recovery to get at least a solid board. I mean, he had like a really good board, but at least a solid board wasn't actually that difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And that, I mean, just goes to show how good the top players really are, because like Dan's a good player, like a really good player, but even like the the deck like favor and everything like that wasn't really able to kind of get him over the hump of that mid game to take down this Charizard. It seems like Isaiah pretty much has this this checkmate kind of just imminent here.
Yeah, I agree. Isaiah's definitely in a really good spot. I'm not even sure that straight pull is favored into the pull. So I mean, I think like if the Zard is able to, so not the pull Zard, just the straight Zard, but if the Zard's able to set up, usually like they can get to kind of a fair amount of spots like this, and it's just so hard for the pull to actually go through. Yeah, I agree. I think Dan should have knocked out the Pidgeot and the Charmander. It's obviously pretty difficult to like think about not removing both your opponent's only attackers like when you have the opportunity, but like thinking about the position now, it seems like pretty clear that like the Pidgeot is what's like holding everything together, and if he was able to knock out the Pidgeot, Isaiah likely would have had like a much worse follow-up turn. Maybe he doesn't even have like the Candy Zard, and at that point you're so far ahead, and he has like very little threat of setting up a Pidgeot at all.
Yeah, I mean,
so Dan is able to find the Neo.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to attack, but it's pretty much just like at that point everything's getting knocked out. I mean, I think the only way that Dan could possibly think of surviving, actually I don't even think he can, because
I don't think he can,
because even if he takes out the Monkey Dory, it's like
then the Pidgeot just finds boss.
Yeah.
If he takes out the Pidgeot, then there's damage in play, and the Monkey Dory can let Isaiah hit 330. I really don't think that there's
the max belt has a lot of pressure here too. So yeah,
yep, just
Dan
gonna scoop
scoops
it
it
up.
Yep. Yeah, so I guess we can kind of see how Dan will adjust, because I think out of most of the series, this one's actually going to be a best of 3.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of see how they decide to, change up their game plans going into this next round. And again, just want to reiterate to you guys, every dollar that is donated during this round is actually going to, Dan will actually personally match the donation. So if you guys are able to, keep up with the donations, so we can just see that number kind of go up. And Bryce, do you know if there's a number, like a big number of donations during the round so far? No, not too much. All right, so well, keep it up, because any sort of donations that go here, Dan will match it. So pretty much for every dollar that's donated, pretty much be $2. So let's hope to keep those donations going. I don't know about emptying both you and Dan's savings, but it'll definitely be cool to have those numbers go up even more. So yeah, $5 in the savings. So going into this next round here, do you think Dan picks second again, Michael?
I have to assume he's picking second again. I mean,
for sure.
Letting Isaiah go second gives him like such a better opportunity to set up, and not that he doesn't have like that few outs, or not like he has a fair amount of outs setting up going first, but definitely prefer for Dan to force Isaiah to go second. And we see that Arvin, I don't see super strong follow up besides the Arvin, so definitely. Actually, I don't even know if there was an Arvin for sure, but either way, obviously way less outs to set up going first.
Yeah, for sure. So let's see, Isaiah started out here, and I don't know if they both checked their prizes here, but got the Charmander starting out here. Artisan.
So having that Artisan right away is pretty good for Isaiah. It's going to let him get a couple turns of basic search, even while maybe his items are turned off, which I have to assume they're going to be. But
price is not too bad on Isaiah's side here.
Yeah, do you see that Luminous?
Yeah.
But for Dan, we see 2 Luminous, so kind of equal there. It's going to remove some of the capabilities for Monkey this game for sure. But I do think for Isaiah, at least he still has that basic dark, so he'll be okay. But for Dan's side, I do think it actually will be pretty reasonable. Not reasonable, but it's going to be somewhat of a challenge to get that Monkey involved. And although Isaiah wasn't really giving him a ton of damage, like to move around, but having the threat of that monkey definitely limits what Isaiah is able to do.
Yeah, so double pop in here is good start already for Dan here. He's going to be able to get 3 Dreepies and the Badoo. We're going to try to see if we can find a way to get into that Badoo for the Itchy Pollen now. Ultra Ball is going to come down.
Probably going to find the Latias.
Yeah, grab the Latias here, which we do have again. So pretty much the same setup as the last time. And do you think the setup is like fine here again, or do you think like Dan should have changed it up a little bit?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit concerning for Dan with the amount of energy he has prized and the energy that he's going to lose, that he would lose getting into this Badoo without the Latias. But I have to like think about how at the end of the game last time, Latias was like a huge liability on his board, where otherwise by killing like the max spell, like there may have been a few ways for Dan to like get his board out of range, but
Yeah.
I think overall, the Latias is a positive on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Dan's able to kind of attach this Neo upper energy without any sort of, you know, bad penalty or anything like that, just because there isn't too much threat going on from Isaiah's side here.
Yeah, the Badoo is obviously going to be limiting any aggressive actions that Isaiah might have been able to do.
Yeah,
obviously
huge here.
it's always a little bit concerning to commit your Neo this early, but I think with the amount of energy Dan has prized, he definitely does not have a choice, and I think there's still a very good chance that like he was able to like launch a successful
Yeah.
Dragon Pole attack with that one. So
I feel like though, even with that Itchy Pollen coming in, I think Isaiah still has a really good setup here, just because I mean the Artisan's going to be able to get a second Charmander here, and he has the Evo off of that Arvin, so he'll be able to get the Pidgeotto and the Charmeleon in play. So that's going to be super good.
Yeah.
And Stellar Wish, we're going to be here for like all day. We're hoping to have the stream on till about like 7:30 Central Standard Time or so. So yeah, I mean as long as you're able to drop in sometime later on in the day, we'll love to have you still watching, or if you're able to kind of keep us on in the background or anything like that. So stream tomorrow as well for the 3v3. Yes, yeah, we will be having that as well. So we got a lot of exciting Pokemon stuff going on for the next couple of days here as well.
So off that Arvin item, he did take the energy search, which I'm not exactly sure what it's doing for him next turn. He might already have like some of the evolutions that he needs, or thinks he like the item doesn't actually matter that much, but which could be true. But I guess maybe he could be setting up. I think he has a rod in hand, so if this Charmeleon were to go down, then he could use that rod, energy search, Artisan to just get a monkey up instantly, which is definitely pretty strong. I think Dan would really like to boss the Pidgeotto this turn, but it's still it could let Isaiah still get like a board setup of like double Zard and Monkey, which does put a 1 prize liability, but it's like so many attacks for Dan to actually break through it. Although Isaiah would be pretty limited in terms of what he can actually like do turn to turn, but definitely still really nerve-wracking to be staring down like such a narrow board from Isaiah.
Yeah, definitely. And just address some more of the chat. Mr. Barra, thanks for the donation. Yeah, Dan is definitely the man for matching it, so appreciate you for sticking around and for giving us that nice little donation. And then yeah, W Dan from Connor, and then Stellar Wish. Yeah, we'd love to have you to stick around as well. So if you're able to come back, love to have you back in the stream here as well. And then for anybody watching as well, we will have another stream tomorrow for our 3v3 tournament as well. Michael, are you going to be participating in that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Do you have a team yet?
I do have a team. One of my teammates is a little bit up in the air, but
yeah. I would be scared to play against whoever you decide to team with, especially with all the top players that are in town right now. So that'll be a super fun event to have. So we're looking forward to hosting that 3v3 event tomorrow here. So going back to the game here, Dan's going to get his third recon directive going on here, and he's got a pretty decent setup here, kind of like last time. But going into this next turn, I mean, wonder if Isaiah's going to be able to get the Charizard in play here. And I mean, if he's able to, that would be like a really tough hill to climb up for Dan.
Well, I think Dan could actually, if he just has Charizard here, I think there's some stuff Dan could do. I would be more worried if Isaiah has the Pidgeot, but the way he's playing his hand, just an Iono there. I guess that makes sense why I took the E-Search, thinking he probably wouldn't really be able to use it, or if he did get access to it, then he just has the monkeys. That makes sense. If Isaiah's able to find the Pidgeot here, which he does right away, That's definitely going to be the most concerning thing for Dan. I understand why he benched that Charmander. Well, mostly. I mean, he does have Artisan, but
yeah.
I think either or the Luminous is prize, so it's a little bit hard for Isaiah to use Monkey. I imagine we're just going to see a Zard attack, but with him shuffling up, that might not be true.
Yeah.
So could see an Evo as well, but I don't think there's any more Charmeleons to get. Maybe just retreat off this Dark and then let Dan take the first aggression.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Gonna put down the Monkey Dory here. Yeah, might just retreat into maybe like the Charmander or something like that. Or do you think the other Charmeleon?
I imagine the Charmeleon, but
Yeah.
I don't know for sure.
See, oh, he just ends up passing the turn.
Yeah, it seems fine
Yeah.
too. Just holding a card there. There's not like a great reason for Isaiah to go in. I mean, Dan will be able to go like boss on the Pidgeot, but it gets into similar issues of last game about just how hard this board becomes to break through for Dan. And yeah, I think that's like one of the reasons why I think Poltnor is significantly better than straight Polt. I mean, not just because of this matchup, obviously. This is
Yeah.
like a pretty uncommon matchup, but just in general, your aggression is so much more restricted with the straight Polt deck. Obviously, you get to attack quicker a fair amount of games, but it's not even like that much more often. But the actual aggression that you can put on when you attack is so much lower than
Yeah.
the board wipe capability of Poltnor. But always interesting to see like the different variants of Dragapult and like what strengths they might have between them.
Yeah, definitely. So, gonna grab probably the other Luminous here, and then we're gonna see a third Recon Directive here. Turo Boss. Okay. Probably gonna start seeing this attack here soon.
If you took the Turo, yeah, could be interesting here to maybe see a Turo on the Latias. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Definitely pretty
Yeah,
good.
and then that'll allow the Halucha to come in as well. Take an extra prize.
Yeah, definitely not bad. Although, yeah, not gonna have a ton of damage to move. There's not a great way through here for Isaiah. Yeah, definitely like how even without the Halucha, I was definitely a fan of tearing up the Latias, but
Yeah.
the Halucha definitely puts on a lot more pressure for Isaiah. He doesn't really have any like super clean knockouts.
Yeah, it's not like the same thing as last time where like, energy on the Monkey Dory plus Max Belt kind of gets you there. Now it's going to kind of take that 2 turns in order for that Dragapult to get knocked out. So it's definitely a big change here. So good to see Dan kind of adjusting into this next game here to kind of keep him out of that position.
For sure.
Yeah.
So we probably will obviously see the Zard, and we probably will see the Monkey get powered up again. I imagine Isaiah would like to bench another Charmander here, especially with Dan having the Halucha down. Probably, I'm not sure, but I think we might see like a Gust kill on the Dracolic with the Neo. I think that might be the best knockout for Isaiah to take,
Yeah,
and then maybe
definitely.
he can like clean up his prize trade later on the Budu. So could also see just swing through the active, but it seems a little bit weak for him to do that. So we'll see. Gets that other Charmander down. It's not super important this turn, but like if Dan still had his Turo, well, I think sometimes this list plays double Turo, so technically the Halucha is still a threat. And but if he were to like Turo to knock out the Halucha or knock out the bench Charmander, I think Isaiah would still be okay. He can just like get another Charmander, and then he's not under super big threat.
For sure. Has Charmander missed? Oh yeah, does this list play Mist?
It does play Mist.
Yeah, Mist. Yeah.
I don't think it like he definitely wants to like get the energy on the Monkey. I don't think like missing the Charmander is that good this turn, but it like could be a good option. Benches the Fez, which is definitely interesting.
Yeah, because that seems to be like a liability as well.
Yeah,
towards the end of the
with
game.
the Pidgeot in play, the Fez is definitely like a bit less of a liability because I think like Isaiah, like Dan can't really go for like a Turo trap on Fez because, or sorry, 200 hit into Fez like to try and trap it because Isaiah can just like Turo or even like Zard and retreat the Fez while also like getting energy on Monkey. So not as big of a liability as maybe it would be like as guardy, but definitely still giving Dan like a couple more options for his prize trade.
For sure. Okay, so a couple Poffins, Artisan, Boss in hand for Isaiah. Gonna grab the Super Rod here. Let's see what we're putting back here.
Probably at least a Charmander, definitely.
Yeah, putting the Dark back in there as well. Pretty good. Do you think we're just gonna see the smack into this Dragon Ball
Isaiah
here?
still has a supporter open, so we might see an Iono, but other than that, we're probably just gonna see an attack.
Yeah.
I would prefer for Isaiah if it really was not just a swing into the active, but yeah.
Oh, there's the boss into the Neo, kind of like what you were mentioning earlier. So pretty solid knockout here for Isaiah. And it'll be good to see how he kind of approaches this comeback compared to the last one, because the last one it felt like, you know, he really saw the line for it, but this one seems to be a little bit more different just because there are other ways that can kind of go now.
Yep, for sure. Definitely going to be a little bit more challenging than the last game, especially without any of that damage like to move. It's pretty likely that Dan has to give him some damage this turn, so not going to be too big of an issue, but definitely making it a little bit harder to actually like make that comeback.
Definitely.
But for Dan here, I think he knows that like if he just tries to hit this Fez, then the Turo's coming right away.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I think it lets him get a little bit more damage in play, but that's not even necessarily a good thing because then just always has to worry about Monkey.
Yeah, and I always feel very wary about going down to 3 prizes against Charizard, because I feel like with as long as the max belt is like not prized or anything like that, Charizard will be hitting 320 pretty much right away. So that's another thing for Dan to kind of think about as well if he decides to take a single prize here.
Yeah, I think we maybe could see the boss on the Pidgeot here. I wouldn't be too upset about that. It would be really nice if we had like one or like a little bit more damage because we would be able to set up such better numbers, but let's see, not quite there. But the gust on the Pidgeot threatening to knock it out is pretty strong. His options are also still a little bit more limited without that Hawlucha, but the Hawlucha is the only reason why it has 10 in the first place, so it's not a super relevant thing to the calculation. But I think Dan definitely has to worry about this Pidgeot the most. But if Isaiah just doesn't go to 4, then
okay.
Or if Isaiah just goes to 4 and not to 3, then Dan still kind of has a lot to worry about. Not gonna see that boss though, so depending on what Isaiah draws here, I think that Dan could be in trouble. But if he is able to find that max belt energy and stadium bump, then Dan is definitely needs to be concerned.
Yeah,
but
definitely.
That is also like a decent sized combo that Isaiah might not just have access to.
Yeah, even though like, you know, getting drawn into 5 cards.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's definitely something that he can draw out of for sure.
If Isaiah just has an Arven here, that does get him like the combo. He can Arven for max belt energy search and then just Pidgeot for those counter stadium. So Dan is definitely not in the clear. We also could see Isaiah just like boss the Dracloak and try to limit Dan's like draw, which definitely would be somewhat effective. Interesting to see what Isaiah gets off this.
Yeah, he's going to go for the quick search first. Yeah, if he goes for the quick search first, I feel like he must have some part of the combo here to be able to take out this big Dragapult.
Well, he almost always has to quick search, right? I mean, he could have an Iono, and that would be like the only thing where it's like an interesting decision to quick search first. But assuming he's not like actually playing a draw supporter, then he's always getting something off quick search. It just depends if he has like the pieces to really make us. Well, either way, he can make some strong plays, but to really set back Dan's board.
Yeah.
Looks like we're probably just gonna see Candy into Zard, maybe a counter catcher here too. Could be nice. Kill that Dracloak, even out the prize trade, and then it's not super easy for Dan to close it out. Although if he overloads the Pidgeot, there's definitely some concerns. We could see like 1 on Fez and the rest on Pidgeot if Isaiah just swings with the active. So definitely some concerns for Isaiah this game. Dan's in a much better spot than last game, but we could see it be really difficult for Dan to close out the game if he if all his draw power is removed.
Yeah. Gonna thin out the Evo here. Let's see here. Yep. Oh, Super Rada. There's a counter catcher onto the Dracloak. And then we get the knockout here. Then they're gonna be matched up at 4 prizes apiece.
Yeah, so this is definitely pretty strong from Isaiah, but there
Yeah.
are a lot of things to worry about going into the next turn. As long as Dan's able to like reestablish a decent board where
Yeah.
he's threatening another Dragapult attack, if his active pult were to go down, Isaiah has a lot to be worried about. Also, if he goes to 2 regardless, then Isaiah has to be worried about Ursaluna closing out the game, but I think just this Dracloak alone, if he can get an energy on it, is really threatening for Dan. And Dan is down a boss, I think, but definitely still has like a fair amount of gust left. So with this Fez being down, I mean, either way, it would be really difficult for Dan to get like the Pidgeot out of range, but maybe he could Turo.
Yeah.
But in this particular spot, it seems really difficult for Isaiah to not just lose to a boss.
Yeah, so it's able to at least set up the Dracloak here, and we'll be able to attach an energy. Bring back into that Latias too. I'm pretty sure we just take the energy here. And then where do you want to kind of see those damage counters go?
I'd like to see at least one on the Fez, because
Yeah.
we already have the Holucha down, and then probably all of the rest can be on Pidgeot, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And that guarantees unless Isaiah is somehow able to use double monkey, which I don't think is possible with this deck without having the dark energy in play before the turn.
Yeah, so
Pidgeot and like he can't get Pidgeot and Fez out of range. He can't even get Pidgeot out of range if he does the damage like that, but he definitely cannot get Pidgeot and Fez.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like he's gonna play the Brock here.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Doesn't really want to Iona Isaiah after his
Yeah,
last turn,
that's
so
true.
just thinning out a couple of Pokemon here. The Fez is pretty strong. Definitely like leaves him with like a better board, and even if Isaiah were to go like CC Iona, then Stretcher's still an out. So
Yeah.
giving Dan a couple more outs to draw cards, and just gonna be looking for the boss most likely next turn, unless Isaiah is able to reach and knock out that pull. But with the jamming tower active, that seems a little bit difficult.
Yeah. Okay. And Connor's saying if Isaiah is just able to just basket and Monkey Dory, if that's also kind of like a
He can do the basket monkey Dory. I think that's like kind of a lot to hit, but that's not unreasonable.
Yeah. Okay, Pidgeot's coming in here.
If Isaiah is able to hit the basket and the monkey while also having like a relevant attack that isn't just swinging it to Dan's active, then he might be in an okay spot, but that's like pretty unreasonable. He does get a Fez here, which is good, but having 3 kind of specific cards off the Pidgeot does not seem super likely.
Yeah. He's got a big hand here now. Definitely super powerful.
Well, it could be powerful. I think
Yeah.
this Charizard deck has like a lot of cards that are kind of mid as the
Yeah.
game goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is doable, but we know he didn't have like the monkey out last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Or probably the stadium bump, because I think he knows that there's only one jamming tower.
Yeah, CC Fez, Stretcher Basket.
Well, he can't CC. Oh, wait, no, he can't CC. Yeah, I mean that's like that is a pretty good play. It definitely gets. But Dan can still win with Ursaluna boss on the Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Assuming he plays Ursaluna.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And or the Fez at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's getting.
But I mean, Connor, that doesn't mean that like the picnic basket play isn't the best. But I'm not sure like overextending just to like hit this like play that doesn't even prevent you from losing the game is like that strong. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult just because, I mean, it seems that now this Pidgeot turns into a liability. The Fez pretty much is a liability also. Let's see what Alexis says here. Bossing the Pidgeot and 60 to Fez. That could be, is that a decent play, you think, Michael?
Last turn.
Hello, Koi. She just joined the chat too. Can't completely lock out Dan. Probably not worth. Iona CC might be better.
Does have the picnic basket. I don't think the boss on the Pidgeot play is 60 to Fez. Yeah, boss on the Pidgeot is not that good because it's a similar situation where Monkey and Fez, or sorry, Monkey and Picnic Basket get the Fez out of range, right? If you still had the Hawlucha, I think that would be the best play, but without the Hawlucha, it's definitely a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. It's interesting here going down to 3 prizes because now, if Dan were to try to do that Hawlucha play, he would need, or not the Hawlucha play, the Ursaluna play, he would need 2 energies. On
So this locks him out of doing that Ursaluna play, and now Isaiah has like a nearly perfect board. So he was able to find like the CC Picnic Basket Monkey, which is pretty huge. Dan was in like a pretty commanding position if Isaiah wasn't able to get such a big combo, but Isaiah was able to find it and putting Dan in a really tough spot. Not a lot he can do about this Badu, which is just gonna let Isaiah win as long as he can find the max belt next turn. This could be a turn where Dan maybe needs to boss the monkey, and I hope Isaiah can't recover it, but we know that Isaiah has that rod in hand from when he accidentally tried to CC with it. So
I think Dan's starting to realize where the board state's at too.
Yeah.
Jeez, man. Isaiah's so good.
Yeah, so with that rod in hand, there's not like a real there's not like a real threat that Isaiah can actually like miss, because I think he still has the energy switch left. So Super Rod plus Arvin next turn gets the monkey back and the max belt for game. Already bumped that jamming tower. Maybe we could have seen Dan hold the jamming tower a little bit longer, but yeah. Oh, if Dan has the second Turo, that could be
he does have
pretty
Turo in deck. Yeah.
Okay, so if he's able to find the second Turo, but we know that his draw is super limited. Did he didn't use the Fez?
I don't think so, not yet.
So he does have the Fez, but yeah, if he was able to Turo, that could be decent. But I mean, then he needs to find like Ursaluna boss energy off Iona to 1 most likely. So it's not even necessarily that strong.
Yeah.
I think Isaiah, just after that turn he was able to pull off, is kind of in a dominating position over Dan. But I mean, Dan definitely still has outs, but I think I definitely prefer to be on Isaiah's spot in this position. See that Fez? I think that might have been the Turo.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, Dan's definitely contemplating what to do here. He's got a pretty big hand too. I think he's got Turo there. Yeah, this is such a crazy board state. It's like one of those lines too that like most players won't even see too, because you kind of think about it and it's like you kind of want to stick on that 2-2-2 prize trade, but recognizing like what Dan's kind of able to do to close out the game and just moving the damage counters in the right way and keeping that set up to where requires a 2-shot pretty much on Dan's side, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, if he is able to hit the Ursaluna pre-attach, well, he doesn't even necessarily need to like pre-attach, but he probably would want to. So yeah, it looks like he's able to do that, and I think his deck is actually really well put together for finding boss.
Yeah.
Maybe he drew into one off the Fez, but I think he at least still has a boss in his deck, and it's pretty thin. The Latias is actually pretty good here too. That means like his board like just isn't trappable.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Dan was able to actually reestablished like really well into a decent spot. Obviously, finding that turret was the biggest thing. But just one Gus knockout away from closing out this game, and I think after the turn that Isaiah just had, I don't think Dan could have asked for anything more. So.
Yeah, definitely. So good on Dan for making his adjustment on his side to what Isaiah was able to do on the previous turn here. So definitely like a next level, almost like chess match-esque kind of game going on here from the two of them.
For sure. We're going to see Ultra Ball from Isaiah. I don't think he has any super good targets here. Imagine he's just gonna have to. Yeah, I don't even know what he can really attack with here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he never even had a backup attacker, so maybe I was overestimating like how nerve-wracking of a position Isaiah was in.
Yeah.
To begin with, like Isaiah didn't have a backup
Yeah,
attacker,
yeah.
right? So Dan can always just like find the Ursaluna. But Isaiah going back, and I think he like took the Chiyu off Ultra Ball, but not much he can do with the Chiyu in this spot. Yeah. This is like a position where like a card like Radzard, which would have been in full
in the
decks of the
old
past,
version,
would have
yeah.
been really good, but or not
Yeah.
full Zard decks, but without easy to power up one prize attacker, Isaiah doesn't have a ton of options here.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he really was not really. I mean, even if he knew it was like a possibility, I think he was just really hoping that this Turo Badu play was out of reach for Dan, but clearly it was not. And yeah, I don't really know what Isaiah can exactly attack with.
Yeah, going down to.
He can promote the Pidgey. So I guess one play that Isaiah has is starting to move damage to the Hawlucha. And
yeah. Super Rod, put some of those energies back in. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I knew Isaiah didn't play it, but
yeah.
So what Isaiah can try to do is move 90 to the Hawlucha over the next 2 turns while setting up a new Zard. So if Dan isn't able to find the Gust off this Iono, then Isaiah might have a little bit more time.
Yeah.
And then I think Isaiah's probably feels pretty decent about his odds to find Zard, double Monkey off Fez plus Pidgeot plus his Iono card. So Isaiah able to give himself a decent chance here, but I know Dan has boss in that.
Yeah.
And we'll see how many cards it is here, but
yeah. And really great adjustment to see from Dan here, and we are going to game 3. So, I mean, we have a big game 3 here, so just want to reiterate to everybody as well, again, that all the donations that we do receive during this round, Dan and his wife Kate will be matching for the two of us here, so or for the charity here. So make sure to keep up with those donations if you are able to, and we hope to get a really nice giveaway going into the next round here.
Yeah, hello. I'm just checking in. I did the math on where we are at with donations. If we do Twitch plus the Trevor Project website that we have set up, plus Dan's matching, we are like $20 away from $2,000. So if anyone donates like $10, Dan's gonna match it, and we will be at our $2,000 goal.
All right. If we don't hit it by the end, then I'll match it, or I'll get us over there. So just let me know, and then I can always take care of that as well. So super excited here for going into game 3 here. Hopefully we can hit that $2,000 threshold going into the next round here. And so since Dan did win this next round here, he'll probably be going first. How do you think Isaiah would want to approach his setup going into the final game here?
Yeah, Isaiah's definitely super happy to at least be able to have a turn where maybe he can Evo on his first turn. He hasn't been able to do that either of the last 2 games, but we could see that here. Or I guess he did do that in the first game, but he just had the Evo Raw. He didn't have Arvin.
Yeah. Starting the Latias here for Dan, and then Isaiah having the Charmander.
I saw an Evo in Isaiah's hand, but I don't see a ton else. I know there's at least a Poffin.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's necessarily a ton else, but he does have the Pidgeotto
Yeah,
at
double
least.
CC, 1 Dracloak prized. Let's see Isaiah's side here. Double Arvin. So definitely not the best on that side here.
So yeah, last game we really saw how strong this Turo can be for Dan. Removing the Latias early to really deny Isaiah any pressure in the prize trade, and then also removing the Budu late to deny Isaiah just having game that turn. So interesting to see how this game turns out, and if Turo will be as relevant with the Latias already being in play, and likely Budu also coming out. But we'll have to see what Isaiah gets going before Dan makes his play. But I have to imagine that Budu will like be used by Dan next turn, especially with the Latias already in play.
Definitely.
But I think Isaiah's hand is really mediocre here.
Yeah. Having Evo would have been super good here. Yeah.
I mean, having it in hand does give him like pretty decent outs, just like to draw energy, but obviously would prefer to be able to use it this turn. I mean, maybe he would actually hold it anyways with that Pidgeotto already in the hand.
Yeah.
But lets him draw towards that like hold it and try to get towards that Pidgeot, but with no energy, obviously that's not an option.
Yeah, and I feel like even though it is like pretty slow decks going against each other, I feel like Isaiah is not, too concerned with not getting that Evo play right away anyways. So Dan's going to get the Nest Ball here, we're going to grab the Badoo, and then we'll probably see that Itchy Pollen coming out soon. Yeah, shuffling up here. And then if anybody had any questions about donating, if you're watching on our Twitch, there is a donate button on the Twitch link, and we also have a pinned message that takes us to Trevor website's project. And I believe on YouTube it's about the same thing. I think there's a pinned message that you guys can click the link to, and you can donate from there as well. So hope to see some more donations come in if people are able to, so we can get that big match going into the next round here. So Dan able to get the Ultra Ball here, start getting those Dracloaks.
Yeah, the big thing for Dan is that he was able to research, did not have to play that Iono, which Isaiah definitely would have been pretty happy with.
Definitely.
If Isaiah's able to find an energy off the top, he'll definitely be okay keeping his hand, but I'm sure more often than not he would have liked to see a fresh new 6 cards.
Yeah.
And also that means Dan would be drawing a little bit less, so
for sure.
less chance of finding these Dracloaks. I'm not sure if he has multiple, but one is definitely enough to start getting a little bit of draw going.
Yeah. And then on Isaiah's side, he's not playing like Earth and Vessel, right? It's just E-Search?
Yeah, just the E-Search
for sure. Okay, so that first one comes down, and we're just going to switch into the Badoo, Itchy Pollen, and then let's see what Isaiah decides to do from here.
Does get the Pidgeotto involved.
Yep. Let's see what we're looking at here. Going through the discard already. Dan's definitely had to put some resources away into the discard pile already. Big one being that Ursaluna. That one being a big threat going into the last round here.
Yeah, but having in the discard, especially like late game, can end up being better anyways.
Absolutely.
He has so many stretchers.
Yeah.
Just going to be the pass from Isaiah. I don't really think he has anything else he can do. Dracloak off the top is really nice for Dan. Just going to get more and more draw. Dan's probably going to get a really nicely established setup here. I'd be interesting to see if he goes in this turn. If he can kill the Pidgeotto and the Charmander, I definitely think it might be worth going in.
Yeah.
But
I know. There's Luminous Energy and Boss in those 2 cards, and he definitely would have liked to have both of those cards if possible. But unfortunately, had to pitch one to the bottom here. Got the Fez and the Brox here. I think he decided to take the Brock.
Yep. Probably just grab that last Dracloak, and we're probably not going to see the attack this turn.
Yeah. Which I think is okay, just because, I mean, kind of based on what Isaiah's board's looking like here too, I think Dan's okay with just getting the 3rd Dracloak going, drawing out of it, and then just seeing where he can go from there.
Yep.
Let's see here. Looking at Isaiah's hand, doesn't really have too much. He's got like Candy, Boss.
I think I saw Boss
yeah.
CC. He has the
Yeah,
Evo. He
Evo
has the
still.
Fez, which
Yeah.
will give him a couple options for sure.
Yeah.
But not being able to get any of these evolutions in play is definitely really hampering the pressure that Isaiah can put on.
Definitely. So let's see what we're going through with here. Neo Uppies going on to the Dracloak here. So all these Dracloaks have some sort of energy on them now. Ooh, the Pidgeot's coming into play.
Probably
yeah,
almost certainly the best possible top deck for Isaiah.
Definitely. And now I feel like the Evil play can definitely be a really good play here.
Yeah, I mean, just to see if he grabs Iono or the energy here. I think he's pretty safe to draw into the energy off an Iono, and we definitely want to limit this hand that Dan has been building up for the past couple turns.
Yeah.
So
definitely like that idea as well.
Yeah, I think we are just gonna see the Iono.
See the Iono.
So Isaiah didn't really have much to work with in that hand. So seeing a couple new cards definitely could be good.
Yeah. Oh, we got the energy there too. Super solid here. So just wonder if I think he may have drawn into one Charmeleon.
And I think the other one is Prize.
Yeah.
So
the Evil play not really doing too much, but still a solid setup here. Just being able to have that Pidgeot this early into the game is just so good for Isaiah.
And who needs Evo really when you get your 2 evolutions anyways, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So going into this next turn, Dan definitely has all the pieces he needs to attack here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is really just the pull, but Dan would definitely like to at least. I think he probably wants to swing into this Pidgeot, but killing the Charmeleon could be decent too. There's a couple of decent options for Dan, but
yeah, I think he's contemplating if he wants to put down the 4th Dreepy, but I feel like I don't really want him to see him bench lock himself like that.
Yeah, it's maybe not the best idea to bench lock. It's not like a super strict bench lock because like it's not great for Isaiah's trade to just like swing through the pull, and otherwise he has to give him bench space. So I really don't mind the 4th Dreepy if Dan wants to, but I think if Dan could develop the Monkey with the Luminous this turn, that might be equally good if not better. So I think it's fine to not.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see the next Recon coming down.
Get a Research and a Pult there, I imagine.
Cool, we'll get the 3rd one here.
Imagine he took the Pult because I think if he was going to Research, he probably would use it, but I don't know for sure.
Yeah, and I wonder what we're gonna kind of see here. Do you think it's gonna be similar? We're gonna see like a Halucha kind of play here. What kind of supporter do you think we're gonna see this turn?
Well, I think if it's not Boss, I don't think Dan can attack this turn, which doesn't mean that like he can't play another supporter, but it probably just means he's not going in, and that just gives Isaiah a little bit more time to relieve some of this pressure that's built up on the Charmander. Get the Monkey in play. So definitely, if Dan's not able to boss it, could be a little scary.
Turo's pretty,
Turo on the Buddy's definitely decent. Or on the Latias too,
Turo on the Latias is pretty decent.
And just hit.
Oh, another Itchy Pollen. Pretty solid here.
Yeah, I guess there would be no reason to Turo the Buddy quite yet.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're kind of seeing the power of what Turo really can do here. And the item lock's going to still kind of kick in here, kind of hindering some of the big plays that Isaiah is going to be able to do.
I imagine Isaiah here is just hoping to develop the Monkey. I don't think he really would even want to swing with the Zard if he could just develop the Monkey and knock out the Badoo. So, but with how narrow Dan's board is, not really any liabilities, not even like a ton of 1-prizers for Isaiah to like pressure. I think I would definitely give Dan a slight edge here, and I think putting that Monkey in play might be more difficult, or it might be a little bit too difficult for Isaiah without those items. He might even have like an Arvin, but without being able to search the E-switch, it's not quite enough.
Yeah. see what else we're doing here. Brock. Grabbing 2 basics, pretty solid here. And what are your thoughts of grabbing the... Okay, so it's not like the Pidgey's really going to be much of a liability here anyways.
Yep.
With the Evo.
The
So,
double Pidgeot
yeah.
is pretty strong, getting that monkey in play too. Less pieces that I'll need for next turn.
Yeah.
Dan also didn't really go in, so Isaiah still has a little bit of time, not feeling a ton of pressure here.
Yeah.
If Isaiah can get that double Pidgeot, he becomes like very difficult to disrupt, but still could see like a boss on the Charmeleon and the Charmander here from Dan.
Yeah, I think he was really trying to draw into that and wasn't able to.
A little bit unfortunate for Dan.
Yeah.
Obviously, he has a lot. I know there may have been a boss that went towards the bottom of the deck off one of the recons, but
yeah,
still.
Yeah, and it gets to a point to where you kind of think about like, when do you stop? Kind of when you break the item lock here, because I mean Isaiah, he's a really solid board here now. It's like I feel like you kind of have to get to a point where you got to start attacking soon.
Yeah, you do definitely have to attack, but I think Dan knows that just attacking into this. Well, it's fine with the Halucha, but Dan definitely would have preferred to boss. But yeah, just attack. If he was just attacking into this Charmander, that's definitely not a very winning play for Dan. But I think Isaiah's probably pretty happy about this Iono. I imagine like he played out most of the strong cards in his hand, and definitely not too upset about some new cards.
It finally draws into the boss after the Iono here.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Kind of surprising he didn't see it in the first place, but definitely has a lot of bosses. So.
Yep. So we're gonna see the 2 Charmanders getting knocked out here. There's a fresh Charmeleon here. We got a Pidgeot set up already, so Isaiah's also going to be able to respond here with his own attack in the next turn. But a little different here because there's no 2 prize liabilities here on Dan's side. He did a good job of tarrowing up that Latias.
And yeah, this is a relatively similar position that we saw last game, but the big notable exception of the Fez being in play for Isaiah, and that's definitely gonna no Fez. It's just, like it makes it way easier for Isaiah to keep his board out of like a possible like 2 prize knockout at the end of the game. So Isaiah definitely likes to see that. Still have the quick search here, so we'll probably see either an Iono first or maybe.
Let's see. We grab here. We're gonna see this next action here. Yeah, even though this game has definitely been going for a while, it's definitely a really quality series we've been able to see by some of the top players in the game right now. Definitely a good indicator of, I mean, how well positioned Charizard actually is. Because I mean, definitely for me, I definitely looked at this deck and was like, how real is this actually? But after seeing the way it's been played, I was like, yeah, this deck definitely real. Yeah, definitely you gotta pilot it the right way, get those reps in, and definitely test it the right way. Yeah, so we're gonna see the counter catcher come up on the Dracloak. We're gonna see some of Dan's draw power get taken away here.
Yeah, and this game's playing out relatively similar to how we saw the last game play out with Isaiah chasing some of these 1-prizers. Couple bosses there for Dan, so he's definitely going to be hit.
Yeah, I know. We see it, Dan. We see it.
But I'm sure he's not too upset about having them now. It lets him put on a little bit more pressure, although swinging into the Charizard in the active is pretty good too. That kind of lets him set up a similar Ursaluna threat as he did last game, and it's on Isaiah to prevent Dan from being able to do that.
Yeah. I mean, having the Night Stretcher going to the next turn isn't too bad because he'll be able to get another Dracloak on to that Dreepy. And yeah, I wondered just to see how this this given response is going to be taking up the next couple of turns here. So probably going to see that Charizard go into the active soon. Probably see that knockout. Let's see here. Ooh, the Mist Energy going down onto the Pidgeot. Definitely an interesting adjustment to see from the last game as well. We didn't get to see that Mist Energy really come into play too much, but it's definitely a good one just because we're not going to be able to see that Mist put in a lot of work.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Too many damage counters going to be going on to this Pidgeot here.
Makes Dan's decision of where to put these damage counters really difficult.
Yeah.
As you said, Dan's able to stretch it back that Dracloak, so still leaving himself with a pretty good amount of draw, but really close game here, and it's definitely going to be more difficult for Dan to close out this one.
Yeah.
But we might see a similar thing where Dan puts some damage on this Charizard, is able to knock it out again, and then just closes out the game with Ursaluna. But if Dan's not able to throw up this Budew, then Isaiah could have a really strong turn.
Yeah. And what do you think of the thought of putting down that second Pult there? Kind of hindering a little bit of the draw power as well.
Yeah, I don't really know why he's so worried about putting these Pults in play, but I think Isaiah has to be pretty happy about how this turn ended up, because now all he needs is just Max Belt and to get that monkey back, and he can take 3 prizes, go down to 2, and no threat to his Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Pretty much guaranteed to still have some monkey damage to use. And yeah, I think Dan has to be not too upset about his spot here. Or sorry, Isaiah has to be not too upset about his spot. Has the max belt already.
The max belt. Yeah.
So
Dan
really
a nice
just looking
chuckle out of that.
Really just looking to get this monkey back, which I'm sure he has plenty of outs to.
Yeah. Second Pidgeot coming down here, not something you see all the time, but definitely very relevant in this current matchup here.
And of course you can't use both, but having 2 in play just guarantees that Isaiah will have access to its ability.
Yeah.
Has the super rod already, so just looking for an out to monkey and out to the energy, which I don't think
is that a dark in hand? I don't think so.
I don't think it's a dark in hand, so he's not quite there, but if he wants to play the Siono, then he can get pretty close.
Yeah.
And then just needs to draw into one of the 2 pieces off the Iono, and then can quick search for the other one.
Yeah, I think he's contemplating. Oh, it's a Cleffa. Okay, that makes sense. I know, it looked pretty dark, so I was like, I wonder if that's a dark energy there. Cool, so I think it just seems to be that Monkey Dory that was put back.
Yeah.
And then we'll probably see the Iono come down right after.
And I think just putting back the monkey is fine. We have another rod, and we're not super stretched for any of these other Charmanders. If he just finds the monkey this turn, he's just in such a good spot.
Yep. Yeah, Connor, do you think Connor is right here that Isaiah can put the Fez down?
Yeah, he's definitely fine to put Fez down. Well, not necessarily. Well, no, maybe it is fine. Yeah. Well, if Isaiah knocks out Budew, then Dan could technically have Turo Halucha CC. So there would be a way for Isaiah to lose. But I just think he doesn't even really need to put the Fez in play. There's not a great thing for Dan to use that really punishes, or that really matters that Fez is in play. He's not necessarily taking a knockout, and we already as Isaiah found all the disruption that we need. So
okay, I think we just saw an Ultra Ball come down there. Rare Candy Zard again. Super solid board now here. Yeah, drawing well off the Iono. You definitely don't need the Fez at that point. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big thing. Dan's at 3 prizes, so now we're gonna get 320 clean with the max belt here.
Yeah. And I think Dan just couldn't really do this 1 prize knockout that he did last turn. I think there's no way for Dan to stop Isaiah from having any damage in play, or stop him from finding Arzon off this Pidgeot. So
to bump the jamming tower.
I think if Dan were to find jamming tower, I think at this point Isaiah might be too far ahead. But
I know, it's just all those turns of just setting up under the Budew lock. It really just showed how ahead Isaiah kind of was here, even though Dan was drawing pretty decently. Yeah, his board is crazy.
And it really came down to that really clutch top deck Pidgeot.
Yeah.
Isaiah might not have had too much longer in this game if it weren't for that. But yeah, and yeah, I mean, Connor's right that Fez like was an option most likely off the Pidgeot, but it wouldn't be unreasonable for Dan to win.
Yeah.
But I think Dan kind of showing him that.
Yeah. I think they're kind of talking it out here.
I think maybe Dan saying if he had done the damage counters a little bit differently, then he could have had like a Turo or Saluna win con. But he has 3 prizes left, so
yeah, it's a little tough.
Not necessarily true. Yeah,
it would need like.
I guess Isaiah could have the Fez down here because there's not, I forgot that Isaiah was able to evolve that Charizard too, which is just an incredible draw off the Iono. But yeah, just putting Dan in like a really difficult position here. There's not really anything he can like attack, and Dan's just gonna
scoop it up. I mean, valiant effort from Dan here, but Isaiah really played very clean during this series as well. Both players did a really good job with this series here, and I mean, if you guys were happy to see the series that we have here, please continue to donate. Technically, the round is just finishing, so if you guys have a little bit more that you want to get down for this donation, we really would appreciate it. And now that we're kind of in this like weird like transitionary period, Michael, let's go back to Worlds. Like, I know you had a really good Worlds last year. You were able to top cut that event. I mean, are your goals around the same as that? Do you want to go further than that? What are kind of your thoughts going into the event?
Yeah, well, my goal with Worlds is always to do better than I did last year, which I'm like pretty close to always been able to do. I mean, I got 12th 2 years in a row in seniors, but I was able to do better than that in Masters. So, I mean, it's pretty unlikely, but I'm just hoping to follow up my performance last year with a good finish and maybe go a little bit further. But obviously, it's gonna be pretty difficult. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. So, I mean, do you think are you really just locked in on Worlds right now? Have you really thought about next season at all or anything like that? Do you know what you kind of want to aim for the next season as well? I mean, you did get the big regional win already. Any other kind of big goals that you got?
I'm gonna have you guys talk to Isaiah for a little bit.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, let's do that real quick. Yeah, cool. So, thanks for joining, Michael, and good luck at Worlds, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Nice try, Dan. You did your best.
I'm trying my best.
Yeah, we're almost at the $2,000 mark, so I just told them whatever they needed, I'll match that, so you can get the bigger match too. So
that's fantastic.
Yeah, so just let me know what you need me to donate.
95 apparently away.
$95 away. All right, cool. Yeah, we can make something work with that. I did donate already. I'll do.
I'll match and match the next 95.
Oh, we'll go halvesies on it. Yeah.
So between Brian and me,
yeah.
We'll put it up to 2,000. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that real quick. Yeah, so we'll grab Isaiah here in just a second, and then hopefully get our next round kind of going here. Do you know what we have planned for the next round? I didn't get the chance to really. Yeah, I should know. I didn't get the chance to really look at it.
Isaiah, I'm popping in right now. Brandon, where are you?
Hello, hello.
What's up?
All right. Hello, Isaiah. Awesome series, man. That was a really cool series. It was definitely like an archetype that not a lot of people have really been looking at, and you definitely showed how that one could be into a generally unfavorable matchup. What are some of your thoughts on Charizard right now? And do you think it's like, oh, what's that going there? There's a video playing in the background. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So, what do you think of Charizard right now? Do you think it's like positioned well into the World Championships, or what are your thoughts about it? Is it something you would even consider playing?
Yeah, so whenever asked like what kind of matchup I wanted to play, Charizard was one of the ones that came to mind because I know that the Charizard versus Polt matchup, especially like straight Polt, is like pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I just took the Fernandez list from NAIC, and I enjoyed watching him in finals. I knew it was an interesting game, and like I think those were pretty fun matches we got there. So I think the Charizard deck is positioned okay right now. I mean, you can give yourself an alright chance against a lot of decks in format, an alright chance against Gardevoir, an alright chance against Raging Bolt. So I don't know. it's one that I want to test more for Worlds. I spent a little bit of time on it, but not too much. So yeah, I mean, I like the deck. It's really fun playing any deck with Pidgeot.
Yeah.
I'd say it's probably not one that's top on my considerations for Worlds, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance if I give it more games. I'm a little worried about the Raging Bolt matchup. I think that matchup's like probably not amazing. Your deck works on 2 presses to draw cards, and so you can like get there. Like if you can go Chiyu Charizard on 4/6, then like you have a chance to outtrade them if you can use the Chiyu multiple times. But I think it could be a little awkward. So that's one that I'm kind of worried about. But definitely an underexplored deck.
Yeah, definitely. So definitely a super cool one. It's definitely something I'll try to start playing in the future too. I did like that version with Dusk Noir that like didn't have the Pidgeot in it.
Yeah, I saw
I thought
that.
that one was also kind of a cool one too. But seeing it with the Pidgeot is also pretty cool too. So I mean, let's talk a little about your season. You had an awesome season. I mean,
Thank you.
Had some big wins in there so far. Do you think you've kind of been playing like up to your goals so far? Do you think you want to achieve a little bit more? What are some of your thoughts of this season?
Yeah, I think this season finished really well. The beginning of my season was pretty rough. I didn't do very well at events at all until the latter half of the season. So the beginning of the season was definitely like kind of frustrating, trying to find out where I was going wrong. Right, is my deck choice? Do I need to be playing a little bit better? So I kind of tried to adapt the second half of the season. I really tried to focus in on events. I took a break for a little bit. Came back. I think I've been playing really well since Stockholm for like the 4 or 5 events. I mean, I won Stockholm and NEIC. Obviously, so I won
big ones.
2 of the 3 last events I went to. So I think I've been playing really well recently. I think my preparation's been great. I've been really lucky to be able to work with a lot of great players that I've known for a long time, and then also working with some people that I've just met recently, like Andrew and Henry. Like we just started working together recently. Davidson, all those great people. So it's really fun getting to meet new friends who play Pokemon and people who love the game like as much as you do and have a lot of passion for it. And so that's really awesome. So I feel like I've been getting better and better in these past few months, and so hopefully I can continue to increase my skill and play like I want to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll do one more question here. I know anybody that you talk to, whenever any of them get interviewed or anything like that, the biggest thing they talk about is like how much of a workhorse you are. You're usually the one that tests the most. You usually are the ones that innovate the most. A lot of people, like I was just talking to Michael about it, and he was saying that you're the best deck builder in the game. Like, a lot of people at home kind of want to know like what kind of goes into your testing. What are some of the things that kind of work most? Are you a big like ladder person? Are you like a limitless tabletop person? Like what are kind of like the things that have really helped you prepare for events the best?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think that my preparation takes a lot of different forms, and one thing that I think helps me prepare for events is like I really love I love playing Pokemon, but like I love competing even more than that. So like I really want to win these events. I really want to do well at these events, and outside of like the things that I do school, like I'm studying for exams, I spend time with my friends and family, but outside of those things, like a lot of my free time I spend it on Pokemon, right? And so I think that one thing is I just have a lot of time to play, but more think about Pokemon. So before an event, maybe I've played some games with the deck, and then like throughout the day I'll be thinking about, oh, how can I make this deck better? One thing that I usually do is I try to go on ladder for like the early stages of a deck. Like if I don't know a deck well, then the best way that I find to get to know it is just like to play a few games on ladder and then to feel it out. And then most of the testing that I do is against my friends, right? It's against, we'll get on, we'll play a few games, and then we'll kind of adjust from there. But I think that a lot of it is just trying to play like not like an unreasonable amount of Pokemon. I don't think you have to play like Pokemon all the time to be like good at the game or to be prepared for an event. But I think the most important thing is like making valuable use of the time that you do play. And then for me it's playing against my friends, playing on ladder to get the hang of a deck and kind of adjusting the deck from there, and then trying to see if I can take it and then beat people in my testing group.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. So thanks for joining us again. We do appreciate the time that you guys and all the other people, all the top players came in to do for this event. And good luck at Worlds, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah,
pleasure talking to you, dude.
For sure. All right, thanks guys again. So, you can, we'll find the next person to come by.
What up, Zingod?
We'll start yapping a little bit more here. But I think our next Bryce, do you know who we got next? Okay, cool. So I think we're gonna get them set up here, and then we'll probably grab. Oh, there's Dan. I don't know. I think they're gonna get set up soon. No, we can play the video right now, though. All right, we're going to play video. Oh, yeah, thanks, Christian. Blue Jays. Our boy Kev will be up next.
Genuinely, I didn't want to continue with life any longer. I had countless nights of just, like, laying in bed alone, crying, like, wondering, like, what was wrong with me. And I think I remember like Googling, is being gay wrong? And then I wandered upon the Trevor Project.
There was a lot of turmoil going on within my personal life, and I felt a lot better after talking through my headspace and just knowing that someone cares, knowing that someone's there to talk.
After my interactions with the Trevor Project, and after I really started to understand that, who I was and who I am is okay, I think that really is like what really charted like the path that changed my life.
All right, we're back. Yeah, Christian, Kev is up next. Yeah. Also mention the hat. Got to rep best team in baseball right now, Toronto Blue Jays, baby. So yeah, we're gonna get this next matchup. It's gonna be Kev versus Andrew Hedrick, and I believe Kev is playing Dengo and Andrew Hedrick is playing Joltik Box. So we got an interesting matchup here for the next one. Yeah, cool. You guys want to? Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, perfect. We'll give it. We'll actually hand it off to Isaiah and Henry here. So.
Just keep it PG. You guys will be great. The thing got just followed. Let's go.
Oh, the thing got followed.
Yo, thank you Zingod05 for the follow. All right, what are we thinking about this matchup?
Is it the Joltik Box versus Goldinga matchup?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Okay, all right. Well, this is it's pretty intricate, right? You got a lot of lines here. Oh, we can show the deck list?
That'd be great.
Okay, that'd be great. Yeah. No, never mind. We don't. All right, because I heard that Andrew Hedrick didn't send in his deck list before the tournament, actually, so we don't have access to that.
He thinks he's above the rules is something I've noticed about him.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd go. I don't know if I'd say all that.
All right, let's look at these accomplishments here.
Andrew Hedrick, we have the champion NAIC last year. Quite impressive achievement from him. I think that anyone who won NAIC really etched their name in history as one of the true greats of the game, especially the post-COVID wins, right? So really great to see Hedrick on that list of just the top of the top is what I'd say. And then, we have some other ones there. Vancouver,
well, that one doesn't
Indianapolis.
count, right? I mean, Vancouver.
Vancouver, yeah.
Stockholm, Vancouver. I mean, if your event is around like 1,000 players, that's...
Anyways, Indianapolis regional champion.
That was actually impressive.
With the Dialga deck, right?
Impressive.
That was quite a good innovation. Yeah, and then top 32 Worlds 2024.
With Reggie Drago, that's really impressive because that deck is terrible.
Well, especially without Cleffa, right? Like
his
his deck didn't work, and then he managed to get top 32 at Worlds, so that's pretty sick. And then we have Kevin on the other side, top 256, Louisville recently. Pretty sick achievement.
Yeah. I wonder what he was playing. That's better than I did at Louisville, I think. I didn't do so good.
Also better than I did at Louisville.
Yeah,
I did really bad at that tournament. So
who do we think is favored?
Wait, I also think it's better than Hedrick did at Louisville. So I feel like Kevin is 3
and I remember
for 3.
even, not to call out Brent, but I think he literally went 0-3 at that tournament. So maybe that tournament just doesn't count. Well, sorry, Caleb. Well, actually, you heard Caleb Gittimer just had a child today.
Oh, he did? Yeah.
Pretty
Congratulations
lit.
to the Louisville regional champion, Caleb Gittimer, on having a kid.
Yeah.
Happy for him. Great guy. So, yeah, let's. Who do you think's favored in this matchup? I think it matters a lot on the list, right? Joltik Box list, one big card in the matchup, the Hourglass, right? That's what I'm going to be thinking about. For the Goldango side, I mean, do we think the Team Rockets bomb is going to come in? Do we think the Team Rockets bomb is going to come in?
That would do it. Maybe even a Halucha. You could easily get a 6-prize turn with the Halucha in this matchup. I almost did that to Drake the other day, but... Yeah, I don't think that anyone's playing the Rockets bomb, unfortunately.
Okay.
They were too busy putting in 5 Gardevoir counters, actually.
Look at their entire deck.
4 Boss's Orders, an Iron Bundle, 2 Turos, and a Picnic Basket.
Maybe in a Picnic Basket. Hey, slide the Monkey Dory in there if you have a little bit of extra space.
No, all good, man. Yeah, 1/6 of the cards are Gardevoir counters, so that's really cool. Not going to help against Joltik, though. All right, let's see. Who's going second?
Oh, Terrabox. Wait, no, that's Goldango. Okay, wait.
Well, you could play the eSearch Pro and Terrabox, right? Because you play, like, the grass, the water,
Right, but that's like definitely. I mean, at that point, you would at least play like the School of Cyclone, right? Like picking up the Noctowl for second use is pretty good, or maybe even. I mean, I've been thinking about the Amulet of Hope, but looks like we're gonna get into it with a Genesect. Oh, the Genesect is pretty good in this matchup, right?
Scissor Shove with Genesect on bench is pretty good.
Yeah. We have a Mew Star from Andrew. Oh, we're gonna look at the prize cards. Oh, double Gimme Ghoul. Oh man, that's just unreasonable. Come on now.
Not looking too happy about
I mean.
One issue with the Genesect is it's gonna let Drick power up his Iron Hands with it. Like he's always gonna have a target for his Iron Hands, right?
That's true. Yeah,
so that's pretty bad.
Well, but the Iron Hands isn't really that good in this matchup because if you go to the Iron Hands, it's really easy for them to get like the boss nuke on it with Goldingo pretty early in the game. Like their deck is like super aggressive now. Drick doesn't have much disruption, like the 4 boss, right?
Well, we did see 2 of the bosses in the prize card. It's in
Wait,
addition
really?
to those 2 gimme goals, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did not see the 2 bosses. I was more going to talk about Andrew Hedrick's luck and his opponent always prizing, well, you can see it here. One of the luckiest players in the game, folks. But
let's take a look at that gimme goal over there. That's going to be the continuous coin toss gimme goal as their cornerstone counter of choice. Interesting.
Well, I imagine they have the Scyther 2, right? So that's pretty reasonable. I mean, all you need is 4 heads, right? Which is like probably about like a 30% chance, right? So like if you do it like 3 times, then you probably get there pretty often. So
30% chance to do 80 damage. Jack, can I see the proof on that one, man?
Well, I was a math major at one point.
And
so
then what happened to that? Okay, well, we're establishing the Genesect here early. Has 1 Goldingo in hand. I don't know if he
retreat. I don't.
If he
Is there
knows.
any, well, you might as well retreat, right?
Well, I think he should use the eSearch Pro here because he knows Andrew doesn't play Iono.
Well, he doesn't know that, right?
Well, I think. Well, I thought we were playing open list.
Well, he didn't submit a list.
Oh, wait,
elite level. So he has no clue what's in his opponent's deck.
Very well done from Andrew here.
Counting 6 cards. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You see him do that?
Ooh,
that's tough. Oh, he was counting his prize cards. I see.
Well,
wait, he didn't show us. The point is that we can see the prize cards.
Yeah.
He didn't show us the prize cards.
Well, he's looking for advantages in any way possible. That's the Andrew Hedrick special. Okay, well, this is actually interesting. He has to put two prizers in play that are not Pikachu, so that's pretty good for Kevin, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, his hand is also like pretty bad, right? I mean, he has like a Crispin and a Prime Catcher, but that Prime Catcher's been turned off. Kevin with the.
Oh wow! Wait, actually,
that's a pretty Pikachu. That's a really expensive Pikachu.
Well, yeah, this looks pretty bad for Andrew. I'm not sure what he does in this spot. Like, with this play, if Kevin's able to go boss punch into the Pikachu, he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew almost has nothing he can do, right? Like his hand is actually horrible. Oh, okay.
Oh, he's got both
Pikachu's coming down.
Okay, that's actually
that
pretty
makes some
good.
sense. Yeah, we're gonna go with the jolting charge here. But I mean, this is obviously better than not having the Pikachu. Well, first of all, Drick's hand is what's that last card?
He's not allowed to play the Prime Catcher like Toad Scroll with Night Stretcher, right?
You can't play it. Yeah.
Okay, so his Mew's gonna be pretty hard to use.
Yeah, I think he might not even be able to use it. He has Prime Ursaluna, and then what's the last card? Energy. Yeah, but if the Grass Energy, I mean, he's not gonna be able to do anything. Like okay, Kevin bossing this turn is pretty unlikely, right? Like there's no way he has the boss this turn, so that's fine. Yeah, he does have the Cypher in hand. I don't know. I wonder if Kevin should have not gone for the retreat and the gimme goal. I understand why he wanted to do it. He wanted an extra card. Well, he doesn't have Cypher. Never mind.
Yeah, you get the Cypher for an air balloon, right?
Well, he doesn't have Cypher.
Oh, he doesn't have Cypher.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I thought that was a Cypher too.
It's a bundle, I think. I think we got Jutsu by the bundle. Maybe I'm wrong though.
So yeah, the issue for Andrew here is that you're not allowed to bench the Fez until pretty late into the game, essentially after someone's punched into the Pikachu. So like he's not going to be able to find his boss's orders. He essentially has no draw here. And the Prime Catcher's turned off.
Yeah, I mean, like, his hand is, like, horrible. Like, he doesn't have a metal energy, like...
Oh, he doesn't even have the metal.
No, his hand is, like, Ursaluna, Grass, Prime.
Oh,
he doesn't have a Crispin or anything, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and the another issue here is, like, he wants to overcommit energy to a Pikachu because he wants to be able to back-to-back with the same Pikachu, right? But, like, if he does that, it's going to get gusted up and hit almost, like, 100% of the time. So, okay, Lavencia's not a good draw, but I don't know. Well, we should really see the eSearch Pro used here, I think.
Yes, definitely.
We should definitely see the deck thinned. And yeah, I don't know. I'm like a little worried that we chose to retreat this gimme goal. I understand why, but now like we have to evolve into this Goldingo and the active. Well, the bundle's actually pretty elite here. Well, what's Drick gonna put? Probably. Oh, I guess he's pushing Pikachu, right? But this is kind of bad. You push that Pikachu with the. Oh, he's pushing the Miraidon?
Pushing the Miraidon.
I guess it doesn't matter, right? You might as well let the Miraidon and the Mew get nuked.
Yeah, I was playing with Drick the other day, and we've gone to this exact position. I think that giving the 2 is pretty bad here. I think he actually should push a Pika.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, because if it gets hit into you, can activate the Fez, you can activate the extra Mew, right?
Exactly.
This shuts off like your choices for the rest of the
that's
game.
Exactly right, yeah.
Okay, well, he disagrees.
All
So we're gonna be
right.
going for the Miraidon. We should definitely see the usage pro now. I assume that we'll see it after the okay.
Excellent.
Okay, there we go.
Okay,
Great,
so
great.
now-
Good deck thinning here. Can see. There's the Turo. I don't know what else in this. Oh, there's a Scizor. Obviously, is there? Someone said he might be playing Scizor EX. I think that we might have just passed that guy. He looks
Scizor
cool.
EX. Well, in
It's a
addition to the
cornerstone
regular
counter.
Scizor, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
both
good,
of them.
good. Then it just doesn't matter. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just taking this knockout is pretty good. I mean, based on Drick's hand, I think if Kevin just takes the knockout here, he's in an amazing spot.
Yeah, Drick's hand is horrible, but like assuming that he gets like a metal energy and can actually play the game.
Even then, this spot seems pretty good.
Well, it's good, but it's not the best, right? His Goldengos are like pretty stretched.
Well, it's really good if you can get the Scyther down this turn. If you
Sure.
can get the Scyther,
Yeah. Just
'cause then
punch him with
Boston's-
the Pika next turn.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find boss next turn.
And also, there's enough abilities on board. He can just two-shot the Pikachu, right? So there's no way Drick's gonna go boss. It's like egregious. We don't need the Fez. Oh, the Arvin is huge.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't know if it's huge.
I would get the
doesn't-
Poffin for Scyther here, right?
Yeah, I mean, it
kind of sucks he doesn't get a gimme goal with it, right? But
Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. But it's like also really hard to find this. Like your hand is horrible. What if your guy dies? Right, you just lose on the spot.
well, no, he's gonna get an
Oh, he
air
has a
balloon here, and he has
stretcher?
stretcher, so he can promote the gimme goal and,
Yeah,
and
draw
bundle.
two, yeah.
So that's pretty good. He also has a
What-
pretty decent chance of drawing boss off the prizes here, which is not bad.
Yeah.
If like Drake gets Nest Ball for Fez or something like
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
he could just try to go 2-2. Or he
Yeah.
could get a gimme goal. That would also not be too bad.
Well, I mean, he has to like do something the next turn is the problem. But like, if he has a grass, okay, he can actually use the Scyther's first attack to put 20 on the Pikachu. So I guess he's like kind of fine no matter what.
That's
right?
true, yeah, that's
he doesn't
really
even
good
need the
point.
Scizor. Like that should be good enough.
Little helpful slash action.
Wow, that's ball knowledge. I did not know the name of the attack. All I know is I used it to do an elite level trick yesterday, or maybe I think it was 2 days ago, against the Gardevoir EX deck. I helpful slashed for knockout. It was
Wow,
lit.
man. Yeah, and you won that game. Good job.
Did, yeah, thank you.
Maybe they should play 2 grass energy so they can get a helpful slash ability involved.
Well, so you gotta get the Levincia involved, right? You have 2 lightning there, and I mean, you can use the Levincia for 1, but like, it's just not really worth it, right? It'd be like, yeah, it just doesn't make much sense. So, you know, I think that it's better to play the 2 lightning, but I can see how someone would play the other way around. Okay, well,
Let's see what Drake draws. That whole
yeah,
game's
we
gonna come
can
down
like
to
slam
this.
down this Levincia. Like, there's like no reason. I mean, you might as well not, but like, I mean, you probably actually do slam it down, right? Well, actually, no. It's probably more reasonable there's a Gravity Mountain than an Iono, right? Well, I don't know. It's like probably pretty close. What do you think? Would you play the Levincia here? Probably not.
I don't think there's any reason to. Yeah, I don't.
Well,
think...
what if you got Iono?
Yeah.
You're never gonna draw again.
sure.
Okay, we got Gimme Go Poffin, so not very good.
Not the boss.
Come
so now
on, Drake.
Drake can shove this Joltik here, right? Oh, but there's Stretcher for bundle.
Yeah. Well, Drake can. Oh no, he doesn't have a Rhydon on board.
Oh, that's a Nest Ball for
Okay,
Fez.
here comes
and
the Fez.
Kevin missed the
Boss's
the boss.
orders, yeah.
so now
No-
he
no
can't
boss
go
in hand.
2-2-2. Still gonna be really hard for Andrew, but he just has to go for Fez here, right? There's no other choice.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
And he can also mute for 1 here. No,
he
he
can't.
can't
He can't.
attach.
Yeah, he can't
right?
attach. Well, I think the
Well, he-
problem for Trick here is like he has no prize map, right? Like if he gets the knockout on the active, Kevin doesn't have a boss, but he doesn't need a boss. Like Drake it's basically impossible for him to go 2-2-2.
Yeah.
It's like so hard.
No, yeah, because you can't be like. I mean, the Prime is shut down, right? So, and you can't Crispin and
Yeah.
Boss in the same turn.
Yeah,
so
the
it's
Prime is
not
actually
possible.
so bad for Joltik.
Well, there's a chance Kevin is going to be forced to put the Genesect down, maybe, which would open up Ursaluna at the end, so we could just go Pikachu, Ursaluna.
I feel like it's a pretty low chance that he needs to go for the Genesect. Like with the Stretcher going for this Goldengo to draw him 2, like I mean, if he ever finds a Cypher, he can get there. It's possible that he doesn't, but like he also doesn't need basically anything until the end of the game. So we can always just Genesect Fez the last turn, and Drake has no way to disrupt Kevin's hand.
I guess
So-
Drake doesn't know that the Stretcher's in hand, but also you probably went Arvin for Poffin if you had nothing in hand last turn either.
Right, yeah, you'd probably just like go for the Genesect and like say your
Yeah.
opponent's gonna miss something with their bad board, or you can string boss.
Yeah,
But like
this one-
he doesn't have another play, right? Okay, well he did the Crispin, I guess. So I
That's
didn't do that.
Not terrible, but he also is not playing the Power Glass, I believe he told me.
Oh, he has the EXP share, so.
Okay. That's not really going to matter here. Yeah, this is looking pretty doomed, I would say. This Genesect is actually getting pretty good value, I
Yeah,
think.
it's getting insane value. I mean, the game would definitely at least be winnable.
Yeah.
Like, well, it'd be like hard, but it would definitely be winnable. Like this Scyther punch, if you like no Goldengo in play, Scyther punch is like kind of hard for Andrew to deal with, right?
Yeah, I mean, it should just win, especially because he has his other gimme goal down now.
Well, I guess that if he had Prime, he could retreat to Joltik and go like power up hands,
yeah,
and then like he could maybe win the next turn. But
Well, what if... Well, no, What if Drake just, like, loaded up a hands this turn? No, that's, like, probably not good enough.
well,
You'd have to
I'm down to do it next turn. Like you have to do it next turn, right?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah. It's pretty much the same thing.
yeah, that's like not that.
Oh.
Well, is that even good?
Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to do this. The Scyther line seems almost 100% winning at this point. And the boss is still good. You can just use it in a couple turns.
Yeah, well, I think he pretty much committed it. Well, he promoted the Scyther, right? So he wanted to not, like, he lost to Goldengo by doing this, which is, like, fine. I guess he could just retreat to Goldengo and then Stretcher, draw 2. Not gonna be...
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you win with 2 boss no matter... honestly, I'm kind of down to do this boss play, right? Because...
Well, if you know you prize 2 boss, right?
Well, anyway, like, boss at any point in the game wins you the game, so you might as well get like cash in some positive draw now, right? There's actually I don't think there's like any clock that changes based on if we hit this or don't. I guess the only clock that could change is Drick can use Joltik, and no, it doesn't. It's boss is always going to be our win con, so we might as well cash in this now and like have the opportunity to high roll. I think. Like it doesn't like force anything like different out of you, right? Like we always have to Scyther play next turn, so I don't. Yeah.
Okay, well he's going for the Scyther here. It still should be winning.
Yeah, but yeah, I think he just like lost an opportunity to like high roll.
Yeah, and especially because we know
extra
2 boss are
cards.
in his last 4 prizes, right?
Yeah, like. Well, maybe he's trying to play like his hand is bad. It's like a reasonable plan, but like Drake probably has some hope now, right? But like, so we're gonna go power up a hands here if he has the energy to power up hands.
But then
and an out to hands. He also needs an out to hands.
Yeah, well, yeah, you got rid of the Maridon. Still is stuck with the Ursaluna and the Prime in hand, right? So this Mew is probably not.
Well, he has
getting
like
any
8 cards in
tractions.
hand, so yeah.
Yeah, there's no way you could pin those out.
Yeah.
Well,
he's gonna go into hands. Yeah,
Is
and
there
then we're
any
gonna
other
go
play?
retreat
Yeah.
Bingo.
Okay, well, there's the Arven.
Well, okay, maybe.
Get Balloon Nest Ball here, Balloon Ultra Ball.
Well, I'm trying to think if like. Well, he's just so far away from winning is the problem. He's not that far away, I guess. He's like pretty far away from winning though. Maybe this boss is actually elite. Actually, I changed my mind because like Drake's only move here is the power up hands, right? And you boss kill the hands and you like win on the spot, right? Like there's actually I don't know if he has superior in hand. Maybe we're like I'm like trolling, but I assumed he had superior in hand.
Well, yeah, maybe not.
Like because I mean, but that would be a reason to wait. If you have the knockout, like and you can go boss kill the hands, you actually just win. Basically on the spot, because Drake kills you, you go back into the Scyther play, you get an extra turn. Like it's like so hard for him to even power up the attackers to finish the game.
So if he doesn't have Superior here, it's actually going to be pretty awkward. I mean, would you retreat into the Goldango and preload it? That's a little scary.
No, yeah, there's no Superior. I don't know why we forgot to mention the Superior necessary. Well, okay, you can stretcher the bundle. I guess the bundle's not very good. The other Pikachu would get
the
pushed.
other Pikachu would get pushed, and you would lose.
And then you would, yeah.
Well, you wouldn't lose necessarily. You have to clear the hands the next turn, right?
No. Well, the Pikachu will still be alive, right? Like they'll just Drake will use the hands to take 2, and then the Pikachu's alive.
Oh yeah, if he has Gust in hand, I don't know if he has Gust in hand because the Goldango is going to be active, right? Like if you're going to go for this boss play, it means you just shove this Goldango and see if you draw an SER, and then if you miss an SER, then.
Well, I mean, I was
you're
thinking,
okay with
I was
drawing
thinking
one?
if you could. Well, I mean, you could also just bundle and punch this bench Pikachu with Scyther and try to run him out of energy that way. But, like, it's not very good.
Yeah, that doesn't sound that promising. Well, this is really interesting now. And he already has the rod, so that's pretty good.
As expected. Yeah.
Doesn't want the metal?
I mean, he wants to... I don't know how many energy he has in deck, right? But he definitely needs 4 off Jolting Charge.
But no metal is really scary. I mean,
He plays 2, doesn't he?
Yeah, but then...
The Crispin, like, what are you worried about?
Well, yeah, I mean, if he has an out to metal in hand, I mean, he probably does if he's doing it. Like,
well, why just putting it in? It just makes it more likely to draw it.
Well, yeah, that's what I would think.
Well, his hand seems to be horrible. What's that card to the left? Is it the Ursaluna? Yeah, his hand's horrible. Well, we're all in on this hand's not dying, pretty much. Who's down to charm the hands?
Yeah, definitely. The charms don't do anything.
Why are we hovering this energy over the Mew? Oh, we're not. Okay, good.
Wait, can we get the Make It Rain involved?
Wait, well, these rods are not superiors. Okay, yeah, I don't know why he's not charming.
Yeah, charm doesn't do anything anywhere else, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. Man, I hope Kevin hits 5 energy to kill it. I hope he gets the 5. Well, he
Pretty
has
much
4.
It has to be SER. Wait, oh, really? Well, he has and he has a stretcher.
Okay, well, Kevin actually did have boss for 2 last turn because of the Levincia, I think. Well, no, maybe he had to draw 1. Never mind. He had to draw 1 energy off his Goldango, so it wasn't worth it. My bad.
But he does.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he's at 4 plus Levincia in hand and a stretcher. But the stretcher has to go for the Goldango, of course.
I don't know if putting this Goldango in play last turn was even bad. Like you kind of just net 2 draw for like. There's like no downside, right?
Yeah, just because you already had the balloon, right? You should just push it.
I think you should have just drawn 2 last turn. Yeah.
See what you get.
Okay. Well, because like if he bosses it, then like you just do the Scyther thing, then like you just do the same thing the next turn. Right? It's like not.
Oh, did he just draw a Goldango?
Yeah, he did draw a Goldango.
So that means he can stretch it for the energy now, right? So
Yeah.
that means he got it.
Well,
is that right?
He has 4. He has 4 energy in hand. He does not.
4
have
plus Levincia plus stretcher.
No,
right?
no, 4 counting them. He has 2 energy stretcher Levincia. Yeah.
Oh, you were counting the stretcher before. But
Yeah.
The stretcher had to be for the Goldango
Well, I know,
until he
that's-
top decked
I
it.
know. That's what I said. That's why it was a mistake. Okay. Well, Arvin
doesn't
and.
help. Another Levincia?
Whoa. Okay. The second Levincia.
Interesting.
I mean, there you go. Egregious Gardevoir counter number 72 and in the hand. Give it another energy, but instead, all right, we got to go stretcher for the Goldango. I think we need a superior. Well, how many energy do we have in hand? We have not very many energy in hand. We only have 3, so we're gonna need. Yeah, we're gonna need something off this golden match. We're gonna need a superior. Vessel is passable, but we're gonna really need a superior off this, and we hit Turo. Okay,
Turo's interesting.
No, it's not. It's horrible, isn't it?
Well, let's think of. Well, I don't know if Drick has boss in hand, right? So that's gonna mean that Drick's gonna have to rip the Pikachu next turn, yeah. And then like you could kill the hands, and it's not necessarily the case that Drick can close the game out, right?
Well, why does this turret matter?
Well, the turret doesn't matter, but like I'm saying the game is still interesting. Don't act as though the game is over.
Well, I was not acting as if the game is over. No celebrations being done. All right, so yeah, I mean this Turo is like, yeah, no, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Well, I mean you could you could like pause. No, it's bad. It's bad.
Well,
okay.
You could.
No,
no, because it doesn't. The scissor doesn't kill the hands, right? So it's just.
Is there any reason to boss something up, like boss this Pikachu and leave it in the active, force Drick to get another attachment? Probably doesn't matter to his way to win the game, right?
You have 1 or 2 boss in hand. I mean, because you need this boss next turn, right?
He only has 1. You didn't take him off.
Well, you could take a CC here, I guess, but no, you probably want to preload the SER.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Maybe he's come back.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe
He's in a
Drick
pretty
has come
favorable
back
position
into
here.
it. Well, yeah. If he doesn't have the Gust in hand, well, it doesn't really matter, right?
No, not having the Gust definitely matters.
Yeah, I mean, you have to leave this Goldengo active, and then, yeah, and then he'd probably win if Drick doesn't have a boss. But I don't know. He has this Prime, but once again, the Prime being shut off.
Yeah, Genesect is broken for more than just a mirror, it seems.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty unlucky for Kevin not to have an SER yet. He had like a 10-card hand. We kind of just assumed he'd have it.
Yeah. Or I mean, even out the Genesect is pretty good, right? You can like give for the Scizor.
Yeah.
And then like you can't knock out the hands, but you can kill the Pheasantipity, right? And that like still puts you in a pretty favorable position, I feel. So not having like Nest Ball, Genesect, anything like that, definitely unfortunate. Or even an Arvin last turn, if we go for the attach to the bench and then pass, I don't know if you need to attach that energy.
Doesn't really matter.
Gravity Mountain off the top.
Oh.
But
did not expect that one.
I don't think it's gonna do very much for him here. Does he have the boss's orders? I mean, we have no Gardevoirs in play, so Gravity Mountain doesn't change any math.
Oh well, you gotta get more Gardevoir counter cards in there, man.
Yeah.
The Band and the Gravity Mountain, I think. Well, if no boss is here, I kind of favor Kevin's position here, right?
Well, it's basically over, right? Well, unless he didn't have energy. The head of the metal bench was like kind of interesting. I don't think it does anything for Kevin.
Well,
you never need to get ahead on attachments.
If Andrew had Gust, he would always Gust and use hands this turn and save the Pikachu, right? So at that point, like your Golden Go isn't gonna get Gusted, so the metal doesn't like matter.
Oh, there's a boss and cool, and cool.
And he's a slow roll,
and
like
we're
it's
slow
guaranteed
rolling the
win.
boss.
It's a classic.
Nice,
It's an
man.
absolute trick classic.
Nice, man. All right. Well,
well, yeah. I mean, you
even have a play. Well, you have a play, but it's like so bad.
You have to recover the
well,
Scyther.
No, you lose.
No,
because
the hands is right there. Yeah.
I don't even know if there's a play.
Well, we might have to get the Rockets Bomb involved here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But even then,
man, even like I don't know. Maybe last turn we needed to. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't bad. We could have like gone bundle last turn. Bundle like would have given us at least like win shots here, right?
Well, yeah, there'd be some damage on the Pikachu. That means.
But
right?
like,
with
I don't know.
energy.
Maybe it wasn't worth it.
Well, it like kind of is because it's like Drick could definitely miss boss the next turn. That's like not that unreasonable.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think this is gonna be it though. Pretty much no play here for Kevin. You
Yeah,
can
that's
try
not really
to.
missing I don't think we're missing anything. There's no metal. There's no metal. There's no metal. Okay. There's no metal on the Pikachu.
Oh, okay. So we're just gonna kill the
Pikachu's
active.
missing the metal. Yeah, we found the lie.
But I believe we saw Arvin in Drick's hand, and I believe he has not used his Earthen Vessel yet. So not great for our hero Kevin over here. Yeah, definitely think Drick should have charmed the hands last turn though. That almost was a difference maker.
Well, he charmed the Fez now. Right?
Sure, yeah.
But yeah, the one energy definitely could have made a difference. Well, actually, based on Kevin's hand, it wouldn't have made a difference.
Yeah,
but like there
it's
were definitely
close.
worlds where it did make the difference.
Yeah, like if he drew Vessel, right?
Yeah.
Well, at this point, putting the Fez down is definitely not good because now Ursaluna would win and not the metal. So I would not do that. Yeah, this seems unnecessary considering he already has a knockout on the active, right?
Yeah. It doesn't change. Well, he has Turo. Is he gonna draw 3 Turo it?
I guess that's fine, right? You don't need.
I mean,
to use
if
it for it.
yeah, like there's I guess
no
it's
downside.
fine. Yeah. That must be what it's doing here. All right, we're gonna get draw
maybe
3.
think for Iona or something. I
Turo.
don't know if he plays Iona.
Oh. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh.
Sorry.
Anyways, we're locked in. Well, let's use this Turo. Let's
Let's just see if Drake has it. Yeah, maybe he prized his vessel. You know, he didn't show the prize cards to the camera, right? So
we have no clue if he prized his vessel or not.
Yeah.
He chose not to take 2 metal, but maybe he had no other energy in deck and he had to accelerate that many.
Well, he should have left the lightning in discard for this Lavincia, right? You could just get that right back to the hand.
Oh man, he's gonna be so mad he didn't abuse that. He's actually gonna be so mad.
That's right. We'll bring it up with him in the interview. Okay, well, he is doing the Turo on the Fez. That's
He was debating boss, but I don't think boss does anything. You can't really make good on any time you gain, right? Like, you can go boss this Fez, which is not a bad play, right? It forces Drake to have Crispin, and he might not even have 2 energy in deck. So you can go for the boss on the Fez. You'd have to go boss Fez bench Scyther, but even then, you're not really progressing your win shot towards anything good, right? And if you're going to do that, we probably shouldn't put the Lavincia in play, and then he has guaranteed attached to Fez here. So we use a lightning and discard pile.
You probably should boss the... Actually, well... I think bossing the Fez is actually probably pretty good this turn, right? Because Drick's down 2 boss, right? So if you ignore the hands, you're just opening up boss as a win con, but you're taking away 3 cards to potentially get the metal, right?
What do you mean?
Like if you didn't bench this Fez in the first place and just boss killed Drick's Fez,
right?
Then you're like he has to either find metal or boss then to win, yeah?
Right.
Whereas if you don't kill the Fez, boss doesn't work, but you're giving him 3 extra cards to find the metal.
Oh, so you want to boss kill the Fez?
I think boss killing the Fez is actually probably the right play here. Well, if he didn't bench his own Fez.
Well, yeah, I was thinking that we could maybe go with like a boss Fez.
Like tap it and then try to kill the Scyther.
Yeah, but I don't know if that would actually be good. Well, we're going to go for the boss on the Fez here.
Well,
so
I like this except we...
Benching the Fez.
No, actually, no, it doesn't matter because you're losing the boss either way now, right? So this is fine.
Oh, we're just killing it?
Yeah, I would just kill it.
Oh, okay.
Well, and we know Drake has the metal, but I think this makes sense.
Wait, he does?
Well, he has the Arvin, right?
Oh, I see.
I thought he had the Arvin. We'll see, though. He'll probably slow roll us, as per usual. We don't even need it. Okay, well.
And cool.
Let's
Metal
just
off the
pretend
top,
he didn't have
dude.
an Arvin, yeah.
Metal off the top,
well,
dude.
And Drake stacks to another win. So no surprise here.
I'm not surprised at all.
Well, first time he's won on stream in a while. I think he had a pretty poor performance at the 5K last month, right? He lost on stream like 3 times.
The finals of Atlanta as well, right?
That's true. That's true. Yeah. He did salvage 1 at NAIC, luckily, but...
Well, good to see him get a win. Always good to see a local hometown hero be able to perform well on stream. So we love Andrew.
Yay, Andrew! Well, okay, that was pretty unfortunate. Prize double gimme goal, but game was pretty close. It was actually a pretty back and forth game. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right, if you guys want to clear out when you can for GLC or Paul.
Oh, we're getting GLC up next year. I wonder who will be competing.
We decided that we were just going to roll things. It's a good time. So, dude, thank you both of you. Brian, can you kick it to their faces? Yes. Are they coming in for an interview? No, we're just going to move to the next one.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sounds good.
So we can get you going. So, if you guys just want to sign off, and then you want to hand here, it's booth over here.
Hedrick Hatercast.
So, if you guys want to do 2 things. So, 1, just talk about anything you saw about the match. Number 2, if you guys can just say what you think would be a good reason for people to donate, just kind of encourage people to donate, whatever you think fits that.
Yeah, sure. Well, we talked about the game. I know you talked earlier, right, about like your donation, but yeah, I would. Oh, you're back. Yeah, sorry. Is this your water bottle too?
Yeah.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, I think the Tard Foundation is going to a great cause. Everybody should have the ability to feel how they feel and be able to express their feelings.
Yeah,
and it's really sad that there are people in this world that can't because there's a lot of hate. So I think it's awesome the Trevor Foundation helps to bring a little bit of love, a little bit of assistance to people who receive a lot of hate. And so, yeah, I'm thankful for them for what they do, and I think it's an amazing organization. And we'd love if you guys would donate to help our cause, help this charity. Thank you so much to Nerd Rage for putting this on, and, we're glad to be a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Everyone make sure to donate. I think we're doing pretty good on the day I've seen. So, yeah, hopefully we can reach that goal.
We've hit 2,000.
2,000, that's a big number. Awesome. Let's go.
Try and kick you guys out of there. Thank you very much, both of you.
All right, thank you.
See you, Dan.
Isaiah, Henry, thank you so much. You guys did great. Even if Isaiah kicked my butt, and I'm not happy about it, but good game, guys. All right, so I clearly am not Isaiah, but I'm tapping in until Brian fixes this. But I just want to say thank you guys so much for the donations you've given so far. This is huge. We are at $2,000 in donations, and that is incredible. All of this money, every single penny, is going to the Trevor Project to support crisis resources for the LGBTQ plus community. So, I mean, we're super hyped. We, because of that, do get to do another giveaway. And like they said, we hit the Trading Card Lounge cards. So we're going to get that suited up. Thank you, Bryce. Welcome back. Bryce is back and running the show effectively, which is good because I'm not Isaiah. So, like we said, we are going to do that giveaway for number 2,000 here. And, well, Rafal, do you want me to talk about these fancy things, or do you want to talk about fancy things?
About the products?
Yeah.
I think you got them from Japan?
I did, actually, so I can talk about it.
Yeah, I don't really know what this is.
No, that's totally fine. So, like I said, thank you, everyone, for getting us to $2,000. So we have a mat, sleeves, and deck box from the Pokemon Card Lounge in Shibuya. And the only place you can get these is the Pokemon Card Lounge in Shibuya. So for anyone who is interested in getting some very awesome, unique stuff that's impossible to get anywhere else in the world, I would love to have you donate. We're already going to give it away. This is all going to be good, but I would love if any of you were willing to please donate now too as we give this away. And Bryce, what do we have for the word? There you go. Hashtag Japan, capital J. Nope, hashtag Japan, all lowercase. So type hashtag Japan, all lowercase on Twitch to give yourself a chance to win these very exclusive materials. And Kenneth, I am so sorry that you have to take prizes. That is atrocious. I'm upset for him.
Oh, I didn't see that message. That is unfortunate. That's tough. That's tough.
I'm very sorry, Kenneth. But we do have people chiming in now. So what type is Pramwat playing?
Dark.
Dark,
Yeah.
awesome. So
Pramwat
Bryce
is playing dark, and Brian's playing water.
Perfect. I have water and Michael and their names in there. I just put lightning instead of dark, so we do dark. And if we want to flip it over to that game, we can get started on that.
Well, do we want to do a winner? Or are we waiting until the end of the
We
game?
can do the winner as we get the game started.
Sounds good.
Because that'll pop up. Perfect. And so like we said, we have Michael Pramawat playing against Brian DeVeza. So Michael Pramawat, we've already seen him a couple times. Incredible. One of the best players ever. Brian, you have seen his beautiful face and been listening to talk up until now. And now you get to listen to me and Rafal talk again because, Rafal, you are our GLC guru here.
Yeah, indeed. Although recently Ryan's been kind of kicking my butt with his psychic deck. We were just playing a game now, and we've had a lot of good back and forth. So he's become quite the GLC expert himself.
That is awesome. Yeah, his psychic deck is absurd. He just crushes everyone with that thing.
Yeah, GLC Psychic is incredibly powerful and oppressive. It just has like a little bit of everything. It has the Wobbuffet, which ability locks. You got the Gallade, which searches for a supporter every turn, which like is just such a powerful effect. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about water versus dark. Yeah, Michael Pramawat is playing my deck. It's not particularly special. It's just kind of like dark updated for the double Colorless Energy ban that went into play just about a month ago. And then Brian's playing his water deck, which I think he's talked to me about it. I think it's pretty similar to kind of your standard Hydro Pump water deck. So these are two very kind of typical decks you'll see in the GLC format.
And I mean, I love Dark. Dark's the deck I have built. I think there's only one card that came out of the new set that's really a fit for it, and that is the Purloin that has for 1 Dark Energy, search your deck for 3 Dark Pokemon, put them into your hand. Now, is that a dramatic game-changing upgrade? No. But it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in GLC, you never know. Sometimes it's just that one little card, and having more deck search, more Pokemon search is really good, because there's some types that are just really kind of known for having a lot of, like, call for family, search for Pokemon type attacks, and some decks that are notorious for not having access to that, and Dark is one that does not. And that's part of why you have cards in Michael's deck, such as that Galarian, such as that Coughing, which it can evolve itself with Ascension into Galarian Wheezing and ability lock your opponent to slow down the game, because you don't really have a lot of Pokemon search.
Wait, Daddy Ringo, Team Rocket's Dark GLC? Okay. I am here for that. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
And Nick, yes, we are all rooting for Brian. even though Michael's one of the greatest ever to play the game, it's fine. But Rafal, you were saying.
Yeah, just like something like that Purloin, it can just be one more option for the dark deck that it just simply doesn't have. It's not like it's like you have like 3 Call for Families and it's just like another one, like Grass, where like every Pokemon can search for grass types. Like going from 0 Pokemon that can search for dark types to 1 that can search for 3, that's a pretty big deal.
That is a huge deal and a huge swing. And speaking of swing, I think Brian's going to make the swing to just shove their hands back to the bottom of the deck. Not a ton in there, but starting Whale is fine, and getting that goodness. What is it again?
What is
I should be able to
Brooklet
read this.
Hill?
Brooklet Hill. Good God, Brooklet Hill out there. So we'll be able to get at least one more water Pokemon out. We do get Remoraid. We have a level ball, but maybe we need to save that level ball for Drizzle.
Yeah, well, to be honest, you need to save that level ball for a way to find a Pokemon that can attach energy to your board. That's kind of the big deal here.
Well, that is very true.
So Brooklet Hill is basically Artisan, but only for fighting water types. So Brian's going to be able to take advantage of this card. I think Michael can technically use it to search his deck, but like...
So I was going to ask that question later when we had a break, because is that actually the case?
Michael himself is a judge, so maybe this is a question we can ask him afterwards. But
that's fair.
The fact that if we're all kind of playing by the GLC rule set, I guess we all know that Michael couldn't have a water fighting type in his deck, so maybe he's not allowed to use it because that's public knowledge, right? But at the same time, that might be just a question we ask him afterwards. But we'll see if he even goes for that to shuffle his deck at any point. But Brian's deck is more kind of stage 2 based than Michael's deck. Michael doesn't play any stage 2s. His deck has a lot of basic attackers and a lot of stage 1 attackers that are just very efficient, trying to attack for as little energy as possible, while Brian has these big, strong attackers. And we will get to see an actual game happen here because Michael is playing Janine's Secret Art instead of like Guzma-ing the Frigibacks. So
and real quick, Zardgaryen, thank you so much for participating. Congratulations, you won the TCG Lounge products, which is fantastic. And then, just make sure to claim your prize in the chat. But sorry, Rafal, please keep going.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Michael is intentionally slowing the game down here by using Ascension to turn into Galarian Weezing. So Brian cannot use any abilities this turn, but Brian still is going to be able to play items, supporters, trainers, all that good stuff. You just can't use abilities, which does suck. But Galarian Weezing itself can only poison, and it poisons for 40. So that builds up, but Brian, that Wailmer is pretty fat. It's not like it's like some weak little, it's not like it's Frigibax active, right? If Frigibax is active, it takes 40, you pass your turn and it just dies. That's pretty rough.
Right.
So this Wailmer can take a couple hits, can evolve into Wailord, become even fatter. It's the fattest Pokemon in the water deck, has 240 HP and just does a ton of damage. So Brian, if there's anything you want active against poison, it's going to be this Wailmer, because Brian then has this big fat tank to sit in the active while the rest of his board begins to develop.
Well, and also the good news is because Michael used Ascension, Michael did not actually poison that Wailmer going into the turn. So Brian has another turn where if Michael doesn't go in with anything else, he's going to be able to chill for a little bit.
Yeah.
And Michael deciding to attach that counter energy to the Guzzlord, I mean, that's the perfect spot for it, right?
Yeah, I think if you were in a rush to get a knockout this turn, you would be wanting to attach somewhere else. But it's not like the Weezing can even really retreat without a floatstone on it. So Michael is happy to just kind of research here, start setting up that Guzzlord, because the Guzzlord is the Iron Hands of GLC. If it takes a knockout with its red Banquet attack, it takes an extra prize. And it's kind of like the big, most important attacker in the Dark deck, which usually takes like a big combo to set up. You have to do like Dark Patch, Beast String, Raihan, all sorts of stuff. And your deck is based around trying to get this 4 energy attack powered up as easily as possible.
Right.
But if you can just kind of like stall a turn and just manually evolve up to it and save all those resources for other turns, Michael's gonna be happy with that. So he's probably just gonna poison here, hoping to slowly evolve up all his guys. But nothing on his bench really has any like draw support. The only draw support in the Dark deck is Liepard. So you're just trying to like evolve your decks, have your efficient attackers available for every turn, and try to use as many like 1 energy guys as you can. Because the deck, like I said, it doesn't have a lot of draw, so that's kind of one of its big weaknesses. If you get Iono'd low, you have cheap attackers, but if they're not ready to roll, you don't have a lot of ways to draw into them.
And that is a very interesting inclusion of Vuzela, I believe. Veluza.
I'm going to look it up.
So I believe it's a Hydro Pump attack, does damage based on the number of water energy attached, and I believe The attack cost is reduced by, oh, I don't know. That's a very interesting inclusion here.
No, if it is knocked out, you can move 2 energy from it to your bench.
That is incredibly strong, honestly.
Yeah. So this is probably Brian's kind of replacement for something like a Wishy-Washy or like a Lapras. Most GLC water decks, so he still has the Wishy-Washy in the deck. So most GLC decks do play a Lapras, which is just a very low maintenance version of like your Hydro Pump attackers.
Yes.
This GLC deck is based around various different attackers, but a lot of them have some variant of this Hydro Pump attack, which is just you do more damage the more water is on you.
Right.
Now, Lapras is the most low maintenance version. It can do 10 damage plus 30 for every water, and for starting at 1 energy on the Lapras, which is really nice, but obviously it's a very low kind of floor to that damage, right? 5 energy, you do like 130, right? Or like 160. It's not a lot. On the other hand, you have the Veluza on Brian's board, which needs 3 energy to start attacking, but that means that its damage floor is way higher, and that ability is really good. So it's kind of like picking and choosing. Do you want this like low maintenance, low damage attacker that you can start swinging with if you don't have your energy set up, or do you want this like stronger attacker, but it needs a little bit more work to get going?
And I think that makes sense. And the Whale Lord definitely is kind of the heavier hitter that does take a little more investment. In this scenario, I mean, Michael's just kind of setting a really, really good line here. And Bale, this is expanded cards. So you can use anything back to black and white, but it's a format created by Andrew Mahone. Awesome guy, great content. Check him out. But you can only use singleton cards in the whole deck outside of basic energy, and you can only use Pokemon of one type. So like we were saying, Brian can only play water Pokemon. Michael can only play dark Pokemon, which just makes some really interesting combinations.
And no rule boxes. So
yes.
no Radiance, no A-Specs, no EXs or Vs or anything like that, which you know, when we're talking about Michael having that Guzzlord on his board, which can take an extra prize, that's a big deal because almost nothing in this format takes extra prizes or can accelerate the game that way. So any deck that can set up a way to take multi-prize turns can be incredibly powerful in the Gym Leader Challenge format.
And I mean, that's a huge thing in general, because if you can shorten the game in any way, shape, or form, especially in a singleton game like this, man, that is powerful.
Yeah, and we do see Michael in kind of an awkward position, or sorry, Brian in an awkward position. It looks like he got that Whalemore knocked out. It promotes the Veluza and can't really do much.
No.
You know, his something like a Drizzile or an Octillery would really unlock his deck. But you know, he's ability locked, right? So he's kind of stuck here. Even if he had a Drizzile, even if he had a Baxcalibur, he can't really do much around this Weezing. So, you know, he's trying to kind of find out a way to knock out this Weezing or kind of hope you can draw into a card that can get around it.
And so this is one opportunity where Brian had that Alolan Vulpix in hand. That's something where I think there would have been an advantage to having that be one of the first Pokemon he gets out, so he could go into it now and use that attack to get some Pokemon into hand and try to just set up a board. But we're just passing right back to Michael, and dude, this is tough for Brian.
Yeah, we see Michael setting up that Guzzlord just manually. It's going to be ready to roll pretty soon. And it looks like Michael's hand isn't, you know, even though there's a lot of cards, it's not particularly good, but he's more than happy to just slowly take prizes. That escape rope is massive, though, for Brian.
It is. And now the question is, do you want to play it now or later? Because there is a thought of taking a knockout on this Weezing and then using it later in the game to try to close out or knock out weaker guys on Michael's board. The issue, too, is I don't know if Brian has any abilities he can take advantage of right now.
Yeah, he has an Inteleon in hand, but he would need to rare candy through this Sobble. You know, obviously the big concern is that he has this Frigibax, which I think can knock out this Weezing. But then if the Frigibax gets knocked out, what do you do after that? Because you don't have follow-up energy acceleration.
Right.
He would really love to evolve 2 Baxcalibur here just to get himself out of range of getting one-shot by anything on Michael's board. But it doesn't look like that's going to be very likely. So it's possible that Brian will be able to knock out this Weezing, but then the Guzzlord is going to knock out the Arctibax.
And honestly, I can't see how that was the right decision, because now, like you said, Arctibax is going to go down. There's nothing to accelerate energy. Michael's going to take 2 prizes here, and then all Michael needs is a boss, and there's 2 more prizes. So, I mean, what? Oh, yeah, and there we go. We have the Muscle Band, and followed by an N, just to say, okay, maybe you had enough stuff to play with, but this is going to be the last time to refresh my hand. But then I also ask, why not just hold the boss?
Yeah, I think Michael's just realizing that his hand had a lot of not amazing cards, and he only has 4 prizes left. So if he doesn't play, like, getting N to 4, it's not the worst thing in the world, especially since your hand isn't particularly good. But if he takes 2 prizes here with Guzzlord, his hand is definitely going to be like an N is just straight up going to be not useful after that.
And that is very true. And I think makes sense with the caveat of he just won the game if he held his hand. But
yeah,
this is fine. We are going to see the 2 prizes taken by Michael. That is going to be a huge knockout because now he goes down to 2 prizes remaining. Brian has to go into the Kyogre here.
Yeah, and Brian actually draws into a pretty strong hand. He has teammates, which if you got knocked out the previous turn, you can search for any 2 cards you want. So Brian's hand is incredibly powerful. The issue is that if Michael has a way to just gust around this Kyogre, which is just out of...
Well,
no, but...
It's actually... Because of the muscle band, it is not out of range.
That is true. So Brian is going to have to find a way to remove this muscle band. He might have to, or he might have to, like... I don't know.
Well, not even that. We have to find a way to remove the muscle band, or we have to, and honestly, we don't even matter because we have the sharp claw or whatever it is, dark claw
which
in hand.
Yeah. So Michael conveniently draws into his other tool card that makes this Pokemon do 20 more damage. So if this muscle band that's making Guzzler do 140 damage gets removed, which Brian might be going for here, he's just going to have another card to replace it and likely win. So, I'm not. To be completely honest, I'm not entirely sure what Brian can do here to win. Obviously, he's going to play to his outs. I think going for Field Blower is definitely the right call.
Well, I think it's needed because if you don't Field Blow the, the damage mod, you lose. Also, if you even try to trap something and don't Field Blow the Floatstone, Michael has that Zoroark prep to just rush in and then bounce out and make sure he can attack with whatever he wants next turn.
Yeah, so the Zoroark on Michael's bench can basically swap itself in and out of the active once a turn. So, and because it has that Floatstone for free retreat, it's basically a permanent pivot. You can never get boss locked. You're never going to get retreat locked. You can never run out of energy and then not be able to retreat. That Zoroark basically just makes you immune from that win condition from your opponent.
And I don't know if anyone did play back in the day in that time, but there was a Keldeo that had the Russian ability that was very popular. And Keldeo Floatstone was a staple in a ton of decks, especially with something like a Celigore in the format.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're going to see Brian here bring up the Snom, but I don't know if he...
I don't know if he knows what the Zoroark does. So.
Yeah, because I think the Zoroark is just going to push itself to the active, then retreat himself to the Guzzlord, and this Snom is going to get eaten up by the Guzzlord.
This Snom is going to get devoured, and very, very easily. And yeah, we have no Field Blower, no way to discard the Floatstone. I mean, I think the game's over here.
Yeah, I think something Brian could have potentially gone for is like the Wishy-Washy, which is actually so tanky that it's out of Guzzlord's range.
It is 180 HP. And we see Michael just go in, retreat, Guzzlord, and that is game.
Yep, essentially amp you very much for 4 prizes throughout the game.
And it turns out if you amp for 4 prizes, you're probably going to win a whole lot of games. So
yeah,
that's pretty impressive.
Standard format or alternative formats, taking an extra prize usually means you're getting yourself into a pretty good winning position. So yeah, Michael showing the power of that dark deck. Brian was kind of struggling to set up. He was able to get what he wanted, but he got ability locked, and ability lock is brutal for some of these decks because you're playing the thing about GLC is you're playing one of every card, right? You're not playing 4 Nest Balls, 4 Research, 4 Ultra Ball, 4 of all your Pokemon, right? So sometimes especially something like the water deck where evolving to Drizzle and then searching for a trainer completely unlocks your deck because you can go for Irida for Candy, Excalibur, things like that, or teammates for that, right? Like those are all options that get unlocked by a Drizzle, and being unable to do that can just make you kind of stuck and put you into a really difficult position.
Well, that's the one benefit of playing Expanded with all these types is there are so many powerful cards and abilities that have been accumulated throughout the years. But if you can't play any of them, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. So Dark, and like I said, Dark doesn't necessarily have any inherent draw, but if you can grind the game to a halt and just slowly make progress with Poison, that can be just enough turns to evolve your guys, and you have all these low maintenance attackers, other than the Guzzler, of course, which is a very high maintenance attacker. But as like we saw, Michael was able to slow down the game long enough that high maintenance attacker was able to then take 4 prizes.
100%. And Ryan, could you get Eli and Justin set up? Thank you. So we are going to go into one of our last games here. We have exactly 2 rounds remaining. So one is one we advertised. Eli and Justin playing Dragonbolt Dustmar into Raging Bolt, which is actually kind of an interesting matchup right now.
Yeah, it is interesting because Raging Bolt, a lot of it comes down to like how effective something like your Baby Bolt is, how effectively you're able to kind of chase their energy. And now that Dragapult's kind of most common A spec has become the Neo Upper.
Correct.
That has been kind of a game changer for that matchup because there was a point when that deck was playing mostly on Fair Stamp and getting just popped 90 damage over and over and over again, attaching 1 energy per turn. There was a good chance that you were just never setting up.
100%.
And you were just kind of stuck, and you were just completely kind of the wheels would kind of fall off your deck because you could never keep an attacker going. But that energy card, you obviously have to draw into it, but now we also have the brand new Hilda supporter, which lets you search for a evolution Pokemon and an energy card. So
well, actually, we're getting aggressive because I do want to talk about that. We should talk about it when we have the deck list.
Oh, sorry.
Moshi, yes, this is Black Bolt and White Flare. And then, so Rafal, talk us through both of these players because we got some pretty good results here.
Yeah, so Eli, with a little candid photo from NAIC that he sent us, he didn't play too much this season, but he's been, doing really well over the last couple of years. He was on stream at NAIC last year, kind of on the winning in, had a really unfortunate matchup, but he's actually beaten Michael Pramawat on stream just last season. So he's been doing really well. Yeah, Eli Risfeld, he is ready to game. He is looking pretty good in that photo. He's got the flowing hair, but he is up against a beast of a player.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for Gabriel Fernandez being like the GOAT senior player, Justin is right on his heels. We saw Justin get 2nd place at LAIC against Gabriel Fernandez.
Yeah.
This year we saw him top 4 NAIC. Last year he won Atlanta, he won Toronto, and to be honest, he's won like 5 or 6 regionals this year.
We can't even fit them all on there.
I was making these graphics
wins.
with 4 finishes, literally couldn't list enough. He got top 4 at NAIC this year as well. He got top 8 at NAIC, I think 2 years ago. He's just been going crazy. So Justin will be a master next year.
That is true. And so, Brian, can we actually throw up the Dragapult list for Justin? Because Rafal, you were talking about it, and there's not a ton of new additions to Dragapult except for that is not Dragapult. Wow, those are a lot of cards. You know what? Whatever. We'll talk about Raging Bolt. We'll start here. So, Raging Bolt, there's also not a ton of additions from the new format. Like, it's really just the same deck built in a very similar way. So, Rafal, is there anything big to look for or note here that maybe people wouldn't know about previously?
In this list, definitely not. This is actually the list that me and Eli played to NAIC.
All right.
And it's literally our exact 60. He has been playing it to locals every week since NAIC. I don't think he's gotten worse than 3-1 or 4-0 every single week. So he's just been kind of farming store credit with this exact Bolt list. Everyone's trying like funny decks, and Eli's like, you know what? I'm just going to Thunderbolt Storm you over and over and over again. And he just keeps winning locals. So, good on him, being able to buy some nice bling with that. But yeah, this deck is incredibly standard for Raging Bolt. It has the Ursaluna. It has the Iron Leaves, which was for Grimmsnarl. I don't know if that's quite as necessary now as kind of the Grimmsnarl hype has died down a bit from NAIC, and the Bolt kind of game plan has been kind of figured out a little bit more. But one of the things that Grimmsnarl or that Raging Bolt has been playing in this format that Eli's not playing is the Cornerstone Ogre Pond.
Yeah.
So that's a card that All Out Blitzel has been playing, and he's been playing kind of more like almost like a.
Don't say Control Bolt. Do not say Control Bolt.
No. I was gonna say it's like Sada Terra Box almost.
Okay,
like,
okay. Fair enough.
It's like an ancient Terra Box where because one of the things that Bolt might struggle with now potentially is stuff like Goldengo. If Goldengo's choosing to go first, and Goldengo is getting guaranteed evolutions because of Genesect, and Goldengo's playing 4 bosses. If you're putting down an Ogre Pond turn 1, there's a good chance it gets boss turn 2, and you just kind of lose the game. But with something like Cornerstone, that can be your Terra of choice, which then allows you to keep a 1-prize board, or not a 1-prize board, but a board where Goldango can only target your one prizers, which can allow you to kind of swap around the matchup. And yeah, Jacob bringing up Badu, Ala Blitzel has also been playing Badu. I think
Badu is an interesting inclusion because anytime you need to slow down the game to win rather than just accelerate it, which is what Bolt usually does, like that's such a good way to go about it. But let's actually, speaking of slowing it down, let's jump over to Dragapult because Dragapult is one where there's only like one main change here, and actually there's not even a Hilda in this list. So we are running with the only new card being an air balloon. An air balloon, pretty simple, was in Sword and Shield sets, but basically it turns or reduces your retreat by 2, which seems like not a huge deal, but when you have stuff like Dusclops, when you have stuff like Monkey Door, even just Blood Moon Ursaluna, you can now attach the balloon, attach from hand, retreat, and that gives you so much more flexibility rather than relying on like a rescue board.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is obviously Blood Moon Ursaluna. There are also times when, for example, an opponent might boss up your Dusclops and basically say like, you either have to pass this turn or give me a prize. You know, that's a thing where Air Balloon can actually pull you out of that kind of sticky situation. But one of the big ones is Blood Moon Ursaluna. If you're not playing a list like Tors where it's like all basics plus Dragapult, because you're playing the Dusknoir line, so you don't have the room for like stuff like Latias and all that. Blood Moon Ursaluna being able to retreat for 1 energy is honestly a really big deal.
100%. So we can go ahead and get into that game. So if they're finished setting up, we can, Brian, can you let them know to go ahead and start? So we can go ahead and get them started. And so, Rafal, who would you say is favorite in this matchup?
I would say on paper, it's probably Eli, but it really kind of depends on the setup you can get, and the setup includes starting Raging Bolt.
And I mean, that's such a good starter for Eli. Not the greatest prizes. Wait, Brian, can you tell Justin to show us his prizes? Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh,
that's not great.
Those prizes are rough. Yeah, we were just talking about how one of the ways that that Dragapult has kind of evolved to deal with decks like Raging Bolt is playing Neo Upper Energy, so that you can draw into a card that lets you just say, you know what, I've had it enough with your sniping. I'm just going to slap an energy on, knock out your Raging Bolt, stop it. But Justin has that prized.
All right, and so going to the first turn, though, I think Eli probably really wanted to go second here, but we'll go first, is able to get
Bolt wants to go first, because you have Fanro
Oh,
top.
that's true, we have Fanro, we can get Owls down.
So this isn't your kindergartner's Raging Bolt. This is a big brain Raging Bolt now with the Noctowls.
Listen, I'm both offended and understand. So we do see Eli go in, get 2 energy out, likely going to see a manual attachment to this active Raging Bolt. And Rafal, I didn't see anything else in hand that Eli is going to be able to put down.
Yeah, I do see a bajillion energy, so not getting Fanro Tom, like, honestly really sucks. But he's going to get a fighting energy, unless he gets Ionoed out of it.
And he does get Ionoed out of it, but honestly, that's okay, because that hand was a word I'm not allowed to say on stream. It was bad. So
it was pretty bad, although honestly, if Eli doesn't get access to a fighting energy here, that previous hand might have actually been better.
Well, that's a true statement.
Because he's gonna, so he has Hoot Hoot. He's gonna be able to set up some stuff, and he has a grass energy in the discard. So it is possible he's gonna Nest Ball, be able to shuffle his deck, and then Sada into an energy. And it's possible that if he is, a lot of this kind of comes down to, can Eli get a fighting energy?
Well,
although he can't Nest Ball because he's gonna get Buddy.
He can't, but if he does Sada and hits a fire or fighting energy, that's actually huge because then he can snipe that Dreepy.
Yes.
And that is a huge deal because that is where the energy attachment went. And Eli doesn't know this, but we know without that, Neo Upper, it's going to be really hard for Justin to keep pace.
Yeah.
Ooh, we do see a Teal Mask Ogrepon, so we'll have opportunities to draw more cards. But do we see a fighting energy?
We don't. So Eli's just actually going to be stuck here. He's going to be able to bench the Hoot Hoot and the Ogrepon, but he doesn't even have energy for the following turn to work with. Although I think he may have also drawn an Iono, so he could try to dig himself out of this. But we know there's at least one fighting energy just kind of sitting at the bottom of the deck that he cannot access because Budu's preventing him from searching his deck.
And Jacob, I agree. That's one thing I've loved about this format and upcoming formats is skill is such a determiner of success in the game. And I love that. I don't want it to just be who draws better. I want it to be who plays the game better, who finds the lines better. And so for Justin, we see the Ultra Ball for Dracloak. I didn't see a supporter in hand, but we may have an Iono. And then we'll just start with a Recon Directive.
Yeah, and like Justin, to be honest, is just happy to have a turn where Eli can attack. Every turn that Eli can't attack is Justin getting one step closer to developing his board.
Yes.
And the biggest thing for this matchup is that every turn Eli doesn't attack is an energy attachment.
100%. Now, we do have that psychic energy in hand, so we'll be able to attach it to the other Dracloak. But Justin's just going to see 2 cards off this Dracloak, and that's going to be basically his turn. Unless we see a supporter.
Yeah, he's holding it very closely. Just a
Night
Night
Stretcher.
So nothing particularly special, but once again, we're going to get a Badu here. Eli has a fairly large hand at this point, but he cannot do much with it unless he draws into grass.
That's a good start.
All right, Ogerpon will draw him 1 energy. Once again, not being able to search the deck, but getting, another Ogerpon.
Which is okay. I do think having multiple Ogerpon down is good. I also agree with putting down that Stadium now, but I kind of want to see the other Ogerpon put down, or is that not the move?
I don't know if it's quite necessary in this matchup because it's a 210 HP Pokemon. So, if you can avoid kind of giving your opponent stuff that they can like set up plays on. Fighting energy is huge.
The fighting. So we are going to be able to knock out one of those Dracloaks, and that's a huge deal now.
That is a huge deal, although now Justin's actually really close to actually being able to just attack. Do you think that Justin should just attempt to go for a knockout onto this Raging Ball just to get it off the board?
No, I don't think so. So the only reason I say that is knocking this out to get off the board is fine, but Eli has Latias. Eli still has 3 Sada available. Doing so would take 1 prize. You wouldn't be able to knock out the Hoot Hoot on the bench because it has 80 HP, and you would expose your only Dragapult with both of your attachments in the active and say, well, I really hope he doesn't find 4 energy because Eli will probably find 4 energy.
Do you think Justin considers evolving this Dracloak, though?
It depends. And I don't believe he plays Shaman, right?
I don't believe he does. There's no room in this kind of list for it.
So if he does not play Shaman, I do actually think you need to. I think he wants to find another Dracloak to be able to draw still, but I think you need to protect it, especially if that's your only energy attachment right now.
Yeah. I think what Justin would like to do is potentially just boss that fat Hoot Hoot, the 2 retreat Hoot Hoot, and try to stick it active with Badu. We do see that Eli does now have a Knock Towel, so he'll be able to evolve the Hoot Hoot into a 1 retreater.
Yes, which is a big, big deal. It does stop Baby Bolt because it protects non-rule box Pokemon. So Eli would be able to snipe the Pheasantipity. It would not be able to snipe the Dracloak. Oh, I don't know if it said I'm misreading it. Oh, yeah, okay. Jacob, we are good. So then, Rafal, for Justin's turn, do we just Iono here?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you either Ion him down to 4 or you boss that Hoot Hoot and kind of hope he gets stuck. I don't know if there's necessarily a superior option here. Because most likely something is getting knocked out this turn. All right, but he's just going to choose Iono. Because I think Justin, at the end of the day, just wants to keep developing his board and kind of just getting all the good stuff out of his deck.
Yes.
So, you are okay going down a couple prizes as long as you are developing your board. And maybe Justin's thinking, I would rather keep developing my board than try to slow you down in a way that doesn't necessarily bring me closer to winning.
And I think that makes sense. And actually, one of the best ways to protect your energy attachment is to put down a Duskull, because Eli cares way more about knocking out that Duskull than he does any of the Dracloaks here.
Yeah, the Dusclops and Dusknoir are the ways that Justin can get himself back into this game. Because it'll allow something like his Dragapult to knock out a Raging Bolt using the additional damage.
And we do see the Hoot Hoot come down. We are going to see the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage. But like you said, if we have access to a Knockdown...
Yeah, but he got Iona out of it.
He did, but we have a Crispin, so we don't even care.
You don't really... I mean, he probably has to. You really don't want a Crispin 2 energy to hard retreat a Hoot Hoot.
So do we not have a Knockdown in hand?
Not anymore. It got Iono'd away. So he has... I think he has like 2 or 3 items... Crispin, Bolt, and this Hoot Hoot.
Well, that's problematic, Rafal.
Yeah, so he can Crispin. I mean, it's also not the worst thing because he gets some energy into your discard to work with Bolt later, assuming that your Baby Bolt doesn't get knocked out. But at this point, your Baby Bolt is probably getting close to getting knocked out.
And actually, I really don't mind this play. Now, it sucks to have to use those resources, but if we're knocking out the Duskull with Baby Bolt, if Eli or Justin does try to go for a 2-prize turn or something, that's going to take a lot of resources. And if he leaves the Baby Bolt alive, it makes it so much easier for Eli to reach a knockout on a Dragapult.
Yeah. Trying to that's one of the big things about this matchup is that like Eli would like to take, if you can take a 2-prize advantage and then prevent your opponent from manipulating the prizes, you can take 2 1-prizers and then just knock out 2 Dragapults, or like knock out a Dragapult and then knock out a Pheasantipity. And Dusknor is what kind of screws up that entire game plan by making you get damage on Justin's terms. You know, like Justin gets to place damage where he wants, can put you down to 1 prize, which you're trying to avoid being at. You want to never get yourself to 1 prize intentionally, but Justin can do that on his terms. Iono Eli to 1, counter catch or something on, you know, whenever he wants it, and kind of set up a winning play. But Eli is able to get rid of that Duskull, so that slows Justin down.
Well, and I think that's a huge deal because honestly, Raging Bolt's pretty favored into Dragapult, and the way Dragapult can get around that is by using Duskull and Dusknoir to kind of map out a shorten the game turn where they take a big sweep. But if Justin's not able to do it, Eli has gone down to 4 prizes. All Eli has to do is hit 2 Dragapult. And Justin will just straight up lose the game at that point. So Justin's clock, even though he got a little bit extra time early, his clock is getting shorter and shorter on this game.
Yeah. However, I think what would be a big deal for Justin here, which we don't see, is getting something like the Halucha. You want to Iono Eli while also limiting his Hoot Hoot so that he has as little cards to work with as possible. And honestly, the hand he gets Iono'd into is not amazing, but it's something he could potentially work with. He has a Fan Rotom, which can take a prize. He has a way to get a Grass Energy back with the Night Stretcher so that Ogerpon can draw cards. So Eli, I mean, it's not a dead hand. It's a bad hand.
It is a
but
bad
it's not
hand.
a dead hand.
Correct. And so we do see the Duskull down. And I mean, honestly, with that Duskull going down, I got to imagine this means we are going into Phantom Dive and say that, okay, I'm going to apply enough pressure where this Duskull is going to even things out for me. But what we don't have, like you said, Rafal, is a Halucha or anything to take 2 prizes this turn.
Yeah, so he's, because of that,
Archie, subscribing does not help the charity, but if you hit the subscribe button, it'll give you an option to donate. And donating 1000% helps the charity. So we'd appreciate anything you're willing to give.
Yeah, I think it's either where the subscribe button normally is, but it'll say that we're raising money for the Trevor Project and you have the option to donate. And we also have a pinned message that takes you directly to the Trevor Project's website, which is a backup link we have for donating. So if either of those are something you are interested in helping the charity with, feel free to click them. And but if you want to subscribe as well, you know, you're more than welcome. We're happy to have any new viewers here.
100%. And honestly, I care way less about the subscribing, more about the charity. But Archie, we're happy to have you here regardless. All right, and so for Eli, we do have, like we said, that Night Stretcher. We're able to get a Fighting Energy.
Fighting is a choice.
That is. Are we Burst Roaring?
He is Burst Roaring. And this is where things can get awkward because normally, if Justin was playing a Raging Bolt deck that did not play Dusknor, this is fine. Right?
You mean Dragapult, but yes.
Yeah, if Justin didn't, because Eli's at 4, Justin's at 5. If Justin were to maybe take 2 prizes, get himself to 3, Eli takes 2, Justin takes another 2, Eli takes another 2, and then you win the game, right?
Right.
But Justin can intentionally use that Dusknor, put himself to 4, but back on even prizes, and then take multi-prize turns.
Yes.
So this is where having something like the Dusknor makes this version of Dragapult much more difficult for Raging Bolt because of the options they have available to them.
And a lot of it is based on, Raging Bolt missing, which Eli has now missed 2 turns, which has given Justin so much time. And if Dragapult, if you have 2 extra turns without Raging Bolt taking knockouts, man, you're going to win that game 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of this just comes down to the very original issue that came out of Eli's setup, which is that...
Archie, thank you so much for the donation.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank
you, Archie.
It is greatly appreciated. Yeah, a lot of this kind of comes down to Eli's start, just not being able to get a Fan Rotom. He has not Noctowled yet.
Right.
And now we see this, Justin's in a situation where he has, I think, 2 boss in hand, and simply just bossing and knocking out this Ogerpon will win him the game.
100%. And Archie, we really appreciate it. This organization, Trevor Project, is such a good org. And we'll have one more testimonial before we get to our last bonus round here. But yeah, Eli could use some support. We need that Fez. We need to hit something. Now, if we are able to knock out this Dragapult and Justin doesn't have it, we're okay. But kind of like you said, Rafal, we're in a really bad spot because we're not taking a knockout and disrupting Justin's hand at the same time.
Yeah, and I think one of the things we're not even talking about is the fact that you got to knock out a Dragon Bolt. That's a big guy.
It is.
What do you do about that, right? It's not even just the bosses. It's can you even get to a situation where you can knock out the Dragon Bolt in the first place and not get knocked out in return, right? So you need to probably find yourself a Knock Towel here, retreat this Ogre Pawn, get into a Raging Bolt, and get a lot of energy onto the board. And that's asking for quite a bit with only one Knock Towel, or only one Hoot Hoot on the board.
And that is true. And to be honest, I think reaching the knockout is doable. The issue is reaching the knockout isn't enough. And I don't think you can reach the knockout and still close out the game. And oof, that is tough because we have the Hoot Hoot. We can get a Knock Towel and we can get we can get a Raging Bolt and a Professor Sada, but we're at 4 energy and we need 5.
Yeah, and here is where, again, the strength of Dusknor potentially comes into play, because something Eli can do here is use Blood Moon Ursaluna, counter catcher or prime catcher that Pheasantipity and knock it out with Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Ah, you're right, because Justin is down at 2 prizes.
Exactly, but again, this is where the strength of Dusknor comes into play, because if you have a Dusknor, you pop that Ursaluna, and then your Dragon Bolt knocks out the Ursaluna, because it'll have 130 damage on it.
And so it's good to clarify that if it knocks out, if you pop a Dust Noir,
yeah,
if you pop
Dust
a Dust
will
Clops,
barely not do enough.
Exactly. So Eli still has an opportunity, and this judge just has to stick, which,
yeah,
to be fair, it very well could. And no, you can't bounce your own stadium, unfortunately.
You can.
Not with the same stadium.
It's
it was a jamming
They're
tower.
just all gold stadiums. Eli likes the gold stadiums.
That's fine. The bling is nice. But yeah, so we see the judge. We'll shuffle in. Justin will shuffle in. And Justin will be reliant on those 4 cards, top deck, and 1 Dracloak to try to find a Dust Noir.
Yeah, but there is a lot of ways to win. And a Dusknor or a Boss will both win just in this game.
And I don't think we've discarded any Dust Noir, and I don't think we've used any Boss. So.
I don't think we have. Also a counter catcher, because you can actually pop your Dusk Lops to lower your hand size to go behind in prizes.
Or you just draw Boss.
That will do it.
And if you just draw a Boss, that makes life way and Dust Noir. If you draw both Boss and Dust Noir, this makes this very easy. And we see the Boss. Justin takes down the game, and that hand was not great, but still, Justin Dragapult, it bought enough time to close out that game.
Yeah, it really shows the strength of that card, and Dusknor was never used, but it still put on pressure, right? The fact that Eli had to target it instead of being able to target something like the energy on Justin's board was a big deal. But a lot of this comes down to a couple missteps for Eli.
Oh no, so sorry guys, 1 second. Brian, if you can let Eli and Justin know that they're good, we're gonna play another testimonial, and then we're gonna get to the last round.
So should I just tell whoever's next to set up then?
Yes, and if you can grab Bryce, please. Yeah, it's gonna be Hedrick and Chow.
Fantastic.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good.
So logistics are fun. Project management is fun. Organizing events is fun. And so we are honestly getting pretty close to the end of this one.
Yeah.
So we have 1 round remaining, and it's going to be a good one. But prior to that, we do have one more testimonial we want to read. So one of the members of the community, Nicole, actually sent this to me in written form. So we've already seen, had we seen the 2 videos? Do we see 2 videos today so far from testimonials?
I have not been back here all day, so I'm not entirely sure.
So we're actually going to have 2. We're going to have one from a member of the community who sent over a brief video, and then I'm also going to read this one now. So this is a testimonial from Nicole, one of the community members. She already donated today, which really appreciate. Nicole, I appreciate you sending this. So I'm just going to read this quick, and then Bryce, can you tee up the other video from Chaos? That'd be lovely. So this is from Nicole. So when it comes to mental health services in the LGBTQ plus community, we are talking about life-saving services, whether it is a hotline, therapists who specialize with the LGBTQ plus demographic, community services, or anything in between. These services are absolutely imperative to the well-being and safety of LGBTQ people. Personally, I am blessed enough to have access to mental health services. If I did not, I know for a fact that my upbringing and my recent years would look a lot less organized, a lot less authentic, and ultimately a lot less happy. While these services can be far from perfect, I have personally felt the life-saving benefit of having access to the type of care I do. Trevor Project is a keystone to LGBTQ life-saving services. I've been someone who calls them in the past. Their compassion, constructivism, didn't know that was a word, efficacy of their effort, it all made a difference in my life. I want others to not only be aware of the same way I did, but I want others to be aware and be able to access the service and come together to support it, because this service empirically saves lives every single day. So Nicole says, I not only implore you to donate to this cause, but I need everyone listening to treat everyone with kindness, dignity, and grace. You truly never know when someone is going through behind closed doors, and if we can financially support services like the Trevor Project, then we can begin to fill in the gaps in the way our society functions, like showing more compassion for others, having more empathy, and alike. And Nicole says, thank you all so much for your consideration. Every single dollar helps with a service like this. Yesterday it was me, and we can help be there for tomorrow's caller too. And I mean, man,
thank you.
I don't know how to follow that. That is just...
That was good. That was good.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for sharing that. And I'll tell you guys, this is such an important cause. This organization, what they do matters to so many people. And I mean, Rafal, I know you haven't been up here yet, but man, we've talked a lot about this org and how much it matters.
Yeah. I think I mentioned it when I was first up here. I think it was like 6 hours ago at this point. But yeah, just an incredibly important organization that provides a lot of resources that are getting increasingly difficult to find right now. So I think everyone who's donated, thank you so much. It's really meant a lot to us, to everyone at NRG, everyone who's been participating in the event, everyone in chat. It's just been a really great time. We have, like Dan said, we have one more big game going on. We're going to do a rematch of Vancouver.
So we are actually going to do a rematch of, I believe it was Vancouver, right?
Or Atlanta.
Yes.
Atlanta?
We're going to do a rematch of Atlanta. So we don't have a slide for this one because this is one we decided to just tack on at the end. But we are going, are they set up, Ryan? No. Okay, can you have them set up? It's Chow and Hedrick. This is what they suggested. So we're going to set up, and this is going to be kind of our championship round. So we've seen all the Nerd Rage players. We've seen all the championship players. We've gotten to see some GLC from Epic Splash. And man, we're going to see a heck of a good rematch now then.
Yeah, we are going to see the rematch of the Atlanta Regional Championships from just a few months ago. It was the first major event after the rotation, and it was where Henry Chow won his third tying, I think, third regional championship of the season.
Awesome, sounds good.
They're just double checking their list, and we also saw Andrew Hedrick in the finals. So a winner himself, I believe he won Vancouver.
Yes.
So two of the best players in the game, two of the GOATs of the last couple years, are going to be kind of just replaying that great matchup. For those of you who don't remember, it was infamous for those Badu back and forths.
Yes.
But then there was that great hype moment at the end where Henry, needed that specific combination of cards to win the game, and he ripped his research, flipped everything face up, and showed us the winning cards. So this is a really close matchup. These were innovative players who were just coming into the meta after the rotation and coming up with the best way to play Dragapult, the best way to play Gardevoir. And I think Henry, players have even mentioned Henry's deck may not have necessarily been like the best way to play Gardevoir. Maybe that's something more like Brent Tonnison's list.
Yes.
But it was one of the most creative ways to play Gardevoir using the new cards at the time. The Ends cards had just come out, and Henry was playing an Enzorark to help against Badu. So you can keep drawing cards now that you've lost Refinement Curlia. So it was a really innovative way to play Gardevoir. And then Hedrick also had just an incredibly powerful version of the Dragapult Dusknoir deck. And they're going to be kind of showing off those decks one last time today for us as we wrap up.
Absolutely. And this is something we do want to feature, and this is kind of our last push here too, because we are still hoping that we can hit more numbers. We can still help more people with the Trevor Project. So if you have not donated yet, if you have not contributed, we would love you to take this chance as we get to the end of the event to contribute either here on Twitch or at the direct link. So Rafal, we obviously, like you said, we saw Hedrick take a massive lead in Game 3 in this match in Atlanta, decide to pop Dusknoir just to clear resources from the board, and then Henry Chow said, okay, I need to hit out to Gardevoir, Rare Candy, out to Lily's Clefairy off of a research to 7 cards. And we flipped the first 3, and at about card 4 or 5, we saw that second card, and we slowed down a bit.
Yeah,
and Archie Cat, this is going to be best of 1. So we've had a couple best of 3s throughout the day, but just from a time perspective, we're making sure we keep the rest to best of 1 because I know all these players that have come here, they got to get going. We got to get them on their way. So we're going to close out with the best of 1 here of this rematch with Hedrick and Chow.
Yeah.
And
probably some giveaway at the end, too.
Oh, we can tack on a giveaway.
Oh, yeah.
We'll tack on a giveaway. We got to get them out of here. We got to tack on a giveaway. But, Rafal, who do you think would win in this best of 1?
It's tough. I mean, obviously, like Henry won in the end, but both players were they were in time. They were down to the wire. If Henry hadn't gotten that exact combo, Hedrick would have won. But at the same time, both players were kind of playing around the clock situation, right? So that game 3 didn't. I wouldn't say that it developed like a normal game 3 of a set because they were playing around the time rules, playing around how many minutes were left, how much time was left. The sign cards, we'll do the sign cards after this and some other stuff. We didn't. I didn't have them sign a Gardevoir for nothing, right? So we will give away some signed cards. We have a Gardevoir that's signed by Henry Chow and Isaiah Bradner and maybe Michael. I don't know.
Ryan, can you actually make sure that we've got signed cards and the signed playmats and all that? Yeah. So we talked about with Ryan and everybody. So see if they know what we're talking about, and if not, it can pop out there. Yeah.
Because we have I'm going to step out for a
yes, go do it. So I'll talk about this matchup while you guys do that. Oh, yeah, Brian will step in. Perfect. So, like I said, we're going to find that because Shores, 100%, we will get some signed cards raffled off here. And we also have some great playmats. We're trying to hope we can hit a couple more of the giveaways, but we'll at least try to close out with some positive stuff here. Because, Brian, man, these players, they've done some great stuff. It'd be cool to get some memorabilia from this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, we're just really grateful that all of them had, took the time to be here with us today. So, yeah, big shouts out to all of them for being here.
100%. And seriously, Caleb, Isaiah, Michael, Rahul, everyone just... We so appreciate you being a part of this. And for all of those, please give them a like, follow, whatever on their socials, whatever their platform is.
Yeah, or their metafies,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They dedicated their time to try to have this event be a success. We really appreciate them being willing to do that. And Brian, also thank you for coming here after work.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I would be a little white. Are you working tonight too?
No.
Thank God. Okay.
Yeah, this is my weekend off. That's why I can't do the cup next weekend is because I took this weekend off. So
that is very understandable. I'm glad you get to rest a bit.
Yes.
And Bryce, are we set up or still need a little more time? We're in them. All right, that is totally fine. So, I had something else set up here, regardless. But yes, Bale, I agree. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this. And then, did you find the video? Did I not
No,
send
we
it?
couldn't find the video.
I'm going to be straight, guys. This is a me problem.
Yeah, it's all
not
right.
a them problem. It's fine. But one thing then I did want to note, because I do think this is a big, big deal, is we are at, Bryce, how much are we at on Twitch?
7:30.
So we are at $2,065. And I will say, last event we ran, we got to 2,100. And I would love, and I would so appreciate if anyone watching YouTube, Twitch, whatever, could we get that last $35, get to $2,100 for the Trevor project? Because, man, I keep saying it. It's such a good org.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, we've done a lot to make sure that we outdid what we did last year, and I think we did a pretty good job of doing that.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to be able to match that effort with the amount of donations that we can kind of give to the Trevor project. So
100%.
Really hope that we can do that for the organization.
Absolutely agreed. And so the other thing that I just wanted to talk about here, because we did have some other stuff here, is we have, and you know what the heck, we can plug ourselves a little bit.
Yeah,
We're at the end of the
why
event.
not?
We got some cool stuff coming up.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we have a 3v3 tournament. Brian here will be commentating with some of our local guys. I will not, because I have a baby and I have to go watch the baby.
Yes, you got a family to.
I should spend time with my child.
Yes, you should.
What's up? Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, we can do the giveaway.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Sounds great. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to pop up. Is the giveaway ready? Beautiful. So for our second to last giveaway here, we have North American International Championship merchandise that we talked a bit about the Pokemon centers, but dude, this stuff is impossible to find.
Yeah. It was definitely hard for me to get some of the stuff when I was in London for EUIC.
Yeah.
And even I heard with NAIC some of the stock was a little limited and stuff like that. So I think they did a really good job with this year's merchandise. I'm a really big fan of the double deck box. I bought 2 of them. Yeah. And the sleeves are super cool too. And then
they are.
Yeah. So, and all of them they come with also the FCBC sleeves too.
They do. So every giveaway is going to come with a set of FCBC sleeves. And again, thank you FCBC for the donation. Really appreciate it. And Bryce, what is we're going to be here? We're going to have hashtag NAIC, all capitals, I assume?
Yes.
All capitals. So once Bryce hits go, please hit NAIC for all of that. And we have our lovely champion mat here that is going to be a separate giveaway.
Yes.
And our signed Gardevoir card. So, I mean, this mat is beautiful,
Yeah,
Brian.
I know. It's one of the better ones that I think that they did during the season. So I think that one's a really cool one. And who signed that one?
Who did sign the Dragapult mat?
Oh,
Hedrick.
Oh yeah, he's big Dragapult guy.
And he did do pretty well with Dragapult a couple
I think he
times
did
this
pretty
year.
good.
Yeah, so Hedrick, incredible player. Obviously, huge results with this deck. And we also have Gardevoir signed by, I believe it's Michael Davidson and Isaiah Bradner. Bradner and Chow.
Yeah.
Perfect. So Bradner and Chow. So we're going to give those away separately, right? Yeah, let's give those away
separately.
So we will have the NAIC, hashtag NAIC right now for the North American International Merchandise. And then, Bryce, want to give another minute, and then we'll go to the next one? So we have our players currently setting up their decks and making sure they're accurate so we don't give you guys not accurate stuff.
Yes.
But then, aside from that, Brian, anything else you think would be good to note before we get into the last round? And Giza, thank you so much for the $5
Giza.
donation. We are at,
you, brother.
I believe, $30 remaining. Kenneth Mullerator, thank you so much. Abby, thank you so much. The $85 to the plain link. We have crossed $2,100. Thank you all so much, Giza.
Yeah.
Giza is calling out the chat very aggressively.
Giza, I donated
here.
already, bro. I donated already.
Listen, I love the motivation. Thank you so much. So with that, we do cross the $2,100 mark. And
That's
Bryce,
amazing.
who is our winner for this one? K-Bell01. Bale, thank you so much. Congratulations. You get the NAIC merch. Please claim it in the chat right now. And then, beautiful, we have claimed it. So, next, for these signed mat and card, can you guys take the NAIC stuff away?
Yep.
So, for the signed mat and card, you know what? Let's do champ. Can we just do hashtag champ, capital C? This feels appropriate, right? All right. So, if you want to win this Gardevoir EX, not playable anymore, and this championship mat signed by Hedrick, type hashtag champ as soon as Bryce is ready. And Kenneth, yes, play cheap, give money to where it needs to go. 100%.
There we go. Hashtag champ going down in the chat now. Hopefully, one of you guys will take home. This is for the mat? Or
This is for the mat and the card.
Mat and the
so
card.
together.
Sounds
I mean, that's a
good.
good combination.
Yeah, definitely a solid one.
And
the FCBC sleeves.
FCBC sleeves are fantastic. Really high quality. Shout out to FCBC for the donation.
Yeah.
And I know a ton of players really, really like using them.
And we do carry them in the store now, and that's something I've been waiting for a while. So now I got mine, so I can start trying them out.
Dude, and I'm excited because I also need more sleeves, so this is great.
Same with
and Shores, I believe in you. You can do it. And by that, I mean, hopefully the randomness works in your favor. All right, so are they set up or still need another minute?
They're set up. They're good.
All right, sweet. So let's go ahead and close it here, and then we can get going. Andrew Hedrick playing Dragapult versus Henry Chow playing Gardevoir. And let's see the die roll here.
Wait, so who won? Do we know who won? Oh, Teacup won?
Teacup?
Nice.
Congratulations, Teacup. Fantastic. Shores, we'll help you out, don't you worry. But no, congratulations, Teacup. All right, and so then we are going to get started here. Do we know who's going first?
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, they're good to go. All right, perfect. So we are going to flip. We see a Dreepy versus a Zora, and this is our last round, people. So if you have anything left to donate, if you have a Bling in your decks that you're going to disassemble to donate, great. But we do see Hedrick start Dreepy, attach, and pass.
Is this a double attach pass angle here?
Well, we have a research in. Oh, no, we have a Jacques.
Jacques.
And it just attach, pass
wow.
back. What a start, man.
What a start.
So now Hedrick has a choice. Do we Iono?
I don't think we Iono here. Well, but he probably knows better. He's he's the one who's won the events with this deck.
So that is true. So we do have. Oh man, we could research, but dude, this is a brutal research.
That's a big hand to research away.
It is, but I mean, it's 3 Iono, 2 boss, and a counter catcher.
I know, but at that point, it's like, do you really want to give him all that stuff back?
And Henry's reaction is very strong there because, dude, that's so many resources. But we get Buddy Poffin, we get Duskull. We are cruising right now. So, Brian, what else do you want to see?
Oh, man. I mean, I mean, we got the energy already. I mean, we can get the item lock going, and this really will help with the setup here.
100%. So we're
Yeah.
able to get another Dreepy. We're going to be able to go in and item lock with that Badu, hit into the Zork. For what it's worth, it's doing
Yeah.
double damage, so a whopping 20 each turn. And then do we bench those Duskull?
I would think so. Yeah, I think it's going to be one of the helpful pieces to help with attacking into the Gardevoir EX, and that's usually one of the big moves you kind of want to have.
I would agree. And we get the rescue board, so we're
too.
able
This is
to
a
attach.
Crazy turn.
And I
Yeah.
agree. That is a very aggressive research, but to
Yeah.
be honest, maybe it's the best move.
Yeah.
We see a counter catcher, some other stuff in
Yeah.
there. Didn't see any Dragapult pieces.
Yeah.
All right, and then for Henry, we're going to be able to evolve this.
Yeah. The Zoroark's going to help him draw some cards, but I don't know what else he can really do here, though.
I have no idea
There's a reason
either.
why we don't play Zoroark in
Well,
Gardevoir anymore.
That is a true
Yeah.
statement. These are definitely early format
Yeah,
lists.
Definitely.
You're not allowed to trade with a Zora, so you are going to have to evolve it, to be
Gonna
clear.
have to evolve, yes.
Oh, but
yeah.
we're going to retreat, go into Screamtail, and we're going to knock out Budu, I think.
Yeah, looks like we are, maybe. Okay, the Ultra Ball's going to get us a Ralts here.
It's actually not going to get us anything because we are item locked.
Oh, we are item locked. That is true.
So we can choose to knock out this Screamtail if we want. And there is a very, very low chance that we could win the game by Hedrick on
True.
this turn.
Yeah, you're very, very right about that.
But that would be aggressive.
It would be very aggressive.
So the question is, do you think Henry knocks out this Budu?
I think so. Yeah, I think you do.
Yeah, I think we're going to
Yeah,
see the
I feel like
slap
you
for the
have to.
KO.
Yeah, I feel like you have to.
Oh,
It
man.
doesn't feel great, but I think you have to.
Yeah, we'll see the slap, see the knockout. Henry Child takes a prize. You can check your prizes, Henry. It's fine, but it's okay. So then now we go over to Andrew's side. We have a Haluch.
Oh,
wait. If we have Halucha and we find a Dragapult Energy, we have game. Because we need to force the Zoroark into the... Okay, so we need a lot of pieces, but if we can force that Zoroark into the active, pop double Duskull on Halucha, like, we just got it.
Yeah.
All right, so we see the Night Stretcher for Budu, or counterpoint.
Yeah.
We just Budu again.
Yeah, Budu again. Doesn't seem like a bad idea.
So we see the Duskull. See the treat. I mean, Brian, is there anything else you would want to see?
No, I think that's pretty good. I mean, the Budu is really, really what you need to kind of just prevent Henry. I mean, that's what you're doing at the end of the day. Is you're kind of just preventing Henry from being able to set up further.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. And so we do see a Ralts now in hand. So there is going to be something Henry can do here. Andrew just checking his prizes just to make sure. But so with this trade, I mean, Brian, aside from just a draw supporter, what else is Henry looking for?
I definitely would like to see another Ralts, just because if Andrew does decide to get aggressive here, you could definitely find a way to knock out multiple Ralts at once, or even just the lone Ralts. So I would think to at least have another one kind of set up would be a good idea.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
And we do have the Jonk in hand for Henry, so we can get a Curlia next turn. But I mean, on the bright side, we're still taking 2 prizes over these first 2 turns.
Definitely.
And on the downside for Hedrick, that's a lot of draw supporters and Gus that are gone.
Interesting, though, not to go for the slap again.
I think it makes sense because I think Hedrick does not, or excuse me, Chow does not want to activate a Pheasantipity.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, so we see the Earthen Vessel, and I mean, Brian, talk us through Hedrick's turn. What's the
Yeah.
move? What's the goal?
Yeah, so I mean, he went with the Dusclops here. He's got another Recon Directive. I think it's a Dusk Noir, or I don't remember what the other card was here.
It
We're
is
gonna
a
take the Dusk Noir, and that could be something that we could use for the following turn here, and kind of just taking it slow again. I mean, he knows that Henry's start has been really slow here, and just trying to see how else he can kind of set up his turn. The Earthen Vessel is going to be able to grab him a couple of those energies. This is the beginning of format Dragapult list, so this is before all those luminous energies started running around in the list. So the one of Earthen Vessel was able to grab your fire and psychic energies.
And which is exactly what Andrew needs here. We do need that psychic energy to attack. And I'm curious, are we knocking out that Ralts?
I would think so. I mean, he has the Halucha in hand, so he definitely has the means to do so.
And I think, honestly, evolve into Dust Noir, attach the energy. We can use Halucha. Yeah. And then we just knock out Screamtail, Ralts, and suddenly we are so close to just game on board.
Yeah, definitely. And it helps to keep the Dust Noir on the board as well, because that's just going to be a huge threat also.
100%. And so we do see the Zora come up, and unless Henry's able to find something better and set up a board, that's game.
Yeah, definitely. So let's see what Henry's able to do this next turn here.
So kind of looking at Henry's hand, which he's not showing us.
Yeah.
We do know there's a Jock. We have a Turo. Turo's not the most helpful here, but we don't really have a way to find any more Pokemon.
Yeah. Maybe we got a couple Turos, Dark Energy. Not too much here. We can trade for something.
Yeah, Bale, that research panned out.
Yeah, the research definitely was pretty decent.
And there's always a balance of, do you end your win condition early versus allowing your opponent to play the game? And Hedrick clearly made the right call here.
He definitely did, yeah. So it looks like we're trying to figure out what to trade here. Looks like we're going with the Jock. Draw 2. Let's see what we get. Another Zoroark and a counter catcher. Looks like we're just not getting the game here.
And we are just going to call it a game right there. We have nothing. Henry Chow scoops it up. Andrew Hedrick takes a pretty quick win and just kind of closes this out.
Yeah, it seems to be that's going to be what seems to be the game here.
Well, honestly, we have had all these lovely people hanging out with us for like 7.5, almost 8 hours here today. And so, Brian, I mean, tell us a bit. Did we accomplish our goal?
I mean, we cleared the threshold of what we hit last year. So
we did.
That's got to be a big win. So all we can ask for is, for next year, we aim even higher.
Agreed. And I will say, this is something we want to do annually. If we have an opportunity to do some good for the world, man.
Yeah. And as long as we have a platform, it's something I feel like we should be doing for our community.
What is it? It's a Spider-Man quote. Great power comes great responsibility.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. So, Bryce, how much did we end up on Twitch?
Yeah.
735. So we ended up at $2,155 donated to the Trevor Project, and that is insane. Rafal, we were just going to close it out here since I think. Perfect.
Oh, for sure.
Well, then let's close it out with a giveaway. I love it. Archie, thank you so much for tacking more on that.
Another giveaway or another donation. Appreciate you.
Yes, thank you for supporting a great cause. And we are, as Rafal said, going to do one more giveaway. Rafal, what are we giving away?
That.
Oh, we're giving away another NAIC set.
We have more NAIC stuff?
Fantastic.
Cool.
I love it. So, Bryce, for this one, what do you want to do? You know what? Let's do Dragapult.
Yeah. Yeah,
there you
FCBC,
go. Hashtag FCBC. Since FCBC did give us a bunch of sleeves to give away with these giveaways. So FCBC, thank you again for supporting the store and for supporting this event. And so, yeah, do hashtag FCBC, all capital letters. And Zard Gary, I think you're going to have to do it one more time because you got to wait until Bryce hits it. But yes. I mean, Brian, what are your other thoughts from the event today? Because we had some good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I came in a little late, but I mean, based off what I've heard, it seemed to be a hit here. I mean,
Do you want them to
the
they like are set up.
Oh. You know what? Sure, let's do it.
If you want, we're doing one last giveaway, and then you guys can play one final game to wrap us up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
I'm not going to tell them no. If we can get another good game in, let's do it.
Might as well.
All right, so then Bryce, can you just click back to the game? All right, so Rafal, tell them if they want to start it off. So we'll give you guys another minute or two on that giveaway. So just hashtag FCBC for the NAIC gear. And man, I'm glad we get some bonus games.
Yeah,
this is
I know.
awesome.
Same.
All right, so then we are going to see Henry go second, I believe.
Yeah.
And Andrew go first, but
yeah.
Henry's going first?
Maybe they rolled for it again?
Maybe. Why do you think Henry would choose to go first?
That's a good question. Unless Hedrick won the coin flip and decided to go second.
That's fair. Archie, this was not an open event, so this was just kind of an exhibition charity stream for us. So we had 8 incredible high-tier players here with Rahul on commentary for a while, and then the rest of the group all playing throughout the day. And so for Hedrick, we now see a research getting into what looks like not a terrible hand with a Buddy Poffin boss and some more stuff. So, Brian, that's a pretty good start for Hedrick.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, he had that crazy start the last game, too, so these supporters definitely putting in the work.
100%. And research, I mean, this is an obvious thing. Research is so powerful. It's one of the, if not the best support in the game, but those prizes are terrible.
Yeah, those prizes are tough.
Dang. Multiple Dust Skull hidden away. And Bryce, who do we end up with? Dexter. Kevin, congratulations.
He was.
Well, Kevin on the team on the stop. All right, well, congratulations, Kevin. Regardless, getting back to the game here, so we do see Andrew getting 3 Dreepy down. And I mean, Budu's going to be his friend, right?
Kevin, let's go.
Anyway, Brian, what are we using Budu?
I think we are.
Perfect. I think
I
Henry,
think they're trading out a prize so we can have a Dust Skull.
and you know what? That's fine, guys.
Yeah.
Whatever we need to do, totally
Yeah.
fine. So we are going to get 1 Dust Skull out, which we all appreciate. And I mean, that changes things so much for Hedrick here.
Definitely.
All right, so then Brian, tell us about this. We got the setup, we got the Budu off. Like, where does Henry go from here?
He needs to get some Ralts on the board. I think he might just try to play the Iono here because I don't think this version of Guardy was playing Buddy Poffin that much. If I
Archie,
do remember.
I want to disagree with you, but one of our teammates won twice last year, so I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
And we do see the Iono energy attached to the Monkey Dory, Ralts on the board. Dude, this is what he needed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's got another Ralts that he drew into off the Iono, and I think that's really what he needs to at least get started here.
100%. And so we will be able to Monkey Dory that damage. We will be able to knock out the Budu. I mean, this is good for Henry.
Oh, looks like he just goes with the pass. So I guess he doesn't want to open up the opportunity for counter catcher or Pheasantipity or anything like that. So decides to go with the pass here.
And Hedrick top decks research. That is insane. Holy. So Brian, walk us through Andrew's turn. What is he doing?
So he's trying to get the setup going. So I mean, the Dusclops is huge here. And it's pretty much just like what most Dragapult players really hope for. They want to get multiple Dracloaks in play. They want to thin down the hand as much as they can, and then with that top deck research, just going to get a fresh hand, hopefully contribute to more of that setup. That's really all he can ask for here.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And so let me ask you, Brian, why do you think Henry passed rather than knocking out the Budu?
Yeah, it's kind of like what I was mentioning a little bit before, is that didn't want to open up the opportunity for counter catcher on the Zorua or any sort of Pheasantipity shenanigans as well. So that's why he kind of decided, I'll just pass it on and then just continue the setup from there.
And that makes sense. And so we are going to see the Ultra Ball away, the Iono and Dreepy go get another Dracloak. And I mean, that board is starting to look fantastic for Andrew.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, 2 Dracloaks already, super good here. And then hopefully this Recon Directive can get another one or another energy before we play this research.
And I mean, that would be a huge deal. And yes, Pezzy, exactly. Andrew's list does pay 1 of Candy.
Yeah, it's the 1 of Candy plays heavier on the Dusclops line just because they're trying to play under the assumption that Budu would be super high played. So they wanted to just raw evolve most of their Pokemon instead.
So we do see the last Recon Directive on the board, although Andrew may reach to set up another one.
Yeah.
And Andrew nicely not showing us what it is.
Yeah. Grabs the Lux Cape.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah. The Lux Cape, I think, is okay. I think more so becomes discard fodder later on in the game.
True.
Yeah.
It can be really important to help your Budu live longer, but I mean, Andrew still, that board looks good. We have the Dusclops, we have 2 Dracloak, and there's no way for Henry to rare candy into a Gardevoir, so we could sweep those Kirlia or Ralts from the board.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely can be. So we see the trade come down here. Draw 2, Super Rod, and Research. Not too much going on here. Kirlia, Raw Evolve from Henry's side. And he's getting closer to finally getting that Gardevoir EX in play.
He is, and getting that Kirlia down is big. Yeah, and I think just deciding to not give Andrew the Fez in order to draw that boss combination.
Yeah.
Although we just have it.
We just have it.
My goodness. So is there a world where we do anything other than knock out those 2 Gardevoir pieces?
That seems to be the best play here. Yeah. It's got to be it.
I don't know what else we would do, right?
Yeah.
All right, and so we also have Unfair Stamp available for later in the game if we need. Going with Arvin. Why?
I think we go with Arvin, probably just to get another setup piece, and then we can use the Dusclops to open up Counter Catcher, and then can still take the 2 pieces from there.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense. So
Yeah.
we use the Arvin, set up the board, use the Counter Catcher since we're
Yeah.
going to be ahead the rest of
Yes.
the game. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
with you. I'm
yeah.
with you.
Yeah, there's some odd lines that Dusknork is able to kind of open up for you to where you can give yourself the item-based gust instead of having to waste a supporter on it. You can use your supporter to continue setting up your board from there.
And that makes complete sense. I think the only item Andrew would be looking for is either a Night Stretcher to get the Duskull back,
Yeah.
or an Ultra Ball to get another Cloak,
or the Dragapult,
or the
yeah.
Dragon,
Yeah,
or
you do need the Dragapult to attack.
and we can also get a
Yeah.
candy to candy into Dragapult, but we wouldn't have the energy attachments.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I think Andrew's a little torn on what to get there. We do go with the Night Stretcher. I assume that's going to be to get a Duskull back.
Probably. So I think we see the Ultra Ball coming out now.
Yes, getting the 2 energy in the discard, which is fine. We have all the attachments already on our 2 Cloaks. We just need 1 follow-up on the second one. We're going to be able to get Dragapult out of the deck. And then, yeah, we're going to set Henry back a few turns
Yeah,
here.
definitely. And this feels different because when I was talking with Michael, we were talking about your game, about how you're able to kind of take some of the Charmanders out of play. And it feels different, though, because when you're playing something like Charizard, you know, the rare candies are able to kind of get them out super quickly, and you play the high Evo count. But with Gardevoir, a lot of the times it's like you play very limited, recovery cards, and rare candy is not always the biggest thing either. So it could feel a little bit more punishing on the Gardevoir side in order to, not have all those pieces ready to go.
And that makes sense. Oh, we see the cape come down on the Budu. I love that decision. And then Henry knows what's up. We're going to see the Counter Catcher on the Kirlia, go into the Dragapult, knock out the Kirlia, knock out the Ralts.
Yep.
And then do we put the rest on Zoroark?
Yeah, I guess we could, technically, or we can spread it between that and the Monkey Dory.
And I don't think that's bad
Yeah,
either,
I don't
because we
think it is
know
either.
some damage is going to get monkeyed off.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure where the rest goes. Or maybe we put it all on the Kirlia just to keep it off the board.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Andrew's deciding. Yeah,
Yeah.
put it all on the Kirlia, leave the Monkey Dory damage very limited, get 2 prizes, and now we are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, definitely. And this position feels much more commanding just because now it's like there's no threat of any sort of attack coming in, because the Psychic Embrace is really what opens up all of this too. And I mean, there's no Pheasantipity or anything like that now.
Well, and Fez is in the
Yeah,
prizes
yeah,
even, which
exactly.
is a huge deal.
Super huge.
All right, so we see the Ultra Ball. I gotta imagine get another Ralts piece out. And then we'll see the Super On, put a couple back in.
Yep.
Are we, for Henry, is this a Mind Bend angle?
It could be, yeah. I think the Mind Bend can be super good here, just because the confusion could shut down Andrew for a couple turns here. And if he's feeling up for it, if he puts the Clefairy down, which I don't think is the greatest move in the world, it would do double damage.
That is true.
Yeah.
Ricardo, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Ricardo Luz, given to the main or the alternate charity line. So we are again doing so much good for Trevor Project here. So thank you all so much.
And it's so great that all this is coming towards the end of the stream too, which is really showing that, a lot of people really sticking it with us to the end. So we really appreciate everybody for, sticking and hanging around with us all the way to the end.
100%. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. And so going to the game, we see the Artisan come down. The hand off of that research is not great, but we're able to game. And so that Bravery Charm is also a big deal, because if Andrew's able to attack with the Dragapult and use that Dusclops, it's not going to knock out the Ralts.
Yeah, it shouldn't have unprized the dust call.
That is a good point, Kenneth. That was kind of a problem.
Oh, that's so funny.
That is. So on Andrew's end, our hand is okay. So we have a boss, we have a rescue board, which is a huge deal because if this Dragon Bolt gets confused, we can retreat into another one.
Yeah.
So all we need is Psychic Energy, Dragapult, and we are clearing both Ralts. Just kidding.
Yeah.
There's two
bravery charms.
Was this typical for lists at that time?
I think so. Yeah. Because I played something similar to Milwaukee, and I played 2 charms.
And it's for
I played
Dust
3
Bowl,
charms.
Screamtail, all the like?
Yeah, it's just for like Terra Box.
Ah,
yeah,
okay.
It kind of like would help you survive a little bit.
Yes, and that makes sense, Kenneth, for Drifloon, because Drifloon's huge attacker, so it does 30 damage times the number of damage counters on it. With the Bravery Charm, you can get up to 330. That's wild.
Yeah.
All right, so then Brian, what's Henry doing?
Yeah, he's just really making sure that these Ralts are going to survive. That's really the main goal here. Ultra Ball again.
And I think making sure the Ralts survive is a big deal because he has to get Gardevoir into play.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, because, I mean, there's a fully set up Dragapult here in the active already, so kind of have to make sure that we can still stick around the next turn.
So there is a line, though, where if we pop a Duskull...
Yeah, there is a line. There's a line.
Hit into a Ralts on the bench and knock out the other Ralts, Henry will not be able to evolve it into Kirlia.
Yeah, there is a line.
All right. So, I mean, Brian, talk us through this. Like, how does Henry win? Not just set up this turn, but how does he win?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the nice thing about this matchup is the Clefairy makes things very easy to take those really tall knockouts because you're able to use stuff like Mew EX to copy Dragapult, Phantom Dive, to knock out with the Clefairy. You can use the Clefairy itself as an attacker, or even use the Drifloon without Bravery Charm as well, in order to knock out the Dragapults. So there's a lot of things that they can kind of do. Okay, so it looks like we are just going to go for a Mind Bend here.
We do. And I mean, relatively easy to retreat for Andrew, but trying to set up for a 2-prize Screamtail knockout later in the game.
Definitely.
All right, so we'll see the first Recon Directive. Dragapult is big here. We have it.
Yeah, I think we do have it. Oh, and you can see Andrew like laughing right now about it too, because he knows that he has it.
That is insane. We have the Duskull.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, we don't have Knockout on our Ralts.
Yeah.
But we have Force into Rare Candy. Crazy. And thank you, Shores, for sending that over. Yes. Wait. This is disgusting.
Yeah. Oh, man.
This is insane. So, Brian, tell me, what are we doing?
Yeah, so we're going to pop this Halucha here.
Yep.
Probably put him on the Ralts there. And then we're going to pop again.
Yep.
Yep, that goes to 6. He's going to take a prize. He's going to boss.
Yes, indeed. We're going to boss.
And then he's going to knock out for an exact 12.
That
on the bench one.
Is insane.
Yeah.
No need for any shenanigans, retreating.
Yeah.
Oh, just a clean double Ralts knockout again. And Henry, we can hear him is just
in pure disbelief. He's
pure.
getting his get back from the event.
All right, and we see the knockout. Double Ralts go down. 2 prizes remaining for Andrew, and Henry is in a difficult position.
Yeah.
All right, so then Brian, keep talking to us. Like, what do we do here? What is Henry doing? How does he come back?
Oh, dude, Henry already tried everything he could. He used like all of his recovery cards in order to get this guy back. He's gonna research, and I don't even know what other recovery he can use.
So have we used Super Rod and all Night Stretchers?
He used Super Rod for sure. Because he put okay, so there's a Night Stretcher.
There's one Night Stretcher. We have a Rare Candy.
Counter Catcher could be fine too. It can put the Halucha into play. And that will be able to kind of, get us in a decent spot here. I don't think we could Buddy Poffin for any more Ralts just because of our lack of recovery. So I think we have to use the one Night Stretcher we have in hand to do that.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where we're at right now. Is we just have to hope and pray that this roll survives.
This one has to be the one to survive.
Yes. Now, granted, Andrew's still going to be able to apply a ton of pressure, even if we don't knock out the Ralts.
Yeah, I mean, we still have stuff like Mind Bend and Counter Catcher, so it's not like it's. I mean, it's kind of the end of the world, but it's not like the end of the world, you know.
That is true. There are still lines.
Yeah,
they're hard to
still
find.
lines.
But
Yeah,
they're
there
still
are
there.
lines. And one thing that we've learned is that a lot of these players, they know how to play to their outs, and they see lines that most people would scoop at.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Oh, and we see Henry eyeing up Badu.
Yeah, Badu.
Ooh, what do you think about
Yeah,
that?
Badu's cool too. I think that's a pretty decent, a pretty good play here too. Nope, looks like we're not.
So I think the question is, like, if we put down that Badu, does that accelerate the win condition? And with a Gust, it would be game, but also there's already a Mew down.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not like, I mean, there's already liabilities on the board, so it's like, if there's already liabilities, might as well add some more, right?
100%. If that liability gives you a smaller chance to win the game, you know what? Roll with it, man.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Henry decided to go against doing that, but then again, I feel like you need to kind of free some of that extra space here because you're gonna definitely need a space for Clefairy eventually.
Yes.
And looks like we're gonna eye the Counter Catcher here. I feel like you just grab the Halucha here, right?
Yeah. I don't think it's bad. I think honestly, if we
Yeah.
want to knock out the Badu, we can do
Yeah.
that. See the Clefairy. Do we knock out Badu?
Yeah, I can see that too. I mean, you get 2 prizes off of it, which is pretty decent. Yeah, and it's all about just like, there's no damage anywhere on Andrew's board. He's not playing any sort of other shenanigans.
Yep. And we go down 2 prizes remaining now. And now the use of Duskulls is a big deal because Henry needs 1 knockout.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And Henry's able to catch up now because of all the Duskull usage.
Right.
Yeah.
So really what it comes down to is, can Andrew find Boss?
Yeah, definitely.
Or Turo?
Yeah.
Counter Catcher doesn't work.
Yeah, he has rescue board, so he can like rescue board, and then he can like unfair stamp.
And we can nest ball for
and we
Fez
get
and Dippity
Fez now,
too.
So we're seeing a lot of cards here.
And so we need to hit Boss. Like
Yeah.
I think
Boss is really what wins you the game at this point, and they're in there.
Are they?
Yeah,
There's one at least.
Yeah, well, at least one.
And you're right. So Boss wins. Turo the Halucha also wins. So there are lines here, but we'll have to see.
Mm-hmm.
So then we have the unfair stamp in hand. Do we play that first?
I would. Just so, like, if you're going to manipulate the deck, might as well manipulate it in the beginning before you start seeing all the cards.
And I agree,
Yeah.
because we want to fill our hand and then dig directly down into the deck.
Yeah.
Rather than pull some stuff out and then shove it all back in and hope we hit it.
Exactly, because, like, if we do it that way, where we use up all of our abilities and then play Disruption, we can just end up drawing back into all those cards we had in the hand before.
100%.
But if we start with the Disruption, then, you know, it gives us higher chance to work around it.
And so we do see the unfair stamp. Henry goes to 2 cards. To be honest, all Henry needs is a Psychic Energy.
Yeah.
And he can win the game.
Definitely.
And Andrew just needs Gust. All right, and deciding to Artisan after the shuffle in, but saying like, oh, right, shoot, there's no Pokemon. So then, Brian, Turo wins the game, Gust wins the game. We're going to see 5 cards off the stamp, 3 cards off Fez.
And then, you know, another like 4 cards off of Recon Directive. So there's definitely a decent chance.
Well, we're going to see 12 cards.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff.
That is insane, by the way. Fez and Dippity, I hate to say it, guys, Fez was a mistake.
Yeah.
This card is not good.
I know. Fez is a crazy card.
It is. And so Andrew's thinned down his deck relatively. So we're maybe at like 20 to 25 cards in there right now. And just hoping that we can hit it.
Definitely.
All right, so Brian, into this matchup in general, how has it shifted since this tournament in Atlanta?
Yeah, so, I mean, the way that we build the deck has definitely changed a lot. Okay. I mean, we're using different kinds of energies now, different builds, everything like that. So the deck's definitely changed a lot.
It has.
Ultra Ball and Poffin.
Yeah, so we're going to just pass that.
Ooh,
and so this is an interesting one because using that
looking...
Ultra Ball, it actually nets the deck even.
Yeah.
Because that Buddy Poffin will go back into the center of the deck.
Yeah. But we're still able to thin something out of it as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we do get the Dust Noir out. So still same number of cards, still going to see the same number of cards. We get to see 5 more between Dracloak and Fez. I mean, what are the odds here, Brian?
Yeah, it seems to, now that we're starting to thin stuff out of the deck a little bit more, it seems to kind of creep up a little bit in chance.
True, and thinning out that Dust Noir definitely is good.
Yeah, because you don't want to draw into that either. It's not going to do anything for you.
For sure. Now, this is though where some of the math is with Recon Directive. Every time you do a Recon Directive, you put another card back to the bottom of the deck. So if you do shuffle the deck, you're kind of adding that back into the bulk.
That's true.
It's unfortunately not a super clean pull, but
yeah, it's still something.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
we
there's-
see the boss, and that is game. Andrew Hedrick takes down 2-0, wins the game. Fantastic. And then, Bryce, do we have another give? Who won that giveaway, by the way?
Was that the one that?
That was
the one
Dexter.
kept that
Okay,
one.
perfect. All right, so then, Bryce, you can just go ahead and throw it back on us because we
Yeah.
got a 2-0 victory. That is a great way to close it out. So thank you all very much for being here today. Brian, any closeout thoughts you want to add
No,
before
I
we
just
shut it
want to
down?
say, like, everybody, thank you again for joining us today, for all the donations, all the love, everything from that. This is not the only event that we have. We still have the 3v3 tomorrow, so there's still a lot of fun stuff that we have planned for the rest of this month. So we hope to see you guys either on the stream or in the store. So we really appreciate all of the support that you guys have given us today and for the Trevor Project.
100%. And thank you all so much for joining. Thank you all so much for the donations. Archie coming in clutch at the end. Big Booty Giza shaming everyone into sharing. I love it. But so we, like Brian said, we have a 3v3 tournament tomorrow. We have our League Invitational starting this week. And our 1000 Cup is next weekend. So we would love to see you all here either in the store or on stream for it. And thank you all for the incredible work and generosity today. So from me, from Brian, from Bryce, I just want to say thank you all for coming. Thank you to all the players that helped make this happen. And we'll see you all here tomorrow here at Nerd Rage Gaming.